In the ephemeral realm, Shijing Yan, a nine-tailed fox spirit, sought to evade a predestined marriage arranged by his family. In an unexpected turn of events, he unwittingly bound himself to a spirit named Xiaoyuan, who promised that by assisting him in completing a series of tasks, he could ascend to the status of a deity. As Shijing Yan pondered with a thoughtful stroke of his chin, he acquiesced to the proposal. However, he gradually began to recollect the sealed memories of a gentle and handsome man who had loved and pursued him across myriad worlds. Chapter 1. The Temptation of Divinity. On a night when a resplendent moon hung in the sky, a strikingly handsome youth stealthily observed the guards surrounding his home, intent on escaping. He was determined not to wed a stranger he had never laid eyes upon. I, Shijing Yan, shall never yield, he declared resolutely as he watched the guards succumb. One after another, to the wine he had provided, a smile graced his lips. His plan was working. In the midst of his flight, an unusual silence enveloped him, and not a soul detected his presence. A sense of relief washed over him. Yet, as he ventured deeper into the forest, he inadvertently stepped upon an object, producing a crisp ding sound. Curious, Shijing Yan halted and glanced down to discover a string of silver bells. Intrigued, he picked them up. Suddenly, a soft and endearing voice emerged. "Are you interested in becoming a deity?" Shijing Yan regarded the shimmering, talking bells, stroked his chin, and narrowed his eyes in contemplation, asking, "Oh, what are the conditions?" The allure of becoming a deity was irresistible to a spirit like him. Achieving such a status would elevate his position, freeing him from the constraints of forced matrimony. The voice replied, "Simply enter different worlds and complete the designated tasks. It is quite simple, and I shall assist you." Shijing Yan furrowed his brow in skepticism. Is it truly that easy? Indeed, by fulfilling the specified tasks, you can bypass the tribulations of thunder and lightning and ascend directly to divinity. This is the simplest method. With a gentle shake of the bells in his hand, Shijing Yan smiled, revealing his dimples. "Very well, it's a deal. By the way, what is your name?" "I'm called Xiaoyuan, the essence of fate." "I am Shijing Yan. It seems we are quite fated. Let us commence at once," he said, brimming with anticipation. "All right," Xiaoyuan replied. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped Shijing Yan, and he vanished from his location. Before him lay an expansive realm, vast as the starry sky. Shijing Yan blinked, gazing at a fluffy little kitten, tilting his head in inquiry. "Xiaoyuan, how do I complete the tasks?" "What must I do?" "Place your hand upon that mirror," Xiaoyuan instructed. Upon hearing this, Shijing Yan complied, and in a flash his form transformed into a beam of light, entering the mirror. Xiaoyuan silently prayed for his success. Shijing Yan abruptly opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze. He sat up in a pristine, white room, frowning slightly at the simplicity of the decor. "This room is rather spacious yet excessively plain," he remarked. Xiaoyuan's voice echoed in his mind, agreeing indeed. "By the way, I shall transmit the necessary information and memories to you." A piercing pain shot through Shijing Yan's head as the memories flooded in, causing him to stifle a groan. "Ouch, my head. Your soul has integrated with this body, so the process of accepting its memories can be quite painful. Are you all right?" Xiaoyuan inquired. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Shijing Yan replied, "How could anything be amiss for a dashing and formidable nine-tailed fox like me?" Xiaoyuan remained silent. Shijing Yan organized the memories and the narrative that had been transmitted. As a modern fox spirit, he discerned that this was a typical youthful campus romance narrative. The male lead was the illegitimate son of the Yuan family, a position looked down upon by high society. Having lost his mother at a young age, he had wandered for years and was only brought back to the Yuan family upon his 18th birthday, where he assumed the role of the family's heir. Had it not been for the second son, Yun Tianzhao, whose rebellious nature and poor academic performance had sullied the family name, the male lead would not have returned. Initially, the male and female leads met in a bar, and during an encounter where the male lead was bullied, the female lead intervened, rescuing him and shielding him from harm. Their relationship deepened from that moment, and the male lead developed feelings for her, but the female lead's fortune attracted numerous suitors. Unable to tolerate the presence of other men around the woman he adored, the male lead's obsession grew, compounded by his family's indifference, leading him to a dark transformation where he imprisoned the female lead. However, the female lead yearned for liberation from such suffocating love. The male lead's rivals united to clandestinely rescue her, but soon their efforts were discovered. Now, the male lead had grown powerful, having taken control of the Yun family, and he ruthlessly sought retribution against those who had interfered. Ultimately, the female lead was tortured to death, and the male lead took his own life in despair. Shijing Yan's lips twitched at the absurdity of this narrative. Thus, these plot lines require modification, Xiaoyuan noted. Shijing Yan mused, "No wonder my current identity is that of the second son of the Shi family, a mere supporting character destined to die from illness." Yet his older brother was rather kind to him. By the way, what is the task? Xiaoyuan replied. You must reduce the male lead's darkness value to 0, ensuring that the male and female leads no longer share a romantic connection. Therefore, you need to raise the male lead's favorability toward you to 100. Shijing Yan rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exasperated. What if the male lead falls in love with me? Xiaoyuan responded earnestly. Achieving a favorability of 100 would indeed indicate he has fallen for you. I'm not here to engage in romance, and his personality is not to my liking, Shijing Yan countered. Then perhaps we should abandon this task. However, the progress toward ascending to divinity would be significantly slower, Xiaoyuan suggested. Shijing Yan interrupted. I shall proceed with the task. Am I, a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox, to be outmatched by a mere teenager? Xiaoyuan internally celebrated the successful provocation. With a cheerful tone, Xiaoyuan responded, Indeed, I have faith in your potential. Shijing Yan, sensing the spirit's delight, remarked, Why do I feel you take pleasure in my predicament? I do not. I am merely an emotionless spirit, Xiaoyuan retorted. Shijing Yan chuckled softly, choosing not to reply. He rose from the bed and approached the mirror. Gazing at his reflection, he noted his high nose, snow-white skin, and captivating peach blossom eyes, imbued with a delicate beauty that belied his frail health. A veritable picture of a fragile beauty. After appraising his appearance, he fell silent and returned to the bed, meticulously reviewing the current progression of the narrative. As he arrived, everything was still in its infancy. The male and female leads had yet to meet, and the trope of love at first sight had not yet unfolded. Should I participate in the heroic rescue upon their first encounter? He pondered, a smile gracing his lips, enchanting and captivating. Xiaoyuan could not contain a squeal. Ah, Shige, you are so handsome. Shijing Yan's smile broadened. You may call me that from now on. I rather like it. Being the youngest in his family, he had never experienced the role of an older brother before. Understood, Shige, Xiaoyuan chirped. Chapter 2. The Infatuated Boy Falls for the Frail Scholar, Part 1. Early the next morning, Shijing Yan rose, completed his morning routine, and descended the stairs for breakfast. Observing his brother making his way downstairs, Shijing was surprised, for at this hour, his sibling would typically still be asleep. Thus, he inquired, Why are you up so early today? How is your health? Are you still feeling unwell? Shijing Yan smiled as he pulled out a chair and sat down. I'm feeling much better, just a bit hungry. Brother, I'd like to go out for a walk later. It's too dull being cooped up at home. His elder brother smiled warmly. That sounds good. A breath of fresh air will surely do you good. And so, the two brothers shared a delightful meal. After which, Shijing offered his brother a few words of advice before heading off to his own company to work. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and black suit pants, Shijing Yan set out for a stroll, inevitably heading in the direction of the male protagonist. Yun Xiao had just been brought back, presenting himself as a typical wayward youth. Yet, this was merely a facade intended for the sake of his so-called father. It also served to lower the guard of the second young master of the Yun family, Yin Tianzhao, making him believe that he was utterly worthless. Pride is indeed the privilege of the favored, yet excessive pride reveals one's vulnerabilities. The father, who only prioritized benefit, was not so different in nature. In a more flattering light, he was said to have brought his son back to nurture him and prepare him to inherit the family business. In reality, he was merely a tool. Yin Xiao raised his glass and drank deeply. His gaze was cold, yet his lips bore a persistent, hollow smile. Everyone sought to exploit him, yet he refused to yield to their desires. His elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting cold glimmer passing through them. At the Scarlet Night Bar, a tall and slender youth entered, his curious gaze capturing attention. Yuan was instantly drawn to him. The boy's eyes were uncommonly pure, hard to overlook. Moreover, he possessed striking good looks, the kind that could easily stand out in a crowd, especially with those alluring peach blossom eyes, resembling the delicate petals of a peach blossom. Sparkling like stars, Shijing Yan approached the bar, his long, fair fingers tapping lightly on the surface, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Do you have any non-alcoholic beverages?" The bartender nearly spilled his drink in surprise. "I'm sorry, we don't have any." Shijing Yan sighed and murmured, "All right. It's a pity my brother doesn't let me drink." Observing the slightly disheartened, yet beautiful youth, the bartender felt a pang of sympathy and smiled. "Let me treat you to a glass of orange juice." The boy looked up, his lips curling into a smile that revealed two faint dimples on his cheeks. "Thank you. I'll make sure my brother gives you a raise." The bartender placed the freshly poured orange juice before him, dismissing the boy's words as mere jest, unaware that this bar was indeed a business owned by Shijing. Later, the bartender would come to realize that the young boy was not merely speaking in jest. But that is a story for another time. Shijing Yan curiously surveyed the writhing crowd in the dance floor, then clicked his tongue in disappointment. However, his striking appearance inevitably attracted the attention of others who harbored ulterior motives. A rather handsome middle-aged man approached the young boy, taking a seat beside him, and initiated conversation. "Are you here alone, little brother?" With a teasing glance, the boy sipped his orange juice and replied, "Uncle, your eyesight seems rather poor. Can't you see that I'm the only one sitting here?" The man clearly understood the underlying implication of the boy's words, and his expression shifted to one of discomfort. He forced a smile and said, "Is this your first time here?" The boy regarded him with an air of playful pity, responding, "Indeed. I wonder what fun there is to be had here." The man, with a sinister grin, beckoned, "Come, let me take you to have some fun." The bartender, accustomed to such encounters, subtly gestured to the boy, urging him to refrain from engaging. The boy smiled back at the bartender and queried the man, "Where shall we go to play?" The man pointed to a nearby sofa where several couples were nestled together. The boy's keen eyes spotted the male lead nearby, indicating that the female lead would soon make her entrance. The female lead, Jian, hailed from a humble background, having gained admission to this school through sheer determination. Many were touched by her diligence and kindness, forming friendships with numerous affluent peers. Yet, while she looked down upon these wealthy scions, she also accepted their kindness with an air of entitlement, demonstrating a certain cunning. Jian worked as a waitress here, and her first encounter with the male lead occurred in this very place, where she was wronged and bullied, only to be gallantly defended by him. Such a cliched plot. After requesting another glass of orange juice from the bartender, the boy followed the man to the sofa. He reclined with an unhurried grace that was pleasing to behold, drawing curious and greedy stares from those around him, as if they wished to pierce his facade. The middle-aged man offered him a drink, placing a glass before him, insisting, "Try this, it's quite delicious." The boy did not take the drink, instead smiling with a hint of mischief and saying, "Delicious? Then why don't you drink it?" The man awkwardly chuckled, "Since this is your first visit, I must offer it to you first." The boy's smile deepened as he accepted the glass, and in a swift motion, he grasped the man's chin and poured the drink down his throat. "Is it delicious?" The man hastily clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the liquid. The boy, stroking his chin, feigned contemplation, "Illegally trafficking in drugs. I reckon this could earn you a few years behind bars." The man's face flushed with indignation, even when confronted. He was unwilling to concede. He retorted immediately, "This is just ordinary liquor, not drugs at all." "Oh." The boy's tone rose playfully. "Then why did you feel the need to induce vomiting? And something in your left pocket is about to fall out." The man, startled, fumbled at his pocket, only to be met with the boy's laughter, tinged with mockery and disdain. Fuming, the man growled, "Are you trying to trick me? Rest assured, I've already called the police on you. No need to thank me." The man, having succumbed to the effects of a drink, soon found himself seated on the ground, grinning foolishly with a vacant stare. The onlookers silently bestowed their approval upon the just young lad, while Yuan, seated nearby and observing the unfolding drama, Couldn't he help but smirk, finding the situation quite amusing. Initially, he had perceived the boy as a mere innocent lamb, only to discover he was, in fact, a spirited little wildcat. Xiaoyuan. Ding, favorability 15. Darkening value 65. After Shijing Yan had clarified the entire sequence of events to the police officer and was about to take his leave, he was suddenly startled by Xiaoyuan's announcement regarding the unexpectedly high darkening value. Lost in thought, he abruptly slipped, feeling the weightlessness that suggested he was destined for an intimate encounter with the ground. Just then, a powerful arm encircled his waist, pulling him into a warm embrace, with heat radiating from behind. Chapter 3. The Sickly Youth Falls for the Fragile Scholar. Part 2. Shijing Yan felt a surge of gratitude, thanking the heavens for his timely rescue. The stranger released him only after ensuring he was steady on his feet, turning around to express his thanks. Shijing Yan was taken aback. It was none other than the male lead, Yin Qiu. Yin Qiu regarded him with a hint of concern in his phoenix-like eyes, inquiring, "What is the matter? Did you hurt yourself?" His voice was melodious, deep yet as clear as a mountain spring. With an immediate smile, Shijing Yan replied, "No, but thank you for your assistance. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." He departed without further ado. After his commotion, it was evident that the female lead would not dare to make an appearance. Xiaoyuan. The male lead has also returned to the Yun residence. It seemed that the female and male leads would not cross paths today. The plan was a success, accompanied by unexpected delight. However, how to reduce that soaring darkening value remained a perplexing dilemma. Upon returning home, Shijing Yan remembered he still had an elder brother to contend with. As he entered, she called out to him, having spotted him attempting to sneak away to his room. "Back already? Brother," Shijing Shi interrupted, "I already know everything." With a pitiful expression, Shijing Yan approached Shijing Shi. "Brother, I'm sorry." Before he could finish, Shijing Shi enveloped him in a tight embrace, his voice trembling. "You are my only brother. Our parents left us too soon. Do you intend to frighten me to death with your recklessness?" Shijing Yan gently patted his back, reassuring him, "Brother, do not worry. Have you forgotten? I have learned some martial arts. Even if they try to bully me, I will protect myself and remain unscathed." Only then did Shijing Shi release him, his expression grave. "Next time, you must inform me in advance. Do not put yourself in danger again. Do you understand?" "Understood, brother." Shijing Yan obediently nodded in agreement. Shijing Shi sighed. "Dinner is being prepared by the auntie. Eat well and rest early. By the way, brother, I wish to return to school." Shijing Shi rubbed his temples. "You have only been away for 2 months. Your health is not yet fully recovered. Can your body handle going back to school now?" Though his physique was indeed frail, he was, after all, a 9-tailed fox demon. After his soul entered this body, it was naturally not as weak as it had been before. With a smile adorning his face, Shijing Yan reassured his brother, "I am fine now. Staying at home for too long is not beneficial for my health. Besides, I haven't studied in a while, and I fear I may fall behind in my courses." Once the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, Shijing Yan had only attended a month of classes before taking a leave of absence due to health issues, undoubtedly feeling a deep sense of discomfort within himself. His elder brother, who cherished his pride, worried that if his academic performance declined as a result, it could become a lingering source of distress for him. As his thoughts wandered, his elder brother's resolve wavered, yet he still expressed his concern. "But what if?" Shijing Yan grasped his arm and earnestly pleaded, "Brother, please let me go. If I feel unwell, I promise to call you immediately, all right?" Unable to resist his brother's charming appeal, the weary Shijing Shi conceded, "Fine. But remember to call me if anything happens, understood?" "Got it, brother," Shijing Yan replied with a sweet smile that revealed his dimples. Shijing Shi couldn't help but tousle his brother's hair, appreciating the moment. "Let the driver take you tomorrow," he added. "All right. Oh, brother, I wish to change classes." "Which class do you wish to join?" "Class A of the first year." Shijing Shi hesitated for a moment. Since the start of the semester, Shijing Yan had been on leave and missed the placement exam. Class A consisted of the most outstanding students, and he worried that if his brother couldn't cope, he should feel free to let him know. His implication was clear. If the pressure of Class A became overwhelming, a change was always an option. Yes, This elder brother is indeed quite indulgent towards his younger sibling. Shijing Yan thought as he nodded. Okay, brother, I understand. With matters settled, Shijing Yan returned to his room to rest after dinner. 3 days later, early in the morning, Shijing Yan arranged for the driver to take him to school. As Shijing Yan stepped out of the car, a throng of students gathered around, exclaiming, "Look, who is that boy? He is so handsome. Is he from our school? I have no idea. How can he be so good-looking? My heart has been captivated." Shijing Yan chose to ignore the fervent gazes of the enamored onlookers and walked straight into the academic building without a glance back. As a majority of the girls dispersed shortly after he entered the building, Shijing Yan made his way to find his homeroom teacher. The class instructor, a woman with black-rimmed glasses, regarded the entering youth with curiosity and inquired, "Student, is there something you need from me?" With a gentle smile revealing his dimples, Shijing Yan replied, "Hello, I am Shijing Yan, a former student of Class B, and I am transferring to your class today." "Oh, I remember you. Come, follow me. Class is about to start." "Thank you, teacher." The homeroom teacher observed the polite youth before her and noted his commendable demeanor. She recalled that he had previously excelled academically, but had taken leave due to frequent illnesses. She wondered if he would now be able to keep up with the class. Unbeknownst to him, Shijing Yan had already established an image of being a well-behaved student in the eyes of his new homeroom teacher. As the bell signaling the start of class rang, the students in Class A immediately fell silent. Shijing Yan cast a glance around, inwardly marveling at their quick responsiveness. Xiaoyuan mused, "Shige truly possesses a unique insight." When the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, accompanied by a tall youth, the students below could hardly contain their whispers of excitement. Student A exclaimed, "Look at that person. He is so handsome, truly the epitome of a school heartthrob." Student B concurred, "Indeed, his skin is so fair, he appears delicate and fragile, much like a beautiful sickly person." Little did they know, Shijing Yan embodied that very description of a frail beauty. Meanwhile, Xiao, disturbed by the commotion, cast a reluctant glance at the new student on the podium. Upon recognizing the person's face, Xiao could not help but exclaim, "It's him." His desk mate suddenly interjected, "Do you know him?" Xiao curled his lips into a slight smirk, replying coldly, "I don't know him well. We've merely crossed paths once." Gong Lingyu, leaning casually on his arm, pondered aloud, "Ah, since you don't know him, I'd like to befriend him." Xiao's gaze turned icy in an instant, his tone firm as he retorted, "You, a notorious flirt, should spare him the trouble." Gong Lingyu furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why not? I simply wish to make a friend. What is the issue? Do you perhaps have feelings for him?" At that moment, Xiao suddenly realized the implications of his earlier words, frowning slightly as he denied, "Not at all." Chapter 4. The Delicate Youth Falls for the Frail Academic. Part 3. Gong Lingyu remarked, "Since you have no interest in him, I have no reservations." Xiao found no valid reason to dissuade him, merely disliking the frivolous tone with which Gong Lingyu spoke about the youth. He found it exceedingly displeasing. Xiaoyuan noted, "Ding, affection level at 5, currently at 20, darkening value at 70. Upon hearing Xiaoyuan's notification, Shijing Yan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao, who appeared somewhat perturbed. Shijing Yan began to self-reflect, wondering if he had inadvertently offended him. That couldn't be right, his affection level had increased. At that moment, the homeroom teacher cleared his throat a few times, signaling for attention, and explained to the students below, "Everyone, please settle down. This student has transferred from Class B. Let's allow him to introduce himself." Shijing Yan presented a bashfully gentle smile, perfectly aligned with his persona. The girls present swooned collectively, exclaiming, "So handsome. Hello, everyone. My name is Shijing Yan. I have just transferred to this new class. I look forward to your guidance," he said amiably. A girl excitedly shouted, "What a polite boy." Her deskmate chimed in, "Wow, his name sounds lovely too." Just then, a boy whispered, "His surname is Sure. Could he be the second young master of the Sure family?" "It must be him," another replied. "Though I've heard he excels academically, he has been frail and ailing since childhood, constantly reliant on medication." At that juncture, the homeroom teacher coughed to regain control over the discussions. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Xiao Sure, you may take the empty seat in front of Xiao." The youth glanced at the vacant seat and then at Xiao, who seemed lost in thought. He nodded obediently and descended from the podium to take his place. Gong Lingyu sat diagonally behind Shijing Yan, and at this moment, he poked Shijing Yan. Turning around, he inquired with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? Do you need something from me?" With a broad smile and a slight raise of his eyebrow, Gong Lingyu introduced himself. "I am Gong Lingyu. If you don't mind, shall we become friends?" Shijing Yan responded with a smile, but he did mind. After saying this, he turned away, leaving Gong Lingyu's smile abruptly frozen on his face. Yuan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. Xiaoyuan, ding, favorability level 5, now 25, corruption value 60. Shijing Yan remained composed, yet a tempest raged within him. He could not comprehend why he had evoked such a reaction. After all, he had done nothing to warrant it. Xiaoyuan, I have no idea. After a tedious class, as soon as the bell rang, Shijing Yan narrowed his eyes and rested his head on his desk, drifting into slumber. Observing that Shijing Yan's deskmate had exited the classroom, Gong Lingyu, with long strides, approached the empty seat beside him and sat down. The youth's long eyelashes resembled delicate butterfly wings, beautiful yet fragile. His pale complexion bore a sickly hue, evoking pity from those around him. At that moment, driven by an inexplicable impulse, Gong Lingyu reached out, yearning to touch the boy's face, convinced that such a frail visage must be tender to the touch. Just as his hand was about to graze Shijing Yan's cheek, Yuan, seated behind them, abruptly kicked the leg of Gong Lingyu's chair. Caught off guard, Gong Lingyu stumbled forward, colliding with the desk. Although it wasn't painful, the sudden movement roused the sleeping youth. Shijing Yan glared at Gong Lingyu in irritation, yet his enchanting peach blossom eyes, having been disturbed, appeared moist, lacking any real threat. Nevertheless, his tone was tinged with impatience as he remarked, "You interrupted my rest. My apologies for disturbing you. I shall take my leave now." Gong Lingyu hastily offered his apologies, eager to avoid leaving a negative impression. Shijing Yan responded with a disinterested then rested his chin in his hand, seemingly uncomfortable, and resumed dozing on the desk. With his plans thwarted, Gong Lingyu returned to his seat, ready to voice his grievances to Yuan. But he was promptly silenced by Yuan's fierce and menacing gaze. Aware of Yuan's capabilities, he dared not provoke him and swallowed his grievances instead. Yuan, seemingly in high spirits, even managed to infuse a hint of amusement into his usually aloof, phoenix-like eyes. He propped his chin on his right hand, occasionally stealing glances at the youth in front of him. Of course, no one noticed his subtle actions, but Shijing Yan was well aware, for his favorability had increased again, now reaching 30, while his corruption value had diminished to 55. After school, Yuan casually glanced at the boy gathering his belongings, noting that no one was bothering him. Satisfied, he picked up his backpack and departed. Knowing the unfolding narrative, Shijing Yan quickly grabbed his backpack and stealthily followed. When Gong Lingyu returned from the restroom, he discovered that Shijing Yan had already left, leaving him feeling a twinge of disappointment. As he packed his things, he muttered to himself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to the restroom." Well, there's always tomorrow. At a corner near the school gate, a group of rough-looking delinquents obstructed Yuan's path. Yuan, with a bag casually slung over one shoulder and the cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, was not the least surprised that someone would confront him. "Is it my dear brother, Yuan Tianzhao, who sent you?" he inquired. The group of thugs hissed in unison. "Cut the crap. Just make your move. Stop." At that moment, Shijing, who had stealthily followed Yuan, stepped in front of him. Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. The leader of the thugs shouted, "Who is this little brat? Mind your own business." Shijing let out a cold laugh, saying, "I have every intention of intervening today. I advise you not to engage with me. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it later." "Kid, don't get too cocky," one of them warned. Just as Shijing was about to retort, Yuan stepped in front of him, shielding him and stating firmly, "If you wish to fight, direct your aggression towards me. This matter does not concern him. If you insist on causing trouble, I shall accommodate you fully." "Fine then," the leader commanded, and a swarm of thugs surged forward. While Yuan boldly met them head-on, Shijing blinked, feeling slightly bewildered. Wasn't I meant to be the hero here? Yin Xiao proved to be quite adept, having already knocked a few of them down within mere moments. However, they were outnumbered with at least 10 of them, and soon found themselves at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Shijing rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to one thug's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yin Xiao paused momentarily, then resumed his focus. One thug exclaimed in amazement, "Damn, this seemingly frail kid is actually formidable. It's my first time seeing such elegant and skilled fighting after years of brawling." The leader of the thugs smacked this one on the head, angrily saying, "Why don't you join in instead of just yapping?" "Oh, right, boss," the thug replied. The onlookers began to waver at the intensity of the fight between the two boys, yet fleeing now would be difficult to explain. The leader stealthily retrieved a knife, aiming for Yin Xiao's back. Shijing cursed inwardly, "Damn, I'm too late." He dashed forward, gripping the blade with his right hand while pulling Yin Xiao into his embrace to protect him from harm. The assailant, startled, dropped the knife and stumbled back. He anticipated that this young man would be so fearless. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. As long as he remained alive, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Shijing's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he coldly commanded, "Get lost." The group of thugs scrambled away in a hasty retreat. The knife fell from Shijing's grasp, blood oozing through his fingers and pooling onto the ground. Yin Xiao, breaking free from his embrace, rushed to inspect him. Upon seeing Shijing's bloodied hand, his heart leapt into his throat, and he anxiously said, "I'm sorry, I got you hurt. It's all my fault. I dragged you into this." Shijing's complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color, yet he managed a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. I'll bandage it up at home." Yin Xiao bit his lip, feeling warmth in his heart at Shijing's protective instinct, something he and T felt in a long time. Xiaoyuan, Ding affection increased by 10, now at 40, darkening value decreased to 45. Yin Xiao held his other hand, furrowing his brow. "No, we should take you to the clinic." Shijing Yan withdrew his hand, saying, "It's really unnecessary." Without further ado, Yin Xiao lifted the boy into a princess carry. Xiaoyuan's inner thoughts. How delightful! A princess carry. Yin Xiao found the nearest clinic and entered with the boy in his arms. The nurse, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two young men walking in, eventually remembered her duties. Shijing Yan felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of others. Before they reached the examination room, he tugged at Yin Xiao's shirt and softly said, "Put me down." "All right." Shijing Yan was pleased to be set down, while Yin Xiao felt a slight pang of disappointment as the warmth left his embrace. The doctor observed the scene without comment, dutifully examining the wound. He furrowed his brow and began to disinfect and bandage it. Fortunately, the injury was not deep enough to require stitches. After offering a few words of caution, the doctor solemnly advised, "You youngsters shouldn't always resort to fighting. It hurts you, and your parents worry." Shijing Yan smiled politely in response. "Understood. Thank you, doctor." The doctor nodded in satisfaction, collected the payment, and moved on to tend to other patients. Yin Xiao and Shijing Yan exited the clinic, walking side by side. Suddenly, Yin Xiao halted and voiced his curiosity. "Why help me? You could have easily stood aside." Shijing Yan paused, contemplating. Does one need a reason to act justly? It is human nature to assist those in need. As the saying goes, when one sees injustice, one should lend a hand. As long as I can guide you to become an exemplary student, a fine young man, you want tea darken, and I can complete my task swiftly. Yin Xiao remained silent for a moment, then unexpectedly smiled. "You're right. Some things are done simply because one wants to. There is no need for excessive reasoning. Indeed, a teachable spirit. But why hasn't the affection increased? And why hasn't the darkening value decreased? Could it be a matter of insufficient effort?" Shijing Yan pressed on, believing that as long as he remained true to himself and upheld the law, all would be well. The world is so beautiful. Fighting is not the answer. Yin Xiao chuckled lightly, a smile playing on his lips. "You were part of that fight too. Ahem. Then let us consider this moment a small request from me for saving you. How about it, Yin Xiao?" Yin Xiao looked at him with gentle eyes, gazing at his profile. "All right, Xiaoyuan, Ding, affection increased by 20, now at 60. Darkening value decreased to 40. Shijing Yan felt a twinge of sarcasm. To be honest, Xiaoyuan, your announcements are rather sluggish. Xiaoyuan, why, it's not my fault. Before long, Shijing Yan waved goodbye, and the two boys went their separate ways home. Shijing Yan, backlit by the sun, smiled slyly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Indeed, he was a pure-hearted boy. So easy to tease, the task should soon be completed. Xiaoyuan, Shirgu, the task is only halfway done. Isn't it too early to say that? Shijing Yan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't this just to lighten the mood? Off you go. Play somewhere else. Xiaoyuan, I rolled smoothly. Not long after returning home, Shijing came back from work. His keen eyes immediately caught sight of his younger brother's hand wrapped in bandages. His pupils constricted sharply, and he hurried over to inspect it, expressing concern. How did you get hurt? Shijing Yan gently patted Shijing's hand, signaling that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Xiaoyuan, what exactly happened? Shijing Yan then tossed aside his backpack and proceeded upstairs, leaving behind the words to act bravely. Shijing, still worried, inquired further, how serious is the injury? Should I call the family doctor to take a look? Shijing Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, brother, just a minor injury. No need for that. I'm going upstairs to rest. You should get to bed early too. Shijing sighed in relief, thinking, that mischievous boy. Make sure to rest well. And remember to call me if you need anything. Got it. The youth replied, lightly before retreating to his room. At that moment, Shijing's expression darkened ominously as he took out his phone and dialed a number, his voice cold and chilling. Find out who injured my brother today, and provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Understood, boss. How dare someone harm his brother? Did they think the Shijing family had fallen for grace? After hanging up, Shijing opened the window and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, young Qiu, back at home, had managed to get a good night's sleep, yet his dreams were filled with images of Shijing Yan. Before he knew it, half a month had passed, and the midterm exams were approaching, but the relationship between the male and female leads remained merely that of classmates. Recently, Shijing Yan had been preoccupied with his studies, and his affection level had stagnated at 60. However, today, as he stepped onto the campus, an alarming series of beeping sounds suddenly echoed. Good things seldom come, but misfortunes are relentless. Xiaoyuan, warning, the male lead's darkening value has risen to 50. Shijing Yan abruptly halted, fury igniting within him. What was happening? Who the hell raised the darkening value that I had painstakingly lowered? At that moment, a girl in the classroom was bowing her head, sobbing while tightly clenching her hands, hastily apologizing to the exceptionally handsome, yet coldly composed youth whose expression was frightfully dark. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. Young Qiu's expression soured further. Wasn't it just an accident where she spilled milk tea on his clothes? He hadn't even spoken a word, nor did he intend to blame her, so why was she crying and making a fuss? It was as if he were the one bullying her. With a hint of impatience in his tone, young Qiu still replied politely, It's fine, just stop crying. The girl looked up, her autumn-like eyes glistening, and her petite face was strikingly lovely. Tears streamed down her cheeks, presenting a heart-wrenching sight. Yes, it was indeed the true essence of the female lead. Chapter 6. The Obsessed Youth Falls for the Frail Academic. Part 5. Jianxi's eyes were red, remnants of tears still visible, yet she persisted. Yun, please take off your jacket. I will definitely wash it clean for you. Young Qiu opened his lips slightly, his voice frigid. No need. However, Jianxi bit her lip in grievance, tears welling up on her eyelashes, creating a pitiful appearance. Yun, if you won't let me help you, does that mean you haven't forgiven me yet? Yin Qiu found herself amused by her classmates' convoluted reasoning. You've apologized, and I accept it. There's no need to dwell on trivial matters or play the victim in front of me. She was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining her composure, she buried her face in her hands and sobbed even more vehemently before rushing out of the room. Classmate A, witnessing this, couldn't help but retort, Hey, don't go too far. She's a girl. Why speak to her like that? Classmate B chimed in, Exactly. Just because she comes from a wealthy family doesn't give you the right to bully her, especially considering she's an illegitimate child. Yin Qiu's gaze turned as frigid as ice. Her fists unconsciously clenched tighter. Why do you pass judgment on others without understanding the truth? Isn't it simply because you have mouths to speak? As she spoke, Shijing Yan approached Yin Qiu's side. Classmate A's expression shifted, yet he still couldn't resist countering. But Jian, she has already apologized. Why refuse her so harshly? Classmate B added, Jian, she is such a good girl. She is crying, and you don't even comfort her, but make her cry even more. Shijing Yan subtly grasped Yin Qiu's clenched fist, the warmth of his palm reaching deep into her heart. Oh, is it not entirely normal to reject someone? Yin has already accepted the apology, so this matter should be resolved. Besides, none of Yun's words were derogatory. Was it a righteous act, as he claimed? For that, Jian, she to use laundry as an excuse to coerce others? Or was it simply jealousy for not receiving laundry from her, leading you to slander Yun's character? Yin Qiu turned to look at the soft, beautiful profile beside her, feeling a slight sting in her eyes. Do you think of yourselves as righteous? Unable to discern right from wrong, you slander others. Do you not realize how low your IQ must be? Lacking the ability to comprehend the truth is truly embarrassing. Shijing Yan then offered a disdainful smile. Shall I take you to review the surveillance footage to see what really transpired? Those defending Jian, she felt ashamed. They had only come in response to her cries and were unaware of the actual events. At that moment, they wished for nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. In an instant, those individuals returned to their seats, tails between their legs. Yin Qiu's gaze was so piercingly intense that it made Shijing Yan's cheeks flush slightly. Realizing this, Shijing Yan abruptly withdrew his hand, only to have it grasped again by Yin Qiu's long, powerful fingers, rendering him unable to break free. Yin Qiu pulled it back to his seat, and Shijing Yan, glancing at his now slightly sweaty hand, helplessly remarked, Can you please let go? Yin Qiu's eyes flickered away, feigning calmness. After a moment of hesitation, she released his hand and said, Thank you for earlier. I don't want mere verbal gratitude. Yin Qiu replied, a rare look of confusion crossing her face. After a pause, gazing into his eyes, she asked, What do you want then? I want you. Yin Qiu couldn't help but swallow hard. To tutor me in my studies. Her heart felt like it was on a roller coaster ride, soaring from elation to despair, yet she felt a sense of joy in this newfound reciprocation. In other words, they could spend time alone at his home, perhaps even taking the opportunity to express their feelings. Such a remarkable person should not be let slip away, for surely someone else would seize the chance. What do you think? Have you made up your mind? The youthful, melodious voice pulled him back from his reverie. Yin Qiu nodded in response. All right. Then wait for me after school. Can we go to my house for some tutoring? Yin Qiu's lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Of course. As the class bell rang, the sound of Xiaoyuan's notification made Shijing Yan unconsciously smile. Coincidentally, Yin Qiu, witnessing this moment, was struck by an absurd thought. His lips appeared so soft, he longed to kiss them. He wondered what he looked like when he cried. Any expression on that slightly pale face would imbue the frail youth with a vibrant vitality. Yin Qiu yearned to see him alive and joyful. After school, due to Jian Shi's lamentations, Bai Ziyang's dissatisfaction was provoked. While he comforted her, he resolved to ensure Yin Qiu would pay a price. Bai Ziyang harbored feelings for Jian Shi, having expressed his affection numerous times, yet her response remained ambiguous, neither affirming nor rejecting, leading him to perceive her as innocent and endearing. Not the kind of vain, materialistic woman. However, many wealthy young men in the school were drawn to such girls, and she played the game of desire and restraint quite well, for the unattainable is always the most coveted. Thus, Yin Qiu found himself cornered once more, an occurrence absent from the original narrative. Consequently, when Shijing Yan received Xiaoyuan's alert, he was already a step behind. Upon his arrival, Yin Qiu bore numerous bruises, and his corruption level had surged to 53. Shijing Yan kicked aside an assailant aiming to ambush Yin Qiu and swiftly pulled him behind his back. Fighting on campus would result in disciplinary action. Bai Ziyang's eyes glinted with disdain as he sneered. Do you think I'm afraid? Attack. Observing the situation, Shijing Yan feared that a fight was inevitable. Yet he worried that his slender physique might not withstand the confrontation. Without hesitation, Bai Xiang's entourage charged at them. Shijing Yan's gaze turned icy as he swiftly incapacitated one of the attackers. Bai Xiang raised his hand, signaling for a momentary halt. He was evidently impressed by the boy's skills, considering those around him were quite capable, yet this seemingly frail youth had taken one down effortlessly. Undeniably, such a person is worthy of friendship. You have impressive skills. How about we become friends? Are you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of this illegitimate child of the Yun family? Bai Xiang's gaze fixed on Shijing Yan, his tone dripping with condescension towards Yunqiu. Unmoved, Shijing Yan spoke with a slight curl of his lips. Friend, you think you deserve that title? What qualifications do you have to belittle others, you wretched man with your lowly perspective? Yunqiu's starry eyes fixated on the boy's profile. Realizing he had chosen to stand by his side, Xiaoyuan, the darkening value has dropped to 40, and the affection level has risen to 70. Chapter 7. The Yandra Boy Fall for the Frail Academic. Part 6. Bai Xiang was utterly humiliated by his words. Choking with anger. You? Fine, then don't blame me for being merciless. Come at me with all you've got. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Indeed. The crowd surged forward, attacks raining down upon Shijing Yan and his companions from all directions. Fearing for Yunqiu's safety, Shijing Yan instinctively shielded him behind his own body. With a swift leap, he delivered a knee strike that sent the assailants flying, creating a sufficient distance between them and Yunqiu, and then he began to fight without reservation. Yunqiu had never imagined that a seemingly delicate youth could be so formidable in a brawl. In their previous encounter, Shijing Yan had held back. This time, it was evident that had he not shown restraint, they might have been seriously injured. Shijing Yan flexed his wrists, breathing heavily, his enchanting eyes narrowing as he disdainfully surveyed the groaning mass of defeated opponents. Shall we continue? I still have some time. Enough. Spare me, big brother. You're my big brother. The responses were a chorus of wails and pleas for mercy. Satisfied, Shijing Yan clapped his hands, his gaze drifting towards the visibly shaken Bai Xiang, whose legs trembled in terror. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, would you care to join me in this bout? And no, I don't want to fight anymore. My apologies. Sure, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Bai Xiang disgracefully broke into tears from the fright. Shijing Yan snorted dismissively, ignoring him. He turned and grasped Yunqiu's wrist, leading him away. Meanwhile, Jian Shi, who had been hiding behind the school building, was evidently taken aback by the recent spectacle. Once she regained her composure, she felt that such a handsome, skilled, and well-bred youth ought to belong to her. Shijing Yan, Jian Shi murmured, somewhat entranced as a peculiar smile blossomed on her face. Such an exceptional individual should stand by her side, propelling her forward. At this moment, having exited the school gates, Shijing Yan collapsed against Yunqiu. The latter swiftly wrapped an arm around his waist, concern etched on his face. Did you get hurt just now? Shijing Yan shook his head, explaining that he had simply exhausted too much energy. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I just need to lean for a moment. Seeing the fragile figure before him stirred a wave of compassion within Yunqiu. Shall I take you home? Shijing Yan smirked, countering. Didn't we agree you would come to my house to help me study? Are you backing out? Yunqiu had been hurriedly summoned by a group of people right after class and had indeed forgotten about the arrangement, even leaving his backpack behind. Noticing his worry, Shijing Yan reassured him, my home has everything we need. You only have to focus on teaching me. I wish to reclaim my rightful grades in this midterm exam. Yunqiu gazed at the shining, confident youth and replied earnestly, yes, I will teach you well. With Yunqiu half supporting Shijing Yan, they entered his family's car. Shijing Yan glanced at Yunqiu, who occasionally stole glances at him, and inwardly mused, this person is rather Xiaoyuan. Rather what? Shijing Yan, reserved yet passionate. Xiaoyuan engaged in a casual conversation with Shijing Yan. While along the way, Yunqiu couldn't help but steal glances at the boy's exquisite profile. It was almost surreal that such a remarkable person would be by his side, offering assistance and genuine concern. With a delicate exterior, yet a profoundly resilient spirit, he embodied kindness and righteousness, exuding pride and confidence, a radiant light piercing through Yun Shiyu's heart, igniting an urgent desire to grasp it. In this manner, Yin Shiyu found himself brought back to the Shi residence. Upon being welcomed by Shijing Yan's brother, he suddenly realized the situation. Shijing, she was exceedingly warm. Exclaiming, "Xiaoyuan, this is the first time you've brought a friend home." Shijing Yan smiled. Introducing Yin Shiyu, "This is my brother. He is really kind. So there's no need to feel anxious." Yin Shiyu greeted him with a charming smile. "Hello, brother." It was a rare sight to witness such a well-behaved side of him, leaving Shijing Yan pleasantly surprised. Shijing, she continued with enthusiastic hospitality, "Please, have a seat. I'll go prepare some fruit for you." After saying this, he turned and headed to the kitchen, with a slight smile on his lips. Shijing Yan led Yin Shiyu back to his room. "Could you assist me with my injuries?" he asked, lifting his right hand, which was still bandaged from a previous wound. Due to the recent altercation, the bandage had torn, blood seeping through the fabric. Yin Shiyu felt a sudden pang of heartache, his brow furrowing as he retrieved the first aid kit. "This time, it's again because of me. Sorry," he said softly while changing the dressing. Shijing Yan's fingers twitched slightly as he inhaled sharply. It's just a minor issue. I don't blame you." Yin Shiyu's touch grew gentler, and he whispered, "Next time, don't engage in fights. At the very least, stay behind me. I'll protect you." Shijing Yan chuckled lightly. "You say that, but with your limited skills, you wouldn't stand a chance. I'm stronger. I can't let anyone bully you." Yin Shiyu lowered his head, a secret smile forming, before returning to the task of tidying the first aid kit. "I will become stronger, so that I can shield you from any harm, making you reliant solely on me." Shijing Yan rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head to observe Yin Shiyu's profile. His sharp features were accentuated by tousled hair, framing his elongated phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and lips that bore a hint of pride. Truly, he was the protagonist, a visage of exquisite beauty. As if sensing his gaze, Yin Shiyu looked up, his voice low yet imbued with a captivating gentleness. "What's on your mind?" Their eyes met, and Shijing Yan blurted out, "I was wondering with your striking looks. Do you have someone you admire?" Yin Shiyu's grip on his clothing tightened. What did this mean? Was he expressing affection for me, or merely indulging in curiosity? If I confess my feelings now, would he accept them? No, someone as exceptional as Shijing Yan couldn't possibly be interested in him. He would surely prefer beautiful girls. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Shiyu replied, "Yes, but I have yet to express my feelings to him, even without explicit words." Shijing Yan understood that the person he spoke of was himself. After all, the affection is evident. However, he finds it difficult to accept, or perhaps he is simply unaware of his own feelings. Moreover, this is merely a task. This person is not truly real, whether real or not. Shijing Yan lowered his head in self-mockery and chuckled softly before looking up to ask, "What attracts you to him? Is it his good looks?" Yin Shiyu gazed deeply into his eyes and replied, "Indeed, not only is he handsome, but he is also gentle and kind-hearted. In the future, I must strive to become better and stronger. I wish to protect him for a lifetime, ensuring he never faces any grievances." Chapter 8. The Infatuated Youth Fall for the Frail Academic. Part 7. Shijing Yan noticed that Yin Shiyu was fixated on him, as if he wished to pour out all his thoughts. Shijing Yan found it unbearable, his cheeks heating up. "Knock, knock, knock." A series of knocks echoed. "Time for fruit." As Shijing Shi entered, Shijing Yan quickly spread 2 books on the table. Yin Shiyu swiftly picked up a pen, feigning to tutor Shijing Yan. Upon entering, Shijing Shi was greeted by the sight of the two diligently studying, and he placed the fruit beside the table. "Have some fruit and take a break." "Got it, brother." As he left, Shijing Shi quietly closed the door. The two inside immediately sighed in relief. Shijing Yan playfully lifted the practice book in his hand, waving it at Yin Shiyu. "How about that? Am I clever?" Yin Shiyu's lips curled into a smile, his affection evident as he affirmed, "Ian is the smartest." Cough, cough, cough. Just as Shijing Yan popped a piece of apple into his mouth, he choked on Yin Shiyu's endearingly indulgent tone and the term of endearment. Yin Shiyu hurriedly patted his back to help him catch his breath. Shijing Yan's face flushed as he accepted the water poured by Yin Shiyu, gulping it down eagerly. Feeling much better. Are you all right? Yin Qiu looked at him with concern, but Shijing Yan turned his head, awkwardly asking, "What did you just call me? Ian. Is that not okay? If you dislike it, I can choose another." Shijing Yan abruptly looked up, meeting Yin Qiu's earnest, slightly aggrieved expression. He opened his mouth, helplessly replying, "No, it's just that your sudden address caught me off guard. I'm not quite used to it. Then I shall call you that from now on. If that's all right, Ian?" Yin Qiu's tone was laced with caution and delight. As if enchanted, Shijing Yan softly responded with an mm. A subtle smile graced his lips. "Unbeknownst to him, I am a year younger than you, so I shall call you Brother Qi." "All right." He called me Brother Qi. How delightful. Shijing Yan could not discern Yin Qiu's thoughts, and instead turned his attention to the mathematics problem, twirling his pen thoughtfully. "Then, Brother Qi, you eat some fruit while I study on my own for a bit. I'll call you if I can't figure it out." "Okay." Yin Qiu then held out a piece of watermelon to his mouth, speaking softly, "Come, open your mouth." Shijing Yan, always eager for food, readily opened his mouth, savoring the sweetness of the watermelon. He tilted his head and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Qi." Yin Qiu gently ruffled his hair, much to his surprise. He felt no aversion, but rather a sense of enjoyment. Thus, the two continued to eat and solve problems together, with most of the fruits disappearing into Shijing Yan's stomach. Before they knew it, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Shijing Yan glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late, Chiga. You should head home now. You've worked hard today. We can continue your tutoring when you have time." "All right, then I'll take my leave, Ian. See you tomorrow." Yin Qiu's eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. Shijing Yan, however, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Yes, see you tomorrow." He escorted Yin Qiu to the door and instructed the driver to take him home. Shijing Shi, observing his younger brother lingering at the entrance, couldn't help but chuckle. "He is already far away. Hurry inside, it's cold outside." Only then did Shijing Yan enter the house, feeling a twinge of regret. What had just happened? Why did he feel a bit reluctant to let him go? No, it must be because he is my brother who has shared my challenges. And he is also my mission target. That is why I am concerned for him. Noticing his brother lost in thought, Shijing Shi curiously inquired, "Are you two getting along well? Perhaps after the midterm exams, you could invite him to stay for a few days. Especially since I will be on a business trip then. I am uneasy leaving you alone at home, considering the aunt leaves after cooking and cleaning. You would surely feel lonely by yourself." Just as Shijing Yan had lifted a bowl of kanji to his lips, he quickly swallowed and retorted, "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. I could take care of myself. No, you need someone to accompany you for my peace of mind. Just think of what happened last time. If I hadn't intervened, who knows what might have happened to you?" He insisted, "Listen to your brother, Xiaoyuan. Moreover, that boy from the Yin family is not as simple as he appears. The illegitimate son could potentially disrupt the entire Yun family as plans. With him around, he would certainly protect his younger brother." "Fine, brother. I will speak to Chiga about it shortly." "Humph, calling a brother already?" Shijing Yan teased, sensing his brother's jealousy. He quickly reassured, "Brother, he is older than me, so don't be upset. You're my only true brother." Shijing Shi was quite pleased with his younger brother's words, ruffling his fluffy hair and smiling. "All right, I'm not angry. Now hurry and eat, otherwise the food will get cold." After dinner, Shijing Yan retreated to his room while his brother immersed himself in work in his study. After a refreshing shower, Shijing Yan messaged Yin Qiu, "Chiga, the midterm exams are next Friday. Once the exams are over, my brother will be on a business trip. Can you come stay with me for 2 days?" He is worried about me being alone. The response came almost instantaneously. "Sure, I'll come to your house next Friday evening." Yin Qiu, however, was so exhilarated by this exchange that he tossed and turned all night, unable to find sleep. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan fell into a deep slumber immediately. The next day, Gong Lingyu noticed the dark circles under Yin Qiu's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong, young Master Yin? Did you not sleep well?" Yin Qiu shot him a cold glance and replied, "Silence." Gong Lingyu, with a sense of grievance, Gong Lingyu swallowed his words back down. In recent days, Shijing Yan, under the guidance of Yin Qiu and bolstered by his own foundation, felt little to fear regarding the midterm examination. Yet, as the day of the exam arrived, Shijing Yan could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. "Please, let it go well. It would be hard to believe that a nine-tailed fox could fail an exam. The moment Shijing Yan entered the classroom, Gong Lingyu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Xiao, you're here." Shijing Yan smiled politely, yet awkwardly in response. "Greeting Yin Xiao, good Xiao. Remember to come to my house after the exam today." Yin Xiao, with his deep-set features and elongated phoenix-like eyes, gazed at him intently, softly replying, "Sure, Ian." Watching their interaction, Gong Lingyu felt a pang of frustration. The pretty boy always appeared so aloof and unapproachable, revealing his rare gentleness only in the presence of Yin Xiao. As Shijing Yan settled into the assigned seat, with about 15 minutes remaining before the exam began, the teacher commenced explaining the examination rules. Once the instructions were complete, the teacher handed out the papers. Shijing Yan flipped through the exam paper, finding it quite simple, with many questions he had been taught by Yin Xiao, thus feeling confident of success. Chapter 9. The Sickly Youth Falls for the Frail Academic, Part 8. After a grueling day of examinations, the final subject concluded, marking the end of the ordeal. Shijing Yan, having sat for an entire day, felt his legs numb. Sighing, he breathed a sigh of relief, experiencing an unprecedented sense of liberation. "Ian, how do you feel?" Yin Xiao approached him, carrying his backpack in one hand. "Not bad, just a bit tired. Shall we head to my house?" Yin Xiao's lips curved into a gentle smile, radiating warmth like a fleeting bloom, evoking admiration. "All right, let us retrieve my belongings from the security office." Shijing Yan draped an arm around his shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips, with dimples subtly appearing on his cheeks. As they collected their belongings, they returned to the Shi residence. Upon opening the door, Shijing Yan discovered his brother had already left, leaving a note affixed to the door. "Xiaoyuan, take good care of yourself and get along well with that boy from the Yun family. I will return in 2 days. Silly older brother. Then, good Xiao, you can stay in the room next door. Come, I'll show you." Yin Xiao nodded. "All right, thank you, Ian." The room was simple yet distinct, adorned in black, a remnant of Shijing Yan's rebellious face. Clearing his throat, Shijing Yan remarked, "This was my setup for middle school. I hope you don't mind." "Not all. It's quite special, especially that adorable little rabbit on the wall." A smile danced on Shijing Yan's lips as he replied, "All right, good Xiao, you tidy up first. Once you're done, come to my room, and we can go out to eat together." "Okay." Returning to his own room, Shijing Yan messaged the housekeeper, instructing her not to come for dinner that evening. After sending the message, he sat on the bed, waiting for Yin Xiao. As he began to feel drowsy, there was a knock at the door. "Ian, shall we go?" Shijing Yan appeared in a languid demeanor, yawning softly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes glistening with a captivating sheen, rendering Yin Xiao momentarily breathless. Beautiful yet not overly seductive. "Let us visit the snack street. It has been quite some time," Shijing Yan remarked, gently nudging the dazed Yin Xiao. "All right," Yin Xiao replied, lowering his gaze, feeling a touch embarrassed to stare openly. They ventured to the most renowned snack street in the area, where Shijing Yan indulged in a plethora of delectable treats: oden, pan-fried buns, skewers, and an array of snacks, one after another. The enticing aromas were simply irresistible. Eventually, Shijing Yan found himself so full that he could hardly walk. "Chiga, wait a moment," he called out, somewhat distressed. "What is the matter, Ian?" Yin Xiao halted, steadying the swaying Shijing Yan. "Is your stomach upset from overeating?" Shijing Yan hesitated before admitting, "I may have overindulged a bit. I can hardly move. Shall we rest for a while?" Of course, Yin Xiao smiled, turning his back to him, bending down and offering, "I shall carry you." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Shijing Yan hesitated, feeling somewhat shy about being carried in public. "Come on, Ian, hop on," Yin Xiao persisted, remaining in his crouched position, showing no intention of standing up. With a resigned sigh, Shijing Yan murmured, "All right, just this once. I suppose there aren't too many people around." With that, he climbed onto Yin Xiao's back, immediately feeling the sensation of being lifted off the ground. Yin Xiao securely supported his legs, asking with a smile, "Is this all right?" Shijing Yan mumbled an affirmative, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as his cheeks flushed. Being carried as a grown man was undeniably mortifying. Yet, Yin Xiao's steady stride conveyed no sense of awkwardness. The broadness of his shoulders instilled a sense of security and Shijing Yan, while the warmth of their bodies pressed together evoked a familiar comfort, as if he had experienced such a moment before, though no specific memory surfaced. The streets were sparsely populated, the streetlights casting a dazzling glow, and few passers-by cast curious glances their way, allowing them to walk with ease. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan, nestled against his back, was on the verge of dozing off. "We've arrived home, Ian." Shijing Yan responded drowsily, and Yun Qiu chuckled softly, lifting him slightly to carry him into the house. When Shijing Yan was finally laid upon the bed, he fully awakened, smiling at Yun Qiu. "Thank you, Chiga, for carrying me back. I promise to carry you another day." "That will be delightful," Yun Qiu replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. His deep-set phoenix eyes radiating an irresistible charm that stirred emotions within. Shijing Yan gazed at his endearing expression, which felt strikingly familiar, and, as if enchanted, exclaimed, "Chiga, your smile is truly captivating. Could you repeat that?" Yun Qiu, slightly delighted, leaned closer to Shijing Yan's face, his hands bracing on either side, enveloping him in an embrace. Shijing Yan, captivated by the closeness of Yun Qiu's handsome visage, felt a stirring within, tugging at his collar, halting before him, their noses nearly touching. In a moment of spontaneity, Shijing Yan acted in a way he himself had not anticipated. Yet, Yun Qiu only paused for an instant before taking the lead. The person he cherishes took the initiative to kiss him, and he was delighted, certainly unwilling to let this moment slip away. Thus, he kissed with great care, gently brushing his lips against the lower one, causing even Shijing Yan to be stirred by his affection, deeply ensnared by this fondness. Shijing Yan clung tightly to his neck, slightly parting his lips, as Yun Qiu seized the opportunity to delve deeper, enveloping him in a tender, lingering kiss. Their breaths entwined for an extended period, until Shijing Yan, gasping for air, whimpered softly, prompting Yun Qiu to finally release him. Observing the blush at the corners of his eyes and the languor in his demeanor, Yun Qiu felt a wave of remorse and spoke gently, "I apologize for my impulsiveness." Listening to his words, Shijing Yan wore a playful smile, retorting, "Wasn't it me who initiated the kiss? Why are you the one apologizing, Chiga?" Caught off guard, Yun Qiu suddenly realized and inquired, "What made you kiss me?" This question left Shijing Yan momentarily speechless. He had simply been captivated by Yun Qiu's smile, which he cherished dearly, and in a moment of impulse, he had leaned in. "I suppose it's just that when you smile, I lose control. You're simply too attractive. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Yun Qiu leaned closer, his warm breath grazing Shijing Yan's ear as he whispered, "So, does a Yan like me?" The action rendered Shijing Yan's ears crimson, yet he feigned indifference. "Oh, Chiga, you mentioned having someone you fancy. Could that person be me?" "It is you." Shijing Yan intended to tease him, but was taken aback by Yun Qiu's candid admission. "What about you? Tell me, what do you truly feel for me?" Given that his affection had yet to reach its zenith, it would be wiser to proceed with caution, seeking opportunities to withdraw later. He had come on a mission, after all, wishing to avoid becoming too emotionally invested, as that would only lead to his own heartache. At present, he merely felt a slight stirring of emotions. He would not allow himself to fall completely. Chapter 10. The Lovesick Youth Falls for the Frail Academic, Part 9. "Chiga, why don't we give it a try? I've never been in a relationship. You should teach me." Shijing Yan rolled over, pinning Yun Qiu beneath him, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Yun Qiu adored this side of him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "All right, I'm a novice as well. Boyfriend, I look forward to your guidance. May I make a request?" Yun Qiu gazed at Shijing Yan, tenderly pulling him closer before flipping their positions. Now face to face, their noses nearly touching, breaths warm and intertwined. "Speak. What do you desire, Yan?" Conveniently, tomorrow was Saturday, and he longed for a meal prepared by Shijing Yan himself. "I want to eat boiled chicken, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and many more delectable dishes. Can you do that?" "Of course, as long as you don't mind my culinary skills," Yun Qiu replied, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on his forehead, his smile affectionate. Shijing Yan, momentarily stunned, touched his own forehead, feeling a warmth in his cheeks. The sensation of being in love seemed quite delightful. How could I mind, Chiga? Now let us get up, wash up, and then sleep. All right. It is worth noting that as the male lead, Yunqiu possessed culinary skills rivaling those of a five-star restaurant chef, always preparing delicious meals for the female protagonist. This time, he was certainly in for a treat. After taking a shower, Shijing Yan nestled into the quilt, while Yunqiu sat on the edge of the bed. Chuckling softly, "Are you really going to sleep with me?" he inquired. Shijing Yan grasped the blanket tightly, his cheeks flushed. Earlier, when Yunqiu had gone to take a shower, he had unexpectedly blurted out the suggestion of sharing a bed. Ah, truly, beauty can lead one astray. Yunqiu paused, a shadow crossing his gaze, yet he readily agreed. Shijing Yan bit his lip shyly, but still retorted with bravado, "If you don't want to sleep, then fine. Since Ian invited me, how could I refuse?" Yunqiu teased as he lifted the quilt and pulled him into his embrace, explaining, "I fear my self-restraint may falter with someone I adore so close by. Yunqiu, you better not. Be careful, or my brother will beat you up." "All right. Once we graduate from college, I shall let you," he replied. "Humph, as if I need your permission." Shijing Yan blushed, playfully pushing back, yet felt a warmth envelop him. Yunqiu intertwined his fingers with Shijing Yan's, pressing his chest against his back, holding him tightly and whispering, "All right, be good, Ian, sleep now. I will always be here to protect you." Yet, he feared that when the time came, it would be their moment of parting. Shijing Yan wished to complete his task and accumulate sufficient affection points before he would have to leave. Otherwise, he truly feared becoming ensnared. System notification. Ding, affection level 5. Currently at 90. The next morning, Shijing Yan, still drowsy, felt someone kiss him and whisper sweet nothings in his ear. He mumbled, "Got it. Then give me a kiss, and I shall prepare breakfast," Yunqiu said, tapping his lips. Shijing Yan wrapped his arms around Yunqiu's neck, squinting as he playfully pecked his lips, though only managing to reach the corner before drifting back to sleep. Yunqiu's smile widened as he planted a kiss on Shijing Yan's face, tucked him in, and proceeded to the kitchen. As the clock neared 11, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen stirred Shijing Yan from his slumber. "It smells so good," he exclaimed, springing upright from the bed. After a brief moment of confusion, he hurried to freshen up. While brushing his teeth, he dashed to the kitchen, and upon seeing Yunqiu, clad in an apron and diligently cooking, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. After a quick glance, he returned to finish washing up. Yunqiu's lips curled into a smile, secretly pleased with himself. 10 minutes later, Shijing Yan re-entered the kitchen, licking his lips. "Chiga, can I taste it?" Yunqiu, grinning, offered him a piece of poached chicken. "Open wide." Shijing Yan, with a playful grin, obliged, and as the tender, flavorful chicken melted in his mouth, he couldn't help but nod in approval. "Delicious. This is the best poached chicken I've ever had." "Really?" A flicker of joy sparkled in Yunqiu's eyes, filling his heart with happiness. "Of course, Chiga. How much longer until we eat? I am starving." Shijing Yan whined, and Yunqiu, unable to resist, chuckled warmly, with a smile gracing his lips. He served him a bowl of egg drop soup, saying, "Go wait in the living room for half an hour and enjoy this soup while you wait. I am counting on you for this meal. Chiga, do your best." "All right, let's head out. The kitchen is filled with smoke, and I will wait for you outside." Yunqiu gently pushed Shijing Yan out. Leaning at the doorway, Shijing Yan took a sip of soup, appearing quite leisurely. "Chiga, you truly are a wonderful homebody, and as your boyfriend, I feel immensely honored." Yunqiu chuckled, affirming that he only cooked for him. Suddenly, Shijing Yan felt a pang of discomfort. Was he deceiving others' feelings while that person treated him with such sincerity? "Shijing Yan, how can you betray someone's emotions and genuine affection, despite the turmoil in his heart?" He finished the bowl of egg drop soup, simply because it was too delicious to resist. After watching television for a while, finally, the young man, reeking of the aroma of cooking, placed the dishes on the dining table. "Chiga, let me help you." In a hurry, Shijing Yan rose from the sofa to assist with the dishes. Observing Shijing Yan's enthusiasm, Yunqiu affectionately cautioned, "Be careful, Ian, don't burn yourself." "Don't worry, boyfriend." Shijing Yan replied with a mischievous grin, his dimples adding to his charm. Throughout the meal, Yin Xiao mostly fed Shijing Yan himself, and the word delicious was praised by Shijing Yan countless times. After finishing their meal, Shijing Yan took the initiative to wash the dishes. Once everything was tidied up, Yin Xiao pulled Shijing Yan into his embrace, and they began watching a drama together. Shijing Yan, who had only recently arrived and was typically busy with studies, found himself quite intrigued by the television show, marveling at the experience. Is this what dating is like? Does a kiss bring such joy? Is it for real? Stealing a glance at Yin Xiao, who was engrossed in the show, he subtly leaned against his shoulder and, taking advantage of Yin Xiao's distraction, stole a kiss on his cheek. His skin felt so soft, and his heart raced. It seemed he was a little happy. Yin Xiao paused. Noticing Shijing Yan nestled against his shoulder, his ears flushed with embarrassment. The one who just stole a kiss was now shy. Ian, did you just steal a kiss from me? Yin Xiao gently called out, his voice husky. Clearing his throat, Shijing Yan stammered, it was just a moment of inspiration. Just a moment of inspiration. A moment of inspiration. Is that referring to the drama? Yin Xiao pondered, then lowered his head to place a soft kiss at the corner of Shijing Yan's eye. This was a reciprocation. Yin Xiao's phoenix eyes curved in a smile, far more tender than when he wore a serious expression. Shijing Yan accepted this gesture with a sense of entitlement, feeling a flutter in his heart, and comfortably nestled against Yin Xiao, continuing to watch the drama. Chapter 11. The Obsessed Youth Falls for the Frail Scholar. Part 10. Time flew by, and the weekend swiftly came to an end, ushering in the first day of school. Wake up, Ian, it's Monday. I know, Shijing Yan replied, as Yin Xiao helped him into his school uniform. His eyes barely opened, his hair a disheveled mess. Yet to Yin Xiao, he appeared utterly adorable. He pulled the person down from the bed, drew him into his embrace, and planted a kiss on his lips, saying, "Be good, wash up. I've also prepared breakfast. We will have a bite shortly, and then head to school." Shijing Yan nodded repeatedly. I'll be quick." The young man yawned, rubbed his eyes, and forced himself to open his drowsy gaze, dragging his weary body to wash up. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao took this opportunity to heat a cup of milk for him. After the two enjoyed a quiet breakfast together, they set off for school. Suddenly, Shijing Yan extended his left hand, somewhat awkwardly asking, "Chiga, may I hold your hand for a while?" Yin Xiao paused, remaining still for a moment. Shijing Yan assumed he was reluctant and felt a hint of disappointment. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, it was enveloped by a broad, warm palm, their fingers intertwining. Yin Xiao smiled and said, "Of course." Shijing Yan's lips curled into an uncontainable smile, though he quickly masked his expression, unwilling to admit that he felt a flicker of joy inside. As they neared the school gate, Shijing Yan gently disengaged from his grasp, adopting a serious demeanor. "Cough, considering our age, we must not attract unnecessary gossip, you understand." Yin Xiao brushed his lips with his fingers and replied, "I'll heed your words, Yin. If I am so obedient, may I request a reward?" "Cough. What do you desire?" Shijing Yan lowered his gaze to kick a stone on the path, a blush creeping up to his ears. Observing his bashful demeanor, Yin Xiao leaned in slowly, his lips nearly brushing against Shijing Yan's ear when an untimely voice interrupted them. "Hey, Yingo, what a coincidence." Both of them instinctively recoiled, as if electrocuted. "You two are here so early?" Gong Lingyu approached them with an excited expression. Yin Xiao's face darkened as he retorted at the oblivious intruder. "What does it concern you?" Gong Lingyu was momentarily taken aback by his unfriendly tone, casting a pitiful glance at Shijing Yan. Shijing Yan offered him a look that seemed to communicate that his arrival was rather ill-timed. "Let's go, Chiga." Shijing Yan broke the silence, quickening his pace to lead the way. "All right." Yin Xiao's expression softened as he followed the young man's steps into the campus. Gong Lingyu, puzzled, wondered, what have I done? Did my presence disturb them? As this thought arose, he seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be that the two had developed feelings for each other? "Damn, you actually went for the person I had my eye on first. And you claimed you didn't like him." Yet upon reflection, although Yin Xiao's status as an illegitimate child was humble, being summoned back by the Yun family surely indicated his importance. "Forget it. I can't afford to provoke him," he sighed. Today marked the day of the midterm exam results. Thanks to his own efforts and Yun Qiu's guidance, Shijing Yan achieved the top score in the entire grade, surpassing the previous first-place student, Jian Shi, who now occupied the second position. Yun Qiu gazed at the confident young man, thinking how clever his Ayan was. With Shijing Yan's exam results, the title of academic prodigy truly suited him. Subsequently, at school, Jianxi commenced her white lotus-style pursuit, openly expressing her affection for Shijing Yan. On this day, Jianxi purchased a cup of pearl milk tea and placed it delicately on Shijing Yan's desk. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she gently inquired, "Classmate, sure. You only missed one question on today as quiz. Could you possibly teach me?" Shijing Yan, perplexed, wondered why the female protagonist seemed to orbit him incessantly. However, to prevent any further entanglements between her and Qi Gu, he found no objection in assisting her. He returned the milk tea, stating, "I shall not accept this. Instead, tell me which question troubles you." Fortunately, this afternoon, Yun Qiu had taken half a day off due to family matters. Otherwise, he would have felt a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. Jianxi, resembling a bashful young woman, paused her fingertip over a relatively simple question. Shijing Yan could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, bluntly exclaiming, "This is so simple. How is it that you do not understand? How have you been studying?" Jianxi retorted, "I merely pointed at a random question." Her eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. "Stop, do not cry. I will write out the solution for you to observe." With a resigned sigh, Shijing Yan swiftly pinned the steps to the solution for her. Jianxi nodded, leaning in closer. "I understand now." The handsome profile of the young man was mere inches away, and Jianxi, yearning for a moment of intimacy, leaned in to steal a kiss, only to find him leaning back, leaving her grasping at air. "Is there more?" she mused, feeling her hopes dashed. Determined not to appear foolish, she decided to select a more challenging problem, believing it would provide her another opportunity to draw nearer to him. With this resolve, her fingertips settled on a particularly difficult question. Shijing Yan glanced at it, set down his pen, and candidly remarked, "I cannot solve this one. You should seek help elsewhere. I must tidy up and return home now." Jianxi, crestfallen, replied, "Oh." Moments later, Shijing Yan slung his bag over his shoulder and strode away. Jianxi stared blankly at his dashing silhouette until it vanished from her fervent gaze. In recent days, Yun Qiu had been preoccupied with matters concerning the company. Shijing Yan sensed that Yun Tianzhao was likely dissatisfied with his brother's presence and was deliberately seeking out issues. Nevertheless, Yun Qiu occasionally made time to video call him. In the video, Yun Qiu appeared somewhat haggard, dark circles forming beneath his eyes, yet he inquired about the young man's well-being. "Ian, how was your day? Have you been eating well? You look so thin, you must eat more." "Of course, Qi has been quite busy lately," Shijing Yan replied, unaware of the oddity in his tone, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Yun Qiu's absence. Observing the slightly jealous undertone in his voice, Yun Qiu regarded him with a bemused expression, explaining, "I have several projects that require completion, so I've been a bit occupied. The day after tomorrow, I shall take you out for your favorite barbecue, and I have a surprise prepared for you." "Sounds great." Shijing Yan's eyes sparkled, his enchanting gaze resembling crescent moons when he smiled, radiating warmth. Yun Qiu swallowed, his expression inscrutable. "Ian, drink a cup of hot milk, then take a bath and go to sleep." "Understood. Qiu, please wait for me a moment. I will pour the milk." "All right, go ahead." As Yun Qiu watched the handsome face of the youth fade from the screen, he felt an overwhelming desire to be by his side instantly. He longed to see him, to kiss him, to press him beneath him day and night, wishing to merge him into his very being, never to part again. Yet, when Shijing Yan re-entered his line of sight, holding a glass of milk, those frenzied thoughts were quelled. In a low, hoarse, alluring voice, Yun Qiu murmured, "Ian, I miss you so much." Chapter 12. The Lovesick Youth Falls for the Frail Scholar. Part 11. Shijing Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he sipped half of the milk, licking his lips at the end. "Once you're done with your business, come find me. You're always welcome, Brother Qiu." He teased Yun Qiu deliberately, winking playfully afterwards. Yun Qiu's breath caught, his voice becoming increasingly husky and melodious, his eyes tinged with crimson. Ian, I'll deal with you when I return. All right. I'll hang up then. I'm off to take a shower. Yin Xiao intended to say something more, but the youth hung up without hesitation. This little rascal was being deliberate. He closed his laptop and took a cold shower to quell the tumultuous fire within, yet the image of that fair, beautiful face lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan seemed enveloped by Yin Xiao's gentle gaze and indulgent tone. Yin Xiao embodied a captivating beauty, exuding an irresistible aura of hormones that seemed to flood Shijing Yan even through the screen, drawing him in uncontrollably. Shijing Yan chuckled to himself, realizing he had to act swiftly. Otherwise, he might find it impossible to escape this entanglement. They were approaching their second year of university, and a year was not to be prolonged, yet he found it hard to let go. At that moment, the two were separated by distance, yet shared the same restless insomnia. The following day, Jianxi sought Shijing Yan once more for guidance, only for him to pull Gong Lingyu over abruptly. Gong Lingyu's eyes brightened instantly as he approached the youth. Xiaoyuan, you called for me? What can I assist you with? Shijing Yan wore a cryptic smile and deflected. She is looking for you, classmate Gong. You must teach her well. I need to head to the library. Bye. Leaving behind two bewildered individuals staring at each other. Gong Lingyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, you want me to teach? Your grades surpass mine by far, and if I recall correctly, you're second in the grade, right? You and Xiaoyuan are only a few points apart. Do you really need to consult him? A knowing smile crept onto his face. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Jianxi stammered as she clutched her paper and walked away. Gong Lingyu chuckled, noting the evident affection she held for Shijing Yan. Unfortunately, that little cat seemed to have eyes only for Yin Xiao. Oh well, what doesn't belong to him cannot be seized. Instead of heading to the library, Shijing Yan went to prepare a gift for Yin Xiao, as the day after tomorrow marked that person's birthday. Arriving at a high-end men's clothing store, Shijing Yan browsed for quite some time until a gray silk tie caught his eye. Sister, please wrap this up for me. He pointed at the tie. The attendant smiled. Little brother has great taste. This is a limited edition for this year. The young boy smiled shyly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. He thought to himself that the other might indeed appreciate it. Along the way, Shijing Yan personally ordered a cake, requesting the bakery to deliver it to the address he provided the day after tomorrow. Upon returning home, he found that his brother had already come back from work. Though he was preoccupied with his tasks, he recalled that the downfall of their family was primarily due to a business bid that had been leaked, leading to unfounded accusations, a plummet in stock prices, and ultimately bankruptcy. It seemed likely that the betrayal had originated from someone close to Shijing. This time, he vowed to safeguard their home and protect his brother. Xiaoyuan, do you possess any hacking skills? Could you lend them to me? Xiaoyuan's apologetic voice responded. I'm sorry, Shige, I lack that capability, but I do have some resources for self-study. Shijing Yan sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. What use are you then? Never mind. I trust that with my abilities, it won't be too difficult to learn. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaoyuan affirmed. Indeed, Shige is the most formidable. Consequently, Shijing Yan prepared a cup of coffee for his brother, engaging in light conversation before retreating to his room to earnestly study hacking techniques. As night approached, around 10:30, he received a call from Yin Xiao. After less than an hour of conversation, fatigue began to overtake him. It's getting late. Ian, you should rest. Yin Xiao observed the boy, who struggled to keep his eyes open, and felt a pang of compassion. However, there are still some things I don't quite understand. Don't dwell on it, my dear. When we return the day after tomorrow, I'll teach you step by step. All right, it's a promise. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Chiga. Good night. Finally, after hanging up, Shijing Yan took a shower and fell asleep almost instantly. The next day, he rose early and resumed his self-study of hacking techniques. It was Saturday, and he devoted nearly the entire day to his computer. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat lunch. And if his brother hadn't returned in the evening to remind him about dinner, he might have even overlooked that meal. After dinner, it was unusual for Yin Xiao not to call him. Perhaps he was too busy. Shijing Yan didn't dwell on it, continuing his research until dizziness set in. Realizing it was past 2 in the morning, he quickly shut down his computer, rushed to take a shower, and went to bed. The following morning, Shijing Yan felt warmth enveloping him. As he randomly reached out, his hand encountered something soft yet firm, reminiscent of someone's abdominal muscles. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Yun Chio gazing tenderly at him, his ears slightly flushed. Although they had known each other for only a few months, the scene felt oddly familiar. Shijing Yan glanced at his hand, which was resting on Yun Chio's abdomen, and quickly withdrew it in shock. However, Yun Chio seized his hand, unabashedly guiding it downward. "All right, Chiga, stop teasing me. It's too early for this." Shijing Yan genuinely feared an accidental misfire. A playful smile flickered in Yun Chio's eyes as he ceased his teasing, gently kissing the boy's fingertips and inquiring with concern, "Would you like to sleep a little longer? You stayed up quite late yesterday." Yun Chio brushed aside the boy's tousled hair. Worry etched on his face as he noticed the redness in Shijing Yan's eyes. "Well then, accompany me for a while." In the next moment, Yun Chio was unexpectedly drawn into Shijing Yan's embrace. Initially, it was Shijing Yan who held him, but Yun Chio was half a head taller, resting his chin on the boy's fluffy hair, comfortably nuzzling against it. For some inexplicable reason, Shijing Yan felt a profound sense of tranquility, inhaling the faint, refreshing scent of lemon emanating from Yun Chio, and soon drifted into slumber. After approximately an hour, Shijing Yan awakened. "I will wait for you in the living room." "All right." Yun Chio rose from the bed and made his way to the living room, while Shijing Yan rubbed his hair and, with somewhat unsteady steps, entered the bathroom. About half an hour later, Shijing Yan joined Yun Chio in the living room, plopping down beside him. "Are you ready?" Yun Chio set down his cup and turned to observe him. The youth was clad in a white sweatshirt and jeans, radiating the vibrant energy characteristic of youth. "Ahem. I'm ready now. I'm usually not this slow. Today was just an exception. If it weren't for my indecision about what to wear, I wouldn't have taken so long." Amused by Shijing Yan's proud explanation, Yun Chio couldn't help but pull him in for a kiss. "I understand. I'm not bothered by your slowness. How about breakfast? Shall I prepare something?" "No need. Instead, shall we take a stroll and then go out for barbecue at noon?" Chapter 13. The obsessive youth falls for the frail scholar during university. Both were now 19. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Yun Chio's lips as he leaned closer to Shijing Yan's ear, his voice light yet stirring. "Ayan, shall we go on a date first?" "Sure, let us go, my boyfriend." Holding Shijing Yan's hand, Yun Chio felt that this was the only way to affirm the reality of their connection. They attended a science fiction film together, though Shijing Yan was rather uninterested, preferring horror films, particularly those involving zombies. As the film progressed, he leaned his head and fell asleep on Yun Chio's shoulder. Noticing that the boy had succumbed to slumber, Yun Chio wrapped his arm around him and gently inclined his head closer. Nearing the film's conclusion, Shijing Yan stirred awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "How did I fall asleep? And why didn't you wake me?" Seeing the situation, it was clear the film was nearing its end. A tender smile graced Yun Chio's lips, filled with affection. "How could I bear to wake you? Then I must have wasted the movie that Chiga prepared for me. The film pales in comparison to your presence. It's all right. We still have plenty of time." Yun Chio leaned closer to his left ear, his warm breath igniting a fleeting thrill within Shijing Yan. Observing the blush creeping onto his face, Yun Chio chuckled softly, leading him out of the cinema. The two arrived at a renowned barbecue restaurant and savored a delicious meal they had long anticipated. Following their feast, Yun Chio pulled Shijing Yan to the Ferris wheel, a cherished spot for dates at the amusement park. Shijing Yan, seated on the inner side, curiously surveyed their surroundings. But before he could fully absorb the scene, the Ferris wheel began to turn, and he instinctively felt as though he might be flung to the ground. Fortunately, Yun Chio swiftly pulled him into his embrace. A deep, sultry voice penetrated through the chest and reached the eardrums of Shijing Yan. "Steady yourself, Ian, or I might just hold you like this forever." "I'd rather not," he replied, wriggling out of his embrace and leaning beside him, though his hand remained firmly clasped. The view from this height was indeed exquisite. Indeed, Yun Chio concurred, yet his gaze never strayed from the youth's face. As they reached the pinnacle, Shijing Yan felt Yun Chio gently lift his chin, drawing closer, causing his heart to momentarily pause. The kiss was tender, yet threatened to drown him in its affectionate warmth. After the kiss, Shijing Yan languidly collapsed into his arms, momentarily vexed, wishing to land a couple of punches. But the thought of it being Yun Chio's birthday stayed his hand. Ian, let me take you somewhere. Where? Yun Chio wore a playful smile, teasingly withholding the answer until they arrived. They found themselves on an abandoned rooftop, cluttered with dilapidated objects. Why you brought me here, Chigo? Shijing Yan inquired, puzzled by his surroundings, but Yun Chio remained silent. Noticing the absence of a response, Shijing Yan turned to search for him. To his surprise, Yun Chio held a large bouquet of blue baby-S breath, accented with champagne roses, gazing at him with deep affection. Conventionally, red roses would be the choice, but I believe champagne roses and baby-S breath suit you far better. The language of baby-S breath embodies what I wish to convey, an eternal love, unwavering until death. Shijing Yan accepted the flowers, cherishing the champagne roses, yet his heart favored the baby-S breath for its romantic name. He adored all things beautiful. Fragmented memories surfaced, hinting that someone had once gifted him flowers, yet the details eluded him, like shards of a broken picture. What's wrong, Ian? Why are you crying? Yun Chio clumsily wiped away his tears. Realizing he had been crying, Shijing Yan embraced the flowers tightly and threw himself into Yun Chio's arms, feigning pride. It's just the wind making my eyes hurt. Understanding his need for pride, Yun Chio refrained from exposing him, gently patting his back in comfort. All right, it's just the wind. Once composed, Shijing Yan playfully intertwined their fingers. It's past 7. Let us go to my house for dinner. Yun Chio simply smiled in silence, allowing the youth to hold his wrist while the other hand cradled the bouquet. He escorted him home, where Shijing was absent due to work commitments. This fortunate circumstance spared them the need to explain their hand-holding and the silly sight of flowers in their possession. Chigo, let us head to my room. Huh? Yun Chio was puzzled. What do you mean, huh? Just go. Shijing Yan insisted, pushing him toward the door. The moment Yun Chio opened it, Shijing Yan pressed the switch. Before them hung strings of colorful lights spelling out happy birthday, with a few red balloons scattered nearby. Leaning against the doorframe, Shijing Yan's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight, his posture languid. Happy birthday, Chigo. Originally expecting to see Yun Chio in tears, ready to mock him later, the next moment he found himself pinned against the wall, his lips silenced without a chance for protest. Ah, Yun Chio, you rascal. The metallic taste of blood lingered between them, only intensifying the man's desire. The more Shijing Yan wished to escape, the more Yun Chio refused to let him go. It was only after their passionate exchange that Yun Chio reluctantly released him. Apologies, Ian, I was too impulsive just now. You, how can you be so forward? It lacked any finesse, you made my lip bleed. Yun Chio tenderly brushed away the blood from the corner of the young man's mouth and inquired, Does it still hurt? Shijing Yan inhaled sharply. All right, considering it's your birthday today, I want to hold it against you. I'll go fetch the cake. Yun Chio lowered his gaze, his tousled hair obscuring the starlight in his eyes, and a smile crept upon his lips. Never before had he felt such joy in his years as he did now. Having someone to celebrate his birthday, to throw tantrums at him, to show concern, he wished for this blissful existence to endure eternally. Little Yuan. Ding. Darkening value reduced to 10. Affection level 5, now at 95. Shijing Yan set the cake down, lit the candles, and extinguished the lights. Chigo, make a wish. All right. Yun Chio closed his eyes, palms pressed together, and made his wish. He hoped that every birthday to come would be graced by the young man's presence. As Yun Chio opened his eyes, a beautifully crafted blue gift box was presented before him. This is for you. Take a look, do you like it? Yun Chio's face lit up with surprise and joy as he eagerly opened the box. Inside lay a limited edition gray tie. He carefully picked it up, stroked it gently, and then placed it back. Yen, thank you. I will treasure it. Enough of that. Let us cut the cake. I'm starving. Shijing Yan passed him the knife, and Yun Chio grasped his hand. Together they sliced the cake, with Shijing Yan conveniently settling onto his lap. By the time they finished the cake, it was already 9 o'clock. Yun Chio glanced at the time. I should be leaving now. How about you stay over at my place tonight? It's too late to catch a cab. Chapter 14. The Obsessive Youth Falls for the Frail Scholar, Part 13. Seeing Shijing Yan's prideful yet reluctant demeanor, Yun Xiao felt his heart soften, a slight smile gracing his lips. All right. His prompt agreement felt somewhat off, and Shijing Yan shot him a suspicious glance. However, Yun Xiao firmly grasped his hands, gaze intense. Yan, I told you I'd deal with you upon my return. Waiting for me here? Shijing Yan, possessing strong agility, attempted to break free but remained utterly still. Underestimating him, he realized that his strength was no match for Yun Xiao's, and his hands were bound with a belt. Yan, I truly wish to devour you right now. With his hands restrained, Shijing Yan lowered his head in a playful manner. Gu, I was wrong. Yun Xiao smiled, lifting him effortlessly onto the bed. Recognizing your mistake is good. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Shijing Yan turned his head away, his cheeks flushed. He anticipated that Yun Xiao would be bolder than he had imagined. Gu, could you please untie my hands? My wrists hurt. Indeed, a glimpse of red appeared in the line of sight. The belt had chafed the delicate wrist of Shijing Yan, leaving a faint mark. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss upon the young man's wrist before unfastening it. A triumphant smile graced Shijing Yan's lips as he flipped over, pinning Yun Xiao beneath him, his hands seizing both of the latter's wrists. All's fair in love and war, Brother Qi, he teased. Yun Xiao's profound gaze curved slightly, his eyes fixated on Shijing Yan without a hint of resistance, exuding an air of leisurely surrender, as if inviting him to pluck the fruits of his affection. Feeling the intensity of Yun Xiao's gaze, Shijing Yan's cheeks flushed with warmth. In a fit of playful frustration, he bit down gently on Yun Xiao's collarbone, leaving behind a delicate trail of teeth marks. As Shijing Yan prepared to rise from him, a firm hand secured the nape of his neck, pulling him back. Without delay, Yun Xiao captured his lips in a fervent kiss, infused with deep affection. During their embrace, Yun Xiao's hand slipped beneath Shijing Yan's garment, the cool touch igniting a curious yet pleasant sensation within him. Yun Xiao pressed him down further, as his hand grazed the young man's waist. Shijing Yan could not suppress a sweet, sticky gasp. Embarrassment washed over him at the sound he emitted, yet Yun Xiao's unrestrained caresses rendered him nearly powerless to resist. One hand trailed along Shijing Yan's smooth spine. A beguiling whisper echoed in the young man's ear. Yun Xiao tenderly reached for a few tissues to wipe him down, then wrapped him in an embrace, planting soft kisses upon his face, gently inquiring, Yan, darling, shall we take a bath? Initially, Shijing Yan felt anger bubbling within him, but with such affectionate kisses and coaxing, his ire dissipated. I'll bathe first. You tidy up here. Once you're done, you can wash. Yun Xiao smiled and kissed the corner of his eye, responding, as you wish, go on. I'll handle the cleaning. With that, Shijing Yan leapt from the bed to the bathroom. As he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he noted the marks adorning his waist, thighs, and the mottled kisses across his chest. Little dog, your bites are rather fierce. Half an hour later, upon exiting the bathroom, he discovered the room was tidier than when he had lived there. Brother Qi? Yun Xiao rose from beside the cabinet, remarking, I organized everything for you, sorted by category. What do you think? Shijing Yan flashed an impish grin. Thank you, dear wife. I'm glad you like it. Now I shall go take my bath. All right. As Shijing Yan surveyed the rejuvenated room, his spirits lifted further. Even the sheets had been changed to fresh ones. Marrying someone like this wouldn't be so bad after all. Alas, everything here remained but a fleeting illusion. Yawning with fatigue, Shijing Yan prepared a set of sleepwear at the bedside for Yun Xiao before burrowing into the covers. When the sound of water ceased, he stealthily glanced toward the bathroom. Yun Xiao stood with his upper body bare, a towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water trickling from his hair onto his cheeks, tracing along his slender jaw, collarbone, and down the sculpted lines of his abdomen, disappearing into a tantalizing locale. Sensing the heat of Shijing Yan's gaze upon him, Yun Xiao turned to the one on the bed, finding Shijing Yan with his eyes tightly shut, appearing adorably asleep. After drying his hair and changing into sleepwear, Yun Xiao lifted the covers, enveloping the young man in his embrace. As Shijing Yan inhaled the delightful scent of lemon emanating from him, she nestled closer into his embrace. Resembling an affectionate kitten, the bond between the two grew increasingly intense, inseparable, yet Shijing Yan remained oblivious to her deep entanglement. During this period, under Yun Qiu's tutelage, Shijing Yan's hacking skills had become quite remarkable. Over the past year, she had stealthily investigated, ultimately uncovering the identity of the individual responsible for the leaks. When she presented all the evidence to her brother, Shijing, she was evidently taken aback. I found these by hacking into Wang Yan's computer. He has been colluding with NT Company. Brother, he must be an undercover agent sent by them. As Shijing, she scrutinized the evidence. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. He could hardly believe that someone he had trusted so deeply was, in fact, an infiltrator. Very well, how dare he betray me? Regaining his composure, he turned to his younger sister with a smile, saying, "All right, I understand. I will handle this matter, Xiaoyuan. Thank you." Shijing Yan nodded with a gentle smile. Preserving the Shijing family's honor and her brother's safety was, after all, the original owner's greatest wish fulfilled. By the way, Xiaoyuan, your relationship with that boy from the Yun family seems rather extraordinary. Shijing, she suddenly called out to Shijing Yan, who was about to leave, causing her to freeze in place. After a moment, she blurted out a statement that left her brother utterly astonished. "We are together." "What?" Shijing, she echoed in disbelief. "We are together." It took him a while to digest this astonishing revelation. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "Xiaoyuan, I understand that at your age, feelings can be pure and easily lead to genuine affection. However, you must remember that you bear the Shijing name, and one day you will marry and have children. You are only 19. I have no objections to you dating, but marrying him is absolutely out of the question. How can I explain this to our deceased parents?" Shijing Yan pressed her lips together, aware that this might present an opportunity. With her brother's presence, he would never allow them to be together. Yet, why did her heart feel so heavy, suffocating her? Ultimately, she would have to leave. Hesitating, she finally spoke, "Brother, when the time comes, I will end things with him." Shijing, she patted her shoulder, imparting earnest advice. "Xiaoyuan, I do not wish for you to be swayed by mere curiosity regarding emotions, leading to a lifelong commitment to that boy from the Yun family. The future is uncertain, and I hope you will not come to regret it or suffer any harm. Think carefully about this." Shijing Yan found herself disoriented as she returned to her room, still in a daze. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing her from contemplating other means of departure. She had originally entered this situation as an observer, merely to enhance her own abilities for a task. Yet, the image of that person, his voice, his laughter, his tenderness, his gentle care, had somehow woven itself into her life. No, she had more pressing matters to attend to. And everything here was but an illusion. The lives of these mortals barely surpassed a century. She could not allow herself to fall genuinely in love with someone so ephemeral. "Xiaoyuan, brother, sure, why not stay?" "What did you say?" Jing Yan once suspected that there was something amiss with his ears. Chapter 15. The afflicted boy falls for the frail scholar. 14. Xiaoyuan. Even if you depart, we cannot immediately embark on the next task. We must wait until the original host has passed away. You should have mentioned that sooner. Xiaoyuan, I apologize, Shige. It is my fault for being so slow-witted and forgetting to inform you. However, I have inexplicably developed feelings for a fictitious character within this task world. Jing Yan sighed deeply, his brow furrowed in distress. Actually, there is also a descendant of the divine race present here. If all goes as expected, he is here merely to experience life, but he has not brought his memories along, which is a possibility. A glimmer of hope sparked in Jing Yan's dim gaze. Are you suggesting that he might be in Qiu? Xiaoyuan, perhaps. Inner monologue. I cannot divulge any more. If the Master God learns of this, I shall be remade from scratch. Instantly, Jing Yan felt a surge of joy and resolved to remain. After all, a descendant of the divine race. Perhaps after he completes his mission and ascends to immortality, they could be together or even become partners. Yet, the performance must go on. It would be intriguing to see whether Yun Qiu genuinely cares for him. Determining this was quite straightforward. The personalities of virtual characters within the tasks are predetermined, characterized by an inherent obsession and a pathological possessiveness. He wished to discover if this affectionate Yin Qiu would make any alterations for his sake. Yin Qiu often walked alongside Shijing Yan, and most assumed they were good friends, with only Gongling Yu aware of the true nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, Shijing Yan received numerous romantic advances at university, despite having declined them all. Some, like Jian Shi, remained undeterred. Shijing Yan was well aware of Jian Shi's tendency to flirt with multiple suitors, so he would concoct excuses to avoid her. Until one day, Yin Qiu cornered Shijing Yan in an empty classroom, his hands propped against the wall, blocking his escape. With a hint of grievance, he said, Yin, I haven't seen you for half a month. I miss you dearly. Shijing Yan placed a hand on his waist, softly cooing, Chiga, I miss you too. Why have you been so busy? Haven't you resolved matters with your company yet? I have, but there are still trivial matters to attend to, which delayed me for such a long time. As he spoke, Yin Qiu grasped the slender waist of the youth and leaned down to kiss him. An overwhelming wave of longing and affection engulfing Shijing Yan, leaving no room for refusal. Just as Shijing Yan turned his head to catch his breath, he was seized by the chin and silenced once more. Their moment was abruptly interrupted by a sharp scream, causing them to cease their actions. Jian Shi covered her mouth in disbelief, pointing at them in shock. You too, you actually. Yin Qiu glared at her with icy eyes, tightening his embrace around the boy as a protective gesture, unabashedly asserting his claim. Shijing Yan, feeling rather helpless, turned to Jian Shi and stated, As you can see, we are dating. We are both adults, and your opinions are your own. However, we genuinely have feelings for each other. Upon hearing these words from Shijing Yan, Jian Shi wept as she fled. What now? Once she knows, the entire school will be informed. This is all your fault. In a moment of frustration, Shijing Yan tightly clenched his fist and struck him lightly. Yin Qiu grasped his hand, pressing a gentle kiss upon his pale knuckles, whispering softly, It's my fault. I apologize. Does your hand hurt? Observing his indifferent demeanor, Shijing Yan smiled calmly, teasingly suggesting, I see you wish for everyone to know about our relationship. Indeed, Yin Qiu longed to declare that Ayin belonged solely to him, yet he feared that such revelations could subject his beloved Ayin to the cruelty of public gossip. Thus, he preferred to safeguard this secret until Ayin was ready to unveil it. Yin Qiu's eyes dimmed as he murmured, Ayin, I will handle this well. I want to let this matter spread. The power of the Yun family now resided entirely in Yin Qiu's hands, for he was both accomplished and resourceful at a tender age, earning the admiration of all for his remarkable intellect. In contrast, the second son of the Yun family, Yun Tianzhao, merely created minor disturbances, while the task of ensuring the family's lineage was left to him. Noticing Yin Qiu's despondent expression, Shijing Yan suddenly rose on his toes to plant a kiss on him. When we enter university, you can announce it however you wish, but right now, your position as the head of the Yun family is too precarious, vulnerable to opportunistic rivals. I do not wish for your efforts to be in vain. Can we endure this a little longer? Given Yin Qiu's delicate disposition and obsessive possessiveness, he would likely escalate the situation, testing whether Yin Qiu truly cared for his feelings and whether he was deserving of his love. A smile graced Yin Qiu's lips as he replied, Ayin, thank you for considering me so deeply. Moreover, I will silence those who would harm you. The two departed the classroom hand in hand. Fortunately, the turmoil did not spread widely, likely suppressed by the influence of the Yun and Shi families. Shijing Yan knew it was Yin Qiu and his brother who had intervened. Yet, a few individuals were still aware and whispered about it. Whenever Yin Qiu was present, a mere glance was sufficient to scare them away. However, when Shijing Yan returned home alone and encountered this group, he chose to ignore them. At most, he would express his irritation by smashing a brick to frighten them, prompting their retreat. Days later, those individuals ceased to harass Shijing Yan, and upon inquiring with Xiaoyuan, he learned that Yin Qiu had discreetly resolved the matter. Shijing Yan felt a surge of joy. It was indeed comforting to be protected. At this moment, his affection for Yin Qiu had soared to 100, though his darkening value remained at 10. Time flew swiftly, And soon it was the end of the first semester of college, a period marked by the tension of examinations. Shijing Yan, too, felt the pressure, albeit with a hint of exhilaration, for he had achieved the top rank in his class, becoming a veritable academic prodigy. Yunqiu gazed at him earnestly, bestowing a comforting kiss. "Do not be anxious, just perform as you usually do. My Ian is so intelligent. I am certain you will achieve excellent results." Shijing Yan cleared his throat, signaling him to refrain from such displays in public, then took a deep breath. With his brother's encouragement, he felt no nervousness at all. "I shall head into the examination room now. You must also give it your all, Brother Qi." Yunqiu gazed at him with profound eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his joy palpable. After bidding farewell to Shijing Yan, he proceeded to the examination venue that had been assigned to him. The recent days of testing had gone smoothly, and upon completion, each class had organized a gathering, a modest reunion of sorts. Shijing Yan intended to attend as well. After all, they were classmates, merely sharing a meal together. Moreover, he had an inkling that this gathering would be anything but ordinary. He sensed that the female protagonist might orchestrate some unexpected events. The venue for the gathering was located in a rather secluded area. After much inquiry, the two finally arrived, only to discover that she was the first to arrive. Shijing Yan cast her a fleeting glance before taking a seat. Yunqiu naturally settled beside Shijing Yan, and they awaited the arrival of the others together. Before long, people began to trickle in. Once everyone had gathered, the gathering commenced. Some individuals, having indulged in too much drink, began boasting, while others engaged in gossip. Shijing Yan, however, silently enjoyed his meal, relishing the fact that he was being served. "Ian, what would you like to drink? I'll fetch it for you." Shijing Yan flashed him a smile, his eyes crescent-shaped and brimming with warmth, undeniably captivating. "I do like some orange juice. Thank you, Chiga. Please wait for me." At that moment, just as Yunqiu had stepped away, she hurriedly approached Shijing Yan, her expression fraught with anxiety. "It's bad, Yin, something has happened." "What?" Shijing Yan sprang to his feet, prompting a few still conscious attendees to glance at him before resuming their drinking. "Someone just called Yin out, and they came in a menacing group." Shijing Yan's brows furrowed in concern. "Come with me." He hastily followed Shi, traversing a narrow, dimly lit path for quite some time. Only then did it dawn on him that something was amiss. If Yunqiu were in trouble, he would certainly have informed him, or, at the very least, sent him a message. Indeed, love can cloud one's judgment. Shi, I underestimated you. You used Chiga to deceive me. Whatever your intentions may be, I have no interest in knowing them. Just take care of yourself. After exposing her ruse, Shijing Yan turned to leave. Suddenly, several burly men emerged from the shadows, encircling him. "Oh, blocking my way? Fine, it's been a while since I had the chance to stretch my limbs. It's perfect for a little practice." The men, however, were no match for Shijing Yan, who dispatched them effortlessly, not allowing them to even graze his sleeve. Before long, they were all laid flat on the ground. The youth, having finished the scuffle, wiped the light sheen of sweat from his forehead, easing his wrist, which bore the marks of the encounter. He was even more dazzling than he had imagined, an ethereal presence, seemingly unattainable. After catching his breath, he turned to the girl who was openly watching him, sighed, and said, "All right, Shi, let us end this here. You're a girl, and I want to hold it against you. I'm leaving now." As he turned to depart, she suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolute. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced through Shijing Yan's arm as he looked down to find she had injected him with anesthetic. "Damn it! How could she possess such a substance?" Xiaoyuan remarked. "After all, she is the protagonist. There's nothing she cannot obtain." It was truly unfortunate. The overwhelming sensation of dizziness enveloped him, causing his steps to falter, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his balance. He staggered a few steps, but ultimately, succumbing to the effects of the drug, he lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, Yunqiu returned with orange juice, only to discover that Shijing Yan was no longer in his seat. After searching in vain, he inquired with those nearby and learned that Shijing Yan had hurriedly followed Shi out through the back door. As he continued his search, he attempted to call the young man, but no one answered. With each repeated ring of the busy tone, Yunshio's anxiety escalated. This desolate and dilapidated place lacked surveillance. The roads were treacherous, and the terrain was fraught with overgrown weeds and trees. In such an environment, it was all too convenient for a kidnapper. He should never have brought him to this ridiculous gathering. Yunshio's eyes reddened as he called his men, his voice trembling with uncontainable rage. Find a woman named Jianxi. She has taken Ian. I want him found, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yes, boss. Ugh. His head spun painfully. Shijing Yan shook his head until his vision finally cleared, and he regained his composure. It was then that he realized he was in a dimly lit room filled with discarded building materials and a pungent smell of paint, likely an abandoned warehouse. He struggled against the ropes binding him, but they were tied too tightly, chafing his wrists painfully, making escape impossible. Ah, the young master of the Shi family. I hear your brother dotes on you the most. A brooding young man emerged from the shadows, advancing toward him. Shijing Yan regarded the stranger warily. Completely unfamiliar with him, he had no recollection of this person. Who are you? Why have you captured me? A year ago, I worked at your family's company. I was caught by Shi Jingxi for stealing a minor bidding plan before I could even deliver it to the buyer. Yes, he didn't T-report me, but I do not owe him any gratitude. He merely dismissed me and then publicly shamed me online. After that, no company would dare employ me. Do you know how I've survived this past year? The young man gripped Shijing Yan's collar, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted in frenzy. Shijing Yan observed the deranged man calmly, scoffing lightly. If it weren't for your betrayal of my brother, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Moreover, how can you be so certain that the slanderous comments online originated from my brother? Perhaps it was a ploy by your rivals to undermine him. Wang Yong shoved him violently, shouting, "Impossible! You wealthy individuals never regard us commoners. You have no idea how difficult our lives are." Shijing Yan stumbled to the ground, the rising dust choking him as he coughed twice. Yet a person consumed by greed and devoid of moral principles, even if they survive, is nothing more than a societal scourge, a scoundrel. My brother is affluent, yet all his wealth has been earned through his own relentless toil. Our parents departed early from this world, and it was my brother who single-handedly raised me. You, driven by your own selfish desires, wish to divulge corporate secrets and bring about my brother's downfall. You truly are among the detritus of ordinary people. Enough. No more words. Wang Yong is acutely aware that every statement made is undeniably true, yet he is reluctant to acknowledge it, for it reveals the scars of his existence as a person of lower status, a consequence of his own avarice. However, all of this is about to come to an end. I shall not waste my breath with you. I have already contacted your brother. I never expected that you, as his blood relation, could be worth 5 million in cash, which can be procured at will. When your brother arrives with the money, it will also be the moment for your family to reunite. This is a plot to silence Xiaoyuan. It appears to be so. Shige, what shall we do? Wait. Xiaoyuan. Shige is remarkably composed. I quite admire that. Shijing Yan. There is no need for concern. After Wang Yong's declaration, he left Shijing Yan behind. During this time, Jianxi visited once. Jianxi gazed at the disheveled youth, her eyes brimming with compassion. She reached out to caress his face, but Shijing Yan turned his head aside to evade her touch. Jianxi was momentarily taken aback, then sighed and lowered her hand, which had been suspended in the air. I am sorry. When he first approached me for collaboration, he merely indicated he would assist me in obtaining you. I never anticipated that he would capture you as an act of retribution against the Shi family. Shijing Yan responded coolly. So, are you here to lament to me about being deceived, about being innocently exploited? She felt a pang of guilt at his inquiry. Her self-serving motives had ultimately harmed Shijing Yan, and she could no longer muster the courage to salvage her own reputation. A wave of sadness washed over Jianxi. Chapter 17. The Infatuated Youth and the Frail Scholar, 16. She bowed her head and retrieved a utility knife from her pocket, placing it into Shijing Yan's bound hands. I'm sorry, Jianxi uttered before fleeing. Shijing Yan scoffed. Although the female lead-S character was flawed, she still possessed a baseline of humanity. The utility knife was exceedingly sharp and swiftly severed the ropes. Slowly, Shijing Yan rose from the ground and stealthily approached the door. Peering through the crack, he observed a number of guards stationed outside. It appeared that Wang Yong had allied with a more powerful family, intent on dismantling the Shi family. Once his brother went missing, those shares would be devoured by those with ulterior motives, and the Shi family would be on the brink of bankruptcy. A truly cunning scheme. Yet, without an escape route, Shijing Yan returned to his previous position and dutifully tied himself with a simple knot. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of his brother's abduction, his captors forbade him from contacting the authorities. Thus, for the sake of his brother's safety, he had no choice but to hastily prepare the ransom and race toward the designated location. 20 minutes later, Shijing arrived alone at the agreed-upon site. The place was dilapidated. How dare they abduct his brother to such a wretched locale? They would pay dearly for this transgression. He confronted an old acquaintance with a cold voice. "Where's my brother? Do not fret. Come with me." Wang Yong glanced at his empty hands and could not help but inquire, "Where is the money? Take it from the car." He commanded his subordinate to retrieve the cash from the trunk, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. As Shijing walked, she suddenly interjected, "The boxes containing the money are secured with password locks. I will not divulge the code unless I see my brother unharmed." Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Wang Yong signaled to his subordinate, who was about to act against Shijing, to refrain from doing so. Wang Yong led Shijing into the dilapidated warehouse. The door creaked open, and Shijing Yan knew it must be his foolish brother who had come alone. "Xiaoyuan." Shijing rushed to her brother's side, anxiously checking him over. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Observing his brother's dusty face, it was evident he had endured considerable hardship. Sensing the worry etched on his brother's face, Shijing Yan reassured him, "Brother, I'm fine, don't worry." Just as he was about to chide his brother for risking himself, he was enveloped in an embrace. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I failed to protect you." What fault could a concerned brother possibly hold? The words Shijing Yan intended to voice were swallowed back. "Enough, you've seen the person. Now reveal the password, and I shall let you go," Wang Yong said impatiently. Shijing smirked disdainfully at him and replied, "6 twos." Wang Yong, incredulous, asked, "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed." Wang Yong tested the password, and the box opened, while his men began their inspection. At that moment, Shijing was untying him. "I'd open with a tug." Wang Yong gestured to the men beside him to take action, and one man swung a machete towards Shijing's head. Shijing Yan's pupils dilated, and he quickly threw himself over his brother, rolling them both to the ground. The machete struck air, and the man glared furiously at the two unharmed individuals before raising the weapon again. Shijing Yan pulled his brother behind him and delivered a swift kick, bringing the man down instantly. Wang Yong clapped his hands, and in an instant, a dozen men surged through the door, cornering them against the wall. "Brother, wait for me here," Shijing Yan instructed. "Xiaoyuan, don't go. I've called for help. They will arrive soon." "Foolish brother, if you don't fight. Wait for your people to come." To his surprise, his brother exhibited a somewhat naive yet endearing quality of a domineering figure. Shijing Yan picked up the machete that had fallen by his feet, gripped it tightly, and declared, "If you have the courage, come at me all at once." The crowd, fueled by anger, charged forward. Shijing Yan executed a sliding maneuver, swiftly positioning himself behind one of the men. Half an hour earlier, Yun Qiu received a phone call from Shijing, informing him that Shijing Yan had been kidnapped and urging him to prepare for a rescue. Now, with his team assembled, Yun Qiu gazed at the increasingly close location, clenching his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Faster," he urged. "Yes, boss." 15 minutes later, splatters of blood adorned the pale face of the youth. However, his left hand clutched his shoulder, blood seeping through his shirt, and crimson fluid gushed from his fingers. Shijing Yan's lips turned pale as he took a step back, and Shijing quickly supported him from behind, frowning with concern. "Xiaoyuan, are you all right? Don't scare me." Shijing Yan weakly shook his head. "It's all my fault." Shijing was on the verge of tears. Wang Yong clapped his hands, praising, "I didn't expect the young master of the Shi family to possess such skill. In that case, let's call more people to play with you." "Wang Yong, you beast. How dare you?" Shijing shouted, pointing at him. Wang Yong sneered, "Move quickly, finish up and retreat. Shijing Yan took a deep breath, pulling his brother behind him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he dragged the blood-soaked machete and leaped forward, delivering a knee strike that sent a burly man flying 2 meters away. 10 minutes passed, and Shijing Yan was nearly out of strength, his body covered in bruises. He leaned on the machete for support. I can't go on, he thought. Closing his eyes with a sense of unwillingness, the cold, handsome face of Yun Chio appearing in his mind. Just as Shijing Yan believed that he and his brother were doomed, the front door was suddenly slammed open by an external force. Many people rushed in with sticks, engaging in a fierce battle with those present. Shijing Yan opened his eyes to see a familiar figure burst into his view. "Ye," Shijing Yan whispered, falling into a warm embrace. "Ian, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you, for being late." Yun Chio held the bloodied youth tightly, fearing that if he let go, the boy would vanish. Heaven knows that his heart nearly stopped when he saw the boy drenched in blood. Shijing Yan's tense nerves finally relaxed as he weakly replied, "It's not too late at all. Don't worry, I'm fine." Yun Chio comfortingly stroked his back, providing him with a sense of safety. "Ian, I promise to stay by your side from now on, so you won't encounter any danger." Yun Chio held him closely, his tone filled with the joy of having regained what was lost, mingled with worry. Shijing Yan weakly smiled. "All right, be with me for a lifetime." Yun Chio chuckled softly, holding him intimately. Suddenly, Shijing Yan's pupils constricted as a man rose from the ground, swinging an iron rod towards Yun Chio's back. Shijing Yan tightened his hold on Yun Chio and abruptly sidestepped, but the iron rod struck the back of his head. He let out a muffled groan, blood flowing down and staining his neck. Yun Chio, holding him, swiftly kicked the assailant to the ground, and his subordinates immediately restrained the man. Chapter 18. The sickly youth falls for the frail academic. 17. Call an ambulance. Shijing trembled as he took out his phone, hastily dialing 120. His voice shook throughout the call. His brother would absolutely be fine. Meanwhile, Yun Chio experienced a moment of blankness. Distinctly sensing that the person in his arms had gone rigid for an instant, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He sat on the ground, cradling someone in his arms, their head resting on his legs, yet blood dripped from their neck onto the earth. Yun Chio tore a piece from his own clothing, pressing it against Shijing Yan's wound at the back of his head to staunch the bleeding, while his other hand gently wiped the sweat from his damp forehead. His voice trembling uncontrollably. "Ian, you'll be fine. Trust me, the doctor will arrive shortly. Just hold on a little longer, all right?" Shijing Yan, with great difficulty, managed to respond, "All right. Chiga, if I die, will you take care of my brother? He is my only family." Tears streamed down Yun Chio's face, unable to suppress his choked sobs as he assured, "You will not die. You cannot. Ian, believe me. Promise me." Yun Chio nodded, tears falling onto Shijing Yan's face. "Okay, I promise you, I promise." Shijing Yan, witnessing his desperation, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, yet the warmth of his tears mirrored the fervency of his heart. Upon hearing the reassurance he sought, he sighed in relief, but the painful reminder of a blow to his back during the struggle surged forth as he relaxed, agony radiating through his body. He was uncertain if his frail form could endure. Yet, as he gazed at the person holding him, weeping and comforting him, he realized it was the first time he had seen him cry. His heart softened involuntarily, and he tremblingly reached out to wipe the tears from Yun Chio's cheek. "Chiga, don't cry. It's too unsightly." Shijing Yan merely wished to spare him further tears. After speaking, he lifted his gaze and saw Yun Chio's eyes reddened, filled with bloodshot veins, a picture of suppressed grievance. He was ensnared by the thought that perhaps, had he pressed the other down upon the bed, coaxing tears from him, it might have been just as alluring as this moment. However, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Yun Chio sniffled. "Ian, just hold on a little longer. The doctor is almost here." Shijing Yan weakly tugged at his pale lips, feeling his eyelids grow heavier. And the last image that met his gaze was Yun Chio's flushed eyes and his hoarse calls. The hurried footsteps accompanied by the ambulance's siren blurred into silence as consciousness gradually faded from his world. At the hospital, Yun Chio sat by the bedside, Gazing at the sleeping figure adorned with a breathing apparatus, worry etched across his weary face. He nuzzled his cheek against Shijing Yan's left hand, his tone laced with longing. Ian, it has been a day already. Why have you not awakened? Are you still blaming me? Ian, please wake up and look at me, will you? It is all my fault. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Shijing Shi entered, taking a seat. After a pause, Shijing Shi spoke, Yin Dasha, I know my brother has always cared for you, but he has given so much for you, yet you could not even protect him. Sigh. Perhaps it is best to let go. I cannot bear to see him hurt any longer. A pang of bitterness surged within Yun Qiu, for he understood that if he had been stronger and had safeguarded Ian, he would not have allowed his beloved to suffer. I apologize. I am acutely aware that all of this is a consequence of my actions. It was my failure to protect Ian. However, I vow to safeguard him henceforth, ensuring he suffers no more harm. I implore you to grant me the opportunity to care for Ian, if you would be so kind. As he spoke, Yin Qiu knelt, attempting to bow before Shijing Shi, yet was promptly halted by a firm grasp on his arm, preventing any further movement. Shijing Shi sighed and gestured for him to sit. There is no need to kneel before me in supplication. Even if I were to acquiesce, what difference would it make? The doctor has informed me that my brother's injuries are grave. He has sustained a cerebral hemorrhage, and it is uncertain when he will awaken. Even upon regaining consciousness, it is highly probable he will suffer from amnesia, forgetting you and the moments you once shared. Should that occur, you would be nothing more than a stranger to him. Would you still choose to pursue my brother? Yin Qiu's gaze was resolute. If he forgets me, I shall pursue him relentlessly until he falls in love with me once more. Shijing Shi countered, what if my brother does not love you? Then I shall remain by his side, caring for him for a lifetime. Shijing Shi felt an unexpected pang of emotion as he was unwittingly fed a morsel of romantic sentiment, rendering him momentarily speechless. He gently patted the weary Yin Qiu before excusing himself from the room. Within the ward, only Yin Qiu remained, vigilantly watching over the still unconscious youth. As for Wang Yong and his associates, they were sentenced to prison for extortion. Jian Shi, as an accomplice, was initially unaware of the situation, yet still participated. In light of his subsequent confession and cooperation, he was detained for a fortnight. Now, Jian Shi bears a criminal record, which will likely deter future suitors among men. For members of affluent families are most wary of scandal, as it jeopardizes their prospects of inheriting family businesses, unless true love prevails. During Shijing Yan's coma, he investigated those involved behind the scenes. While his foolish brother, Yin Tianzhao, was not implicated, Shijing Yan nonetheless reprimanded him for his past misdeeds during this tumultuous period. At that moment, Xiaoyuan observed the rising darkness within Shijing Yan, nearly terrified by the transformation. Yet he had lost contact with Shige and could not inform him. It seemed that only Shige could resolve this matter on his own. A week later, Shijing Yan slowly opened his eyes, shielding them from the harsh sunlight. After a moment of adjustment, he removed the breathing apparatus and turned his head slightly, discovering a strikingly handsome youth, brow furrowed, asleep at the head of his bed. However, the dark circles beneath the youth's eyes suggested he had not been resting well. Shijing Yan pondered how he had come to be in this place, in the presence of this unfamiliar yet alluring individual. His mind was a blank. He could not even recall his own name. Forget it, he thought, if I cannot remember. There is no use dwelling on it. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping youth and felt a surge of tenderness, reaching for a nearby blanket to drape over him. As soon as Shijing Yan withdrew his hand, he noticed the youth's long, feathery eyelashes flutter, followed by the awakening of his bright eyes. When the youth beheld Shijing Yan, a surge of emotion overwhelmed him, and he embraced Shijing Yan tightly, arms wrapped around him with fervor. His voice trembled on the brink of collapse. Ian, you have finally awakened. Thank heavens. Do you feel any discomfort? Shijing Yan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace. Yet he could distinctly sense the genuine concern emanating from the individual before him. There was no pretense in it. Consequently, he gently patted the boy's back, offering solace to the nearly tearful youth. I'm fine. Everything is all right now. Yin Qiu held him tightly for quite some time until his emotions finally began to stabilize. Releasing Shijing Yan, he noticed the slight redness around his eyes and asked, Ian, do you remember me? Gazing into Shijing Yan's calm, untroubled eyes, he perceived sympathy and care, but devoid of any trace of love. Shijing Yan shook his head and candidly replied, I do not remember. I do not even know who I am. Even though Yun Xiao had long anticipated such an outcome, a wave of bitterness and discomfort surged within him. His beloved did not recall him, nor the feelings they once shared. Chapter 19. The lovesick youth falls for the frail scholar. 18. Yun Xiao forced a smile, concealing the faint sorrow in his gaze. It is all right. You will recover. Everything will be fine. Shijing Yan blinked in bewilderment, looking at him with innocence. It seems you know me, he remarked. With a tentative heart, Yun Xiao inquired, Do you recall the name Yun Xiao? Shijing Yan shook his head, indicating he did not. That is my name, Yun Xiao said, lowering his eyelids before letting out a sigh. I will share everything I know about you with you. As Shijing Yan gazed into his dim eyes, a sharp pain gripped his heart, suffocating him momentarily. Nevertheless, it passed swiftly. He nodded slightly. All right, your name is Shijing Yan. The first time we met was 2 years ago. You apprehended a drug addict in a bar. My impression of you, then, was that you were intelligent, kind, and rather endearing. Later, during that incident after school, you bravely confronted a knife-wielding assailant with your bare hands. I was nearly petrified. Yet, it was your kindness and innocence that intruded upon my previously dark world. You made me realize that living has its significance. After that, we became acquainted, and within a month, we were together. The events that transpired afterward left you gravely injured, resulting in your amnesia. I'm truly sorry, Ian. I failed to protect you. As Shijing Yan listened, he inadvertently glanced at his right hand, where a faint scar lingered. The truth of Yun Xiao's words became evident. Yet was he truly his boyfriend? Did he once harbor feelings for men? Now, witnessing the tears streaming down the boy's face, Shijing Yan felt a profound ache within his heart. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and gently wiped away the tears with his fingertips, softly reassuring him, I hold no grudges against you. Please do not cry. Your tears cause me great distress. With tear-filled eyes, Yun Xiao looked up at him, tightly grasping his hand, his moist gaze brimming with tenderness. All right, Ian. I will heed your words. Shijing Yan could not help but ask, by the way, aside from knowing you, do I have other family members? You have an older brother. Yun Xiao replied. And where is he? He should be arriving shortly. Please wait here for a moment while I go downstairs to get you something to eat. Shijing Yan nodded slightly and was helped back to the hospital bed by Yun Xiao. Upon leaving the ward, Yun Xiao immediately called Shijing Shi. What? My brother has woken up. That's wonderful. I'll be there right away. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Shijing Yan glanced at the bandaged areas on his body, which resembled a mummy. A headache crept in as he pondered what he had been doing. Could it truly be due to that young boy from earlier? Bored, he stared at the ceiling, his eyes vacant and his mind blank. Before long, the door swung open, startling Shijing Yan into an upright position, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Which fool dared to enter his room? Oh no, his hospital room, without knocking. Before he could clearly see the intruder's face, he was abruptly enveloped in a tight embrace. At a loss, Shijing Yan found himself being hugged around the neck, his body stiffening as it took him some time to manage a few words. Let go of me. You're choking me. Hearing this, Shijing Shi quickly released his brother and stared at him intently. Had it not been for the redness in his eyes, Shijing Yan would have asked him to leave. Shijing Yan shot him a glare, cleared his throat, and then politely inquired, May I ask who you are? Xiaoyuan. I am your brother. Do you truly not remember me at all? Brother? The sorrowful yet handsome young man he had seen earlier had mentioned having a brother. However, what if this individual was deceiving him? He certainly did not wish to be abducted by a nefarious person who might sell his organs later. With a serious expression, Shijing Yan asked, How do you prove you are my brother? The bewildered stranger replied, Huh? Prove? Yes, prove, Shijing Yan reiterated slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Shijing Shi retrieved his phone and handed it to him. Shijing Yan accepted it, noticing the screen filled with photos of himself with this person. Various images showed them as mischievous children, angry teenagers, and celebrating birthdays, both flashing bright smiles. This man was indeed his brother. Are you truly my brother? Shijing Yan asked, looking up in astonishment. Yes, Xiaoyuan. Shijing Yan nodded, feeling guilty. I'm sorry for worrying you, brother. Shijing Shi gently ruffled his fluffy hair, gazing at his obedient and adorable brother, realizing he could no longer harbor any anger. A warm smile graced his lips as he thought, silly brother. I only feel pain for you. It is I who should apologize for involving you in this mess. I am the one who has let you down. Shijing Yan smiled back, comforting him. Brother, we are family. We will face everything together. I never intended to blame you. With a bittersweet smile and tears glistening in his eyes, Shijing Shi remained silent. Even without his memories, his brother remained kind and understanding, never placing blame on others, which was truly heart-wrenching. Half an hour later, Yin Xiao returned with food, placing the meal box on the table and addressing the two on the bed. Let us eat first. All right. Shijing Yan was already famished. You just woken up, so start with some porridge and soft foods to avoid upsetting your stomach. We can have something else later tonight. Yin Xiao brought out a bowl of hot porridge. All right. I shall not disturb you any longer. There are matters to attend to at the company, so I must be on my way. Qiyu, take good care of my brother. Yin Xiu understood the implication behind his words. He was heading to confront those who had colluded with Wang Yong to harm his brother. The instigators behind this matter would not escape unscathed, especially since he had delivered all the evidence and names into Shi Jingshi's hands. Rest assured, Shi Jingshi replied, then turned to affectionately ruffle his brother's fluffy hair, finding the texture delightful. Xiaoyan, eat well. I will visit you again tomorrow. Take good care of yourself during this recovery period. Shi Jing chuckled helplessly, swatting away his brother's meddling hand. I got it. You're making my hair all messy. Embarrassed. Shi Jingshi withdrew his hand and walked straight to the door, suddenly turning back. Are you really not going to say anything else to your brother? Shi Jing pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin, then shook his head. No. Then I shall take my leave, he said slowly. With that, Shi Jingshi clutched his chest, feigning a wounded expression as he departed. Oh dear, my brother no longer loves me. Shi Jing accepted the bowl of porridge offered by Yun Qiyu, but after sipping half, he lost his appetite. Just half a bowl? Would you like some more? Yun Qiyu gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Feeling somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, Shi Jing shook his head. No, thank you. Yun Qiyu quietly cleared the dishes and left with a lunchbox. When he returned, he stood before Shi Jing and, with a flourish, brought forth a splendid bouquet of vibrant red roses from behind his back, presenting it to him. Chapter 20. The infatuated youth falls for the delicate scholar. 19. There were no baby's breath available nearby, so I bought red roses for you. Shi Jing observed Yun Qiyu's cautious demeanor and considered that perhaps this individual was worth contemplating as a lifelong companion. With that thought, he sincerely accepted the bouquet, cradling it in his arms. Upon witnessing this, a smile involuntarily graced Yun Qiyu's lips. Shi Jing momentarily froze, swallowing hard. The sight of him smiling was simply enchanting. Do you like it? He asked. Shi Jing, in a daze, nodded. Yun Qiyu's smile deepened, his elongated, phoenix-like eyes arched into a captivating curve, sparkling like the brilliant stars above. He leaned closer, wrapping an arm around Shi Jing slender waist. The fragrance of the roses between them creating an inexplicably intimate atmosphere. Shi Jing instinctively closed his eyes as the exquisitely handsome face drew nearer. Ojentokish, as soft as a feather, landed on his tender lips, causing Shi Jing's eyelashes to flutter as he surrendered to the warmth and urgency of the kiss. Yun Qiyu savored the moment on his lips, and when Shi Jing's mouth slightly parted, he launched a fervent assault. Their kiss was a blend of tenderness and fervor, lingering for what felt like an eternity until Shi Jing, nearly breathless, was finally released. Momentarily dazed from the kiss and devoid of strength, Shi Jing nestled into Yun Qiyu's embrace. He calmed the rapid breaths within his chest and lowered his gaze upon the bouquet of red roses, now flattened, with a few petals clinging to his shirt. The scene was somewhat extravagant and vivid, rendering Shi Jing utterly unable to bear it. Was it really necessary? To be kissed by someone he had only just met was laughable enough, But what was even more ridiculous was that he had not pushed the person away. Instead, he was left dazed and flustered. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he couldn't help but glance up at him, his face still flushed. There stood Yunqiu, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, clearly enjoying the moment. Yunqiu took the roses from his embrace and placed them on the table, then tidied up a bit before asking softly, "Are you tired, Ian? Would you like to lie down and rest for a while?" Upon regaining his composure, Shijing Yan extricated himself from Yunqiu's hold, cleared his throat, and with a blush creeping to his ears, stammered, "I'm fine, just now. Why did you kiss me?" Yunqiu leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them, his tone gentle. "Because I like you. The moment I saw you, I could not suppress my inner impulses. I wanted to hold you, to kiss you, to stay by your side, to care for you. Regardless of whether you remember me or like me in the future, as long as you need me, I promise to be there for you." A warm current surged within Shijing Yan, who bit his lip and turned away to lie down, hastily pulling the quilt over himself, muffling his voice as he murmured, "I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep for a while." Yunqiu realized that he was intentionally avoiding him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "All right, Ian, sleep well. I'll watch over you." Though Shijing Yan had initially felt no fatigue, the soothing quality of Yunqiu's deep, gentle voice soon lulled him into a serene slumber. When Shijing Yan awoke, it was already midnight. As he turned his head, he beheld Yunqiu peacefully sleeping with his arm cradled on the headboard. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, and as he realized his hand was resting on Yunqiu's brow, he noticed Yunqiu's eyelashes flutter. The next moment, his eyes flew open. "Ah, you're awake?" Yunqiu greeted him with a tender smile. He showed no sign of discomfort regarding Shijing Yan's earlier actions, perhaps even relishing the closeness. Shijing Yan quickly withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and suggested, "It must be uncomfortable to sleep like that. You should come to bed." Yunqiu paused, initially taken aback. Shijing Yan had merely spoken in passing, but a few seconds later, he kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, pulling back the covers to slip in beside Shijing Yan. In that moment, facing each other, Shijing Yan felt his cheeks flush with heat, not for any other reason than the intensity of Yunqiu's gaze, which seemed to focus solely on him. Consequently, Shijing Yan swiftly shut his eyes, wishing to escape that penetrating gaze filled with affection. Yunqiu's lips curved into a soft smile as he tucked the quilt around them, wrapping his right arm around Shijing Yan and closed his eyes. Surprisingly, Shijing Yan found himself welcoming this closeness. That night, Shijing Yan slept soundly, dreaming of someone by his side. Whenever he attempted to scrutinize the figure's features, the dream would shift to another scene, the person standing with their back turned, reaching out yet unable to touch. He stepped forward a few paces, catching sight of the man's lips curling upward, radiating warmth and brilliance akin to the sun. At 7 in the morning, when Shijing Yan awoke, he discovered himself nestled in Yunqiu's embrace, his limbs awkwardly sprawled across the other. Carefully, he lowered his hands and feet. Just as he sighed in relief, a deep, husky laugh reached his ears. Startled, Shijing Yan lifted his gaze, only to find Yunqiu looking down at him with a smile in his eyes. This was utterly mortifying. Shijing Yan's face flushed as he finally managed to stammer an apology. "I'm sorry, I don't sleep very gracefully." Yunqiu replied, "I know." Shijing Yan, taken aback, responded, "I actually find it quite endearing how you hold me tightly while sleeping. So, please, never apologize to me, all right?" Yunqiu's eyes sparkled, reflecting a deep affection. Instinctively, Shijing Yan replied, "All right, I want tea in the future." From that moment on, Shijing Yan unconsciously accepted Yunqiu's overtures of affection and closeness, including sharing the same bed at night. 2 months later, as Shijing Yan's injuries healed, he was to be taken back home by his brother. As he prepared to leave, he found himself clinging to Yunqiu, reluctant to part ways. Shijing Yan's brother, exasperated, urged him gently, "Xiaoyuan, be good, return home with your brother. It's not as if you won't see him again." Shijing Yan bit his lip, frowning with a sense of injustice, and looked up at Shijingshi. "Brother, can I stay just a little longer?" With a sigh, Shijingshi relented. "Half an hour." Having said that, He turned and smoothly exited the room. Yunqiu affectionately ruffled Shijing Yan's hair, teasing, "So, you truly don't want to part with me? Of course, you are my boyfriend, aren't you? Don't we live together?" Observing Shijing Yan's distressed expression, Yunqiu sighed, "I would love to, but your brother disagrees. Besides, you weren't this clingy before." Shijing Yan, hearing this, pouted. "Are you saying I'm bothersome?" Instantly deflated, he loosened his grip around Yunqiu. Sensing the shift in Shijing Yan's mood, Yunqiu quickly tightened his hold around his waist, cupping his chin and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth, his expression earnest. "Don't overthink it. I cherish the thought of you being by my side at all times. Previously, you were the one reluctant to live with me. I brought it up several times, and you turned me down each time. I feared being abandoned, but now I am elated that you've always wanted to stay with me." Shijing Yan smiled, gazing into his eyes, and affirmed earnestly, "Really? Yes, truly." Chapter 21. The Obsessive Youth Fall for the Delicate Scholar, Part 20. Yunqiu, watching Shijing Yan's expression shift from cloudy to sunny in an instant, couldn't help but pinch his cheek, laughing, "Ian, how can you be so adorable?" Upon hearing this, Shijing Yan's face flushed crimson. A sudden impulse surged within him. He rose onto his toes, tugging at Yunqiu's collar, and kissed him passionately, as if etching this moment into his very soul, to which Yunqiu fervently reciprocated. The kiss was both fervent and forceful, and before long, Shijing Yan found himself compelled to follow Yunqiu's rhythm, ultimately being pressed onto the bed. Yunqiu's hand slipped beneath the hem of the boy's garment, the chill of his fingertips sending shivers down Shijing Yan's spine. The youth beneath him unintentionally let out a couple of broken whimpers, causing Yunqiu's gaze to darken. He bit down hard on Shijing Yan's lower lip, only to release him shortly thereafter. Shijing Yan gasped for fresh air, his expression dazed, his misty peach blossom eyes gazing at him innocently, stirring a tremor in his heart. Yunqiu found himself uncontrollably leaning down to brush his lips against Shijing Yan's, then pulling away, fearing that if he continued, he might succumb to the urge to take him right then and there. Shijing Yan wrapped his arms around Yunqiu's neck, gazing at him with eyes as gentle as water, asking, "Will you come find me?" "Of course, I will certainly come to find Ian." Just then, an inappropriate knocking at the door interrupted them. Shijing Yan, flustered, patted the boy atop him, prompting Yunqiu to rise from the bed and pull him up. They hurriedly straightened their disheveled clothes. Shijing opened the door and glanced at the two little friends standing obediently by the bed, the atmosphere oddly tense. Yet their small hands remained intertwined. Shijing felt a headache coming on and rubbed his forehead, saying, "Xiaoyuan, come home with your brother." "Oh." Shijing Yan looked back at Yunqiu reluctantly, saying, "Then I'm leaving. Remember to come find me. You can also message me." "All right, I won't forget. Hurry along. Don't keep your brother waiting." Yunqiu affectionately ruffled Shijing Yan's hair, his tone exceedingly indulgent. Shijing's cheeks puffed up in frustration each time he patted his brother's head. He was met with disdain. The disparity in treatment was infuriating. "Then I'm leaving. I really am leaving." Yunqiu smiled and waved him off. "Yes, go back, I will visit you often." For a fleeting moment, Shijing Yan felt a pang of disappointment, but upon seeing Yunqiu's smile, his bad mood dissipated. He waved his little hand enthusiastically, his lips curving into two charming dimples, replying, "All right, I'll wait for you at home. You must come." Finally, Shijing dragged his unwilling, love-struck brother home. A week later, Shijing Yan returned to school. Due to health issues, he had already taken a month off in his second-year semester. His brother, concerned for his well-being, had prevented him from attending. However, the monotony was becoming unbearable. Every time Yunqiu visited, he was quickly chased away by Shijing, who justified it as distance creates beauty. Today, as he entered the campus, he found himself surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, his strikingly handsome face, captivating peach blossom eyes, and long legs drawing attention. At that moment, a girl approached him and asked, "Excuse me, are you a new student who just arrived today?" Shijing Yan looked at her and smiled. "No, I'm a second-year student. I was ill before. Could you please show me the way? It's been a while, and I've forgotten." In truth, He had lost his memory of the place. Sure. Which class are you in for second year? Shijing Yan nodded. Class A of the second year. I shall lead you there. I know the way. Well. Thank you then. A multitude of onlookers dispersed as they saw the handsome young man being escorted to the classroom. Following the kind-hearted girl, Shijing Yan arrived near the entrance of the sophomore Class A. After expressing her gratitude, she entered the classroom. Just then, upon turning back, Shijing Yan caught sight of that familiar, captivating face he had been yearning for day and night. With a smile, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Yunqiu returned the smile and raised an eyebrow. "I attend this school as well." Did you know all along that I was studying here and intentionally chose not to tell me?" Yunqiu nodded. "Indeed, I wanted to see if you would remember me. If you did, that would be wonderful. If not, consider it a small surprise. After all, it was you, Yin, who first entered my world and confessed your feelings to me." Shijing Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile blossomed on his lips. "I must have liked you a great deal back then." Seizing the moment when no one was around, Yunqiu pulled him into an embrace, using his uniform to shield their heads. With one arm around Shijing Yan's waist, his voice, low and husky, resonated through his chest. "And what about now? Do you still like me?" Shijing Yan could not suppress the upward curve of his lips as he pushed Yunqiu against the wall, removing the uniform. His eyes sparkling like stars. "If I don't like you, it will be too late to say so." Yunqiu chuckled, tightening his embrace, slowly leaning closer. "You are so mischievous. I nearly thought I would die of fright when you said you didn't like me. That was intentional." Yunqiu smiled indulgently, remaining silent. As they drew even closer, it was uncertain who initiated it first, but their lips met fervently, their breaths intertwining in a passionate embrace. In that corridor, they kissed unabashedly, as if proclaiming their love to the world, unreserved and sincere. After a considerable time, Shijing Yan found himself slightly dizzy from the kisses, obediently held in Yunqiu's arms. Yunqiu lightly pecked Shijing Yan's moist lips, his voice low and husky. "How does it feel?" "It's just all right," Shijing Yan replied, his ears flushed with embarrassment betraying him. The enchanting timbre of Yunqiu's voice teased him. "Is that so? Then I shall strive harder next time, so that a yin will be satisfied." At this, Shijing Yan's face turned crimson, and he hastily pushed Yunqiu away, attempting to shift the topic. "Let's go inside. Class will start soon." "All right." Yunqiu obediently complied, picking up his backpack and slinging it over his shoulder as he guided him into the classroom. After taking a break from studies, Shijing Yan returned to university, still not residing on campus due to his proximity to home. Naturally, it was even less feasible for someone like Yunqiu, who had business to manage. Soon, Shijing Yan acclimated to the academic atmosphere of his sophomore year, studying photography, while Yunqiu pursued finance management. Although they were not in the same major, during their free periods, Yunqiu would take him to places they had visited together in hopes of rekindling his memories, though the results were minimal. On that day, Yunqiu waited for him at the usual spot after class, when suddenly a group of individuals encircled him. Furrowing his brow, Yunqiu discerned that something was amiss. The person he sought should have been at the intersection ahead, not here. Where did this group come from? Raising an eyebrow, he slightly lowered his head to scrutinize them. "I do not believe I have wronged any of you. Enough with the pleasantries. The person you have offended is our boss." Without a doubt, Yunqiu surmised that this was instigated by Yun Tianzhao. To be frank, his decision to spare him was rooted in the potential legacy he could provide for the Yun family, ensuring its continuity. It appeared that the previous lesson had failed to instill any wisdom in him. It was time for his subordinates to discipline this rebellious brother once more. As long as he could continue the family line, that sufficed. He possessed an inherently cold demeanor, complemented by a sanguine streak. He was not as benevolent as he appeared. His sole desire was for his yin to live freely, unencumbered by the scorn and whispers of society. Chapter 22. The Lovesick Youth Enamored with a Frail Scholar, Part 21. Yunqiu's gaze was icy and his lips curved into a semblance of a smile, his fingers cracking ominously. Before long, Shijing Yan arrived, only to find Yunqiu surrounded by a throng of menacing figures. Alarmed, he rushed forward, dispatching one of the blockers with a kick and surged in to seize Yunqiu, fleeing at full speed. Yin. He had yet to even begin to teach them a lesson. Why were they running away? The group stood, dumbfounded, taking a moment to comprehend the situation, but by then, the pair had already vanished. Shijing Yan dragged Yin far away, and only when he was utterly exhausted did he pause, releasing their tightly clasped hands, panting. Exhausted. Yin deep-set eyes curved with a hint of amusement as he regarded him. Why the rush? I hadn't even made a move yet. Huh? You can take him on? Why not? You should have mentioned it earlier. I thought you were about to be bullied. Yin let out a soft chuckle, his gaze earnest and affectionate. That one T happened. I promised to protect you, and I am now qualified to do so. Suddenly, a familiar scene flashed in Shijing Yan's mind. The same person, the same words. His vision blurred, memories swirling chaotically. Yin hastily supported the swaying Shijing Yan. Concern etched on his face as he inquired, Yin, what is wrong? Leaning against Yin for support, Shijing Yan shook his head. I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. Then let me carry you home. Yin turned and squatted before him. Shijing Yan, momentarily dazed, obediently settled onto Yin back. Along the way, the dizziness overwhelmed Shijing Yan, and he soon succumbed to slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the comfort of his bedroom. Yin had delivered him home and departed, for his boyfriend's brother was not particularly inclined to see him. Xiaoyuan, I can finally speak with you. Shijing Yan rubbed his temples, memories gradually returning, and after a moment, he replied, Xiaoyuan, Shirgo, why have you suddenly grown so distant? As Shijing Yan's lips twitched, he attempted to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Oh, all right, Shirgo, Xiaoyuan replied. The communication breakdown between Xiaoyuan and Shijing Yan stemmed from an unforeseen circumstance. Shijing Yan's amnesia had temporarily severed the connection between them. He rubbed his chin, carefully reflecting on the events of the past 2 months. Xiaoyuan shuddered slightly, exclaiming, Shirgo, your smile is rather unnerving. Shijing Yan subdued his grin and responded earnestly. Is it not? Xiaoyuan countered. No, she quickly amended. Shijing Yan glanced at the message from Yin displayed on his phone screen, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. He tapped out a reply with his fingertips. The following day, Yin was unable to attend school due to matters at his company, stating he would pick Shijing Yan up after class. Shijing Yan's long fingers rhythmically twirled the pen in his hand as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. The teacher, engrossed in the lecture, noticed Shijing Yan's distraction and pin-spinning antics, and suddenly called out, Shijing Yan, please come up and write the answer to this question. The classroom erupted into a flurry of chatter among the students. Reluctantly, Shijing Yan returned his focus, stood up, and gracefully made his way to the podium. He picked up the chalk and, in a relaxed manner, wrote for several minutes before descending from the podium. The teacher, initially assuming Shijing Yan had hastily scribbled down an answer, was taken aback upon seeing the correctness and clarity of his response. At that moment, the students in the class were buzzing with excitement, their eyes fixed on the teacher. The teacher cleared his throat, transforming his intended reprimand into praise, saying, Shijing Yan's answer is remarkably accurate. If any of you possessed his intellect, I would have no concerns for you. All right, everyone, take a moment to ponder this further and see if you can grasp the concept. Wow, he's incredible. Indeed, I admire his lofty demeanor. Sister, wipe that drool. The students engaged in animated discussions until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Shijing Yan paid them no heed, glancing at his phone to discover it was already 6 o'clock. He then departed the classroom, heading to their usual meeting spot to await Yin. However, after waiting for half an hour without sight of him, he was approached by a group of admirers drawn in by his striking features, alongside a phone call. Hello, are you still at work? You promised to pick me up? He inquired. Apologies, Ian. There's a company gathering tonight that I must attend, but I assure you I'll return by 9 and come to your house. Is that acceptable? Although slightly disappointed, Shijing Yan didn't wish to hinder Yin professional obligations, recognizing the dedication he had invested in the company. Moreover, with his brother away on a business trip, Yin company that evening served as a welcome compensation. Very well. Just remember to come find me as soon as the gathering concludes. Understood? I'll handle it accordingly. Shijing Yan could detect the rising inflection in Yun Qiu's voice, a testament to his unwavering trust and affection. A smile blossomed on Shijing Yan's face, radiating joy and exuberance. Sigh, look at him smiling so endearingly. I surmise he must be on the phone with his girlfriend. Could it be? With such striking looks he is already taken? At that moment, a young man suddenly interjected. You all know the campus heartthrob, Yun Qiu, right? Of course, what is up? The heartthrob frequently seeks him out, and I happened to witness them sharing a kiss one day. Although it was brief, I am certain they truly shared a moment of affection. If I'm not mistaken, they must be involved in that sort of relationship. Really? No way, that's just too disgusting. Their romance is their own affair. Why should you meddle so much? At that moment, Shijing Yan ended the call, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the crowd discussing him. Their chatter ceased abruptly as he spoke with a frigid tone. Please make way. You're blocking the path. The crowd instinctively stepped back, parting to grant him passage as he strolled through. He remained unfazed by others' opinions. Regardless of what was said, the path he chose would not be altered by mere whispers. His resolve to be with Yun Qiu had long been established. Unless Yun Qiu chose to abandon him, he would not let go. As Shijing Yan walked home, boredom prompted him to delve into various relationship guides online. Meanwhile, Yun Qiu was engaged in a lively gathering, unaware that someone sought to ensnare him. When a middle-aged man politely poured a drink and handed it to him, Yun Qiu instinctively accepted and drank without hesitation. Chapter 23. The Obsessive Youth Falls for the Frail Scholar. Part 2. Immediately, the middle-aged man's gaze subtly directed the woman who had been by his side to take a seat beside Yun Qiu. Xiaoyuan, pour a drink for Mr. Yan. The woman, Xiaoyuan, quickly understood and filled a glass for Yun Qiu. Here, Mr. Yan, this toast is for you. At that moment, Yun Qiu felt a wave of dizziness. A heat surged within him, his reason fraying. Yet, he pushed the glass away and stood abruptly, stating, Apologies, I need to use the restroom. In the restroom, he splashed cold water on his face, the chill momentarily sharpening his senses. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he recalled Shijing Yan's dimpled smile. Even if he were not particularly astute, he understood the precariousness of his situation. That drink was undoubtedly tainted. The idea of delivering women to him was utterly futile. Leaning against the sink, he retrieved his phone and called Shijing Yan. What's wrong? Ian, could you come pick me up? Sure. Yun Qiu was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to concoct an excuse to lure Ian over, yet it unfolded so effortlessly. Send me the address. I'll be there shortly. A sense of relief washed over Yun Qiu as he replied, All right, I'll wait for you. However, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan had already ended the call, his expression dark and foreboding. How dare they lay hands on him? Shijing Yan discerned the unease in Yun Qiu's voice, and Xiaoyuan had also informed him of the troubling situation Yun Qiu was facing. Shijing Yan lightly tapped the screen of his phone twice before seizing the car keys and stepping out of his home. He drove at an astonishing speed along a narrow path, relieved that he had chosen a less traveled route. Otherwise, he would have surely run a red light. It was only due to Xiaoyuan's navigation and the desolate surroundings that he felt confident enough to drive at such a pace. In less than 15 minutes, Shijing Yan arrived at the address that Yun Qiu had sent him. As he pushed open the door to the private room, his hand trembled uncontrollably. He had never felt such fear before, fearing something might have happened to Yun Qiu. The latter had far too many enemies. When everyone turned to look at him with expressions of surprise or confusion, Shijing Yan felt no need for unnecessary explanations. He directly inquired, Where is Yun Qiu? Who are you? And what right do you have to barge into my room? How dare you ask about President Yan? Without engaging in further conversation, Shijing Yan seized the man's collar with such force that he lifted him to eye level. His gaze was fierce, and he tightened his grip threateningly. I ask again, Where is Yun Qiu? Spare me your nonsense, or I will make you regret it. A strong sense of suffocation enveloped the man, who struggled to breathe as his face turned crimson. Finally, he managed to stammer, In room 2106. Shijing Yan abruptly released him. causing the man to fall to the ground with a painful cry, coughing incessantly. "Wait for me, you must wait for me," he murmured, counting the seconds, 1, 2, 3. When he opened the door, he found Yun Xiao sprawled on the bed, dazed and disheveled, his clothes hanging loosely on his frame. Yet, he clutched his pants tightly, while a woman was shamelessly pawing at him. Anger surged through Shijing Yan as he yanked the woman away, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Get out!" The woman, pale with fear, hurriedly grabbed her clothes and fled. Shijing Yan then turned to Yun Xiao, noticing his flushed face and the haze in his eyes. Suppressing his anger, he gently patted his cheek, gritting his teeth. "Do you still recognize me?" Yun Xiao opened his eyes and struggled to focus on the figure before him, slurring his name. Yan. Seeing that he still remembered him, Shijing Yan sighed in exasperation. He adjusted Yun Xiao's clothing and removed his own jacket to drape over him. "You really give me no peace of mind." Yan, I have no strength," Yun Xiao mumbled. Shijing Yan supported him, squatting down to lift him onto his back. Realizing Shijing Yan had come for him, Yun Xiao obediently nestled against him, but his movements grew increasingly reckless. He began to plant delicate kisses along Shijing Yan's nape. At first, Shijing Yan tolerated it, but as he exited the hotel, a sudden sting shot through his neck. "Ouch! Don't bite me. If you do, I'll leave you here." It seemed that Yun Xiao genuinely feared being abandoned as he ceased his mischief. Understanding his discomfort, Shijing Yan hurriedly placed him in the car and drove swiftly back home. Once home, he laid Yun Xiao on the bed and rushed to the bathroom to fill the tub with water, dampening a cloth to cool his forehead. Just as he intended to turn off the water, Yun Xiao seized his wrist, flipping him over. Whispering softly in his ear, "I long to kiss you." Shijing Yan let out a resigned sigh, stating that a kiss must precede a bath. Otherwise, there would be no kiss at all. Yunkyo obediently nodded, and in the next moment, leaned in for a kiss. It was rare for Shijing Yan to see him intoxicated, and this kiss, infused with a hint of inebriation, was utterly intoxicating. He pressed against Yunkyo's chest, creating a slight distance to catch his breath, and said, "All right, let me take you for a bath." Yunkyo nestled against his neck, his voice muffled. Shijing Yan felt the warmth radiating from Yunkyo's body and half-dragged, half-carried him into the bathroom. With a frown, he turned off the water and surveyed the wet floor, knowing he had no choice but to clean it up. Yunkyo behaved remarkably well, allowing Shijing Yan to effortlessly help him out of his clothes. Shijing Yan gazed at his perfect physique for a moment. Ah, those 8-pack abs, how enviable. After his moment of admiration, seeing that Yunkyo had yet to act, he frowned and urged, "What has to hold up? If you don't get in soon, the water will turn cold." Yunkyo looked at him with longing, and Shijing Yan cast him a sidelong glance, stating coldly, "Don't take advantage of your drunkenness to act cute. The effects of the alcohol aren't significant. Just enjoy the bath and hurry up. We have yet to settle tonight's score, you big liar." Yunkyo recognized that Shijing Yan was upset. Despite his amnesia, he still exhibited jealousy. However, he dared not provoke Shijing Yan further and stepped into the bathtub. Seeing him obediently take a bath, Shijing Yan returned to his own room. Half an hour later, Yunkyo had tidied himself up and stealthily crawled into Shijing Yan's bed. Shijing Yan found himself carefully enveloped in Yunkyo's embrace. He was too tired to acknowledge the person clinging to him behind, deciding that the matter of settling scores could wait until tomorrow. Thus, Yunkyo blissfully fell asleep in the arms of his beloved. Consequently, the following morning, Yunkyo was unceremoniously kicked out of bed by Shijing Yan. "Ouch! I am sorry. Please don't be angry. How could I have such a foolish boyfriend? Can't you be a bit more cautious? You accept anything from others. I promise I won't do it again, aside from what you give me. I won't accept anything from anyone else." Shijing Yan retorted gruffly, "Get out." Yunkyo pouted and resignedly left the room. Once he was gone, Shijing Yan focused intently on inquiring with Xiaoyuan. "Who did this?" Xiaoyuan replied, "It's the deputy manager of a real estate company." Shijing Yan commanded, "Send me his information. I'll have my brother deal with him." Xiaoyuan remarked, "Your brother's methods of revenge are quite unique." Shijing Yan replied, "There's no choice. After all, I have an elder brother." Shijing Yan meticulously searched for this person's background, employing his hacking skills to uncover a major scandal, which he compiled into a comprehensive document and sent to his resentful brother, Shijingxi. Upon opening the file sent by his younger brother, Shijingxi found it contained some small wishes that his brother hoped he could fulfill. He chuckled softly, realizing that Shijing Yan truly could not bear to suffer any loss. Yet, knowing it was for young Xiaoyuan's sake, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, my younger brother has been humiliated, leaving him in a state of discontent. Chapter 24. The Obsessive Boy Falls for the Frail Academic, Part 23. However, Shijing was thoughtful enough to resolve this predicament for his brother. Subsequently, the individual in question was exposed for having a girlfriend and engaging in fraudulent activities within his company, leading to his arrest and investigation by the police. Naturally, his company made the prudent decision to preserve its reputation and swiftly terminated his employment. Consequently, Shijing Yan's mood naturally improved. Meanwhile, Yanqiu wished to cheer him up, especially since their second anniversary was approaching. He desired to prepare a surprise for Yan. Thus, in the days that followed, Shijing Yan seldom saw Yanqiu. Whenever Yan expressed a desire to meet, would claim to be too busy with work to spare a moment. After several such instances, Shijing Yan began to overthink the situation, pondering whether Yanqiu had lost interest in him, grown weary, or perhaps even developed a dislike. Just when he contemplated arranging a time to discuss these concerns with Yanqiu, he was unexpectedly contacted by Yanqiu, who announced he would pick him up the following day. Without hesitation, Shijing Yan readily agreed. The next day was Saturday, a day free from school, providing him the perfect opportunity to inquire about Yanqiu's recent behavior and his apparent avoidance. Early the next morning, before 8 o'clock, Yanqiu arrived at his home. Upon entering, Shijing Yan, with a serious demeanor, asked, "I have several important questions for you." Yanqiu sat beside him with a smile, responding, "Go ahead, Yan." After much internal conflict, Shijing Yan finally mustered the courage to ask, "Why have you been so busy lately, with barely a moment to spare for me? Have you found another companion, leading you to dislike me?" Upon hearing this, Yanqiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why would you think that?" He gently grasped Shijing Yan's chin and kissed him softly. "You are my only jealous and clingy little pup. The past few days, I've been preparing a surprise for you. Do you remember that today marks our 2-year anniversary?" Shijing Yan's expression turned blank, as he realized he had forgotten their anniversary. However, he understood the importance of maintaining the facade. "Well, I'll take your word for it. By the way, where are you taking me today?" "To the amusement park." The mention of the amusement park triggered a memory, leading Shijing Yan to realize the nostalgic significance of the outing. "All right, let us embark on this journey." As Yanqiu reached out to hold his hand, Shijing Yan grasped his wrist firmly and pulled him outside. Yanqiu paused, surprised by the gesture, his smile deepening. After a drive of nearly 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the amusement park, where a bustling crowd awaited them. Shijing Yan furrowed his brow at the throngs of people, feeling a sense of unease. "What would you like to do, Yan? I've made reservations in advance. Unfortunately, the owner of this amusement park had a request of me, so I was able to facilitate this arrangement. Then let us proceed to the bumper cars, the water rapids, the carousel, and the roller coaster." Very well. The two individuals engaged in several activities, and as they ascended the roller coaster, Shijing Yan nervously grasped the broad, warm hand of Yanqiu. The experience was thrilling and exhilarating, causing Shijing Yan to scream in fright on multiple occasions. Upon disembarking, his steps felt unsteady, akin to walking on clouds. Yanqiu promptly supported him, his expression fraught with concern. "Are you all right, Yan?" "I'm fine," Shijing Yan replied, though his discomfort was evident. Observing his lingering unease, Yanqiu suggested, "How about we ride the Ferris wheel instead?" Shijing Yan nodded, eyes shut, as the Ferris wheel ascended gradually. Its unexpected smoothness prompted Shijing Yan to curiously open his eyes. Familiarity breeds comfort, yet he feigned a sense of wonder, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Noticing Shijing Yan's renewed liveliness, Yanqiu couldn't resist interjecting, "Indeed, seeing you so distressed earlier made me somewhat regretful for bringing you here." A hint of guilt shadowed his features. "Am all right. It was just my first roller coaster ride, and I wasn't prepared. Next time will be different. All right, I shall heed your wishes, Shijing replied, his hand reaching out to affectionately tease the tip of Shijing Yan's nose. The young man's subtle smile revealed two charming dimples, causing Shijing's breath to hitch and his heart to race. As Shijing Yan gazed at the approaching handsome face, an unexpected thirst struck him. "What are you doing?" His deep, alluring voice stirred Shijing's eager heart. At the apex of the Ferris wheel, it is said that lovers who kiss shall remain together forever. "Here we go again," Shijing Yan scoffed. "Do you really believe that?" Shijing's voice was resolute and unwavering. "I do." "Then I shall take the initiative this time." After a brief moment of silence, Shijing Yan suddenly pressed his hand against the back of Shijing's neck and kissed him passionately. The tenderness and warmth in Shijing's gaze as he looked at Shijing Yan, coupled with the intoxicating exchange of their lips, rendered the kiss both lingering and enveloping. It was only when Shijing Yan playfully bit Shijing's lip that he reluctantly released him. Nestled in Shijing's embrace, Shijing Yan earnestly declared, "We will always be together." "Indeed, we shall," Shijing affirmed, tightening his grip as their fingers intertwined. As the sun descended, their day of enjoyment came to a close, and they prepared to depart. "Where to next?" Shijing Yan inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. "You silly, of course, we're heading to my home. I'll cook for you," Shijing affectionately teased, giving his nose a gentle poke. Shijing Yan scoffed playfully, but then linked his arm with Shijing's, a smile gracing his lips. Shijing Yan rarely visited Shijing's home, and this time he was intrigued to observe Shijing's culinary skills in the kitchen. "With such impressive cooking skills, why not become my little darling wife?" "What do you say?" Shijing Yan remarked, wrapping his arms around Shijing from behind. Shijing paused his chopping, placing the knife aside, and turned to pin Shijing Yan against the counter, teasingly looking down at him. "Very well, but only if Ian can overpower me. Then you may do as you wish." Shijing Yan's spirits lifted instantly. "That is what you said." "Yes, I did, but first I must finish cooking. Let us discuss it after we eat, all right, Ian?" Upon concluding his words, Shijing released his hold on Shijing Yan and turned to focus on chopping vegetables. A smile graced the corner of Shijing Yan's lips. "Would you like me to assist you?" Shijing sliced the vegetables with elegance. His fair, slender fingers resembled a piece of art, exquisite and captivating. "Ian, could you wash the carrots for me?" "Of course." After toiling for a considerable time, when they finally sat down to eat, tears shimmered in Shijing Yan's eyes. Whether from gratitude or the deliciousness of the meal, it was unclear. Shijing placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib on his plate, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a sigh, "Ian, focus on your meal and refrain from crying." Instantly, Shijing Yan straightened up, withdrawing his previous expression, casting a subtle glance at him. "Is it not permissible for me to express my admiration for your culinary skills?" "All right, continue your admiration, but I must eat now." Shijing began to fervently serve himself, and upon witnessing this, Shijing Yan quickly adopted a serious demeanor, savoring the delightful feast. Once they had satisfied their hunger and tidied the table, Shijing mysteriously retrieved a box from his jacket pocket, waving it before Shijing Yan. "This is for you." Puzzled, Shijing Yan accepted the delicate box, inquiring, "What is this?" Chapter 25. The Obsessive Youth Falls for the Frail Scholar, Part 24. "Ian, please close your eyes." Obediently, Shijing Yan shut his eyes as Shijing opened the box in his hands. Inside, two petite silver rings lay quietly upon a bed of red velvet. Shijing picked up one ring and gently placed it on the middle finger of Shijing Yan's left hand, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "With this engagement ring, you are mine." Instantly, Shijing Yan felt warmth flush to his ears, abruptly opening his eyes. "You certainly know how to play tricks." Despite his words, he picked up the other ring and placed it on Shijing's beaming finger. "All right, the rings are on. Now let us discuss serious matters." Before Shijing could react, he found himself pressed against the sofa, Shijing Yan kissing him without reservation. In this kiss, they both vied for dominance, yet ultimately, Shijing Yan found himself pinned beneath, too weary to resist. "Ian, I have one." Shijing's deep, phoenix-like eyes curved with a sincere gaze, enchanting Shijing Yan. His heart raced wildly within his chest, and he subconsciously swallowed, his throat moving enticingly. With a profound gaze, Yunqiu bit down gently, eliciting a muffled sound of pleasure from Shijing Yan. Yunqiu left a trail of kisses along his neck, then suddenly raised his head, asking, "Shall we move to the bed?" Shijing Yan blushed, turning his head away, whispering, Just as he attempted to sit up, Yunqiu swept him up from the sofa and carried him towards the bedroom, gently placing him on the bed. Shijing Yan propped himself up, but was promptly pushed back down by Yunqiu. As he gazed up at Yunqiu leaning over him, an inexplicable anxiety washed over him. "Wait, do you have experience? Perhaps we should postpone this for another time." Yunqiu was amused by his frustration, seizing his wrist with a firm grip, his voice low and commanding. "You shall not escape. Why not try for yourself to find out?" Before Shijing Yan could utter another infuriating remark, Yunqiu silenced him, rendering him incapable of speech save for the soft whimpers that escaped his lips. As Yunqiu kissed him, he began to remove both their garments, baring their souls to one another in an honest exchange. Suddenly, Shijing Yan sneezed, awkwardly laughing, "It's a bit chilly. In the midst of summer. How could it be cold?" Though Yunqiu verbally dismissed this, he tightened his embrace, their bodies fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. He placed a gentle kiss on the corner of Shijing Yan's mouth, chuckling softly, "You are quite the delicate one." Shijing Yan's cheeks flushed crimson in silence, prompting Yunqiu to shower him with tender kisses from head to toe. Shijing Yan's hands rested on Yunqiu's shoulders, uncertain whether to push him away or to lean in closer. Yunqiu playfully nibbled on his collarbone before whispering in his ear, his voice deep and enticing, "Ian, do you remember everything now?" The rising inflection of his voice was like a hook, igniting a yearning within Shijing Yan. Ultimately, Shijing Yan surrendered, admitting yes. "Just a few days ago." Yunqiu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Then you must not deceive me again." Gazing into Yunqiu's dark, profound eyes, Shijing Yan nodded, entranced. "All right, I promise." Without delay, Yunqiu resumed his kisses, causing Shijing Yan's mind to swirl, as a flame of desire flickered within him, contrasting sharply with the sweetness enveloping his heart. His long, fair fingers clutched the bed sheets tightly. At some point, Yunqiu bit down gently on his earlobe, whispering, "Ian, are you ready?" Shijing Yan's eyes glimmered with a hint of fear as he grasped Yunqiu's arm, trembling as he pleaded, "Chiga, be gentle." Yunqiu pressed a kiss to his forehead, their breaths intertwining, his gaze filled with tenderness as he softly reassured him, "Do not fear, Ian. Entrust yourself to me, and I shall ensure your comfort." The following midday, Shijing Yan awoke to the enticing aroma of food, his appetite awakened from slumber. Rubbing his disheveled hair, he glanced at the now empty side of the bed. As he attempted to rise, a wave of soreness washed over him, particularly in a sensitive area that stirred discomfort. Fragments of last night's events flashed through his mind. He had willingly surrendered himself, and to his humiliation, had begged for mercy in tears. His expression darkened at the recollection, and he could not suppress a shout. "Yin, cough, cough." Alas, his voice was raspy from the night's cries. Hearing Shijing Yan's voice, Yunqiu emerged from the kitchen, beaming with a radiant smile. "What is wrong, Ian?" Shijing Yan pointed feebly to a water glass, and with perceptive grace, Yunqiu filled it and brought it to his lips. After taking a sip to soothe his throat, Shijing Yan, still hoarse, exclaimed, "How can you even ask what is wrong? Last night how could you?" Yunqiu sat beside him, casting a guilty glance at the marks adorning Shijing Yan's skin, and quickly began to massage his back, coaxing, "I was wrong, Ian, but it was you who consented last night." Caught off guard by his words, Shijing Yan found himself at a loss for retort, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge the validity in what was said. With a hint of grievance, he replied, "Can't you exercise a bit of restraint? I told you to stop, yet you persisted. I am sorry, Xiaoyuan, Yunqiu confessed. I truly couldn't help myself yesterday. When I was bathing you, you uttered a delightful sound that led me to believe you desired more." At that moment, Shijing Yan was acutely aware of the sensations coursing through his body, How could he remain silent when Yun Qiu was attending to him so intimately? This old rascal was clearly tempted by his physique. Just as Shijing Yan was about to scold him, he was abruptly silenced by a kiss, one imbued with an apology and a desire to appease, tender and disarming. Instantly, a significant portion of his ire dissipated. In the end, Yun Qiu playfully licked the corner of his mouth and flashed a teasing smile. "Ayun, don't be angry. It's not worth jeopardizing your health. Get lost," Shijing Yan retorted. Yun Qiu's head drooped in defeat, and he dared not utter a word, feeling rather pitiful as he fiddled with his fingers. After a moment, Shijing Yan kicked Yun Qiu's calf and commanded, "Carry me to wash up. I want to eat." Instantly rejuvenated, Yun Qiu handed him his pants and, after he was dressed, kindly assisted him into his slippers before scooping him up and heading to the bathroom. With his bare torso reflected in the mirror, Shijing Yan caught sight of the marks on his skin and couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Yun Qiu, bring me my clothes. Right away. Today." Yun Qiu was exceptionally compliant, first helping Shijing Yan with his morning routine and then personally feeding him, responding to every request, making it a rather rare and delightful day. On the rooftop, as night fell and stars blanketed the sky, the two leaned against each other. Yun Qiu wrapped his arms around Shijing Yan's waist, drawing him closer, a sense of unspeakable contentment in his voice. "Ayun, once you graduate from university, let us go abroad to register our marriage, shall we?" Leaning against him, Shijing Yan gazed up at the starry sky and smiled in agreement. "Sure." Yun Qiu placed a kiss on his cheek, and together they indulged in the simple pleasure of stargazing, feeling that as long as they were together, anything could be imbued with meaning. Soon, the news of their engagement spread throughout the university, spurred by Yun Qiu's extravagant proposal. Flowers adorned the entire building, and below, candles and roses formed a heart shape. The sky erupted with vibrant fireworks, and a banner floated above, proclaiming, "Shijing Yan, I want to marry you." That evening, amidst the crowd, Yun Qiu kissed his bashful beloved, who had spent the entire day avoiding him. After the kiss, Shijing Yan looked up seriously and asked, "Aren't you afraid? The rumors might have a significant negative impact on your company." Yun Qiu pulled him close, enveloping him in a firm embrace, their foreheads touching, his voice low and tinged with barely discernible sorrow and emotion. "I have never feared such things. What I have always wanted is you. I only worry that these rumors will hurt you. It's my fault for involving you in this. I only ask that you do not leave me, all right?" Ayun. Chapter 26. The Infatuated Youth Falls for the Frail Academic. Part 25. Complete. Shijing Yan felt a surge of emotion, tightly embracing him as warmth enveloped her heart. "I will never leave you. Thank you, Qigu, for giving me the courage to love you more resolutely." She also wished to express her gratitude to Ayun for his trust. She vowed not to disappoint him. The grand proposal was known to all. Naturally, there were those who despised it, others who envied it. Yet surprisingly, the majority of the female students at the school took the lead in shipping their couple. The pair had to be cautious on campus. Once caught, they would be bombarded with a flurry of questions. For instance, bold girls would invariably inquire, "When are you two getting married? How often do you? Who confessed first? Who takes the lead?" And so forth. Each time, Shijing Yan would drag Yun Qiu away in haste. Who would have thought that this crowd was so astute? Were university students' minds so open? Time flew by, and they traversed their college years together. Upon graduation, the couple traveled to Country F to obtain their marriage certificate. Once back home, they held a lavish wedding. Shijing reluctantly placed her brother's hand into Yun Qiu's. At that moment, Yun Qiu tightened his grip, his smile radiating brilliance. "Thank you, Go." Shijing, with a look of disdain, suddenly became serious. "All I need from you is one promise. Will you care for him and protect him for a lifetime? He is my only brother." Yun Qiu cast a glance at Shijing Yan, who was donned in a white suit, wearing a gentle smile as he looked back at him. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he vowed earnestly, "I swear by my life that I will love him, trust him, and protect him until my last breath." At this, Shijing Yan interjected, "All right, let us not speak of death. It's rather inauspicious. Brother, rest assured, if he ever treats me poorly, I shall run away from home." Immediately, Xiao wrapped his arms around Shijing Yan's waist, whispering, "I will not allow such a day to exist. Ian cannot abandon me." Shijing Yan chuckled lightly. He had merely jested, yet Xiao took it to heart. He playfully pinched Xiao's fingers, unable to suppress a laugh. "All right, I understand, you clingy thing. I only cling to you," Xiao replied. Shijing, with a face full of exasperation, could no longer bear to witness them flaunting their affection, muttering, "Now I can rest easy." In an instant, he vanished into the crowd below. It was evident that he truly did not wish to partake in their display of affection. Under the witness of the host and esteemed guests, Shijing Yan and Xiao exchanged wedding rings and shared a cup of wine. Of course, Xiao would not forget to tenderly kiss the bashful Shijing Yan amidst it all. Years later, Shijing Yan would still remember how Xiao publicly declared, "Today is the happiest day of my life. I am so fortunate to marry Ian." On their wedding night, Xiao remained sober, but a certain little glutton had succumbed to intoxication. He assisted his beloved back to their room, gently pinching Shijing Yan's flushed cheeks, his voice low and teasing. "Are you tipsy?" His entire face flushed crimson. Even his enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmered with a watery sheen as he fixated on Xiao's alluringly thin lips, responding earnestly, "Yes, a little." Xiao playfully pecked him on the corner of his mouth, finding him utterly adorable. Suddenly, Shijing Yan let out a mischievous chuckle and pushed him down onto the bed, propping himself up on either side of Xiao as he deliberately exhaled into his ear, "Today, I shall certainly have you, so you will know that it is I who has married you." Xiao's gaze held a hint of mischief, his lips curling into a smile as he reclined back, adopting a posture inviting to be plucked. "All right, how do you plan to have me, Ian?" Shijing Yan grinned foolishly, and in the next instant, he deftly discarded his suit jacket, leaving only a crisp white shirt. He unfastened a few buttons near his neck, revealing his exquisite collarbone. Little did he know, this appearance was a fatal temptation in the eyes of another. Shijing Yan smiled slightly, loosening all the buttons of his shirt and tossing it aside. His skin was fair, devoid of any excess flesh despite the absence of defined abs. Xiao's gaze burned with intensity as he seemingly sought to devour him whole. Yet he remained motionless. His fingers danced over the buttons of Xiao's shirt, unfastening them one by one until the garment lay partially open. He admired the splendid physique beneath him, his hands taking the opportunity to caress Xiao's abdomen. Xiao's lips curled upward, his voice a deep and melodious whisper, "Ian, do you like it?" Shijing Yan nodded, enunciating slowly, "Yes." "Then do you desire it?" "I do. Come, Ian, let me teach you." Shijing Yan shook his head, feeling drowsy. "No, I'll handle it myself." "Very well." With a profound gaze, Xiao, guiding the lethargic Shijing Yan, proceeded to fulfill the act. The following morning, Shijing Yan, awakening, playfully pinched Xiao's nose to rouse him from his deep slumber. As Xiao slowly opened his eyes, he tenderly kissed Shijing Yan and pulled him into an embrace. "Be good, sleep a little longer." Seeing Xiao close his eyes again sparked a flare of irritation within Shijing Yan. They had agreed the previous night, yet he found himself on the receiving end of the encounter. Although he had indeed been on top at one point, it was not the experience he had desired. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, and he kicked Xiao, exclaiming, "Get out and sleep." Xiao looked at him with a hint of grievance, the corners of his eyes reddening as he playfully pleaded, "Ian, was last night not enjoyable?" Shijing Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Last night had indeed felt different, indescribably pleasant. However, he stubbornly retorted, "Next time, I'll make sure you enjoy it too." Xiao's expression shifted, a touch of embarrassment crossing his face, before he cleared his throat, "But I only wish for Ian's pleasure. Let me handle the rest, shall we?" As he spoke, he began to shower Shijing Yan with delicate kisses, rendering him weak and causing him to relent. "All right, enough of that. I am hungry." Xiao smirked triumphantly, promptly getting out of bed to dress. "I'll go make breakfast. What would you like to eat?" "I want meat. I didn't get any last night." "Surely a savory dish is acceptable?" "Absolutely." Despite the frailty of Shijing Yan's health, plagued by frequent ailments. He and Yunqiu traversed the myriad moments of life hand in hand, buoyed by the strength of their souls. Yunqiu, ever inventive in his affections, lavished care upon him. They experienced their share of minor quarrels, yet a simple kiss or embrace would swiftly dissolve any discord. On the day of Shijing Yan's 82nd birthday, Yunqiu continued his tradition of presenting a bouquet of starry flowers and champagne roses, accompanying him to watch films and stargaze. "Ayan, have you ever regretted being with me?" Shijing Yan nestled in Yunqiu's embrace, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he replied, "Never. Only that I did not meet you sooner." Yunqiu held him close, gently uttering, "I feel the same, Ayan. In our next life, I wish to find you earlier." The sound of Yunqiu's voice filled Shijing Yan's ears. To spend a lifetime with the one he cherished was more than enough. As the warmth in his beloved's embrace began to fade, Yunqiu wept, tears cascading down his cheeks and falling upon Shijing Yan's collarbone. Chapter 27. Gong Lingyu. Epilogue. Gong Lingyu, the eldest son in his family, found himself entangled in the sordid complexities that often accompany affluent households. Perhaps he inherited certain hedonistic traits from his father, or was merely influenced by his surroundings. His penchant for changing partners rivaled that of changing garments, and he frequently frequented bars. It was there that he fortuitously encountered Yunqiu, whose fierce gaze revealed an undeniable intensity, signaling that this individual was far from ordinary. In his quest for friendship, Gong Lingyu was swiftly overshadowed and dominated, ultimately becoming a subordinate. Under the weight of Yunqiu's formidable presence, he had no choice but to concede. Shortly thereafter, a new student joined their class, a striking figure with fair skin and a tall, lithe silhouette, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed to hold the power to melt hearts. Gong Lingyu felt an instant infatuation. Thus, he sought to forge a closer bond with Shijing Yan, only to discover that the boy possessed a frosty demeanor, seemingly disinterested in his overtures. Furthermore, even the reclusive Yunqiu displayed an unusual interest in this newcomer. As a result, Gong Lingyu found himself at odds with Yunqiu. When he spotted Shijing Yan at school and greeted him with enthusiasm, he later realized that Yunqiu had just leaned in to whisper something to Shijing Yan, sharing intimate words. Upon being caught in the act, the two quickly separated, and Yunqiu's expression darkened, casting a fierce glare in Gong Lingyu's direction before departing. At that moment, Gong Lingyu seemed to grasp the reality. The two were undoubtedly entwined. As time unfolded, their closeness grew, revealing an undeniable chemistry. However, a woman soon entered the fray. Initially, Gong Lingyu held a favorable impression of Jianxi, appreciating her academic prowess and gentle nature. Though her appearance was modest, she undeniably radiated an refreshing aura. However, she should never have pursued Shijing Yan. Originally, Gong Lingyu was already filled with resentment over unattainable desires, and this woman had the audacity to intrude, approaching Shijing Yan daily for tutoring assistance. Even if Gong Lingyu was oblivious, he could discern that Shijing Yan did not harbor any fondness for this girl. At last, when Shijing Yan encountered Gong Lingyu once more, his eyes sparkled with hope, believing that Shijing Yan wished to forge a friendship with him. To his dismay, Shijing Yan instead dragged him into tutoring Jianxi while he himself made a hasty exit. Gong Lingyu felt a surge of resentment. His gaze towards Jianxi tinged with melancholy and dissatisfaction. Gradually, however, Gong Lingyu began to let go. Shijing Yan's brilliance was too overwhelming for him to grasp or protect. This realization hit him particularly hard when he witnessed Shijing Yan single-handedly confront 6 or 7 individuals. He stood there dumbfounded, exclaiming in awe. Later, when Shijing Yan was kidnapped, injured, and left in a coma, Gong Lingyu visited him once. On that day, he saw Yunqiu vigilantly guarding the bedside, tirelessly watching over him, dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot and weary. In that moment, he felt that these two were truly meant for one another. Nevertheless, Gong Lingyu still presented a fruit basket, sincerely wishing them happiness in the future. Afterward, as he entered university, their paths diverged considerably. Following his family's arrangements, he began to learn about the company, gradually tempering his once roguish heart. At university, he encountered a girl named Du-Yuan, who truly captured his attention and steadied his wandering spirit. They were classmates, yet Gong Lingyu often skipped classes for the company or bars. As class monitor and academic representative, Du-Yuan took it upon herself to oversee him. One day, Du-Yuan stealthily followed Gong Lingyu to a bar. She possessed a delicate beauty, exuding gentleness and grace. Upon entering, she was soon approached by admirers. Growing impatient, she merely wished to escort Gong Lingyu back to school, but the crowd was overwhelming, and she soon lost sight of him. Suddenly, a man seized her wrist, declaring that it was a privilege for her to attract his attention. Du-Yuan regarded him with cold disdain, as if he were a mere corpse, and commanded him to release her. Unfazed, the man attempted to insult her, but in an instant, with a sharp crack, Du-Yuan forcefully broke his wrist. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the bar, prompting Gong Lingyu to rush over, only to witness Du-Yuan, with one hand twisting the wrist of a large man, while the other delicately held her phone, reporting the incident as self-defense. Watching this unfold, Gong Lingyu swallowed hard, resolved to attend classes diligently and refrain from skipping to bars in the future. After resolving the incident, he began to view Du-Yuan through the lens of a strong woman, becoming increasingly obedient to her. Throughout their interactions, he discovered that Du-Yuan possessed a remarkably intricate and perceptive mind. Every time Gong Lingyu attended class, there would invariably be a breakfast laid out on the table. He gazed blankly at his deskmate, Du-Yuan, who merely coughed and said, "I bought too much and can't finish it." Gong Lingyu smiled at her sweetly, replying, "Thank you. Yuan." The girl's cheeks flushed, and she mumbled, "Don't call me that." Gong Lingyu chuckled and took a bite of his bun, choosing to remain silent. On another occasion, after finishing a basketball game with a splendid three-point shot, numerous girls screamed and lined up to offer him water. He quietly approached Du-Yuan, observing the girl holding the water motionlessly, and grinned brightly. "Is this for me, my girlfriend?" Du-Yuan's face turned as red as a ripe shrimp, and in a fluster, she thrust the water into Gong Lingyu's arms and fled. He smiled as he unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip, contemplating buying her a bouquet to confess his feelings. But which flowers would she prefer? Gong Lingyu inquired around and purchased Du-Yuan's favorite blue roses and a cup of hot milk tea. In the chilly winter, with a few snowflakes drifting down, he stood at the base of the girls' dormitory in his down jacket, calling Du-Yuan, "Yuan, come out for a moment. I have a gift for you." "Okay," came the excited response, accompanied by the clinking of sounds. Gong Lingyu chuckled softly when Du-Yuan saw him holding a large bouquet of blue roses. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Gong Lingyu handed her the flowers and placed the hot milk tea in her hands. Yuan, I am serious. Will you be my girlfriend?" "However," she replied, "I heard you are quite the flirt and have been with many women." Hearing her sobbing softly, Gong Lingyu felt his heart shatter. "I was too young and foolish before, and I swear I never had any relations with them. I promise, I am a virgin." With her ears turning crimson, Du-Yuan closed her eyes and kissed him. Gong Lingyu was overjoyed, tenderly kissing the girl, vowing to love her wholeheartedly. His parents were equally delighted that their son had settled down and found a girlfriend, and it wasn't long before the couple got engaged. Later, he took Du-Yuan to attend the wedding of Shijing Yan and Yunqiu, witnessing what true love entailed, unfettered by societal norms and uninhibited by gender. Naturally, when Gong Lingyu got married, he invited Yunqiu and the others, not only to the wedding but also to their child's month celebration. After all, they were not financially challenged and could afford to tease them. However, he underestimated Yunqiu's audacity in front of their family. Yunqiu embraced Shijing Yan's waist and kissed her, leaving Gong Lingyu hastily covering his son's and Du-Yuan's eyes. Du-Yuan, however, brushed Gong Lingyu's hand away, wearing an amused smile. Gong Lingyu's life was forever intertwined with Du-Yuan's, with no one capable of intruding upon their bond, not even their son. Their son, witnessing his parents once again leaving him in his small room to sleep, pouted and sighed. "Indeed, I am an unexpected surprise." Chapter 28. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 1. As Shijing Yan opened his eyes, he found himself amidst a sea of stars. realizing he had returned to the very place where it all began. Xiaoyuan, sure go. Are we ready for the next task? In the depths of his heart, Shijing Yan felt an unsettling emptiness, his heart weighed down with discomfort. He recalled that he had seemingly fallen for someone, yet the name and visage of that person eluded his memory. Now, having detached himself from the world of tasks, he pondered whether they would ever cross paths again. Furthermore, all recollections of that individual had grown increasingly hazy. Clutching his chest, he furrowed his brow in distress, deciding to take a brief respite and resume his endeavors in a few days. The small white kitten responded, "All right, brother, sure. Please take good care of yourself. There is food prepared for you on the table. Eat when you're hungry." With little enthusiasm, Shijing Yan replied in a subdued tone, observing Shijing Yan's melancholic demeanor. Xiaoyuan couldn't help but reflect on the words imparted to him by the Lord of the main god. He had been instructed to help him forget temporarily, as it was the only means to rekindle his love for the divine being, thereby breaking the seal that bound his memories and powers. Was it truly worth it? He wondered. For Ian, you would willingly embrace death. Xiaoyuan thought to himself, grappling with the enigmatic intentions of the Lord of the main god. After a few days of rest, as the pangs of desolation began to subside and his heart felt less constricted, Shijing Yan resolved to undertake his next task. Plot reception. The original host, Shijing Yan, was merely cannon fodder in this world, possessing a striking resemblance to the female lead. Before the male and female protagonists met, the second male lead, Lung Chenxi, was in a romantic relationship with the female lead. Upon her departure for studies abroad, they parted ways. Subsequently, Lung Chenxi encountered the original host at university, mistaking him for a substitute due to their similar appearances, and seduced him with sweet words, ultimately marrying him. However, Lung Chenxi's conscience troubled him, preventing them from consummating their union. Eventually, when the female lead returned home, Lung Chenxi sought her out, wishing to rekindle their past romance. By then, however, the female lead had already developed feelings for the male lead, leaving Lung Chenxi incensed and intent on tormenting the original host. Aware of the truth, the original host found himself unable to bear the dual torment inflicted by Lung Chenxi, both physically and emotionally. In despair, he chose to end his tumultuous life by leaping from a building. The male lead, the illustrious CEO Yun Chio, encountered the female lead in a fateful collision, leading to their acquaintance and eventual love. The female lead was none other than Gu Ran, the ex-girlfriend of Lung Chenxi. Xiaoyuan's task: ensure the scoundrel experiences the consequences he deserves, allowing the female lead to focus on her career while raising the male lead's affection to 100. Slowly, Shijing Yan opened his eyes, shivering as he glanced at the now tepid water in the bathtub, his brow knitting in concern. Indeed, he was but a substitute. Even in death, he doubted that anyone would come to his aid. It seemed necessary to first win his affection, only to subsequently cast him aside, experiencing love before loss. A game of hearts, which would prove far more entertaining. Neither the moonlight nor the substitute would be his to possess. Such a scoundrel deserved to spend his life engulfed in guilt and regret. A chilling smile graced Shijing Yan's lips, exuding a beguiling charm. He emerged from the cold water, donning a simple bathrobe, its collar slightly ajar, with droplets cascading down to his collarbone, his skin pale and alluring. Ever since their marriage, Lung Chenxi had insisted on sleeping in separate rooms, citing his busy work schedule. Yet, this was merely a facade to maintain his devotion to his moonlight. At this moment, Lung Chenxi was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Just then, Shijing Yan passed by without uttering a single word, nor offering even a fleeting glance. He simply took the hairdryer and retreated to his room. Lung Chenxi set his phone aside, feeling an inexplicable curiosity. Typically, he would indulge Shijing Yan's whims, allowing him to blow-dry his hair, while he himself would feign work commitments to decline. What was different today? Was he upset? The sensation of losing control was unsettling. Suddenly, Lung Chenxi stood up and made his way towards Shijing Yan's room. Without knocking, he pushed the door open, only to find the young man with his head lowered, gently drying his hair, his gaze drifting downwards, inadvertently revealing the pale expanse of his chest beneath the open bathrobe. Lung Chenxi swallowed hard, surprised to find himself stirred by the sight. Unable to restrain himself, he called out softly, "Yin Yin, come here." Shijing Yan pretended not to hear, continuing his task with an air of nonchalance, assuming the noise of the hairdryer was the reason for Shijing Yan's lack of response. Lung Chenxi's throat constricted as he loosened his tie, approaching him. He snatched the hairdryer from Shijing Yan's hands and embraced him, taking over the task of drying his hair. Shijing Yan was momentarily taken aback, then responded awkwardly, "Chenxi, you should attend to your own matters. I can manage on my own." His gaze fell, cheeks flushed, conveying a hint of vulnerability that tightened Lung Chenxi's chest with a pang of empathy. Turning off the hairdryer, Lung Chenxi gently wiped away the unshed tears from the corner of Shijing Yan's eyes, soothingly murmuring, "Don't cry, my love. I'll keep you company tonight, all right?" This marked the first time since their marriage that Lung Chenxi had taken the initiative to comfort him. Shijing Yan leaned his head against Lung Chenxi's chest, sniffing softly, his voice reminiscent of a kitten. "Chenxi, you're so kind." Lung Chenxi encircled his slender waist, drawing him closer, and playfully pinned him down. The man pressed a kiss to his earlobe before gently nibbling at his delicate throat. As time passed, Lung Chenxi's breath grew heavier. He lifted his gaze to meet Shijing Yan's blushing face, glistening with apprehension. "Yin Yin, don't be afraid. I will be gentle." Shijing Yan nodded, trembling slightly. Lung Chenxi pressed his lips against Shijing Yan's, discovering them softer than he had imagined. As garments fell away, he dove straight into the heat of the moment. At that instant, Shijing Yan appeared as a victor, watching with amusement as Lung Chenxi became engrossed in a passionate encounter with a pillow. Moments earlier, Shijing Yan had employed his own abilities, a technique akin to hypnosis, creating an illusion that the pillow was him. He had no intention of sacrificing himself for the sake of this scoundrel. As a nine-tailed fox demon, such minor tricks were well within his grasp. Xiaoyuan remarked, "Shigu is truly impressive." Shijing Yan smirked, raising an eyebrow, exuding an air of nonchalance as he glanced at the man engaged in an enthusiastic struggle with the pillow, before ascending to the balcony to enjoy the breeze. This series of events left Xiaoyuan in awe, unable to suppress his admiration. "Shigu is so handsome." Shijing Yan chuckled lightly. "Flattery will only make me more handsome." Xiaoyuan teased, "Such narcissism." In the early morning, Shijing Yan spent the night in the living room, rising early to check on a man in his room. He donned gloves and unceremoniously discarded the pillow. After washing his hands 3 times, he proceeded to prepare breakfast. Of course, had it not been for his ulterior motives, he would never have cooked for such a scoundrel. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, rousing Lung Chenxi from slumber. Glancing at his bare self and hearing the sounds of cooking from the kitchen, he felt, for the first time, that this way of life was quite pleasant. Yet, unbidden, the visage of Gu Ran, his aloof and ethereal ex-girlfriend, surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, a wave of irritation washed over Lung Chenxi. He had broken his promise to himself last night. Gu Ran had agreed to consider their relationship only after returning from her studies abroad, and in a fit of anger, he had embarked on an ardent pursuit of a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, ultimately leading to Shijing Yan's acquiescence. Now they were married, in a time where same-sex marriages were accepted. Shaking his head, Lung Chenxi resolved not to dwell on it. Just then, Shijing Yan gasped in surprise, prompting Lung Chenxi to quickly don a shirt and rush over. He found Shijing Yan, who had already prepared the dishes, frowning slightly as he blew on his burned hand. Taking hold of Shijing Yan's wrist, he guided him to the sink, rinsing the injured area under cool water. Shijing Yan winced in pain, letting out a soft gasp. With a stern expression, Lung Chenxi admonished, "Next time, let the housekeeper handle it. You need not complicate matters." Chapter 29. I Want a Divorce and to Marry the CEO? Part 2. Shijing Yan lowered his gaze, replying, "I understand. I merely wish to provide you with a warm breakfast." At his words, Lung Chenxi felt a softness bloom within him, his tones softening as he responded, "Yin Yin, I'm also concerned for your well-being." Shijing Yan managed a faint smile, saying, "Yes, I understand. I shall refrain from cooking in the future." Lung Chenxi sensed something amiss in his statement, but chose not to ponder it further. After applying medicine to Shijing Yan's injury, he carried him to the dining table. Xiaoyuan, observing discreetly, mused, "TSK, TSK, TSK, the implication is clear. Shiji's cooking will no longer be available to this scoundrel." Shijing Yan frowned slightly. He preferred to avoid contact with others, especially with despicable individuals. Abruptly breaking away from Lung Chenxi's embrace, he turned away, his lips curling downwards as his expression hardened with disdain. Yet, he uttered words of concern. "I'll serve you some porridge. It's good for your stomach in the morning." Watching the man who had turned his back to him, preparing porridge, Lung Chenxi couldn't help but smile faintly. Responding softly, "Mm." The two shared a respectful silence as they finished their breakfast. Due to the events of the previous night, Lung Chenxi took it upon himself to check on Shijing Yan's well-being. After ensuring everything was in order, he departed for work. Shijing Yan, feeling somewhat disdainful, washed his face. Just as he stepped outside, Lung Chenxi unexpectedly kissed his cheek, catching him off guard. After washing up, Shijing Yan felt a surge of cheerfulness and inquired of Xiaoyuan, "What is Lung Chenxi's approval rating?" Xiaoyuan replied, 59, just one step away from affection. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shijing Yan declared, "Let us go find the male lead." Xiaoyuan, Shige, are you still feeling unwell?" Shijing Yan smirked mischievously. "I am a nine-tailed fox. How could I be so fragile? I have lived for 1,000 years. And what sorrow could I possibly feel over such scum?" Xiaoyuan, I still feel like Shige is not very happy. But don't be sad. Once we complete the male lead's favorability tasks, everything will be fine. Shijing Yan sensed something amiss in his words, yet he dismissed it, believing he meant that once all tasks were accomplished, he could ascend to divinity, thinking he was expressing joy for him. Nearby the airport, today marked the return of the female lead, Gu Ran, and also the day she would meet the male lead, Yin Qiu. Shijing Yan hummed a little tune, leisurely arriving at their meeting place ahead of time. He first took out his phone and, employing his hacking skills, disguised himself as the female lead, Gu Ran, to send a message to Lung Chenxi, informing him of her return and sharing the airport location for him to come pick her up. Upon receiving the message, Lung Chenxi paused for a moment before promptly replying, "Okay, I'm on my way." As Shijing Yan read the response, he clicked his tongue in amusement. It seemed he still harbored feelings. Why, then, did he choose to trouble another's beloved? Xiaoyuan, exactly, why trouble my dear Shige? Shijing Yan manipulated a few settings and hacked into the female lead's phone, transferring the information to her device. Satisfied, he smiled. "Xiaoyuan, this hacking skill is quite impressive." Xiaoyuan chuckled. "It's all thanks to you, Shige. You mastered it in less than a month during the last task." Shijing Yan frowned, slightly confused, his charming eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, giving him an endearing quality. "I learned it on my own? I recall snippets, but the memories of acquiring hacking skills remain hazy." Xiaoyuan solemnly fabricated, "That's just a side effect we encounter after completing a task. Don't worry, it won't harm you." Shijing Yan pouted, questioning the existence of such a side effect. Xiaoyuan, perhaps it is the price of becoming a deity without enduring the tribulations. He certainly would not mention that it was the command of the main deity. Shijing Yan, not pondering it further, began to wander around the vicinity, indulging in various delectable snacks from a nearby stall, fried skewers, takoyaki, and a cup of milk tea. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he glanced at the time. It was nearly time. Unexpectedly, a boy suddenly dashed into the middle of the road, and a car was speeding towards him. Shijing Yan swiftly stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy to accelerate his speed, and caught the boy around the waist. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Shijing Yan instinctively rolled on the ground several times, shielding the boy's head with his hands. The elderly chauffeur exited the car and approached, expressing concern. "Young man, are you all right? Do you need an ambulance?" Shijing Yan shook his head. "It's merely a scrape on my arm. It's nothing serious." He then released the boy, who immediately stood up, anxious not to inadvertently crush the brother who saved him. Shijing Yan glanced at the boy, lively and full of energy. He then stood up himself. The young boy's eyes seemed to glisten with tears as he said, "Brother, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not watching where I was going, causing you to get hurt." With a gentle smile, Shijing Yan affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and replied, "It's all right, as long as you understand your mistake. Just be more careful next time. Now hurry home, or your mother will start to worry." The boy nodded, uttering a soft, "Thank you, brother. Goodbye," before heading home. The elderly butler, noticing the abrasions on the young man's arm, expressed his concern, asking, "Are you sure we shouldn't call an ambulance?" Shijing Yan merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, offering a smile that was not entirely weak. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." However, as he took another step, pain etched across his face, the color drained from his lips. After one more step, he found himself unable to continue, evidently having twisted his ankle. The butler shook his head, insisting, "We should really call for an ambulance." Just as he completed the call, a curious figure emerged from the vehicle. A man clad in a black suit stepped out, his long legs striding with purpose. His features were nearly perfect, with sharp contours, slightly narrowed phoenix-like eyes, and thinly pressed lips, exuding an air of cold aloofness befitting a domineering CEO. Approaching the butler, he inquired about the situation. Upon learning of Shijing Yan's injury, he turned his attention to the wounded young man. As he studied Shijing Yan's face, which bore a pallor of suppressed pain, his heart tightened. The sight of the injury on his arm elicited a sharp gasp of concern. Xiaoyuan. Ding. Favorability level 10. Sure good, keep going. Win him over. Were it not for his current predicament, Shijing Yan would have wanted to facepalm and look heavenward. The man, pursing his lips, suddenly declared, "You've twisted your ankle. Let me take you to the hospital." Shijing Yan, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Huh? What?" Without further ado, the man strode over and effortlessly lifted Shijing Yan into a princess carry, prompting a startled yelp from him as he instinctively tightened his grip on the man's clothing. Fearing a fall, the man seemed quite pleased with his reaction, swiftly placing him in the car. Xiaoyuan. Ding. Favorability level 5, now at 15. With a commanding voice, the man instructed, "Drive to the hospital." "Yes, Mr. Yan." At that moment, Shijing Yan felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. He had just been lifted by a man, which was undeniably mortifying. Chapter 30. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 3. Yet, the man showed no signs of embarrassment and even initiated a conversation. "My name is Yun Chio. Don't be afraid, my car hit you. May I add you on WeChat? I'll transfer the medical expenses." Shijing Yan's lips twitched. Was this a roundabout way of asking for his WeChat? He found it hard to believe that a CEO would lack access to a checkbook. Nevertheless, Shijing Yan's mission was to increase the male lead's favorability. He picked up his phone, adding the man while responding, "All right." After they exchanged WeChat information, a silence fell between them, enveloping them in quietude until they arrived at the hospital. Only then did Yun Chio ask, given the urgency earlier, "Shall I assist you inside?" Shijing Yan managed a faint smile, replying, "Yes, thank you." Yun Chio gently rested his left hand on the wrist of Shijing Yan, who had draped his arm over Yun Chio's shoulder, while his right arm effortlessly encircled Shijing Yan's waist. Internally, Yun Chio marveled at the delicate nature of the boy, yet his exterior remained as tranquil as a still lake. Shijing Yan, in turn, leaned his weight onto Yun Chio, allowing him to support him partially as they made their way inside. Yun Chio instructed the butler to register, while he escorted Shijing Yan to the VIP ward. Indeed, this hospital was a venture of Yun Chio, for he was the protagonist of this narrative. Shijing Yan was seated on the bed, his left foot throbbing with pain, causing his eyes to well up, and his enchanting almond-shaped eyes glimmered with unshed tears, which quickened Yun Chio's heartbeat. Xiaoyuan. Ding. Affection level at 5, now at 20. Shijing Yan, what have I done? It's merely my foot that hurts. Could you possibly provide some hints? Xiaoyuan. Oh dear. It was at this moment that Yun Chio realized he had been staring at the youth, lost in thought. Flustered, he averted his gaze, instructing, "Please sit here and wait a moment. The doctor will be here shortly." Shijing Yan nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Yun." Yun Chio's phoenix eyes softened, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "Just call me Chio." Shijing Yan paused, lowering his head to softly respond. "Chio?" A memory flashed through Yun Chio's mind of the WeChat contact he had just added. That must be his name. A smile lingered in Yun Chio's eyes as he inquired, Jing Yan, may I address you in such a manner? Shijing Yan's lips curved into a subtle smile, revealing dimples as he replied, of course. Yin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, finding him utterly charming. Before long, the doctor arrived to examine Shijing Yan's foot. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor reassured, "It's merely a sprain with no bone damage. Apply ice to reduce swelling, and after a day, you may switch to heat and medication. With a 2-month recovery period, you should be fine." Shijing Yan forced a faint smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." The doctor nodded, instructing the nurse to return shortly with ice and medication. After the nurse completed the ice treatment and applied the medication, she couldn't help but notice how strikingly handsome Shijing Yan was, causing her cheeks to flush. Nervously, she advised, "You must rest well for the next few days, try not to move too much, and wait until the swelling subsides before being discharged." Seeing the nurse's flushed face, Shijing Yan couldn't resist flashing an innocent yet captivating smile. "Understood, thank you." The nurse, flustered, covered her face, her heart racing as she hurried out. "Xiaoyuan, Xi. How are you charming?" the nurse. Shijing Yan tilted his head. "Really? Is it my fault?" Yun Xiao observed Shijing Yan in contemplative silence, his head tilted adorably. Seemingly lost in thought, unable to resist, he captured the moment with his phone. Just then, Shijing Yan noticed Yun Xiao holding up the phone. Too late to retract his gaze. Blinking in uncertainty, he asked, "Are you taking a picture of me?" Clearing his throat, Yun Xiao replied with mock seriousness, "I used to be a photographer. I couldn't help but take a shot." "Is that so? May I see how it turned out?" "Certainly." Shijing Yan's dimples accentuated his gentle demeanor, and Yun Xiao, as if bewitched, extended his phone towards him. As Yin Xiao regained his composure, a wave of frustration washed over him. Oh no, would the photos be deleted? He had intended to keep them for himself. However, Shijing Yan merely glanced at him before returning the phone to his hands. "The photos turn out quite well," he remarked. Yin Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you going to delete them?" "Why would I delete something so well captured?" Shijing Yan replied, his enchanting almond-shaped eyes casting a sidelong glance at him, expressing confusion. "If you don't wish to keep them, you can simply delete them yourself." Yin Xiao quickly interjected, No, how can I not want them?" With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Shijing Yan inquired, "Why do you wish to preserve my photos?" Yin Xiao chuckled softly, leaning in closer. "You are quite astute, and I find myself quite fond of you. I believe we should explore this further." Suddenly, Shijing Yan burst into laughter, though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Mr. Yun, I am merely exceedingly bored to the point that even the smallest matters capture my attention. Yet, your affection is something I feel unworthy of." Furrowing his brow, Yin Xiao's curiosity was piqued by Shijing Yan's response. "Why is that?" "As long as what you desire lies within my capabilities, I can provide it. Wealth, power, status. And I care for you." Shijing Yan's expression grew somber, his eyes cast downwards. "Because I have long since become a heartless being, nothing holds meaning for me anymore. I am merely a hollow substitute adorned with beauty." Observing the fragility and helplessness emanating from Shijing Yan, Yin Xiao felt a pang of empathy, a strong desire to uncover the truth behind his pain and protect him. "What have you truly experienced?" Taking a deep breath, Shijing Yan feigned a light-hearted sigh. "It's nothing much, merely a marriage. They say marriage is the grave of love, and I never imagined those words would resonate with my life." Yin Xiao was taken aback. The person before him appeared to be a recent university graduate, yet he was already married. Overwhelmed by shock and a sense of loss, Yin Xiao found himself unwilling to let go. This person seemed destined to be his, someone he was meant to cherish deeply. Tentatively, Yin Xiao asked, "Is that so? You seem to be in a rather unfavorable marital situation. Would you care to share? I would be willing to be your confidant." Shijing Yan replied honestly, "My spouse is a senior for my university. I have always known he regards me as nothing more than a shadow of another, a mere stand-in. Now that the other woman has returned, it is merely a matter of time before I am divorced." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao felt a sharp pain in his heart, accompanied by a surge of anger directed at that man, whom he deemed a scoundrel. Suddenly, Yin Xiao grasped Shijing Yan's right hand, softly reassuring him, "Do not fear. If you divorce, I will ensure you have the finest lawyer to secure your best interests. Shijing Yan attempted to pull his hand away, but found himself unable to do so, allowing Yun Qiao to hold it while offering a faint, forced smile. Are you pitying me? Yun Qiao shook his head, anxious that the young man before him might resent him. I am not pitying you. I genuinely wish to pursue you. Of course, I will not pressure you. You may take your time to respond once matters are resolved. He was experiencing genuine concern for someone for the very first time, as if it were predestined. Thank you, but I'm rather fatigued at the moment. Might we postpone this discussion for now? Yin Qiao replied, All right, you should rest well. I will go and fetch you some food. Shijing Yan curled the corners of his lips, his pale lips accentuating his frailty. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Shijing Yan answered the call. Hello, Chenxi. Are you not coming back today? Lung Chenxi responded, Yes. I have matters to attend to at the company and will not be returning tonight. His voice bore a slight hoarseness, a telltale sign of indulgence. Shijing Yan acknowledged, understood. After hanging up, tears unwittingly clung to his long eyelashes. Yin Qiao reached out to wipe away the tears, his heart aching. You should remain in the hospital for today. I will ensure everything here is arranged for you. Shijing Yan choked back a sob, tears cascading like pearls onto the back of his hand. It's all right. He and I will inevitably end up like this. I must return and resolve this matter. Observing the sorrowful youth on the hospital bed, an absurd thought crossed Yin Qiao's mind. How could someone cry so beautifully? With a gentle expression and a voice laden with concern, he said, Listen to me. Focus on your recovery first. Stay a few more days in the hospital. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Promise me you won't feel like a burden, all right? Shijing Yan pressed his lips together and sniffed. Okay, thank you. After speaking, he hastily dabbed at his tears with a tissue and pulled the blanket over his head, retreating into sleep. Yin Qiao tucked the blanket around him before stepping outside. Xiaoyuan noted, Ding, affection level 10, now at 30. A smile broke across Shijing Yan's face as he lay beneath the covers. Let's be honest. A domineering CEO is drawn to a clever, endearing persona that feigns strength. Xiaoyuan added, Wait until later. You'll surely come to realize that Shi Gu is a schemer. What does schemer mean? As a nine-tailed fox, Shijing Yan had yet to surf the waves of this world and was unfamiliar with the newly emerged term. Xiaoyuan clarified, It means you appear gentle on the outside, but are strong on the inside. Of course, I may seem frail, but should anyone dare to challenge me, it certainly would not be I who is defeated. Xiaoyuan agreed. Indeed, Shi Gu is correct. Hearing Xiaoyuan's perfunctory response, Shijing Yan promptly picked up his phone to search for the meaning of schemer. On the other side, Lung Chenxi and Gu Ran reunited after a long separation, their excitement overwhelming. They had already been intimate, and Lung Chenxi promised to marry her in a month's time. Presently, he was contemplating how to divorce Shijing Yan, ideally through a mutual agreement, so that his infidelity would not be discovered. Otherwise, he would face the prospect of leaving with nothing. Lung Chenxi pulled out his phone and noticed several WeChat messages, all expressing concern for him to avoid staying up late, to rest well, and to remember to take his stomach medication, which plunged him into a moment of inner conflict. That evening, Shijing Yan stealthily returned home, not informing anyone. Upon arrival, he limped to his bed and opened his laptop, having infiltrated the hotel where Lung Chenxi was residing. I meticulously preserved the records of his and the female lead Gu Ran's stay as evidence for future reference. Once I had concluded this task and nestled into bed, a video call suddenly illuminated the screen. Startled, I inadvertently pressed the answer button. A remarkably handsome and unmistakable face appeared before me. Mr. Yun, what brings you to call me? Have you been discharged from the hospital? His voice, cool yet laced with concern, resonated through the air. Indeed, he replied, his brow furrowed with worry. Why did you not inform me? I did not wish to trouble you, I murmured, my voice dwindling in guilt. At that moment, I had not given it much thought. Did I not tell you? You need not worry about bothering me. I have made that clear, remember? His tone harbored an undeniable warmth that enveloped my heart. A gentle smile graced my lips. Mr. Yun was indeed quite earnest. Very well. I shall be sure to do so next time. Tentatively, he inquired, Are you preparing to sleep now? Yes, I shall be resting shortly. Would you like me to keep you company for a while? That would be lovely. After a moment of hesitation, he broached a lingering question. When did you first meet him? I was momentarily taken aback, wondering who he referred to as him. That scoundrel, Lung Chinsi, came the prompt response from Xiaoyuan. Clearing my throat, I took a moment to compose myself, my voice slightly hoarse and choked. I met him during my freshman year. At that time, he was a senior. I had long known of his affections for another girl, and while I did not harbor deep feelings for him, I did hold a certain fondness. However, his relentless pursuit eventually stirred my heart. I believed that after our marriage, he would have eyes only for me. It was not until I discovered a woman's photograph in his wallet that I realized I had merely been a substitute. 5 years of marriage, 5 years of waiting. I had thought he would forget that woman. It was only tonight, upon receiving his call, that I recognized the painful truth. I had been deceiving myself all along. That woman has returned, and I am but a shadow in his life. I can no longer afford to wait for a love that bears no promise of fulfillment. It is time for me to depart. A solitary tear fell upon my hand, and it was then that I realized I had been crying, the remnants of the original owner's emotions surfacing. Mr. Yun, filled with compassion, comforted me. Please do not cry. In my eyes, you are unique, not merely a substitute for anyone. Let's not dwell on him any longer, shall we? I choked back my tears, resolutely wiping them away. Very well. I will assist you. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I cannot bear to see you suffer any longer. I gazed intently at Mr. Yun, questioning, why do you care for me so deeply? Taking a deep breath, he replied, as if resigned to his feelings, I am serious about pursuing you. In my life, I have never been so concerned for another. Seeing you in tears pains me deeply. Hearing about your struggles causes my heart to ache as if pricked by 1,000 needles. I wish to protect you, care for you, and stand by your side. For a prolonged period of silence, suddenly, Shijing Yan softly spoke. Qiyu, thank you. Yin Qiyu, believing he had misheard, hurriedly inquired, what did you say? Shijing Yan's ears flushed crimson, and in a flustered manner, he replied, nothing. I have to go. Good night. On the other end, Yin Qiyu held his phone. Murmuring to himself, he called my name. He truly called my name. His voice is so melodious. This also indicated that he had taken a successful first step. Unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face, his eyes sparkled with delight. Xiaoyuan, affection level 10, now at 50. Shijing Yan set down his phone, puzzled. Why is his affection level so easy to increase? Xiaoyuan. After all, he is the CEO and still a novice in love. Naturally, he would easily develop feelings for our charming and adorable Shige. Shijing Yan, indeed. After chatting with Xiaoyuan for a while, Shijing Yan went to bed. For certain individuals, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The following morning, Lung Chinsi returned home from Guran's place. Upon opening the door, he noticed that the dishes on the table had not been touched at all. A sense of unease washed over him as he walked directly into the bedroom. Discovering Shijing Yan curled up like a kitten, his eyes tightly shut, deeply immersed in slumber. Chapter 32. I want a divorce to marry the CEO. 5. Lung Chinsi quietly approached and sat on the edge of the bed, only to notice that Shijing Yan's left foot was swollen beyond recognition. Unable to resist, he pinched Shijing Yan's cheek and said, time to wake up. As Shijing Yan stirred, pain shot through his foot, causing him to exclaim and open his eyes, only to ask upon seeing who it was, Chinsi, why are you back? Lung Chinsi replied, the company isn't busy today. I'm on leave to keep you company, all right? Shijing Yan, internally grumbling, thought, where were you earlier? Now you feel guilty? Let us see if I can't make you suffer. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor, appearing understanding as he said, I'm fine. You should head to the company. Lung Chinsi realized he was upset and, throwing a small tantrum, he patiently coaxed, Yin Yin, how can I not care for you? Your foot is injured. Why didn't you tell me? Shijing Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It's nothing. I accidentally got hit by a car yesterday. This news alarmed Lung Chinsi. You went through such a big incident. Why didn't you tell me? Shijing Yan, with a hint of grievance, glared at him. If I told you, would you have come back? I knew you were busy yesterday, and couldn't he return? I didn't he want to delay your work. What could I say? I'm not going to die from it. A wave of sorrow washed over Long Chenxi. He anticipated the depth of Shijing Yan's humble love for him. He embraced Shijing Yan tightly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Yin, you can hit me to vent your anger, all right? Shijing Yan struggled restlessly, emotions unraveling. It's my fault. I should have expected anything from you. Whatever happens to me is my own doing. Who told me to fall in love with you and marry you? Whatever I become is my fault. Long Chenxi felt a pang in his heart, patting his back gently. I'm sorry. I will make sure to be there for you from now on. Although the weeping Shijing Yan did not utter a word, he persistently rejected Long Chenxi's advances. Long Chenxi was acutely aware that his indifference over the years had gradually led to Shijing Yan's disappointment. Helpless, he continued to apologize. Once Shijing Yan had cried himself to sleep, Long Chenxi quietly departed from the room. Xiaoyuan, Long Chenxi's affinity level is at 10, currently at 69. He has developed feelings for you. A faint smile graced the corners of Shijing Yan's lips, though the corners of his eyes bore a striking hue of red, entirely contrasting with the pitiful visage from moments before. Xiaoyuan, Shiji's acting skills are truly remarkable. Shijing Yan remarked, crying has exhausted me. It turns out that weeping is quite a strenuous endeavor. No wonder those who specialize in mourning earn a handsome sum. They deserve it. However, the real drama was about to unfold. Understanding that Shijing Yan was in distress and wished to avoid him, and after receiving a call from Gu Ran, Long Chenxi left a note for Shijing Yan and sent a few messages before departing. Shijing Yan received Long Chenxi's WeChat message. Yin, remember to have breakfast. I know you harbor grievances against me. I do not blame you. Yet, while it's natural to be angry, do not let it jeopardize your health. There are urgent matters at the company that require my attention. I will be home to accompany you tonight. Please wait for me obediently. A cold smile escaped Shijing Yan's lips. He surmised that Long Chenxi had gone off to enjoy a private moment with Gu Ran. He grabbed his laptop and hacked into Long Chenxi's company, where the surveillance footage revealed Gu Ran entering Long Chenxi's office clad in professional attire. With a playful smile, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on his thigh, thinking, of course, being so empathetic and caring, I must deliver him lunch. Xiaoyuan, sure go for it. Stir up some trouble. Stir up some trouble. Just as Shijing Yan was about to rise for breakfast, a video call came through. With a graceful flick of his long fingers, he answered the call. Mr. Yin? Yin gazed at the individual before him, his eyes slightly puffy from crying, and inquired with concern, why are you crying? Who has wronged you? Shijing Yan stubbornly denied, I haven't. Yin sighed, it must be Long Chenxi, right? Shijing Yan remained silent, yet the glimmer of tears in his eyes betrayed him. He has wronged you, hasn't he? Although framed as a question, his tone was filled with unwavering certainty. Shijing Yan sniffled, I am fine now. I just need time to adjust. It feels a bit overwhelming. But I am determined to divorce him, and I will not continue to be entangled in this futile obsession. Yin Qiu's eyes filled with compassion. All right. I will always stand by your side, no matter what. You haven't had breakfast yet. Should I come pick you up? Shijing Yan shook his head, forcing a smile. No need. I have breakfast at home, and people would gossip if you came over. His concern for himself was evident. Yin Qiu's handsome face brightened with a smile. All right. I won't come. By the way, I bought you some medicine. Remember to collect it. Shijing Yan replied. Thank you. I'm off to eat now. Goodbye. Yin Qiu's voice was low. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Shijing Yan proceeded to have his breakfast. Xiaoyuan, ding, affinity level at 10, currently at 60. Meanwhile, in Yin Qiu's office, upon entering the room, Li Tian encountered Yin Qiu, who was smiling foolishly at his phone, stirring a tempest of curiosity within him. What could possibly elicit such joy from the esteemed CEO? Ah, it seems there is a pinned contact on Yun's WeChat. Could it be that he is in a romantic relationship? As soon as Yin Qiu heard footsteps, he concealed his smile, narrowing his phoenix-like eyes at the intruder. Li Tian shuddered, placing the documents before Yin Qiu, stammering, President, I saw nothing. Yin Qiu's expression turned frigid. It was best that way. Mind your words. Li Tian was uncertain how he managed to exit, his legs trembling with fear, pondering who this formidable figure was that could tame the typically cold and eccentric CEO. As noon approached, in Lung Chenxi's office, he was kissing Gu Ran, who sat on his lap, her hands entwined around his neck, their embrace fervent and passionate. At that moment, Shijing Yan, limping and carrying a lunchbox, arrived at Lung Chenxi's company. However, the employees were oblivious to Shijing Yan's identity, treating him with indifference. Nevertheless, they noted his handsome features and tall stature without uttering anything inappropriate. Shijing Yan glanced at the receptionist, revealing a photo on his phone showcasing him and another person in an intimate pose. With a stern gaze, he inquired, "May I enter now?" The receptionist, flustered, stammered, "Why, yes. Please go in. Do you need me to show you the way?" "No, thank you," Shijing Yan replied with a smile. As the woman watched him disappear into the distance, she sighed, "I never imagined the CEO preferred men, but he is undeniably handsome. I wouldn't mind if it were me." Another female employee chimed in, "Did you hear? A new woman has joined the company as the CEO's personal assistant. And have you noticed? She bears a striking resemblance to him. I suspect this is merely a case of a wealthy heir's substitute. Oh my goodness. Moreover, it is natural for men to prefer women. This handsome fellow must have encountered a rogue. Shoo, keep your voice down. That is the CEO. If he hears you, your job may be at stake." Understood. Chapter 33. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 6. In the office, the two were deeply engrossed in their passionate encounter. At that moment, Shijing Yan, with a sly smile, took a moment to compose himself, politely knocked twice on the door, and then pushed it open. The sound startled Lung Chenxi and Gu Ran, prompting them to hurriedly separate, but the scene had already been witnessed by Shijing Yan. The lunchbox fell from Shijing Yan's hands, and he bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Is this your work? Mingling with another man's woman?" Gu Ran, feeling affronted, retorted, "I am his girlfriend." "Who are you, pretty boy?" Lung Chenxi pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. Perhaps he had never anticipated such a scenario. Shijing Yan laughed bitterly, tears cascading down his cheeks like a kite severed from its string. "What am I, Lung Chenxi? You tell her, what am I?" Lung Chenxi hesitated and said, "Why don't you go back first? I will explain everything once I return home." Gu Ran looked at the face that bore a resemblance to her own and mocked. "Ha, you merely resemble me. A mere substitute has taken the stage. Don't you find that laughable?" Shijing Yan gave a self-deprecating smile. "Indeed, I am merely a substitute. For all these years, I have been nothing, not even worthy of an explanation, nor a single lie to spare me. Am I Lung Chenxi?" Lung Chenxi felt as if a hand had gripped his heart, leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, Gu Ran turned and seized Lung Chenxi by the collar, rage boiling within her. "Did you deceive me? You are married, yet still asked me to be your girlfriend?" "It is time," Shijing Yan interjected, embellishing the truth. "He only sees me as a reflection of you. Our marriage, in his eyes, is merely about my face. I understand completely." Shijing Yan then shifted his focus to Lung Chenxi. "But why did you not clarify things for me? I have spent 5 years hoping to win back your heart. How many 5-year spans do I possess?" "Ah, Lung Chenxi, do you even care?" Upon hearing Shijing Yan's words, Gu Ran felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Yet, her heart still belonged to Lung Chenxi, and despite everything, she would not concede. If this could compel the substitute before her to relinquish his hold, it would be a worthwhile choice. Before Lung Chenxi could respond, Gu Ran scoffed, "You are merely a substitute. Had I not gone abroad to study, would you have ever caught my brother's eye? Now that I have returned, I advise you to withdraw promptly and divorce my brother. Cease your entanglement. Ah, Lung Chenxi. Search your conscience and tell me, who made me promises back then, leading me to lay my heart bare only to have it trampled? Very well, I will grant you your wish. Tomorrow, I shall move out. Then, we shall divorce. For reasons unknown." Lung Chenxi's actions outpaced his thoughts as he grasped Shijing Yan's hand, saying, "I'm sorry, I have wronged you, but you have nowhere to stay aside from home. Allow me to help you find a place before you leave, all right?" Shijing Yan forcefully withdrew his hand from Lung Chenxi's grasp, offering a self-mocking smile. "Mr. Ling, you need not trouble yourself. I am fully aware of my circumstances." "Wait." Lung Chenxi reached out, but he could no longer catch him. Shijing Yan departed with a resolute back, limping slightly due to an injury, yet maintaining an air of nonchalance. Tears streaked down Shijing Yan's face as he encountered colleagues at the company, who exchanged whispers, most filled with sympathy, for it was Ling Chenxi who had erred. Once outside, Shijing Yan curled his lips into a subtle smile, calmly wiping away his tears. The performance is over. It has exhausted me. Let's head to a bar. Xiaoyuan asked. A bar? Yes. How else can I portray my heart-wrenching sorrow? When acting, one must go all out. Xiaoyuan cautioned, then, Brother Shi, drink moderately, do not get drunk. Shijing Yan replied, understood. I do not drink much. I am merely putting on a show. By the way, let us grab some food first. I knew it, Xiaoyuan responded. After satisfying their hunger, Shijing Yan sought out the most ostentatious bar and entered. He approached the bartender and requested, a glass of whiskey, please. The waiter nodded and said, Certainly, sir. Please hold on. A glass of whiskey was placed beside Shijing Yan, who took it and drank it down in one go. The sensation brought on by the alcohol left Shijing Yan feeling somewhat dazed. His cheeks flushed, his lips vibrant, and his alluring visage stirred the desires of those around him. A regular patron, known for his notorious flirtations, swirled his drink and approached Shijing Yan. Casually, he sat beside the man, feigning indifference, and inquired, Are you alone? Shijing Yan shot him a glance, one that was almost teasing. His charming peach blossom eyes glistened with allure. He let out a drunken belch. Can't you see? The man's heart raced, his laughter resonant and magnetic. Then may I introduce myself? I am Xinyu. Shijing Yan smiled faintly, revealing a dimple. You are quite straightforward. Very well, I am Shijing Yan. Xinyu leaned closer. Your name is truly melodious. Shijing Yan took a sip from a new glass of red wine. Thank you. Xinyu draped an arm around his shoulder. You're intoxicated. Let me assist you to a room to rest. Shijing Yan, feeling somewhat fatigued with a heavy head, nevertheless pushed him away, shaking his head in refusal. No, I can go home by myself. He settled the bill and staggered towards the exit. However, Xinyu was unwilling to relinquish such an enticing opportunity. He stepped forward to steady Shijing Yan's swaying form and gently said, Let me support you, all right? Shijing Yan chuckled foolishly, leaning against him. All right, thank you. Thus, Xinyu guided him to his hotel room. Xinyu laid Shijing Yan on the bed. This is your home now. Be good and wait for me while I take a shower. At this moment, Shijing Yan was thoroughly intoxicated, turning over and closing his eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Xinyu chuckled softly, playfully tapping Shijing Yan's nose. So adorable. Meanwhile, Xiaoyuan noticed that Xinyu had gone to the bathroom and hurriedly called Shijing Yan, but he was far too inebriated to respond. After calling for a while with no success, Xiaoyuan resorted to his abilities and called Yunqiu, posing as a service staff member. He informed Yunqiu that Shijing Yan was drunk at their establishment, providing him with the bar's location and the room number to find him. Yunqiu frowned slightly, harboring some suspicion, but recognizing the potential dangers of such places, especially for someone unconscious from intoxication, he wasted no time and drove over. 20 minutes later, Xinyu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and bare from the waist up, approaching Shijing Yan. Observing the sleeping figure for a moment, he began to unbutton Shijing Yan's shirt. Chapter 34. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 7. Shijing Yan was so inebriated that he offered no resistance. Before long, his clothing had been removed. Shijing Yan possessed a commendable physique, his skin fairer than that of the women he had previously entertained. Just as Xinyu intended to kiss those enticing lips, the door was unexpectedly swung open. Xinyu rose and strode toward the door, squinting at the man in a suit before him, his tone unfriendly. Who are you? How dare you enter someone else's room? Yunqiu let out a cold snort, his gaze icy. Spare me the pleasantries. Do you know Shijing Yan? Xinyu, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, I don't know him. Having navigated the business world for many years, Yunqiu possessed a keen sense of observation and immediately discerned that Xinyu was lying. With a sudden shove, he pushed past him and entered the bedroom, where the person he had long been concerned about lay on the bed. Xinyu hurriedly followed, ready to protest, but was met with a punch from Yunqiu. The blow struck him squarely in the face, leaving him dizzy, and soon after, he endured a severe beating. Yun Xiao paid no mind to Shunyu, who was groaning on the floor in pain. He leaned down to inspect Shijing Yan, relieved to find no signs of violation. A weight lifted from his heart. He was grateful he had not arrived too late. Otherwise, he would have lived with guilt for a lifetime. However, he noted with concern how thin Shijing Yan appeared, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes as he proceeded to dress him. To his surprise, the contact felt unexpectedly pleasant. He had initially believed he was merely enamored with Shijing Yan's personality, but now realized he was fond of every aspect of him. It was worth noting that he typically harbored a severe aversion to physical contact with others, preferring to avoid interactions unless absolutely necessary. Yet, this individual seemed to have effortlessly stepped into his heart. After dressing him, the hotel staff waited patiently behind the door. Yun Xiao issued a brief directive before carrying Shijing Yan away. Meanwhile, Shunyu, lying on the ground, was suddenly hoisted up by the hotel staff. He struggled against them, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Did you not see that man just barged into my room? I will file a complaint." The staff member shook his head and solemnly explained the truth of the matter. "That man is our boss. You've crossed him. You must fend for yourself." Shunyu's eyes widened in terror as he began to plead, but no one showed him any sympathy. In a disheveled state, he was unceremoniously thrown out of the bar, and no establishment dared to allow him entry for a drink thereafter. He had effectively been blacklisted. Yun Xiao cast a glance at Shijing Yan, who lay drunkenly asleep, a smile tugging at his lips. How innocent to dare drink alone without fear of consequence. He took Shijing Yan back to his own home, laying the slightly built young man onto his bed and pouring a glass of warm water to the side. As Yun Xiao observed Shijing Yan's serene sleeping face, a wave of contentment washed over him, evoking a sense of tranquility amidst the passage of time. Moments later, he gently patted Shijing Yan's face, attempting to rouse him, marveling at the softness of his skin. Shijing Yan let out a dissatisfied hum, lifting his eyelids to glance at the unfamiliar yet handsome face before promptly closing them again. Then came a laugh from the man, light as a breeze, causing Shijing Yan to open his eyes wide once more, surprised by the strikingly attractive older brother before him. Awake now? Shijing Yan sat up, blinking his eyes, and gazed intently at him. "What's wrong?" Yun Xiao asked with concern. "Are you feeling unwell? Here, have some water." Almost immediately, a cup of warm water was placed beside Shijing Yan, still a bit dazed. He took a moment to collect himself before accepting the cup and taking a sip. Then, with tears welling in his eyes, he opened his arms towards Yun Xiao, softly calling out, "Brother, hug me." Yun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "What did you call me?" With a voice deep and sensuous, Shijing Yan found it enchanting. This person must surely be his brother, both gentle and handsome. Thus, he called out again, "Brother, I want a hug." Yun Xiao realized that Shijing Yan was still intoxicated. However, he recalled that Shijing Yan was an only child, so where did this brother come from? The corners of Yun Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he embraced Shijing Yan warmly. "Why do you call me brother? Do you recognize who I am? Do you remember my name?" Shijing Yan grinned foolishly and replied, "Because you're so good-looking. Only beautiful people deserve to be my brother. Unlike my father, who is both ugly and fierce." Yun Xiao burst into laughter. "Then your mother must be incredibly beautiful." Shijing Yan proudly lifted his chin. "Of course. My mother is the most beautiful and gentle person in the world. No wonder Yan Yan is so good-looking," Yun Xiao thought to himself, and gently placed a feather-like kiss on Shijing Yan's forehead. Instantly, Shijing Yan blushed, stammering, "Brother, does your kiss mean you like me?" Yun Xiao smirked and placed another kiss on his forehead. "Yes, I like you." Suddenly, Shijing Yan burst into tears, lamenting, "My father has never liked me since I was young. Once, he even kicked me out of the house. Apart from my mother, no one has ever liked me. Never. Brother, do you think I'm very pathetic and unlikable?" Yun Xiao, feeling a pang of sympathy, pulled Shijing Yan into his embrace, softly comforting him. "You are already wonderful, gentle, and kind, to the point that one cannot help but want to protect you. You've waited 5 years for someone. How I wish that person were me, so we wouldn't have missed those 5 years." A chime echoed in the air. Ding, favorability level 5. Now at 70. Hearing this sound, Shijing Yan became significantly more aware. He blinked, his long lashes brushing against Yun Chio's neck, tickling slightly. Yun Chio cupped his face and, seeing that he had finally stopped crying, wiped away his tears, smiling gently. Good. I will be with you in the days to come. Shijing Yan's breath caught, his heart racing as he suddenly dashed into Yun Chio's chest. The abrupt motion caused Yun Chio to lose his balance, and they both fell onto the bed. Yun Chio chuckled softly, tenderly stroking Shijing Yan's back. Before long, the rhythmic sound of even breathing filled the air. It felt as if a voice whispered that such a lovely and gentle person belonged to him, and he would not allow anyone to take him away. With a slight smile gracing his lips and mirth in his eyes, Yun Chio covered them both with a blanket and embraced him, drifting into slumber. On the other side, ever since Cheng Xin encountered the remnants of his past affection with Gu Ran, Lung Chensi felt an increasing sense of guilt. Each time he glimpsed Gu Ran's visage, memories of that man's tender inquiries about his well-being would inevitably resurface. His heart was suffocated by a heavy weight of morality and remorse. Thus, after finishing work in the evening, he chose to return home. However, upon arriving, he discovered the house was eerily silent, devoid of a welcoming light or a warm meal prepared for him. Although Gu Ran was his cherished moonlight, she was, after all, the daughter of the Gu family, and it was unrealistic to expect her to learn the art of cooking for him. Moreover, in their romance, he was the one who felt diminished, so much so that he couldn't help but feel pity for the even more humble Cheng Xin. Suddenly, he found himself longing for him. He picked up his phone and gazed at the note. Cheng Xin. It was a name devoid of warmth, much like their marital relationship, which had always been characterized by Cheng Xin's unreciprocated affection and devotion. He had always remained clear-headed, yet now he loathed himself for it. Gripping his phone tightly, he still refrained from making that call, aware that he had lost the right to concern himself with that person's life. Nevertheless, thoughts of him invaded his mind. Despite having clarified everything, and with Gu Ran back in his life, he felt an inexplicable sorrow. Why was he feeling this way? With these thoughts swirling in his head, Lung Chensi retrieved a bottle of wine from the refrigerator and drank until midnight, ultimately collapsing in Cheng Xin's bedroom. The next morning, Cheng Xin rubbed his aching head and attempted to sit up, only to find himself ensnared in an embrace. It was then that he noticed Yun Xiao's serene and handsome features, his well-defined nose and alluring lips making him appear irresistibly kissable. Yet, how they ended up sleeping together. Cautiously, Cheng Xin extricated himself from the embrace, relieved to see that Yun Xiao was still deep in slumber. He donned his jacket and slipped away. Xiaoyuan recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Cheng Xin couldn't help but smile. The more he learned about this person, the more he found himself captivated. Xiaoyuan, go for it, Brother Cheng. Win him over. Cheng Xin, rest assured, with such charm, I am determined to have him. Meanwhile, when Yun Xiao awoke and found the person he had held in his arms gone, a gentle smile graced his lips. Was he concerned about tarnishing his reputation, prompting him to leave so early? This little fellow was indeed endearing. He thought to himself that once he resolved his family matters, he would ensure that there would be no escape for him. On the other hand, Cheng Xin took a cab directly home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar pair of shoes at the entrance. Lung Chensi had returned. It was the perfect moment for him to put on a performance. Cheng Xin feigned a look of grievance and deep emotion as he entered the bedroom, only to find Lung Chensi sleeping on his bed. He approached and bent down to properly cover him with the blanket. Just as he intended to straighten up, an overwhelming scent of alcohol enveloped him, and he was pressed down onto the bed. Lung Chensi's eyes glinted with an aggressive undertone as he inquired, "Where have you been? Why did you not return all night?" Shijing Yan stubbornly turned his head away, her eyes reddening as she asked, "Is there still a place for me in your heart? Am I merely Gu Ran's substitute? Do you truly care about me?" Lung Chensi, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered his gaze but did not release Shijing Yan. "I'm sorry." Despite sharing a similar visage with Gu Ran, he recognized that they were fundamentally different individuals, one proud and aloof, the other tender and delicate. His heart belonged to Gu Ran, his luminous moonlight, Yet witnessing Shijing Yan's expression of grievance stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Shijing Yan pushed him gently, demanding, "Let go of me." Lung Chenxi remained unmoving, holding her for nearly 10 minutes before finally releasing her. Shijing Yan sat up in silence, while Lung Chenxi regained his composure. Yet he could still detect the lingering scent of strong liquor on her. With narrowed eyes, he pressed, "Have you been drinking? Where did you go last night?" Shijing Yan averted her gaze, her tone softening. "I went to the bar for a drink." Suddenly, Lung Chenxi grasped her collar, his anger surging. "How would you go to a bar? You know your limits. One drink and you're inebriated." Shijing Yan smirked faintly. "Surprisingly, you remember my tolerance. Yet you've strayed. What right do you have to dictate my actions?" Her unwavering gaze met his, and she noticed the growing intensity of his possessiveness. In a sudden fit of anger, Lung Chenxi seized the back of Shijing Yan's head and kissed her fiercely, but she quickly covered her mouth and pushed him away, standing up. Frowning, she said, "Lung Chenxi, your behavior is truly revolting." His face paled, but he refrained from responding, recognizing the fault lay with him. As Shijing Yan stumbled backward, she felt a sharp pain in her foot and collapsed onto the ground. "Damn, my foot, it hurts." Xiaoyuan asked, "Shige, are you all right?" "I can't take it anymore." "It's not just my foot. My head is spinning," she replied. Seeing her fall, Lung Chenxi rushed to assist her. "Don't touch me," Shijing Yan rebuffed him. "Jing Yan, don't call me that. It's been 5 years. If I cannot thaw your icy heart with sincerity, then let us part amicably, with no debts between us, never to meet again. I will have my lawyer draft a divorce agreement to send over." Lung Chenxi bit his lip, questioning if he truly wished to divorce her. He had promised Gu Ran to marry her, yet he had also vowed to love Shijing Yan for a lifetime. It felt as though he had become a complete liar. With a sense of disarray, Shijing Yan stood up and left without looking back. Lung Chenxi understood that he no longer had the right to keep someone who had once loved him wholeheartedly, but was now disheartened by his actions. Ultimately, he could not summon her name. As Shijing Yan exited, she took nothing with her, only her ID and a phone. Xiaoyuan inquired, "Shige, where shall we go next?" As Shijing Yan glanced at the balance in his bank account, which was less than 5,000, a sense of despair washed over him. "I am devoid of both wealth and a home. Following me will only bring you hardship," he lamented. Xiaoyuan responded, "Not at all, Shige. It is you who bears the greater burden. I feel little of it." Shijing Yan cleared his throat awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. "Where I am not welcomed, there shall be another haven for me. I shall first explore options for renting a place." Xiaoyuan proposed, "Why not seek assistance from the male lead?" "Absolutely not. I am not destitute to the point of having nothing. I must rely on my own efforts. At least I possess skills, though I fear I may lack much else." Upon uttering this, Shijing Yan's spirits visibly sank. Xiaoyuan encouraged him, "Do not lose heart, Shige. Solutions will present themselves. After all, you are a nine-tailed fox." "Indeed, that is true. If necessary, I could sell my exquisite nine-tailed fox fur." Shijing Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly amended his statement. "Let us defer that discussion until it is absolutely necessary. For now, my immediate concern is to find a place to stay. I cannot resort to sleeping on the streets." "That makes sense," Xiaoyuan agreed. In Chapter 36, titled "I Want a Divorce and to Marry the CEO," we find ourselves in the CEO's office where Yin Qiu is attentively listening to the information gathered by Zhang and regarding Shijing Yan. It appears Mr. Shi has been cast out by his husband, and as far as I know, he is short on funds and currently seeking accommodation. Yin Qiu thoughtfully tapped his fingers on the desk for a moment before stating, "Rent the nearest villa to my residence to him at a low price. Go forth." Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, understood, boss. Shijing Yan, exhausted from his search, had yet to find a suitable place. Simply put, the prices were far from ideal and exceeded his budget. He sighed, regretting his hasty departure from his previous residence. "Do you think it would be humiliating if I were to return?" "Most certainly," Xiaoyuan replied. "Then I shall continue my search." As Shijing Yan dragged his weary body to the last property introduced by the agent, a flicker of hope ignited within him upon seeing the house. It was a charming villa, set against a picturesque backdrop, with clean and beautiful interiors that exuded a comforting ambience. However, such a splendid abode would surely come at a steep price. Yet, determined to seize the moment, he inquired about the rent. "May I ask the rental price?" The agent smiled warmly. "The monthly rent is 1,000. Shijing Yan was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Really? Is this not some sort of trick?" "Certainly not. We have a contract here, and all procedures are legitimate." The agent handed over the contract to Shijing Yan. With astonishment in his eyes, Shijing Yan contemplated. And the agent inquired, "Mr. Shi, what are your thoughts?" With swift decisiveness, Shijing Yan resolved to rent the place. "All right, I will take it. Let us sign the contract." "Very well, Mr. Shi." Once the formalities were completed, the agent informed him that he could move in immediately. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shijing Yan grasped the agent's hand tightly. "Thank you. This house is an incredible bargain, and you haven't even charged me a commission." Today's encounter is indeed fateful. It is inevitable for individuals to face difficulties, and mutual assistance is essential. The agent wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Who would dare to accept the agency fee from a boss's wife? The rent would eventually have to be reimbursed. Workers must continue to play their roles. Earning even this modest sum is a formidable challenge. Amidst Shijing Yan's heartfelt gratitude, he bid farewell to the agent and joyfully moved into his new abode. Once the thrill of the moment subsided, Shijing Yan began contemplating future plans. Currently, there exists a gap between Long Chenxi and the female protagonist, Gu Ran, that requires a spark to ignite their emotions. Women often harbor seeds of doubt, and a gentle nudge would suffice to tip the scales. Reclining on his bed, Shijing Yan leisurely remarked, "Xiaoyuan, choose a propitious day for me to initiate divorce proceedings." What constitutes a good day, one might ask? Naturally, it is an auspicious day when Gu Ran is present. I could also motivate her, making her realize that a man's career takes precedence. "Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoyuan?" Xiaoyuan responded affirmatively. As Shijing Yan lay there, he soon drifted into a light slumber. Meanwhile, Yin Qiu, having learned of Shijing Yan's successful move, eagerly anticipated their meeting the following day. Yin Qiu planned to invite him and assist in suing that scoundrel, determined to win the divorce lawsuit. This way, he would inevitably draw closer to him. When did he begin to fear solitude and yearn for someone to be by his side eternally? Yet, he was aware that the person had already appeared, almost serendipitously, capturing his heart in an instant. A beautiful encounter is always worth the wait. Exhausted, Shijing Yan finally awakened around 6 in the evening. Xiaoyuan noted, "Ding, favorability 5, now at 75. The sudden rise in favorability has brightened my spirits." Shijing Yan's phone chimed with a message from Yin Qiu. "Let's set a time and place for tomorrow. I will bring my lawyer to help draft a divorce agreement." Upon reading the message, Shijing Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. How considerate. He had been worried about affording a lawyer. "All right, let us meet at the Misty Moon Cafe at 8 tomorrow morning." "Sound good." The man gazed at the message on his phone, exhilarated at the prospect of their upcoming meeting. As for Shijing Yan, he spent the night chatting with Xiaoyuan before falling asleep. At that moment, Xiaoyuan also realized that Gu's memory was indeed impaired. Many things remained unclear to him. He vaguely recalled a sense of disfavor and disdain from his father's family, despite their outward smiles. Furthermore, the supreme deity had mentioned that Gu was originally divine. But certain events transformed him into his current form, though the specifics were not disclosed. Xiaoyuan was puzzled, but sensed that the nine-tailed fox spirits in Gu's family harbored some conspiracy. That night, Shijing Yan slept soundly, rising at dawn. After all, he had an appointment to prepare for. Yin Qiu also awoke early, grooming himself meticulously, inspecting his reflection from various angles, and ultimately turning to his lawyer, Zuomu, to inquire, "Lawyer Zua, do you think I look handsome?" Zuomu was perplexed by Yin Qiu's eccentric behavior, yet he meticulously scrutinized his boss, who donned a white shirt beneath a casual beige suit, before offering an honest appraisal. Charismatic and exceptionally handsome, he appeared remarkably youthful. Upon hearing the latter remark, Yin Qiu's smile gradually faded. Was he truly considered old at the tender age of 29? With a cold glare directed at Zuomu, he impatiently urged. Have you finished preparing? Hurry up. Zhuamu's lips twitched. Had he not been waiting for him to change clothes all along? The plight of a working individual was indeed arduous. With a forced smile, Zhuamu gently picked up his briefcase and said, All set, Mr. Yan. Shall we depart? Meanwhile, Shijing Yan, glancing at the time, noted it was already 7:30 and had just left his home. At the Mijing Cafe, Shijing Yan had barely settled into his seat when Yun Xiao and his entourage arrived. Lifting his gaze towards the entrance, he assessed the newcomers, one of whom stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, clad in a beige suit that accentuated his refined demeanor. Particularly striking was his handsome face, which evoked a sense of envy. How captivating this man was, a true feast for the eyes. Mr. Yan, please take a seat. Once seated, Yun Xiao introduced the gentleman beside him, who wore glasses and exuded an air of cultured elegance. This is lawyer Zhuamu, one of the nation's top attorneys, with an impeccable record of never losing a case. It's a joke. Who would take on a case without confidence? Zhuamu replied with a warm smile, extending his hand for a polite handshake with Shijing Yan. Hello, Mr. Shi. Greetings, lawyer Zhua. An awkward silence ensued. Shijing Yan found it difficult to initiate conversation, as the lawyer remained silent, and Zhuamu, hesitant to discuss divorce matters without his boss's cue, refrained from speaking. However, Yun Xiao was an exception. He found himself lost in thought, entirely captivated by the young man before him. Suddenly, Shijing Yan noticed Yun Xiao's intense gaze upon him and cleared his throat. Mr. Yun, would you like something to drink? I'll be pleased to treat you. Chapter 37. I want to divorce and to marry the CEO. Part 10. Yun Xiao withdrew his gaze and calmly responded, A latte, please. And what would lawyers will prefer? A cappuccino will suffice. Waiter, 2 cappuccinos and 1 latte, please. Certainly. Your drinks will be ready shortly. As the waiter prepared the coffee, Yun Xiao signaled to Zhuamu, who then retrieved several drafts of divorce agreements he had prepared in advance. Mr. Shi, you may review these divorce agreements and suggest any amendments. I can revise them accordingly. Alternatively, if your partner disagrees, I can assure you a 99 success rate in court. Shijing Yan nodded, accepting the agreements and scrutinizing them closely. He found many legal terms perplexing. An idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps he should consult Lung Chenxi about the division of assets now, so they could finalize the divorce agreement in advance. As he pondered over the pages, the waiter arrived with their coffees, placing them on the respective tables. Yun Xiao casually took away the coffee from Zhuamu, swapping their cups. Zhuamu cast a puzzled glance at Yun Xiao, wondering about his actions. Yun Xiao took a leisurely sip of his cappuccino and picked up his phone to send a message to Zhuamu. Let us switch, I'll give you a raise. Zhuamu looked at the message, glanced at his phone, and revealed an expression of understanding. He replied, Received. So, the boss had taken a liking to Mr. Shi. No wonder he wanted to drink the same coffee as him. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan, unaware of the unfolding drama, finished the last page of his reading, elegantly lifted his cappuccino, and took a sip. Yun Xiao's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Shijing Yan, appreciating the elegance with which he savored his coffee. Suddenly, Shijing Yan raised his head and locked eyes with Yun Xiao's infatuated expression, his phoenix-like eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Was he truly a reserved and domineering figure? Xiaoyuan interjected, Of course, without a doubt. Shijing Yan licked the coffee from his lips, the vibrant color awakening Yun Xiao's attention. Mr. Yun, I have an unusual request. Yun Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed. He felt a bit parched. What is it? Would it be possible for lawyer Zhua to accompany me to my home? I wish to discuss the divorce agreement with my husband in person. Certainly, however, to ensure your safety and to prevent any extreme actions from your current husband, I will accompany you as well. As Yun Xiao uttered the words, current husband, Shijing Yan detected a hint of suppressed rage. Did Lung Chenxi have some unresolved past with Yun Xiao? Or was he simply feeling jealous? Xiaoyuan suddenly piped up again. He is indeed jealous. Shige, the affinity level has reached 80. Shijing Yan's gaze toward Yun Xiao grew more inquisitive, and he nodded in agreement with his words. What thoughts were occupying his mind? Xiaoyuan silently cried out within, It's all about you, Shige. After the three finished their coffee, Shijing Yan called Lung Chenxi. The call was answered within 3 seconds, surprising Shijing Yan, as Lung Chenxi had seldom answered his calls before. It seemed the plan was yielding even better results than he had anticipated. A hoarse voice came through the line. Yin Yan, where are you now? I'll be back shortly. Really? What would you like to eat? I'll have Andy prepare it for you. Listening to the barely contained exuberance on the other end, Shijing Yan remained silent for a moment, then replied, No, I'm coming back to discuss the divorce agreement. I don't want to make a scene. There is no need for a lawsuit, so please prepare yourself. A clattering sound echoed, as if his phone had fallen to the ground. Shijing Yan smiled bitterly, stunned for a few seconds before hanging up. Pretending to be deeply sentimental was too late. Lung Chenxi, that person who once cared for you wholeheartedly, is gone. An overwhelming sense of suffocation surged within Shijing Yan, and tears began to fall. Suddenly, a beige handkerchief appeared in his blurred vision. Yin Xiao looked at him with gentle eyes, encouraging him to cry if he wished, for such a person was not worthy of your further sacrifices. Time's realm received the words, wiped away his tears, and expressed his gratitude. He had merely felt pity for the original owner, whose sincere heart had been so callously mistreated. He could scarcely comprehend why one would be so foolish, knowing the inevitable outcome, yet still choosing to fly into the flame. How disheartening. Do not be sorrowful, Xiaoyuan consoled. The original owner has been sent to the underworld by me. His next life shall be much better. In every task world, upon the death of the original owner, their souls would be returned to the underworld by Xiaoyuan, which constituted the best possible resting place for them. When they re-entered the world, the timeline would reset, and the task would commence. Without Xiaoyuan's intervention, those who had met unnatural deaths would wander aimlessly, difficult to be found by the soul-reaping messengers of the underworld. Should they linger too long in the world, their souls would eventually dissipate. Time's realm composed himself, settled his emotions, paid the bill, and followed Yin Qiu into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. How affluent! He provided Zhumu with his home address, and within 20 minutes they arrived. Gazing upon his former residence, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He had forgotten to take his clothes last time. This time, he would pack them all together. It seemed the occupants inside had heard the commotion as they hastily opened the door, peering out in search of that familiar figure. Yin Yan, a trembling voice called his name. If the original person had heard Lung Chenxi call him that, he would surely have been overjoyed. Time's realm observed him silently, a forced smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Are you not inviting us in for a moment? Is it inconvenient because your girlfriend is here? Lung Chenxi's expression darkened instantly, for Gu Ran had indeed moved into his home. At that moment, he noticed that Time's realm was accompanied by 2 men, one elegant and refined, the other strikingly handsome and coldly domineering. Gomein, Yan. Thus, the 3 followed Lung Chenxi into the house. In the guest room, 4 individuals were seated, 3 on one side, while Lung Chenxi appeared solitary. Yin Yan, do you truly wish to divorce me? Time's realm discerned the reluctance, affection, and sorrow in Lung Chenxi's eyes. The youth across from them scoffed, Divorce? Can you truly let go of your white moonlight? Or do you wish to have both? Yin Yan, I, Lung Chenxi, desperately want to explain, yet I cannot relinquish Gu Ran, nor do I wish to part with you. He felt ashamed of his sordid thoughts. Time's realm chuckled coldly. Enough. Lung Chenxi, my feelings for you have been ruthlessly exhausted. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Gu Ran is already settled into the house, so I shall forego it. The rest should be distributed fairly, as it ought to be. Yin Yan, let this house remain with you. Lung Chenxi sought to compensate him. Time's realm saw through his intentions, but still declined. No need. The property deed was originally in your name, so why go through the motions of pitying me? The corners of Time's realm's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression one of barely contained sorrow. Yin Qiu pressed his lips together, knowing that it would be inappropriate to intervene in someone else's affairs, fearing that he might incur Shijing Yan's disdain. At that moment, Lung Chenxi found himself at a loss for words. Yin Qiu instructed Zhumu to present a divorce agreement that had long been prepared. Zhumu handed it over casually, adjusting his glasses, and spoke coolly, Mr. Lung, please review the divorce agreement. If there are no objections, You may proceed to sign. Once both parties have signed, we can choose a date to finalize the divorce. Chapter 38. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 11. Lung Chenxi's hand trembled as he received the divorce agreement. He picked up the pen, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, before gritting his teeth and finally inscribing his name. This scene was observed by Gu Ran, who stood on the second floor. Was Lung Chenxi truly hesitating? Did he not wish to marry her? Were the sweet words he had spoken mere fabrications to placate her? Shijing Yan took the divorce agreement from Lung Chenxi's hands, only to have his wrist firmly grasped by Lung Chenxi. With a voice thick with emotion, he managed to ask, Yan, are you truly resolved to divorce me? Shijing Yan articulated each word clearly. Yes, Mr. Lung, please release me. The light in Lung Chenxi's eyes dimmed, and he ultimately relinquished his grip. Only then did Shijing Yan disdainfully wipe his hand on his clothing and elegantly sign his name. Once completed, he promptly requested Zhumu to take it away, eager to leave the scene without delay. Shijing Yan stood up and turned toward his bedroom, stating, I will gather my belongings. Mr. Yin, please wait for me a moment. A ride back will be most convenient. Yun Chio's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well. Lung Chenxi remained engulfed in his sorrow, watching the interaction between Shijing Yan and Yun Chio, a surge of anger swelling within him. Had he been involved with that man long before contemplating divorce? Yet, Lung Chenxi failed to recognize his own culpability. He was the one who had strayed. Yun Chio, observant of Lung Chenxi's expression, seized the opportunity to confront the hypocritical man in front of him while Shijing Yan was absent. Mr. Lung, what kind of look is that? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Your vision must be poor. How else could you betray another woman and forsake someone who has shared both hardships and joys with you? Moreover, I find solace in knowing that someone of your lack of discernment has let him go, for he deserves a better companion. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto him. You are unworthy. Although I have feelings for him, he has never wronged you. Rather, it is you who has consistently harmed him. I hope you will not regret your decision to divorce and refrain from entangling yourself further with him, lest I have to be less than courteous. Lung Chenxi found himself utterly speechless, having been thoroughly rebutted. The words spoken were undeniably justified, leaving him unable to counter. Indeed, unreciprocated devotion yields no reward. Shijing Yan was a person, not an object, and he had no right to intrude further. Lung Chenxi pressed his lips tightly together. I understand. After the divorce, we shall have no further ties, and I will not interfere in his affairs. Yun Chio scoffed. It is best that way. At this moment, in his bedroom, Shijing Yan decided to take away all the clothes he cherished, leaving behind those he detested, for the burden was too great. Little did he know, the cold Chun she would rely on these garments imbued with his essence to find solace in sleep. However, that was a tale for another time. Suddenly, the door swung open, and as Shijing Yan was tidying up, he turned to find Gu Ran standing there. Very well, let him enlighten this infatuated female lead. Have you truly resolved to divorce Brother Lung? I've heard you've been married for 5 years. Can you bear to part with him? As she spoke, Gu Ran trembled with indignation. Shijing Yan covered his face, wiping away non-existent tears with a sigh. Miss Gu, you must know that Lung Chenxi regards me merely as your substitute. Even though I love him, what does it matter? After 5 years of companionship, I am but a mere shadow compared to a single finger of yours. Yet, Miss Gu, I must caution you. My devoted care for him over these 5 years could be cast aside without a second thought. Moreover, as a sheltered young lady from a wealthy family, I advise you to always keep a backup plan, lest you end up like me, deceived and left with nothing. Gu Ran's pupils constricted sharply. Doubt began to creep in her mind regarding Lung Chenxi's sincerity towards her. Indeed, 5 years of mutual support could be discarded so easily. Although they had been childhood sweethearts, the moment she went abroad, Lung Chenxi turned to another. Though the young man before her bore a striking resemblance to her, it was clear that Lung Chenxi's gaze held something different for him. The depths of Lung Chenxi's heart remained inscrutable to her. The fervor of youthful affection would inevitably fade with time. Gu Ran could not resign herself to being manipulated by a man. She must plan for her future. As she looked down at the man crouched on the floor packing his belongings, She murmured her thanks and turned to leave. Shijing Yan wore a playful smile. The bait had been taken. He eagerly anticipated the love-hate dynamic between the female lead and the second male lead. The outcome would undoubtedly be thrilling. Once Shijing Yan had gathered his belongings, he rolled his suitcase into the living room. Observing the three individuals in the room, he felt a twinge of confusion. He had expected Yin Xiao and Lung Chenxi to engage in a fierce confrontation after he left. Had he arrived too late to witness it? "Mr. Yin, shall we depart?" Indeed. Yin Xiao took the suitcase from Shijing Yan, leading the way toward the door. Ah, quite agreeable, Shijing Yan thought with satisfaction as he prepared to leave. "Yin Yan. I'm sorry." Shijing Yan paused, turning his back while letting out a light laugh. "I do not accept." With that, Shijing Yan resumed his departure, resolutely ignoring Lung Chenxi's protests. As he got into the car, Yin Xiao suddenly inquired, "Did you bring the marriage certificate?" Shijing Yan's eyes twinkled with a reassuring smile. "I have it. Once I choose an auspicious date, I shall proceed with the divorce." "It seems you are quite pleased." "Oh no, he has forgotten that he still embodies the persona of a deeply affectionate admirer. Even though the divorce agreement has been signed, he should still feel a tinge of sadness. Of course, I can now live the life I am meant to, free from constraints and the need to consider others' opinions." As he spoke, Shijing Yan's expression grew desolate, and the corners of his mouth drooped. Yin Xiao felt a pang in his heart. Damn it, he shouldn't have brought it up. He merely intended to lighten the young man's mood. "I'm sorry, Ayan. I didn't mean to make you sad." Shijing Yan froze. "Ayan, it seems someone had once called him that in such an endearing manner. Could you call me that again?" Yin Xiao only then realized, in his haste, he had spoken so intimately. Yet, strangely, he found himself wanting to hear it once more. He licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse, "Ayan, just now." It felt as if something was about to surge forth from Shijing Yan's memories. He pressed his aching head and leaned back, closing his eyes, his expression tinged with pain. Yin Xiao looked at Shijing Yan in a panic, unsure where to place his hands. "Ayan, what is wrong? Don't scare me. I'll take you to the hospital." "I'm fine. I just feel like I'm about to gain some intelligence." "Yin Xiao." "Huh. It was merely a jest. I'm not seriously unwell." That's a relief. Chapter 39. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 12. Shijing Yan gazed at Yin Xiao with misty, peach blossom eyes. "Also, I really enjoy it when you call me Ayan." "Really?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yin Xiao's eyes. Can I call you Chiga?" For some reason, Shijing Yan felt compelled to say this. It felt so warm and natural, and he cherished it. "Sure, Ayan." The light laugh that escaped Yin Xiao's throat was sweet and melodious. At that moment, Zhuamu, who had been silently absorbing their affectionate exchanges, suddenly interrupted. "Boss, we've arrived." "All right." Shijing Yan looked around, realizing that this was actually Yin Xiao's home, just a street away from his own. "Ayan, would you like me to walk you home?" Pretending to be oblivious, Yin Xiao feigned ignorance. "Certainly." Shijing Yan was equally unaware. "It seems my home isn't too far from yours. Let us leave it at this. I'll take my luggage and head home first." "Ayan, want you invite me in for a visit?" Shijing Yan was momentarily astonished to hear such a coy tone, so contrary to the demeanor of a domineering CEO, escape from Yin Xiao's lips. Yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to his charm. "Then, let us sit for a bit." Shijing Yan's ears flushed crimson as he walked ahead, completely forgetting his luggage. Yin Xiao wore a triumphant smile, hastily grabbing his suitcase to catch up. Zhuamu observed his boss's demeanor, genuinely astounded. He had never witnessed such a sight in his life. Zhuamu wisely chose to discreetly withdraw. At the moment he stepped inside, Shijing Yan felt a flutter of anxiety. He feared his home might not be tidy enough, and worried that Yin Xiao would disapprove upon seeing it. Fortunately, Shijing Yan typically maintained a clean environment, and it was not as he had imagined. Yin Xiao placed his luggage against the wall in the entrance. Shijing Yan hastily beckoned Yin Xiao. "Brother Qi, please sit. Would you like something to drink?" Yin Xiao shook his head, expressing his disinterest in beverages. "Come over and keep me company for a while." With a hint of hesitance, Shijing Yan moved closer. "What is the matter? Are you afraid I might devour you?" A playful smile danced in Yin Xiao's eyes, sparkling like stars. "Ahem, Not at all. What would you like to discuss? Yin Qiu regarded him with a gentle, sidelong glance. Do you have any plans for the future, Ian? I'm not certain. I haven't yet embarked on a career and don't know if I can support myself, Shijing Yan replied, gazing at the slender, fair skin of his hands, feeling they held no value beyond cooking. Yin Qiu smiled slightly. How can you know if you haven't tried? Why not open a cafe? I could be your investor. What do you think? Though Yin Qiu's expression seemed sincere, Shijing Yan pondered the implications of accepting such help, feeling it would create a significant debt of gratitude. Ian, have you given it some thought? He suddenly leaned in closely, yet made no further moves, simply wishing to be near him. I agree, Brother Qi, but please don't come so close. Shijing Yan feared he might impulsively kiss him. Oh, in the next moment, Yin Qiu obediently created some distance. So well behaved. Shall we go look at potential locations together tomorrow? Shijing Yan felt an odd sense that this assertive figure seemed almost transformed. His expression faltered, but tomorrow is Monday. When will you be working? I'll take a day off, Yin Qiu replied. All right then. What did you study in university, Ian? I'm a bit curious. Yin Qiu's hand gently brushed against Shijing Yan's fingers. This time, Shijing Yan blushed and surprisingly did not pull away. I majored in ethnic dance. Seeing Yin Qiu's silence, Shijing Yan worried he might be overly concerned about it. To his surprise, a voice filled with delight and admiration chimed in. You must look beautiful when you dance. I would love to see. Shijing Yan turned his head, caught in the warmth of those fervent eyes, genuine and unmasked affection. His heart raced, and he averted his gaze, awkwardly murmuring, Thank you. I thought you might hold some prejudice against my ethnic dance. I underestimated you. Not all. After your divorce, would you consider dating me? This gentleman? Yin Qiu boldly took Shijing Yan's left hand, placing a soft kiss upon its back. Is that acceptable, Ian? Shijing Yan quickly withdrew his hand, his neck flushing crimson. What was happening? He had anticipated a direct kiss, yet received only a gentle peck. Was he truly so innocent? Ian, do you not wish for this? No, I do want it, he replied, unable to voice rejection upon seeing Yin Qiu's desolate expression. However, with your status, you could easily find someone better than me. I am merely a divorced man, unworthy of your affection. Shijing Yan lowered his head, the enchanting atmosphere now tinged with melancholy. No, I am determined to love you in this lifetime, regardless of your status. My heart is destined to beat for you. Yin Qiu tightened his grip on Shijing Yan's hand, enveloping him in an embrace and nothing more. As for the rest, when the dust settles, he would prove his sincerity. The feeling of being cherished brought a sting to Shijing Yan's eyes. He laughed softly, tears cascading down, each droplet landing on Yin Qiu's neck. The young man's sorrow resonated within Yin Qiu, amplifying his own heartache. They embraced in silence, holding each other for an extended moment, until Shijing Yan gently pushed Yin Qiu away, once his emotions settled. Good Qiu, I will seriously consider it. The day is drawing to a close. You should head back. All right, remember to reach out if anything comes up, and don't forget our appointment tomorrow. I know, I won't forget. Shijing Yan's smile was tender, dimples appearing on his face. So adorably cute, I wish to kiss him. Yin Qiu gazed at him intently for a moment before returning home. After bidding farewell to Yin Qiu, a wave of satisfaction surged within Shijing Yan. If they were truly together, such a gentle soul would surely be easy to sway, despite the height disparity. That person stood at least 189 centimeters, while he himself was merely 183 centimeters. Alas, the journey ahead was long and arduous. On that day, as Shijing Yan lay in bed, he was roused by a knock at the door. Groggily, he opened his eyes to check the time on his phone, realizing it was already 9 o'clock. Oh no, I forgot to set an alarm last night. He hurriedly sprang from his bed to open the door. Sorry. I overslept. It's all right. Yin Qiu gazed at the slightly disheveled youth before him, his cheeks flushed. Shijing Yan felt overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, he invited Yin Qiu inside. I'll wash up and get ready. Good Qiu, please wait here for a moment. Okay. Yin Qiu admired the cozy ambience of Shijing Yan's home, which had been freshly decorated. He wondered when he could boldly move in and share a home with this person, or perhaps accompany him to his own residence. Half an hour later, Shijing Yan emerged clad in a white shirt and jeans, still exuding the youthful charm of a college student at the age of 26. All right, Guccio, let us go. Let us go. Today, Yunqiu opted for a casual outfit of a black hoodie and sweatpants, his stern and aloof visage softened by a childlike grin. Shijing Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 40. I Want to Divorce and to Marry the CEO. Part 13. Yunqiu turned his gaze towards him, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. Let us hurry. Shijing Yan playfully nudged Yunqiu from behind, and the two shared light-hearted banter as they made their way. Yunqiu led Shijing Yan to a coffee shop that he deemed quite promising, conveniently located nearby. The night before, he had already contacted the owner regarding the contract, which was prepared and awaiting Shijing Yan's approval. If he was dissatisfied, they would seek another establishment. As soon as they stepped inside, Shijing Yan was enveloped by the rich aroma of coffee, the decor exuding a classic elegance with an antique charm. At that moment, a balding gentleman in his 50s approached them, greeting them warmly. Mr. Yan, welcome. Please, come inside and have a seat. Hey, boss, where's the contract? Let my eye take a look. Of course. He boss placed the contract before Shijing Yan. Here, you may take a look. I have owned this cafe for over 20 years, and the business has been quite prosperous. However, due to pressing financial needs at home, I am compelled to sell it. Shijing Yan studied the contract and felt quite satisfied. The cafe resonated with his aesthetic, particularly its name, First Encounter Cafe. Then it shall be, he decided, signing his name, with Yunqiu also becoming an investor in the establishment. After collecting the contract, he boss departed, returning to his hometown. What do you think? Do you like it? Yunqiu asked, legs crossed, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, Shijing Yan found himself in a daze, pondering whether he was enamored with the cafe or the person beside him. It seemed he cherished both. Thank you, Chiga. I truly like it, Shijing Yan replied, his smile radiating joy. Subsequently, he called upon several experienced individuals to assist Shijing Yan in managing the cafe, essentially providing free labor, with Yunqiu as their hidden employer. Shijing Yan gradually acclimated to his new role, quickly grasping the necessary skills. Within a day, he had nearly mastered everything. With the support of the staff, he needed only to quietly prepare an occasional cup of coffee and embrace his role as the owner. Shijing Yan contemplated his plans. This Friday, he would obtain the divorce certificate with Lung Chenxi. He did not wish for Yunqiu to continue waiting for him in uncertainty. At the very least, he wanted to grant him the title of boyfriend. During this time, he could discern Yunqiu's restraint, holding back from drawing closer or indulging in intimacy. Having only held hands a few times, each time the atmosphere hinted at something more, they ended up doing nothing, leaving Shijing Yan on the brink of neurosis. Thursday evening, Shijing Yan gazed at the cold name in his contacts and made the call. Yan, do you need something from me? Although Lung Chenxi suspected that Shijing Yan was calling regarding their divorce, he secretly hoped it was all a fabrication, that Shijing Yan still harbored love for him. Tomorrow, Friday, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain the divorce certificate. This declaration struck Lung Chenxi like a bolt from the blue, piercing his heart deeply. In recent days, Gu Ran had been relentlessly pressing him about the divorce, to which he had always evaded a direct answer. He reassured himself that as long as he didn't bring it up, Shijing Yan would likely forget. Yet, this was mere self-deception. Gu Ran, like him, was a workaholic. Although she was his ideal partner, those who are favored often act without fear. They had discussed that after marriage, he would work while she would be a full-time housewife. However, Gu Ran was ambitious and refused to settle for merely bearing children and managing a household. Thus, their discussions always ended in discord. Meanwhile, Lung Chenxi increasingly longed for the man who had stood by him for 5 years, questioning whether he had truly made a mistake. Hey, Lung Chenxi, are you listening? Shijing Yan's cool voice snapped him back from his reverie. Yes, I understand, Yan. Let us meet tomorrow at 9 at the Civil Affairs Bureau. All right, Shijing Yan replied, promptly hanging up the phone. He then turned and lay on his bed, sending several messages to Yunqiu. He had no intention of revealing this matter to Yunqiu. He aimed to prepare an unexpected surprise. The following day, Shijing Yan rose early and arranged for Zhumu to bring the divorce agreement. He arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau half an hour ahead of schedule at 8:30. After waiting for half an hour, Lung Chenxi finally arrived just on time. Today, Shijing Yan was in good spirits and waved at Lung Chenxi, calling out to him. Lung Chenxi stared at him in a daze, as if he were looking at the young man from their university days, the one with whom he had shared 2 years of romance, marrying immediately upon graduation. 5 years of marriage had passed, and the so-called 7-year itch was hardly concerned. Yet, he still could not resist temptation. The unattainable is always the most desirable. Lung Chenxi, hurry up. All right. The young man before him was now mature and composed, gentle and meticulous. Yet he was no longer the boy who had once loved him wholeheartedly. Likewise, he had lost the fervor of his youth. The two walked side by side into the Civil Affairs Bureau. The clerk at the counter merely glanced at them before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Shijing Yan coldly uttered 2 words, "Divorce." Lung Chenxi forced a smile and handed over their marriage certificate and identification. Once the divorce formalities were completed, Shijing Yan held the divorce certificate he had desired. It was now time to deliver another blow to Lung Chenxi. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lung Chenxi suddenly proposed. "Shall I drive you home?" Shijing Yan tucked the divorce certificate away and smiled at him. Sure. He provided his address and settled into the passenger seat. This way, the performance would be clearer. "Lung Chenxi, do you know, I actually couldn't cook before. I only learned because you once mentioned wanting someone to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you when you returned home. I practiced for half a year, enduring countless burns on my hands, which you probably never knew about." Shijing Yan extended his beautiful hands. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable, but when he turned his palms over, numerous scars marked his skin, though they had faded to mere white lines. Could he ever truly forget the pain? Lung Chenxi's gaze flickered, his complexion turned pale, and he bit his lip. He was not unaware. He had seen those scars before. Yet at that time, he had only cared about that face, indifferent to whether he had been hurt or was suffering. At this moment, it felt as though his heart was being gripped by a hand, making it hard to breathe, causing immense pain. Yan, I'm sorry. I'm such a jerk. I know. I've always known that I was merely a substitute, yet I foolishly waited for you to glance back at me. In the end, all I received was your betrayal. If it were you, would you still delude yourself into waiting? Each of Shijing Yan's words pierced Lung Chenxi's heart like a sharp blade. Yet amidst the pain, something within him was transforming. Xiaoyuan, Gu, Lung Chenxi's affection level has reached 80. Shijing Yan blinked, pleased with the effect. He hoped the conclusion would unfold as he envisioned, without any missteps. As Shijing Yan arrived at the doorstep of the Chun family, he found Lung Chenxi collapsed over the steering wheel, weeping uncontrollably. Curiosity piqued, Shijing Yan leaned in, almost tempted to utter, "Oh, crying are we? What a cad," followed by a few playful punches. However, the rational side of him prevailed, and he offered a few tissues instead. "Lung Chenxi, let's part ways amicably. Do not let Gu Ran down. She is a wonderful girl." Chapter 41. I want a divorce to marry the CEO. Part 14. Receiving the tissues. Lung Chenxi dabbed at his tears, his eyes reddening. For a fleeting moment, he truly wished to grasp Shijing Yan's hand, but before he could act, Shijing Yan had already turned to leave. It dawned on him that love could indeed be depleted, leaving only disappointment in its wake. And he was the architect of his own demise. Before long, Lung Chenxi received a call from Gu Ran and soon found himself driving home. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan formally extended an invitation to Yunqiu, requesting him to dine at his residence. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunqiu knocked on the door within 10 minutes. "Yin, are you inviting me to dinner?" "Yes. Do you not wish to eat?" "Of course I do. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with joy." With one hand scratching his head, Yunqiu wore a goofy grin that compelled Shijing Yan to pinch his cheek. Softer than I imagined. Yunqiu's mind was consumed with the fact that a yen had touched his face, causing a blush to bloom on his cheeks. "Yan, why are you suddenly so proactive?" Yunqiu's expectant gaze sought an explanation from Shijing Yan, desiring clarity regarding the shift in his demeanor. "Because you are a guest. Please, make yourself comfortable while I prepare the meal." Shijing Yan was keen to observe how long this gentleman could endure his flirtation. After all, with the divorce certificate in hand, He was free to pursue love. Yun Qiu complied, sitting quietly in the living room, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. The young man, donned in an apron, busied himself with culinary preparations, filling the space with a sense of homeliness. At that moment, Yun Qiu glanced at a message from Zhuamu. "Boss, this morning, Mr. Sure collected the divorce agreement." "Understood." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yun Qiu's gaze. No wonder Yan was behaving this way. Was he testing his affections? With a divorce finalized, he had nothing to hold him back. He was determined not to disappoint Yan. After a flurry of activity, as noon approached, Shijing Yan finally laid out a feast. He served Yun Qiu a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, smiling as he said, "Chiga, give this a try." Yun Qiu admired the glistening ribs, their aroma enticing. After taking a bite, he found the flavor delightful. Throughout the meal, Shijing Yan continued to serve him dishes, and Yun Qiu relished every moment, enjoying the indirect intimacy. Once the meal concluded, Shijing Yan sat beside Yun Qiu, shedding his previous shyness. He confidently clasped Yun Qiu's hand, expecting him to withdraw. Instead, their fingers intertwined. "Yan, if you continue like this, I may lose control." Shijing Yan feigned calmness as he cleared his throat, leaning closer to his face. "How am I?" The heated breath enveloped them, creating an atmosphere steeped in ambiguity. Yun Qiu's Adam's apple slid sensually, and he felt a thirst, a yearning to kiss him. Shijing Yan's long fingers grazed Yun Qiu's throat, feeling it roll beneath his touch, gently teasing it before swiftly retracting his hand. Just as he attempted to sit upright, Yun Qiu grasped his wrist. A notification chimed. Affinity level 5, now at 90. Yun Qiu's right hand lightly encircled Shijing Yan's neck, his voice husky and magnetic. "Yan, to tease and then flee. Such a lack of decorum." Before Shijing Yan could respond or defend himself, Yun Qiu seized him, kissing him fiercely, a passionate assault that left Shijing Yan somewhat overwhelmed. A metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. The intensity of the kiss was nearly lethal. As Shijing Yan gasped for air, he was once again pressed onto the sofa, their lips meeting fervently. He gazed into Yun Qiu's eyes, which shimmered with suppressed desire, his own glimmering with foggy longing. In the next moment, that intensity transformed into a tender kiss. Shijing Yan bit Yun Qiu's lower lip, eliciting a soft gasp. And, as they parted, he planted a gentle kiss at the corner of the man's mouth. Breathless, Shijing Yan smiled at Yun Qiu, still atop him. "Good Qi, so fierce. You made my lips bleed." Yun Qiu tenderly brushed his fingertips against Shijing Yan's lips, wiping away the traces of blood. He then leaned down, peppering soft kisses along Shijing Yan's neck, whispering near his ear, "Yan, you flirt with me right after your divorce. As a man, how could I resist your allure?" Shijing Yan felt himself soften under the caress, the truth unveiled, and he ceased to conceal it. Weakly, he pushed against Yun Qiu's shoulder, his gaze unfocused. "Yi Kai, do you like me?" Yun Qiu chuckled at his playful demeanor, lifting his gaze to meet Shijing Yan's tear-brimmed eyes, their corners flushed. "Is my affection not evident? I have never hidden my fondness for you. Yan, having kissed you, I must take responsibility." Shijing Yan blushed deeply at his candid words, stammering, "You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Having just endured the torment and betrayal of marriage, I am somewhat afraid of embarking on a new relationship." Yun Qiu enveloped him in an embrace, soothingly whispering, "Do not fear. I'm willing to wait for you. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, however long it takes until you are ready." A bittersweet sensation washed over Shijing Yan. This man was even more foolish than he. His heart ached, and with a muted voice, he said, "Good Qi, let us be in a relationship." Yun Qiu's pupils dilated suddenly. Had Yan truly said that? He lifted his head, cradling Shijing Yan's face. "Yan, could you repeat that?" Shijing Yan smiled softly. "Let us be in a relationship, Yun Qiu. Yan, I will never let you down. Yes, please get up." It was then that Yun Qiu realized he was still pressing down on Shijing Yan, who was so slender and delicate, unable to bear his weight. He reached out to help Shijing Yan up, inadvertently noticing the scars on the young man's palm. his brow immediately furrowing with concern. Yan, how did you injure your hand? Shijing Yan cautiously withdrew his hand, a forced smile tugging at his lips, revealing a rather unsightly expression. It was not about that. It was simply heart-wrenching. Yin Chio tightened his grip on Shijing Yan's hand. As he lifted his gaze, he met the depths of Yin Chio's eyes, filled with compassion. As he nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing, just a burn from when I was learning to cook." "Fool, I won't let you get hurt again. I can cook too. Teach me, and I shall prepare meals for you in the future." "All right, Chiga." Yin Chio embraced him, marveling at the preciousness of their bond. The two smoothly entered into a relationship, prompting Yin Chio to publicly announce it on social media. Naturally, Yin Chio had numerous friends, including many business partners, among whom was Lung Chensi. That evening, Lung Chensi came across Yin Chio's post, featuring their intertwined hands, each finger distinctly masculine. While a mere photo of clasped hands could reveal little, a sense of foreboding stirred within him, leading him to suspect it might very well be Yin Yan. An inexplicable unease settled in his heart. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around his waist. "Brother Lung, when shall we marry? Moreover, after marriage, I truly do not wish to stay at home. I want to work." Lung Chensi pressed his temples, battling a headache. Ran, let me finish this busy period first, all right? Next Monday, the Meng family is hosting a banquet. Accompany me then. Seeing this, Gu Ran ceased her probing, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Fine then. Chapter 42. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 15. The two naturally came together, and that evening, Shijing Yan invited Yin Chio to stay over. "Yan, are you not afraid that I might actually devour you?" A mischievous smile played on Yin Chio's lips, complimenting his strikingly handsome visage, exuding an alluring charm. "Of course, I am." Shijing Yan uttered the most insincere words with the most captivating expression. "You little liar." Yin Chio securely embraced his waist, resting his chin atop Shijing Yan's fluffy head, his deep voice resonating from above. "Yin, I actually have a severe cleanliness obsession, but when I see you, it feels as if I am just like everyone else. I truly enjoy being with you. Even merely watching you is enough. If you say so, then we must be a match made in heaven." Shijing Yan tilted his head and placed a kiss on his Adam's apple. A tingling sensation surged from the spot, and he tucked his right hand into Shijing Yan's hair. "Alas, I regret arriving late. Otherwise, how could I have been bullied for 5 years?" Yin Chio's voice trembled, angered by how Lung Chensi treated Yan, and vexed with himself for not meeting him sooner. "All right, Chiga, it's time to sleep. I am yours now." At this, Yin Chio's heart raced. He grasped Shijing Yan's chin and bestowed a deep kiss, causing the corners of Shijing Yan's eyes to redden and his lips to bloom a vibrant hue, as he held him tightly in his embrace. "Be good. Yin, don't move around, all right?" Yin Chio's voice was hoarse, his eyes tinged with a hint of desire, as he struggled to control himself. Just a little longer, progressing too quickly might frighten Yan. In his embrace, Shijing Yan let out a muffled sound, nestled comfortably against him. Being a man himself, he naturally understood the implications of Yin Chio's words. It sufficed to comprehend. Inquiries were unwelcome, as they were not yet prepared for such matters. The following morning, Shijing Yan awoke in Yin Chio's arms. However, before he could fully appreciate the handsome visage of the man beside him, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, he had forgotten. At such an early hour, a normal person would certainly experience this, understood by those who knew. The dilemma arose. Should he rise or feign sleep? In the next moment, Yin Chio opened his strikingly bright, dark eyes. "Yan, good morning." "Good morning," Shijing Yan replied awkwardly. He then heard Yin Chio chuckle softly. "Your face is quite flushed." The latter reached out, playfully pinching his cheek. Such a delightfully soft face, truly enjoyable to squeeze." "Chiga, stop teasing. I'll get up first," Shijing Yan said. Only then did Yin Chio realize his own state. Yet, far from feeling embarrassed, he leaned in to kiss Shijing Yan for a moment before finally releasing him. Shijing Yan was blushing fiercely, even awkwardly shuffling towards the bathroom. This was his first experience of such intimacy with another person. In his mind, an inexplicable figure flickered. Who could it be? A mere illusion? After Shijing Yan finished washing up and emerged, he found Yun Qiu donning his clothes. The smooth contours of his muscular physique, the 8-pack abs and a slender waist, truly captivating. Shijing Yan wiped away non-existent drool, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Qiu as he dressed. Do you find it appealing? Your physique is impressive, he replied. Yun Qiu wore an intoxicating smile, striding over to Shijing Yan with long, graceful legs. TSK, 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 those legs are quite long. You must look splendid in bed. The mere thought of potentially sharing a bed with such a stunning beauty filled Shijing Yan with joy. What are you thinking about, Ian? Shijing Yan's gaze seemed to undress Yun Qiu entirely. Yet, Yun Qiu relished the way Shijing Yan looked at him. It was a testament to Shijing Yan's affection for him, both physically and emotionally. Ahem, you should go freshen up. I'll prepare breakfast. Do you have any dietary restrictions? No seafood. Got it. Yun Qiu entered the bathroom, while Shijing Yan couldn't help but smile. Who would eat seafood so early in the morning? He decided to make some vegetable porridge, fry a couple of eggs, and prepare some pan-fried buns with milk. With this in mind, he began to set to work. Little Yuan, I never expected Brother Shi to be so nurturing. How sweet. Shijing Yan, silence. No one will mistake you for a mute. Little Yuan, then I shall be Brother Shi's mute little spirit. Shijing Yan, all right, little mute, be quiet. Little Yuan understood, with a gentle smile gracing his lips. Shijing Yan was stirring the porridge when suddenly, a warm, tall body pressed against him from behind. Ian, teach me as well. I'm serious about cooking for you. The breath tickled his neck, and Shijing Yan stirred the porridge at a leisurely pace. Sure, I'll ensure you learn it all. Hee, once you've mastered it, you won't have to cook anymore. With Yun Qiu's assistance, Shijing Yan found himself cooking at a brisk pace. An hour later, two individuals joyfully indulged in the fruits of their labor. Indeed, being in the company of someone you cherish brings immense happiness. Yun Qiu furtively lifted his eyelids to gaze at him, his fondness growing with each glance. After their meal, Yun Qiu took the initiative to wash the dishes. Subsequently, Shijing Yan headed to a cafe, while Yun Qiu, with a slight pout, returned to work at the company. Alas, he needed to toil diligently to earn money for his wife's expenses. As Shijing Yan sat in the cafe, a sudden thought struck him. The original owner seemed to have a mother living in the countryside. Regrettably, the original owner had never been able to honor her properly in life, leaving her solitary and forlorn. How troublesome. It would be best to bring his mother over to live with him. Xiaoyuan, Val, Shi Yi. You are so kind. Shijing Yan perused the contact list on his phone. A simple note read, Mom, her son was truly a love-struck fool, neglecting his own life for romance. Yet, the original owner lacked the insight that Shijing Yan possessed. At a tender age, he had been deceived and left bewildered. He was already experiencing mistreatment, yet did not consider reporting it or seeking revenge. Perhaps this was what it meant to have a heart as cold as ashes. Shijing Yan pressed the call button and dialed. On the other end, an elderly woman's voice trembled as she spoke. Xiaoyuan, is that you? Why do you have time to call? I'm doing well at home. There's no need to worry about me. Just focus on living well with Long Chensi. Upon hearing his mother's voice, tears streamed down Shijing Yan's face uncontrollably. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not listening to you. Eva divorced Leng Fengxi. He cheated on me. Silly child, it's not your fault. If I had been a bit harsher and intervened, it wouldn't have turned out this way. Xiaoyuan, don't be sad. Please don't let this matter weigh you down. If you're weary, just come home, all right? Mon, Shijing Yan. I will come to pick you up in 2 days and bring you to the city. Is that all right? Your son is doing well. A kind-hearted person has invested in my cafe, and I've even rented a small villa. You can move in with me, and I will take care of you. No, I'm fine here. As long as you're doing well, I won't worry. I'm accustomed to the village life. The city feels foreign, and there is no one to chat with. Here, I can visit neighbors and share stories. Please don't worry about me. I'm managing just fine. Shijing Yan wiped away his tears. Then, Mom, in 2 days, I will arrange for someone to build you a new house. Your son has money now. I'll build you a grand home. How does that sound? For now, stay with me in the city until it's ready. Shermu seemed to have cried as well, her voice hoarse. All right, Xiaoyuan, take care of yourself. I'll hang up now. Yes, Mom. I'll be home to pick you up in 2 days. As Shijing Yan listened to the busy tone, a pang of sorrow filled his heart. Chapter 43. I Want a Divorce and to Marry the CEO? Part 16. Shijing Yan glanced at the call log on his phone and then buried his face in his arms. Weeping. The original owner's mother was truly wonderful, always considering his needs. Shijing Yan's own mother had passed away when he was very young. He only remembers his mother in his memories as gentle and beautiful. If she were still alive, she would likely dote on him just as she did before. Boss, I would like an iced Americano. A customer's voice jolted him from his reverie. Certainly, please hold on. Shijing Yan quickly wiped away his tears with his sleeve. And when he raised his head again, his eyes were merely red-rimmed. The newcomer gazed at the boss's face, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. A pristine and noble aura emanated from him, with a countenance both cool and ethereal. With such a splendid foundation, he could effortlessly become a sensation. Shijing Yan placed the coffee on the customer's table, offering a smile. Enjoy. Wait, boss, could you spare some time to chat with me? Shijing Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Yet seeing no malice in the man's gaze, he chose to sit across from him. What would you like to discuss? Boss, are you interested in becoming a star? Shijing Yan's eyes brightened. The idea of stardom seemed quite exhilarating. He suppressed his excitement, responding in a composed manner. What does being a star entail? The man's smile broadened. Sensing potential. Hello, this is my business card. My name is Kai Zheng, and I am a talent scout. Being a star can bring fame and fortune. Wealth was not a pressing concern for him at the moment, considering Yanqiu was quite affluent and he had someone to support him, leaving him unperturbed about financial instability. Furthermore, he was already earning himself. Is being a star enjoyable? Enjoyable? Gaizheng pondered. Acting or showcasing talents should be quite fun. It is enjoyable, but the entertainment industry is a bit treacherous. If you merely wish to earn a little, your looks alone would suffice. But if you aspire for greater heights, I am aware of the unspoken rules. I am not afraid, he replied confidently. With Yanqiu backing him, what did he have to fear? However, he still needed to consult with Yanqiu. Consider it carefully. All right, I will call you once I have made up my mind. Becoming a star? Perhaps honing myself? Xiaoyuan, what do you think? Sure go, as long as you are happy, but please ensure your safety. Never mind, I will focus on my work for now. I will first bring my mother over the day after tomorrow. When Yanqiu returned home, Shijing Yan called him. Go, would you like to come over for dinner? I have something to discuss with you. Sure, give me 10 minutes. Okay. Shijing Yan sat at the dining table, creating a cozy atmosphere by lighting 2 candles. As soon as Yanqiu opened the door, Shijing Yan dashed over and threw himself into his embrace. Yanqiu did not initiate the hug, causing Shijing Yan to hesitate and release his hold, feeling a twinge of sadness. Good, you're here. He refrained from voicing his fleeting discontent. However, Yanqiu noticed a smile curving his lips as he gently said, Silly boy, I have something for you. He revealed a large bouquet of champagne, roses adorned with delicate blue forget-me-nots, while holding a bottle of red wine in his other hand. Shijing Yan felt foolish for his childish jealousy, yet he happily accepted the magnificent bouquet. You look so cute when you're jealous, pitiful yet endearing. I like it very much. With that, Yanqiu placed a tender kiss upon Shijing Yan's lips. You are quite peculiar, who enjoys witnessing someone in distress. I cherish every facet of you, Ian. Please do not be upset. If you feel troubled, vent your frustrations upon me. Shijing Yan chuckled, his laughter causing him mild discomfort. Brother Qi, you resemble a little wife. All right, Ian, let's go dine. We can't linger on this any longer, or I might find myself on the receiving end of a counterattack. After the two finished their candlelit dinner, Shijing Yan leaned against Yanqiu's shoulder, inhaling the subtle and delightful scent of lemon that enveloped him. Brother Qi, you smell wonderful. The dim candlelight flickered as flirtatious words danced in the air, a warmth rising between them. Ian, do not entice me. My resolve is rather fragile. Having been single for 29 years, one would expect my willpower to be robust. Suddenly, a blush crept onto Shijing Yan's face, and he emitted a muffled sound of embarrassment. Brother Qi, please, I apologize. Ian, utter a sweet word, and I shall let you be. Shijing Yan, battling the unfamiliar sensations coursing through him, blushed deeper, gasping, "Brother Qi, I implore you." Yunqiu's dark, profound gaze glimmered with mischief as he grasped Shijing Yan's face and kissed him. Their breaths intertwined in a tender yet possessive kiss, leaving Shijing Yan in a daze. "Brother Qi, wait. I have something to discuss with you today." Yunqiu licked the corner of Shijing Yan's mouth, appearing utterly satisfied. With a sultry voice, he inquired, "Speak, Ian. What is it?" Shijing Yan blinked at him, noticing his unusually agreeable demeanor. "Perhaps it was time to share everything. The day after tomorrow, I wish to bring my mother over for a while. I plan to use the divorce settlement to demolish our old house and renovate it. Would you accompany me?" This caught Yunqiu off guard. Did Ian mean it was time to meet the parents? The day after tomorrow? He needed to prepare a gift for his future mother-in-law and ensure he looked presentable. Noticing Yunqiu's momentary daze, Shijing Yan gently shook his arm. "Brother Qi, have you made up your mind? It's perfectly fine if you choose not to go. I merely wanted to inform you. Of course we must go, and we shall do so splendidly, allowing my my future mother-in-law, to see just how wonderful her son's partner is." A smile graced Yunqiu's face, and Shijing Yan felt his spirits lift, echoing his sentiment. "Indeed, let my mother be the judge. Oh, and Brother Qi, there's one more thing I wish to share. I aspire to become a star." "A star?" Yunqiu's brow furrowed. "It is certainly feasible, though the entertainment industry is rife with chaos. However, I do own an entertainment company. Then let us pursue that path. They have skilled individuals there, and it should be a pleasant experience, provided no one dares to covet my precious gem." "Ian, what prompts such an aspiration?" Shijing Yan produced Kai Zheng's business card for Yunqiu. "He spoke with me at the cafe today, inquiring if I had any interest. Truthfully, I am quite intrigued." Yunqiu glanced at the name on the card. Kai Zheng was a venerable agent within his company. "Ah, so he has come to seek talent from his own boss. Very well, let him personally guide Ian. Since Ian has expressed this desire, how could I possibly disagree? You possess the right to express dissent. Your feelings are what I truly value. His Ian is so obedient, my heart is melting. My dear wife, how considerate you are. Ian, the freedom to choose is your right, and I respect your decisions. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you." In his embrace, Shijing Yan murmured softly, "I understand. Brother Qi, thank you. My dear, to repay me, let us discuss it in bed." "Oh, wait, I'm not yet prepared." Yunqiu gently lifted him in a princess carry and placed him on the bed. "Rest assured, Ian, I shall do nothing but hold you as we sleep." It turned out that Shijing Yan had overthought the situation. They merely exchanged a few kisses and gentle touches. Yet, his hands grew sore from the affection. Tears welled in the corners of Shijing Yan's eyes as he lay on the bed, appearing utterly disenchanted. "What will we do when we are married?" Yunqiu nestled against his neck, occasionally planting delicate kisses like strawberries. Outwardly gentle yet possessive, he was, in truth, a rogue who had remained single for 29 years. Chapter 44. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, 17. The following day, Shijing Yan and Yunqiu set out to buy gifts for his mother. Women surely adore jewelry, so they decided on a jade bracelet for the mother-in-law. Upon arriving at the jewelry store, Yunqiu disregarded the sales representative's chatter and instructed her to wrap the most expensive item in a gift box. Shijing Yan swallowed hard. Yunqiu's financial capability exceeded his expectations. This pair of jade bracelets cost $2,300,000, and the sales representative mentioned it was high-quality iced jade, rich in color, translucent, and free of impurities. Sighing, Shijing Yan thought it best to purchase some premium nutritional supplements for his mother instead. With this in mind, Yunqiu approached him with 2 bags in hand. "Ian, I bought a pair of jade earrings for our aunt as well. We shall present them together. My darling cannot go empty-handed." Shijing Yan smiled, touched that he had even prepared a gift. After their shopping, they unexpectedly encountered Lung Chenxi and Gu Ran, who were also out shopping. What a coincidence! Lung Chenxi felt a pang of pain from the tightly clasped hands of the couple, while Shijing Yan offered him not even a glance. As he grasped Yunqiu's hand to leave, the latter's height was enough to overshadow the scoundrel. As they brushed past each other, Lung Chenxi called out, "Yin Yin, are you together now?" "Yes, so what?" Do you believe someone like me, a mere substitute, is unworthy of love? Shijing Yan retorted without mercy. That's not what I meant. Yuan Qiu released Shijing Yan's hand and wrapped his arm around his waist, casting a cold glance at Lung Chenxi. Please refrain from meddling, you two-timing scoundrel. What right do you have to disturb my Ayan? It is truly repugnant to see you attempt to insert yourself into his happiness. Gu Ran, incensed by another man disparaging Lung Chenxi, erupted. What do you mean by that? Yuan Qiu scoffed. You should know full well what I mean. No need for further elaboration. My Ayan needs no one else's concern. Mind your own man, or I shall ensure you both are expelled from S City. In a moment of serendipity, Shijing Yan's lips curved into a gentle arc, as Yuan Qiu surprisingly abandoned his aloof demeanor to confront others. It was an unprecedented sight and rather endearing. Lung Chenxi's gaze slowly retracted from the sight of the couple, realizing he truly had fallen in love. Moreover, his beloved was none other than the CEO of the Yun Group, a figure with the power to command the clouds and rain, possessing extensive connections and subsidiaries throughout S City and even internationally. Gu Ran felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. Lung Chenxi's heart had inevitably changed, betraying their vows and falling for that man, thereby forsaking her love. With a tight grip on her lips, Gu Ran shook off Lung Chenxi's hand and walked away, while he, unusually, did not pursue her. His mind was consumed by the tender laughter and soft words Shijing Yan had shared with him, memories he could not shake off. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan sensed the chill radiating from Yuan Qiu and refrained from mentioning returning to his own home, opting instead to accompany him back. Upon entering, Yuan Qiu placed the gifts on the table, and Shijing Yan stepped forward, contemplating whether to console him first. However, as he approached, Yuan Qiu enveloped him in his embrace, kissing him fervently. Noticing Yuan Qiu's unstable emotions, likely stirred by that scoundrel, Shijing Yan gently caressed his back, allowing him to unbutton his shirt. Unbeknownst to him, as their intimacy deepened, a soft gasp escaped Shijing Yan's lips. Chiga, please, don't touch there. With crimson eyes, Yuan Qiu paused, burying his face in the nook of Shijing Yan's neck. Nuzzling affectionately, Sorry, Ayan. I failed to check the calendar and ran into that scoundrel. It's not your fault. It was my foolishness that led to this. It has nothing to do with you. The thought of Shijing Yan having endured bullying from that man pained him deeply. Tears brimmed in Yuan Qiu's eyes, threatening to spill. Chiga, if, hypothetically, I had been intimate with him, would you think less of me? Shijing Yan felt a flicker of fear, but wished to be truthful with Yuan Qiu. Yuan Qiu shook his head, and tears cascaded onto Shijing Yan's hand. I only resent myself for not protecting you, allowing that scoundrel to gaze at you so brazenly. If we had met earlier, perhaps this could have been avoided. Had Shijing Yan not witnessed his heartbreak, he might have found the situation amusing. Chiga, there are no ifs. Do you understand what I mean? Yuan Qiu pursed his lips, permitting Shijing Yan to wipe away his tears. His eyes, red-rimmed yet filled with confusion, questioned. What do you mean? With a mixture of exasperation and determination, Shijing Yan pulled the bewildered Yuan Qiu into the room, gently pushing him onto the bed and leaning over him. I said there are no ifs. I am a virgin. I have never been with him. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Yuan Qiu's excitement surged as he sat up, facing Shijing Yan. Ayan, are you saying he never forced himself upon you? Shijing Yan, nearly exasperated by Yuan Qiu's slow understanding, replied no. Even if he had, I would never allow someone who does not love me to tarnish my purity. Leaning close, Shijing Yan's alluring voice, cold yet enticing, whispered, Obey me, open your mouth. Yuan Qiu obediently followed suit, embodying the quintessential gentle and docile wife. However, as their kisses deepened, the atmosphere shifted, and Shijing Yan found himself firmly restrained by Yuan Qiu. He lowered his gaze, suddenly aware that his wrist had been captured, raised above his head. Indeed, the essence of a devoted spouse proved to be irreversible. Shijing Yan, drenched in perspiration, vaguely heard Yuan Qiu whispering in his ear, Ayan, do not fear. I shall be gentle. My dear, just hold on a little longer. In a state of half-consciousness, Shijing Yan felt as if he were adrift on the sea, swaying gently. yet the embrace around him was warm and comforting. The following day, Shijing Yan felt as if his body had been dismantled. His back ached, his throat burned, and his eyes were slightly swollen. At that moment, the arm draped around his waist continued to caress him languidly. "Chiga, my waist hurts," he lamented. Yunqiu's dark eyes snapped open, filled with guilt, and he obediently began to massage Shijing Yan's back. "I apologize, Ian. I couldn't restrain myself last night." "It's all right," Shijing Yan replied, though he detected an undercurrent of frustration in his own voice. Reluctantly, Yunqiu intensified his efforts, providing a thorough massage. Yet, midway through, Shijing Yan insisted on getting up, asserting that further pressure would be unbearable. Yunqiu, feeling aggrieved, withdrew his hand, asking, "Does Ian not enjoy this?" Shijing Yan pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples. "Chiga, I would like some water." "Of course, I shall fetch it for you." Seizing the opportunity, while Yunqiu was occupied, Shijing Yan hastily donned his clothes. Yunqiu returned with a glass of warm water, placing it beside Shijing Yan. Despite the last button of Shijing Yan's shirt being fastened, an unmistakable love mark lingered on his neck. Unable to resist, Yunqiu beamed, "Ian, drink your water." Shijing Yan took a sip, moistening his throat as droplets glided down his alluring throat. Once he set the glass down, Yunqiu cradled his face and leaned in, their lips meeting. The coolness of Yunqiu's touch contrasted with the warmth of his lips as he pulled back slightly. His gaze tender. "Ian was quite passionate last night. I thoroughly enjoyed it." Shijing Yan, flustered, shoved the brazen man away, his cheeks flushing crimson as he dashed to the bathroom. After splashing his face with cold water, Shijing Yan gazed at his reflection, realizing the evidence of their night together, the telltale marks on his neck. Today, he was to pick up his mother. The thought of her discovering such evidence was mortifying. "Oh well, there's no remedy for it now," he sighed, resigned to the situation. Meanwhile, seated on the edge of the bed, Yunqiu rested his chin on his hand, radiating warmth and charm. His Ian looked dashing even from behind. Having bought breakfast together, time was of the essence, and after a quick tidy-up, the two departed for Shijing Yan's mother's home before 8:30. As they journeyed midway, Yunqiu discerned that Shijing Yan's complexion appeared rather unwell, pale, and distressed. Consequently, he decided to pull over at a nearby service area along the highway. "Are you feeling unwell, Ian? Please tell me where it hurts," Yunqiu inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Shijing Yan cast a mournful glance in his direction and replied hesitantly, "It's all your fault for being so relentless last night. My back feels nearly broken." Yunqiu's expression turned apologetic as he swiftly unfastened Shijing Yan's seatbelt and began to massage him. "I am truly sorry, Ian. It is entirely my fault for lacking self-restraint." "Ouch, be gentle." "Yes, that's right, just like that," Shijing Yan remarked, deciding not to hold a grudge against him, particularly since the pressure of his hands was rather adept. Yunqiu devoted himself wholeheartedly to attending to his beloved. Once Shijing Yan felt significantly better, they resumed their journey. After approximately 3 hours, they arrived at Shi's mother's home around noon. The house appeared quite dilapidated, having stood for several decades. With red brick walls and a thatched roof, an elderly woman emerged from the iron gate, hunched over. Tears immediately welled up in Shijing Yan's eyes as he excitedly called out, "Mom, I'm back." Shi's mother was also moved to tears, her eyes glistening as she replied, "Xiaoyuan, it's wonderful that you are home." Shijing Yan rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Despite being only 48 years old, his mother appeared frail. He resolved to take her for a thorough medical checkup. After a lengthy embrace, during which he struggled to regain his composure, he finally released her. With a smile, Shijing Yan introduced the handsome and aloof man beside him. "Mom, this is my new boyfriend, Yunqiu." Yunqiu nodded and presented 2 gifts to Shi's mother. "You may call me Xiaoyuan, Andy. These gifts are from both Ian and me." He took quite some time to choose them. "I am sure you will love them." Although Shi's mother initially hesitated to accept, she could not resist their enthusiasm and eventually accepted. Once inside, Shi's mother invited her son and his prospective daughter-in-law to lunch. As they gathered around the table, Shijing Yan recounted his experiences over the past 5 years. Initially, He had contemplated suing Lung Chinsi for infidelity, yet fearing the repercussions of a lawsuit on himself. He opted for a divorce by mutual agreement. Shi's mother wholeheartedly supported her son's decision and warmly regarded Yunqiu, the man who had actively aided her son. Through their conversation, Shi's mother gleaned that Yunqiu had fallen in love with her son at first sight. Indeed, young love often strikes with an undeniable force. She also noticed the marks on her son's neck, but chose to remain silent, simply covering her mouth with a smile, which made Shijing Yan feel somewhat embarrassed. Shijing Yan discussed plans for renovations with his mother, who ultimately succumbed to her son's coaxing and agreed, while Yunqiu had already arranged for a construction team to commence work the following day. With everything settled, they decided to spend the night, planning to take Shi's mother back with them the next day. Yunqiu had already ensured that all matters concerning the house were well managed. As night fell, Shijing Yan and Yunqiu, two grown men, found themselves sharing a single bed in one room. The layout of his mother's old house was rather unfavorable, with the living quarters being small, though the walls were impressively a meter thick. As the summer approached, Shijing Yan wiped the thin sweat from his forehead, while the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air outside. In that moment, someone next to him picked up a piece of sturdy cardboard, seemingly procured from nowhere, and began to fan him. A warmth blossomed in Shijing Yan's heart, prompting him to lean over and plant a gentle kiss on Yunqiu's cheek. "I adore you so much, Chiga." Yunqiu lowered his head and kissed Shijing Yan's nose lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. "I love only my treasure." Their fingers intertwined, and the heat enveloping them intensified. Unable to bear it any longer, Shijing Yan shifted slightly, and in an instant, Yunqiu captured his lips with fervor. After a passionate kiss, Yunqiu wrapped his arms around Shijing Yan's waist, his voice husky, "Ian, be good and don't move around." With a flushed face, Shijing Yan fell silent, having inadvertently brushed against him. Afterwards, Yunqiu gently waved the cardboard, and the cool breeze made Shijing Yan's eyelids grow heavier until he fell asleep. Seeing Shijing Yan succumb to slumber, Yunqiu turned away, presenting his back to the now sleeping youth. He panted heavily, his complexion flushed with an unusual heat, his mind filled with visions of Shijing Yan's tear-streaked face, the delicate beauty captivating him. Just then, Shijing Yan's hand reached out and rested on his bony hand. Yunqiu paused momentarily. "Ian, weren't you asleep?" "I was, but I woke up when I heard some noise." "Let me help you." Yunqiu nestled against Shijing Yan's shoulder. Shijing Yan embraced him from behind, murmuring, "Go to sleep, Chiga, I'm so tired." Yunqiu tightened his grip on Shijing Yan's hand, a surge of tenderness flooding his heart. "Yes, my dear, sleep peacefully. I won't wake you again." He vowed never to disturb his beloved wife in the middle of the night again. At dawn, Shijing Yan inhaled the fresh scent of grass, opening his drowsy eyes to find the space beside him empty. He surmised that Yunqiu had gone to attend to the renovations at his home. Shijing Yan proceeded to wash up, and, as he stepped outside, he spotted Yunqiu engaged in discussion with several men wearing yellow hard hats. Upon sensing Shijing Yan's gaze, one of the men turned and flashed a smile before returning to the deliberations on construction and renovation plans. Observing this, Shijing Yan, feeling somewhat listless, joined his mother in preparing breakfast. After their morning meal, the two tidied up Shi's mother's belongings. There wasn't much to sort through, as most of the furniture had been discarded, with plans to purchase new items later. They then embarked on their journey home. For convenience, Shijing Yan arranged for his mother to stay on the second floor while he moved to the third. After tidying up, he scheduled a physical examination for the next day, which revealed that his mother only had some issues with her back that required acupuncture. Without hesitation, Shijing Yan promptly made an appointment and registered to begin treatment for her. As her boyfriend, Yunqiu won Shi's mother's affection, seemingly receiving more favor than Shijing Yan himself. In recent days, Yunqiu had also helped to contact Kai Zheng. Upon receiving the call, was inexplicably delighted. What wind could have brought the big boss to call him? "Mr. Yin, what can I do for you?" "It was not I who sought you, just a moment." Yunqiu handed his phone to Shijing Yan. Shijing Yan's eyes sparkled as he cleared his throat and said, "Hello, Teacher Kai. I'm the owner of the Initial Encounter Cafe, Shijing Yan. Kai Zheng's mouth fell open in astonishment, his jaw nearly unhinged. You, and President Yin? You too? Please, Teacher Kai, keep this a secret for now. We are in a romantic relationship. All right, then I will visit you at home tomorrow for a more detailed discussion. Good. Ian, are you not done yet? Almost. The moment Kai Zheng heard his boss speak so gently, he immediately hung up, fearing that continuing the call would disturb the couple and jeopardize his own job. He had initially thought Shijing Yan was merely a beautiful facade, not realizing that he was the future partner of the boss. Oh dear, this could spell trouble. Shijing Yan returned the phone to Yun Qiu, only to be pressed against the wall and kissed fervently. Yin, little dog. Yet before he could finish his words, he was overwhelmed by the kiss, feeling weak and melting into Yun Qiu's embrace. Ian, I am your little dog, all yours. Yun Qiu blinked innocently, a smile adorning his face, but his eyes shimmered with deeper currents. Shijing Yan couldn't help but chuckle, nestled in his arms, teasingly proclaiming, You only know how to sweet-talk me. Have the audacity to let me have my way just once. Behave, darling, next time for sure. Now, let us go watch a movie. I've told Annie that you'll stay at my place tonight. You are indeed quite clever. Shijing Yan obediently wrapped his arms around Yun Qiu's neck, allowing the man to lift him and carry him into the bedroom. Early in the morning, Kai Zheng stared at the address sent by his boss, then glanced at the luxurious villa before him. Sighing, he thought, the life of a worker is truly enviable. Reluctantly, Kai Zheng pressed the doorbell, as he had no contact information for Shijing Yan, only for the boss. Shijing Yan, frowning, climbed out of bed, but was pulled back by Yun Qiu, who pressed him down onto the bed. The man's languid voice broke the silence. Don't worry about it. Shijing Yan peeked out, stubbornly freeing himself from Yun Qiu's embrace. Chiga, it might be Teacher Kai. Suddenly, Yun Qiu sat up in bed, tousling his disheveled hair. Oh no, Ian. You tidy up first. All right. After quickly dressing, Yun Qiu sauntered to the door to greet Kai Zheng. Kai Zheng was startled by Yun Qiu's unexpected appearance. He took in the boss's stern expression and nervously swallowed, greeting him, Good morning, President Yun. Come. Though Yun Qiu invited him in, Kai Zheng stood by the sofa in the living room, behaving carefully, for he sensed the latent hostility in his boss's gaze and the unmistakable words written across his face, displeasure. The overwhelming aura was truly intimidating. Oh dear, someone save me. President's wife, please. Finally, that charming figure appeared, albeit fashionably late. Hello, Teacher Kai. I sincerely apologize for forgetting to give you my contact information yesterday. Shijing Yan's warm smile was striking, illuminating the room. It matters not. Simply call me Kai Zheng. Very well, come and take a seat. As Kai Zheng settled down, he noticed Yun Qiu embracing Shijing Yan, who had also taken a seat on the opposing sofa. At that moment, he caught sight of a strawberry mark on Shijing Yan's neck, while Yun Qiu bore scratch marks on his collarbone. Good heavens! The boss has truly taken advantage of the situation. It was then that Shijing Yan began to inquire about the specifics of what the celebrity was meant to do. Do you wish to pursue a career as a singing and dancing idol, an actor, or perhaps a model? An actor? He believed his acting skills were quite commendable and felt that adopting this identity would refine his craft, thus facilitating the completion of future tasks. Stating that it involved selecting scripts, then joining a film crew to shoot according to those scripts, alongside numerous other actors. If performed well, overnight fame is entirely plausible. Brother Qi, what do you think? Shijing Yan tilted his head to ask him. It is acceptable, as long as Ian enjoys it. By the way, Kai Zheng, your task is to be Ian's exclusive manager, ensuring his safety. Do you understand? Kai Zheng immediately stood at attention, pledging to fulfill the assignment. Shijing Yan was amused by his display, cleared his throat, and said, Kai Zheng, do not be anxious. He merely appears aloof, but is genuinely amiable. Kai Zheng silently chuckled in agreement, remarking that he is easy to get along with, but only in the presence of his esteemed lady. Yun Qiu cast a piercing gaze at Kai Zheng and announced, I will increase your salary, tripling your current wage. I will inform Zhong'an, and you should watch for the deposit notification. Upon hearing this, Kai Zheng's heart soared with joy, and his smile became considerably more genuine. All right, General Yun, you can rest assured. I shall ensure that no one approaches him. Only then did Yun Xiao display a look of appreciation, discreetly messaging Zhang and to transfer an additional 100,000 to Kai Zheng. Meanwhile, Zhang was filled with questions, wondering if Kai Zheng had received another promotion and raise. Although perplexed, he complied with the boss's instructions to increase Kai Zheng's salary. Thus, the decision for Shijing Yan to pursue acting was solidified. Kai Zheng also added Shijing Yan's contact information. While perusing the electronic script sent by Kai Zheng, Shijing Yan suddenly inquired, "Are there any roles with fewer lines?" Supporting roles are acceptable. Even a mute character would do. He was reluctant to memorize lines. Although he had an excellent memory, he simply lacked the motivation. Gaijin, deeply. Give me a moment to search thoroughly. All right, Brother Zheng. At that moment, Yin Xiao drew Shijing Yan into his embrace, inviting him to sit on his lap. Ian, would you mind moving on your own for a bit? Yin Xiao whispered near his ear, kissing him softly, his sultry voice gradually dismantling Shijing Yan's defenses. Shijing Yan cupped Yin Xiao's face with both hands and suddenly said, I can, but you must first answer one question. All right, Ian, ask away. The small villa I rented previously was arranged by you, wasn't it? A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Xiao's eyes. How did you know? Initially, he sensed something amiss. Such an inexpensive rent seemed too good to be true. However, at that time, there were too many matters at hand to ponder it further, especially that occasion. Upon realizing how close your home is to my current residence, I began to harbor doubts. Furthermore, on the very night I first invited you to dinner, your familiarity with every room in my house and the arrangement of certain original items left me astonished. You must have resided here for an extended period. Yet, given your status, how could you have rented a place? Thus, it is evident that you have been secretly assisting me while concealing this from me. Yun Xiao's countenance was mercilessly ravaged by Shijing Yan's words. Pouting, he said, Ian, I feared you would not accept my direct assistance, thinking I was merely pitying you. That is why I chose this manner to help you. Shijing Yan released his grip on Yun Xiao's face, wrapping his arms around his neck. Gazing intently into Yun Xiao's aggrieved eyes. I understand, and it makes me realize that my affection for you is deepening. I cannot bear to be apart from you. Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile graced his lips. I too cannot bear to be away from Ian. That villa will be a part of your betrothal gift. Really? Of course, aside from the matter of renting, I have never deceived you. Shijing Yan lowered his gaze, a clear smile playing upon his lips. His slender fingers, akin to cold jade, began to unbutton his shirt methodically, revealing a smooth chest, which made Yun Xiao's expression become enigmatic, seemingly suppressing something profound. Yun Xiao pulled him closer, planting tender kisses beginning from the youth's brows and trailing downward, fervently sincere. Shijing Yan, breathing heavily, seized Yun Xiao's chin, compelling him to lift his gaze. Chiga, shall we move to the bed? But Ian, I wish to remain here today. Shijing Yan's face flushed with warmth, and he found himself unable to refuse. The moment he beheld Yun Xiao's face and the depth of emotion in his eyes, he could not utter a word of dissent. Must we truly do this in the living room? Ian, my dear, I beg of you, please. Shijing Yan closed his eyes and nodded. This was a scene led by Shijing Yan, though it bore little difference from their usual encounters. Ah, this is utterly absurd, Shijing Yan mused. Recalling the events of the previous night, he playfully roused Yun Xiao with a gentle punch. Despite the softness of his blow, Yun Xiao opened his eyes immediately. What is it, Ian? Next time, do not indulge in such antics near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Otherwise, you shall be banished to sleep outside. All right, my fault. I shall refrain from doing so again. Fortunately, he had been staying at Yun Xiao's home these past few days. Had his mother seen him at his own place, it would have been quite embarrassing. Very well, I shall not hold this against you, Yun Xiao replied, hearing Shijing Yan wince in pain. We must not tire the wife. He added. Before long, Monday arrived, and after a long absence, Xiaoyuan made an appearance. Shi Yi. Tonight Lung Chenxi is taking Gu Ran to attend the Meng family's banquet. Oh, they have not broken up yet? Let me provoke Gu Ran a little tonight. Shi Yi. Go for it. I am rooting for you. Shota bichu lo de. Xiaoyuan cleared her throat and began to shout, "Sure, go for it." Shijing Yan covered his slightly aching head. "All right, Xiaoyuan, that's enough. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming." Indeed, that evening, Yinqiu was also to attend, determined to ensure that others recognized who stood behind Shijing Yan, thereby safeguarding him from the ill intentions of those in the entertainment industry. He felt compelled to bring Ian along to make a presence. Given his current status, no one would dare to challenge him. Even if someone did, Kaizheng would be more than capable of protecting him. Kaizheng had previously worked as a Taekwondo instructor, but after the Taekwondo school closed down, he became his manager. To help fulfill the aspirations of the youth, he allowed Kaizheng to spend his free time at the Taekwondo school under his name, enabling him to continue as a coach. His skills were more than sufficient to protect Ian. Shijing Yan was also eager to join the outing, as he had a role to play in supporting Yinqiu, and thus readily agreed. After they changed into appropriate attire, the two set off for the Meng family banquet. The Meng family was among the most prominent families in S City, and the attendees were all members of high society, including Lung Chenxi and his companions. Chapter 47. I Want a Divorce and to Marry the President. Part 20. Yinqiu linked his arm with Shijing Yan's and presented a gilded invitation to the security guard at the entrance. "Very well, Mr. Yin, please proceed." Upon entering, Yinqiu became the center of attention, drawing many admirers. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan stood beside him, idly gazing at the cascading champagne and the stacked flutes. The curious onlookers were also eager to discern the identity of the strikingly handsome individual accompanying Yinqiu, speculating whether he was a romantic interest. At last, one bold soul dared to voice the collective question, "Mr. Yin, who is this?" With a smile and a tone infused with affection, Yinqiu replied, "This is my partner, Shijing Yan." The crowd quickly grasped the implication, realizing that Yinqiu was making it clear that this individual should not be underestimated. Shijing Yan offered a polite smile and nodded in greeting. After a round of pleasantries, Shijing Yan soon sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Predictably, it belonged to Lung Chenxi. At that moment, Shijing Yan cast a glance at Yinqiu, signaling him to excuse himself to the restroom. Reluctantly, Yinqiu's lingering gaze finally shifted away. As soon as he entered the restroom, Shijing Yan heard footsteps approaching. He looked into the mirror, displaying a warm smile reminiscent of their first meeting. At that instant, Lung Chenxi, unable to contain himself, embraced Shijing Yan from behind. "Why is he hugging me? I was merely trying to practice how to smile later." Little Yuan. His brain seems to have short-circuited. His affection level is already at 90. Chi Yi. Shijing Yan's expression darkened as he struggled, but the more he resisted, the tighter Lung Chenxi held on. With a strained voice, Lung Chenxi spoke, "Yin Yan, I miss you so much. Just let me hold you for a moment, please." "No, let go of me." As he struggled, Shijing Yan's face flushed with anger. Yet Lung Chenxi shamelessly whispered those ambiguous words in his ear. "Yin Yan, you still like me, don't you? If you come home with me today, I will break up with Guran, okay? Is what you say true?" In this moment, Shijing Yan is calling for Xiaoyuan. "Guran, did you bring that woman over?" Xiaoyuan replies, "Don't worry, I just spilled my drink on her dress, and she rushed to the restroom within a minute." Lung Chenxi, in a state of intoxication, greedily inhales the pleasant scent of the young man beside him. "Yin Yan, I speak the truth. It was only my momentary confusion that led me to be tempted by Guran. The one I truly love is you." Shijing Yan raises an eyebrow in skepticism. Lung Chenxi, visibly anxious, releases Shijing Yan and turns him around, his voice choked with emotion. "Yin Yan, I assure you, I love you." As Shijing Yan glances toward the door where Guran is about to enter, disbelief washes over him. Guran, in a frenzied rush, pushes Shijing Yan aside, causing him to collide painfully with a marble sink, making him break into a sweat as he falls to the ground. Ignoring Guran's furious shouts and accusations, Lung Chenxi attempts to help Shijing Yan up. However, someone else is quicker, already cradling Shijing Yan in their arms. Yinqiu gazes coldly at Guran, and seeing Shijing Yan in pain, he reluctantly carries him away. Witnessing Lung Chenxi's unwavering focus on the entrance, Guran can't help but slap him. Lung Chensi, you're the most disgusting man I've ever encountered, always thinking of someone else while enjoying your current situation. Let us break up, you scoundrel. Lung Chensi suddenly agrees, revealing a relieved smile. All right. Gu Ran bursts into tears, pointing an accusing finger at him. Lung Chensi, you have no heart. You only ever consider yourself. Shijing Yan will never love you again. Stop dreaming. I wish you a lonely old age. Lung Chensi closes his eyes, remaining silent as he allows Gu Ran to berate him, turning his back and leaving without a glance. He stands there for a while, lost in thought, before finally pulling out his phone to send Shijing Yan a message. Yin Yan, how are you? Are you hurt? After a long time, the message sinks into silence, stirring not a single ripple. Meanwhile, Yanxiu hurries to the nearest hospital, holding the pale Shijing Yan. After an examination, it is confirmed that there are no fractures, only bruises and swelling, which are not serious. Yanxiu warms a bottle of ointment in his hands and gently presses it against the bruised area. Seeing Shijing Yan's pained expression, his heart aches, and he becomes even more delicate in his touch. Ian, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Silly. It was an accident. No one can foresee such things. It's not your fault. Yanxiu hangs his head, pouting. Ian, that Lung Chensi is so infuriating. May I teach him a lesson? Shijing Yan slightly lifts the corners of his mouth. Sure, just remember to abide by the law. Of course. Before long, Shir's mother rushes to the hospital to see her son, silently shedding tears of concern while cursing Lung Chensi and Gu Ran's ancestors. Shijing Yan can't help but chuckle, realizing how adept his mother is at confronting others, filled with admiration. Yanxiu silently gives her a thumbs up from the side. Lying on the hospital bed, Shijing Yan finally picks up his phone and sees the messages that have come through. A sense of disdain welled up within, for this tardy affection was worth less than grass. Xiaoyuan eagerly concurred. Indeed, what kind of rubbish dares to profess love for my brother? Shijing Yan extinguished the screen of his phone, offering no reply. After spending 2 days in the hospital due to a back injury, Shijing Yan returned home. Yunk, wary of even the slightest touch, could only remain close to Shijing Yan, occasionally stealing a kiss. Ding dong. At long last, the script that Shijing Yan had been eagerly awaiting was located by Kai Zhang. Xiaoyuan, I have found a script that aligns with your desires. This afternoon, I shall bring it to your home. No problem, Brother Zhang. That afternoon, Shijing Yan joyfully welcomed him inside. It was Kai Zhang's first visit to Shijing Yan's abode. He swallowed nervously, his demeanor cautious and apprehensive. By the way, where is that General Yan? Do not fret, Brother Zhang. He has gone to the company. With that, Kai Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, cheerfully handing the script to Shijing Yan. Take a look. I'm sure it will suit your taste. Shijing Yan casually flipped through the pages. The script centered around a youthful school setting. The male lead, a school tyrant with a tragic past, had been raised solely by his grandmother after losing both parents at a young age. The female lead, on the other hand, was among the top students in her class. One day, as she was cornered by several delinquents after school, the school tyrant came to her rescue, igniting a tumultuous romance between them. The second male lead, a scholarly type and the female lead's childhood friend, was also strikingly handsome, albeit slightly less so than the male lead. He harbored a quiet admiration for her, too timid to confess until the day he brought a birthday cake for her celebration, only to discover her kissing the male lead. In that instant, the cake fell to the ground, and he turned away, heartbroken and devoid of any desire to confess his feelings thereafter. Later, when the female lead and the male lead had a quarrel, it was the second male lead who comforted her. Ultimately, the female lead ended up with the male lead, while the second male lead chose to study abroad. His character was aloof, with minimal lines, relying heavily on his acting prowess and subtle expressions. This script was truly to his liking. Chapter 48. I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Part 21. Kai Zhang smiled, eager for praise. So what do you think? The exterior may be cool, but the heart is gentle. An academically gifted character with few lines, a perfect fit. Wouldn't you agree? Shijing Yan nodded in satisfaction. This is it. When do we start rehearsals? Huh? Xiaoyuan, aren't you going to memorize your lines? I've already committed them to memory. Now, I just need to familiarize myself with my counterpart and go through the motions before we begin filming. Kai Zheng took the script, his expression one of disbelief. Really? Shijing Yan offered him a reassuring smile, then added, Brother Zheng, if you're not confident, feel free to test me. Kai Zheng diligently selected a line from the script and recited a line spoken by the female lead, Xiaoyuan. Let us swing by the snack shop after school. Immediately, Shijing Yan's expression turned cold. He replied with a nonchalant while casting a furtive glance at Kai Zheng, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips before he directed his gaze back to the blackboard, his demeanor icy. Kai Zheng suppressed his racing heart, exclaiming, That's it. Xiaoyuan, you portray the allure of a secret admirer beautifully. Let us venture to the film set tomorrow. Their leading roles have long been secured. Yet the character of the second male lead remains uncast, primarily due to the disappointment with the actors who auditioned. Very well, we shall go tomorrow. Yunqiu is acutely aware that the following day, Shijing Yan will commence filming, and a sense of reluctance fills his heart. They are to reside at a hotel near the set, which means he may not see his beloved Ian for quite some time. Shijing Yan, encircling Yunqiu's waist while seated upon his lap, planted a gentle kiss on his lips, assuring him that his role is minimal, with a significant portion of the scenes dedicated to the lead couple, during which he could visit. All right, Ian, you must take good care of yourself. Should anyone bully you, do not hesitate to inform me, and remember to apply your medication daily. Only then will your injury heal swiftly. Understood? MHM. In that moment, as Yunqiu embraced the one in his arms, he felt an unparalleled joy and happiness. The next day, Kai Zheng accompanied Shijing Yan to the film set. Their animated discussions filled the air with lively chatter, but upon their entrance, an immediate hush fell over the room. Some were captivated by Kai Zheng, the esteemed agent, while others were entranced by Shijing Yan's striking visage. The newcomer, tall and clad in black, boasted exquisite features, captivating yet not overly flamboyant, particularly. His eyes resembled blossoming peach flowers, with long lashes that rendered him utterly mesmerizing. Kai Zheng exchanged greetings with the leadership, and Shijing Yan responded with a polite nod and a smile. The director observed the tall youth, appearing merely 17 or 18 years of age, pondering his acting prowess. Subsequently, he requested Shijing Yan to perform a segment from script. The director was left astounded by Shijing Yan's performance, which was nothing short of exceptional. Without hesitation, he initiated the filming for the promotional stills. Shijing Yan quickly endeared himself to the crew, as most actors were, to some extent, enamored by good looks. Even the lead actor, Song Xianong, relished spending time with Shijing Yan, while the lead actress wished fervently that Shijing Yan were the male lead. Filming progressed smoothly, and each evening, Yunqiu would engage in video calls with Shijing Yan, expressing both affection and a sense of grievance, which filled Shijing Yan with guilt. After some gentle persuasion, he promised to make it up to him once filming concluded. Finally, after 2 months of diligent work, Shijing Yan completed his final scene and celebrated the wrap. To commemorate the occasion, the director graciously treated everyone to dinner. Meanwhile, Yunqiu planned to surprise him by personally picking him up after the celebration. The dinner was filled with joy, but during Shijing Yan's trip to the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered the long-absent Long Chenxi. He appeared considerably haggard. As Xiaoyuan had mentioned, he had recently separated from Gu Ran and faced some business troubles, which he knew were undoubtedly instigated by Yunqiu. He had nearly lost everything, but fortunately, he possessed some skill and managed to save his company. Upon seeing Shijing Yan, Long Chenxi's eyes lit up and he grasped his wrist tightly, pleading, Yan Yan, do not leave. I truly miss you. I beg you, return home with me. Shijing Yan furrowed his brow and forcefully attempted to pull his hand away. Let go of me. Yan Yan, come back with me. Long Chenxi began to directly embrace him, attempting to forcibly take him away. Suddenly, someone delivered a punch to Long Chenxi's jaw, the pain compelling him to release Shijing Yan. Of course, Shijing Yan fell securely into a sturdy embrace. Yuan, are you all right? I'm fine, it's not too late this time. Yunqiu sighed in relief. Yet the worry in his brow remained unmitigated. Shijing Yan shook his head. I'm okay, Brother Qiu. Even if you hadn't come, I would have kicked him a couple of times. Yunqiu chuckled softly, tightening his hold around Shijing Yan. Lung Chenxi stumbled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yin Qiu, I beg you, return Yuan to me. Yin Qiu retorted fiercely, what do you think you are? My Yuan is a treasure to my heart, and it was your blindness that caused this. Moreover, Yuan now loves me. You are nothing. Shijing Yan gazed at Lung Chenxi's pitiful eyes and spoke the harsh truth. Lung Chenxi, from the day we divorced, I ceased to love you. The only person I love is Yin Qiu. I once offered my heart, but you did not cherish it. Therefore, whatever you say now is too late. There are no ifs in this world. I am grateful to you for leading me to the man who truly treats me well. From now on, I hope you will no longer disturb my life. Shijing Yan took Yin Qiu's hand and departed. Lung Chenxi watched their retreating figures, his heart filled with bitterness and anguish. Why? Why couldn't he have treated Shijing Yan better? Why did he undervalue that person's sincere affection? Everything that transpired today was of his own making, and there was no room for redemption. Upon returning to the private room, everyone turned to look at him, for he was accompanied by an extraordinarily handsome man, holding hands with Shijing Yan as they entered together. This relationship was certainly extraordinary. The director immediately recognized Yin Qiu's identity and approached him. Mr. Yin, what brings you here? Yin Qiu took a seat beside Shijing Yan. I came to find my boyfriend. This revelation caused a stir among the guests. It turned out that Shijing Yan had a boyfriend, and a significant one at that. The atmosphere shifted as everyone tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing it further, focusing instead on eating and drinking. After dinner, Shijing Yan followed Yin Qiu home. Upon entering Yin Qiu's residence, Shijing Yan was enchanted by the multitude of flowers adorning the space. White roses, blue enchantresses, red roses, champagne roses, and various stars of Bethlehem, all arranged as if in a fairyland. Shijing Yan smiled and turned to embrace Yin Qiu. Thank you, brother Qiu. Yin Qiu leaned down to kiss Shijing Yan's brow, softly saying, as long as Yuan is happy. In the warmth of this affectionate atmosphere, Shijing Yan expected Yin Qiu might propose, but he remained silent on the subject. Was he perhaps afraid to mention marriage, fearing the shadows it cast upon Shijing Yan's heart? Chapter 49. I want a divorce and to marry the president. Part 22. A warmth filled Shijing Yan's heart as he wrapped his arms around Yin Qiu's neck. Shall we take a shower? Yin Qiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he gazed at him intently. Ian, are you suggesting we bathe together? Shijing Yan lowered his gaze, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. I promise to compensate you. Yin Qiu chuckled softly, lifting Shijing Yan effortlessly and kicking open the bathroom door. At that moment, a barrier separated the vibrant spring light from the shattering sounds within. Uncharacteristically, Shijing Yan was not exhausted to the point of slumber today, while Yin Qiu's gaze remained fervent as it fixed upon him. Ian, you are so slender. You must eat more from now on. I will, but only if you prepare the meals for me, all right? Sure, Yin Qiu replied, cradling the somewhat fragile figure in his arms, a pang of tenderness swelling within him. Ian, please promise you will never abandon me. I want tea. Yet, an inexplicable unease gripped Yin Qiu, for those he cared about always seemed to leave him. His parents had left him alone in this world. He vowed to take good care of Ian, ensuring he would never depart from his side. As these thoughts lingered, a small notion surfaced in Shijing Yan's mind. Chiga, what is it, Ian? Yin Qiu looked down to find Shijing Yan gazing at him with eyes as deep as water. Nothing. Good night, Chiga. Good night. Xiaoyuan. Shige, why don't you just tell him that you wish to marry him? I wouldn't he dare. If he doesn't propose, what good would my anxiety do? I wonder how long he can endure this. Xiaoyuan. True. After all, Shige is the one beneath. Silence. How do you know that? Xiaoyuan. Every time Shige is pinned down, I'm blocked from seeing. Moreover, it's always Shige who clutches his waist and cries out in pain. Shijing Yan's face darkened, and he ended this unpleasant chat manually. Not long after, the campus youth drama concluded filming and was scheduled to air a month later. Orchestrated by Yin Qiu, he even purchased a VIP membership solely to watch his beloved Ian. With the show's rising popularity, Shijing Yan emerged as the beloved second male lead, often overshadowed by the female lead. He He garnered a considerable fan base through this drama. However, the subsequent roles he undertook were predominantly minor parts, which left his fans lamenting. With such remarkable acting skills and striking looks, why does he not land a leading role? Surely he has the resources. Rumors suggested that Shijing Yan's boyfriend was none other than Yin Xiao, the president of the Yin Corporation, making it implausible for him to lack opportunities. Finally, after Shijing Yan held a fan meeting, the fans learned the truth behind his absence from leading roles. With an adorably naive expression, he candidly stated, "The male lead has too many lines. I can't be bothered to memorize them." The fans were left in awe, practically begging him to take on a leading role. However, shortly after, Yin Xiao appeared with a stern expression, wrapping his arm around Shijing Yan and whisking him away. The fans were left astonished. Shiba's boyfriend is so tall and so handsome. Did you not notice how well-matched they are? I did. It always feels like Shiba is the one being pursued. Absolutely. Shiba only takes charge when filming. At this moment, sitting in the last row of the fan meeting, Lung Chenxi's eyes were bloodshot. He loathed himself for abandoning Shijing Yan. A person so remarkable, who devotedly loved him, was heartlessly ruined by his own hands. Lung Chenxi could scarcely recall how he made his way home. Surrounded by posters and figurines of Shijing Yan, he nestled into his bed, clutching the clothes the young man had left behind, inhaling deeply as if he were still there beside him. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a slumber. In his dreams, bizarre events unfolded. He did not find happiness with Gu Ran, who confessed a lack of affection for him. In a fit of anger, he bound the substitute who had been cohabiting with him. For 7 entire days, he tormented the man, who bore wounds and exuded an unpleasant odor. Yet the man persisted in questioning him. "Lung Chenxi, did you ever truly love me?" He replied with calm detachment, "Never. You are merely a substitute." He witnessed the light in the man's eyes extinguish. When he ventured out to buy groceries and returned, he discovered the man had vanished. There he sat on the windowsill, turning back to smile at him. "Lung Chenxi, I shall no longer harbor feelings for you. I regret it." In an instant, the man leaped, plunging from the building. Lung Chenxi jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The dream felt hauntingly real, as if it had indeed transpired. Those absurd 7 days lingered in his mind, yet he was the architect of such turmoil. Thankfully, it was but a dream. Now, Shijing Yan thrived, and he could remain content simply by watching from afar. Meanwhile, Gu Ran had also been transformed by Yin Xiao. She ultimately departed from S-City to pursue opportunities in another city. With her remarkable abilities, she ascended to become an executive at her dream company. Shijing Yan, cocooned in his blankets, watched the live broadcast that Xiaoyuan had set up for him, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The dream had been orchestrated by Shijing Yan, who had prompted Xiaoyuan to infiltrate Lung Chenxi's mind. These events had transpired in the original's life, leaving him to bear a lifetime of guilt and regret. Xiaoyuan, how is the original? Rest assured, I have found him a good family. He has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. May he find peace and success in his next life. Xiaoyuan, woo-woo. The original will surely have that. While Shijing Yan was filming, his mother managed the cafe they had encountered, and the renovated house in the countryside was temporarily left unattended, with his mother unable to return until she had the time to stay there briefly. Shijing Yan flourished in the entertainment industry, and at last, Kai Zheng found a role for a male lead without any lines. The character was a mute. Shijing Yan perused the script and found it quite appealing. The protagonist, a naturally mute individual, achieved his dream university through his own efforts and fell in love with the innocent and kind-hearted female lead, leading to their eventual marriage. The narrative contained only embraces, devoid of kisses, pure in essence, for otherwise, Yin Xiao would never have consented. Once filming commenced, Yin Xiao frequently visited the set, anxious that Shijing Yan might be taken advantage of by the female lead. The crew members occasionally find themselves subjected to a display of affection that feels like a mouthful of dog food. Were it not for Shijing Yan's insistence on sending Yin Xiao away after lunch, the female lead might have hesitated to film alongside him. This is largely due to the chilling gaze that Yin Xiao possesses. After 6 months, the production finally reached its conclusion. Standing before the press conference podium, Shijing Yan delivered the official promotional remarks for the film. After a brief pause, his gentle eyes turned towards a specific direction in the audience, as he intended to pose a question to someone in the presence of all. The sound of cameras clicking reverberated throughout the venue. Yin Xiao felt the weight of a burning gaze upon him, causing his throat to tighten inexplicably. Yin Xiao, how long must I wait? If you do not marry me, I shall truly cease to wait for you. Yin Xiao chuckled softly, taking a step forward. If he did not express his intentions soon, Ian would genuinely become upset. Leaving him? That was an eventuality Yin Xiao would never allow. In Chapter 50, titled, I Want a Divorce to Marry the CEO, Shijing Yan's eyes sparkled with fragmented starlight as he beheld the strikingly handsome Yin Xiao before him. Nervousness caused his Adam's apple to bob slightly. Suddenly, the tall and handsome man knelt on one knee, retrieving an exquisitely crafted blue box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg was revealed. He took Shijing Yan's left hand, his tone gentle yet imbued with an irresistible charm. Ian, I had intended to propose later. I feared you might not overcome your past shadows, which is why I hesitated. Now I realize that you truly love me and cannot bear to see me waiting in vain. Am I correct? A hush fell over the audience, who feared interrupting the moment. Tears welled in Shijing Yan's eyes. Yes, he was afraid of marriage, but he was even more terrified of the thought that someone else might marry Yin Xiao. I no longer wish to wait. I want to marry you. Yin Xiao slid the ring onto Shijing Yan's ring finger, standing up and declaring, Once you wear this ring, you must marry me. There can be no turning back. Indeed, no turning back. In front of countless lights and cameras, Yin Xiao boldly grasped Shijing Yan's chin and kissed him. Though it lasted but a few fleeting seconds, it unmistakably announced to the world their forthcoming union. Aside from those who abstained from live broadcasts and entertainment gossip, nearly everyone was aware that Yin Xiao was to wed Shijing Yan. The wedding was scheduled for May 21st. On the day of the ceremony, a live stream was conducted. Kaizhong believed it would generate buzz, and Yin Xiao was pleased, for this way, the world would know that Shijing Yan was a man with a husband. Those wife fans should step aside. He is the rightful partner. Ian is my beloved wife. Naturally, Lung Chenxi also witnessed the grandeur of the wedding through the live stream. The decorations showcased the host's lavish wealth. Through the lens, the newlyweds presented tea to an elderly woman seated among the guests. Following a heartfelt speech, they shared a cup of wine and exchanged wedding rings. One exuded a cold and domineering aura, while the other was gentle and delicate, a truly perfect match. Through the live stream, Lung Chenxi witnessed their passionate kiss, yearning to rush forward and intervene. Yet, these thoughts remained mere figments of his imagination. In the depths of winter, amidst the swirling snowflakes, the crunching sound of footsteps echoed in the snow. Frost adorned the lashes of Shijing Yan, as Yin Xiao gently wiped them with his thumb. Chiga, shall we go to the milk tea shop for a warm cup of milk tea? Sure, Yin Xiao replied, tucking Shijing Yan's hand into his pocket to keep it warm. Initially, they had intended to go skiing, but the unexpected heavy snowfall altered their plans. With that in mind, Yin Xiao led him to a milk tea shop, ordering 2 steaming cups. When the server brought the drinks, he blushed and asked, Shige, could I please have your autograph? Of course, Shijing Yan replied, signing for his young admirer, only to notice that Yin Xiao's expression was less than cheerful. Shijing Yan squeezed beside him with a playful grin, asking, Chigo, are you jealous? I am not. Really? Well, maybe a little. When will you retire from the entertainment industry, so we can travel together? Let us plan for my 35th birthday. I'll retire, and we can explore the world together. How does that sound? Yin Xiao wrapped his arms around Shijing Yan's waist, playfully biting his lip. All right, remember your promise. Don't worry. It's etched in my heart. After finishing their milk tea, they strolled leisurely, with Shijing Yan's cheeks flushed from the cold. Yin Xiao unzipped his jacket, enveloping Shijing Yan in warmth. Are you still cold? Shijing Yan shook his head with a smile. Chigo, it's so warm in your embrace. Let us head home. Yes, home. They ambled through the snow, whispering tender declarations of love. When Shijing Yan turned 35, he retired from the entertainment industry. Fans cried and pleaded for him to stay, but he merely offered a comforting smile. I promised someone that I wouldn't go back on my word, right? Until we meet again, my dear fans, I wish you all smooth sailing and joy. Despite their reluctance, the fans' heartfelt words ultimately transformed into wishes for his happiness. That same year, Lung Chinsi chose to end his own life, unable to bear the torment of guilt within, with blood staining the ground, yet failing to cleanse the sins of his past. Yun Qiu and Shijing Yan traversed mountains and rivers together during moments of idleness. Shijing Yan would reminisce about how Yun Qiu entered his life like a ray of light, rescuing his shattered heart. Yin, if there is a next life, will you recognize me at first glance? Shijing Yan, nestled in his embrace, replied, who knows? But if you love me, I will never betray your sincerity. Yun Qiu caressed Shijing Yan's fluffy head, assuring him, that's enough, for I will recognize you at first sight and cling to you without letting go. Darling, shall we sleep now? Yes. Yun Qiu kissed those sweet, intoxicating lips, his tenderness and passion enveloping Shijing Yan completely. During a journey, Shijing Yan and Yun Qiu inadvertently found themselves staying at a disreputable establishment. Instinctively, Yun Qiu shielded him, placing himself in front of Shijing Yan, only to receive a punch from a burly man. Shijing Yan trembled with anger, half embracing Yun Qiu and gently placing him on a nearby chair. To his astonishment, in the very next moment, his beloved merely executed a swift kick, sending the imposing figure flying across the room. At that moment, Yun Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His beloved possessed such formidable strength and was willing to protect him at any cost. Following that incident, Yun Qiu lavished affection upon him without restraint. The vast sea stretched before them, with the refreshing sea breeze invigorating every pore. Yun Qiu grasped Shijing Yan's hand, eager to swim, but Shijing Yan shook his head. No, Chiga, I fear the water. Then I shall stay with you on the beach. Shijing Yan suggested, why don't we take a speedboat? I'll hold you from behind, and that way I won't be afraid. Sound great. A true lover always accommodates and cherishes you. Mutual understanding and respect are essential for a lasting relationship. After frolicking on the sea for quite a while, they leaned on each other, admiring the evening glow and the sunset's afterglow. It was a beauty that made one feel that the essence of romance in the world is simply the companionship of one another. They remained together until Yun Qiu fell ill and passed away. After Shijing Yan managed his affairs, he too followed soon after. His final wish was to be buried alongside Yun Qiu. Xiaoyuan. Ding, task completed. Tears glistened in the corners of Shijing Yan's eyes as he slowly opened them, gazing vacantly into the air. Why did he feel such profound sorrow? It seemed he had forgotten someone of great importance. Was the aftermath of this consequence so overwhelming? Xiaoyuan. Shige. The previous task has been successfully completed. Look, your cultivation has significantly improved. Tears streamed down Shijing Yan's face as he looked at his hands, realizing that his demon power had grown far stronger than before. Thank you, Xiaoyuan. Will this aftermath linger with me forever? Xiaoyuan. Yes, unless something unexpected occurs. However, completing more tasks may break this confinement. Remember everything that happens in each task world, though some faces may become blurred. I understand. Let us rest for 3 days before embarking on the next task. The small white kitten nodded in agreement. All right, Shige. Chapter 51. The cunning and clingy little demon lord takes a liking to the cool and elegant junior uncle. Part 1. Xiaoyuan. Shige, are you ready? I am. Let us begin. Shijing Yan placed his hand upon the mirror surface, his figure transforming into a beam of light as he entered the task world. Shijing Yan awoke in pain, his body feeling as though it were being sliced by knives, causing him to break into a cold sweat and roll on the ground. Ouch! Xiaoyuan, why does my body hurt so much? Xiaoyuan, let me check the information. Found it. You are a rare furnace body in this world. When your master, the immortal master Xiao Tianqi, discovered your constitution, he realized that, as a male with such a physique, your lifespan would be exceedingly short. To prolong your life, he used numerous celestial herbs to refine your body. Although his lifespan has been extended due to the incompatibility between the celestial herb and his constitution. He has suffered from this affliction. Whenever he overexerts his spiritual energy, his body experiences excruciating pain as if it were being torn apart. Enduring the agony. Shijing Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there no way to resolve this?" Xiaoyuan replied, "There is a solution. By uniting with another person, the dangers posed by your constitution can be eradicated, and the celestial herb will no longer be detrimental to you. However, should your identity as one with this condition be discovered, it may jeopardize your reputation." A shiver of dread coursed through Shijing Yan as he curled up in pain, taking several labored breaths. "Never mind, just be quiet. Once I endure this, transmit all the information to me." Understood, Xiaoyuan responded. It was not until the late hours of the night that the pain finally subsided, and Shijing Yan's complexion improved considerably. "Xiaoyuan, the information, please." "Right away," she affirmed. "This world is one of cultivation, known as the Xintian continent. In this realm, there exist mortals, cultivators, demon clans, and the long-extinct demon race. Only 2 individuals have truly attained the status of golden immortal, and they reside in the upper immortal realm, far beyond reach. Shijing Yan finds himself in a sect dedicated to cultivation, the Tianqian sect. The male protagonist is a disciple under this sect, mentored by Shijing Yan's second senior brother, Mushaoi. In his youth, the protagonist endured severe humiliation, as his village was ravaged by the demon race. Yet, he retained a noble heart, aspiring to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, leading him to seek apprenticeship at the Tianqian sect. However, as a newcomer, he often faced bullying. His master, engrossed in the study of swordsmanship, frequently entered seclusion, rendering him unable to intervene in such petty matters. Under this oppression, the protagonist gradually matured. His exceptional talent blossomed, and when he became capable of standing on his own, those who once tormented him sought to ingratiate themselves. Although he outwardly appeared unaffected, deep down he harbored resentment, compounded by the traumatic memories of his village's slaughter, which would later manifest as his inner demons. Shijing Yan, the original host and nominal uncle to the protagonist, was indifferent to such matters, embodying the essence of an ethereal beauty detached from worldly affairs. While his appearance, though stunning, could not quite match that of the protagonist, he possessed an otherworldly grace and a striking visage that made him the object of admiration among the female disciples. When the protagonist ventured down the mountain for training, he was captured by a formidable serpent demon. At that time, Shijing Yan was responsible for overseeing the disciples' training, so he ventured alone to rescue the protagonist. Upon successfully retrieving him, he fainted due to his condition. When he regained consciousness, he found a group of disciples surrounding him with concern. Turning his head, he discovered the heroine, Li Rongyin, cradling the protagonist in her arms, tears glistening in her eyes. Under such circumstances, the protagonist naturally assumed that the heroine had saved him. At this moment, he had already developed feelings for her, leading him into a profound entanglement from which he could not extricate himself. The original protagonist held no desire to engage in disputes. However, the male lead believed that Shijing Yan had forsaken him in his time of peril, insisting that Li Rongyin, the female lead, should undertake the task of rescuing him. This sowed seeds of dissatisfaction and resentment within him towards Shijing Yan. Upon an unexpected descent from the mountains, the male lead discovered his true identity, yet chose to conceal it, convinced that humans and demons could coexist. Despite the massacre of his village that had occurred in the past, he harbored gratitude towards humanity, for his adoptive parents had genuinely loved him and raised him with care. Yet, as he faced slander and the fickleness of human hearts, he found himself unjustly accused and unable to defend himself. Furthermore, after visiting the northern underworld, the seals within him began to weaken, threatening to unravel entirely. His temperament shifted as the demonic seal loosened, leading a disciple to witness the malevolent aura emanating from him, prompting a report to the original protagonist. The original protagonist was commanded to verify his identity with the binding seal. Indeed, his true nature was revealed, and he was subsequently imprisoned in the dungeons of the Tianqian sect. Eventually, Li Rongyin rescued the male lead, and together they fled to the demon realm. There, the seals were fully undone, and he, as a legitimate descendant of the demon lord's bloodline, ascended to power, becoming entirely corrupted. Upon returning to the demon realm, the male lead sought vengeance against the faction that had slain his parents. As the demons commenced a frenzied slaughter, numerous cultivators rose to battle against them. The original protagonist fought valiantly to protect the disciples of the Tianxian sect, but, regrettably, met his demise in battle. In the final moments, Shijing Yan expended all his spiritual energy to activate the protective mountain formation, a formidable array that even the male lead could not breach despite relentless efforts. Late Li Rungin, deeply in love with him and unwilling to witness further devastation, appealed to his reason and emotions, ultimately persuading him. Thus, a truce was established, and the male and female leads united in their journey together. Upon concluding his observations, Shijing Yan furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems I'm merely a pawn in this game." Curiously, he inquired about the identity of the third senior brother, Xiaoyuan, noting the absence of relevant details in the records. "It's quite brief, so why didn't he pass it on?" Xiaoyuan replied. "Let me explain. He appears to be the son of Xiao Tianqi. After his father's death, he vanished without a trace. However, the script briefly mentions him. Based on my analysis, although he seems amiable, he is, in fact, a treacherous and cunning individual. Should be cautious." Subsequently, Mu Xiao ascended to the position of sect leader of Tianxian. Shijing Yan pondered, rubbing his thumb against his lower lip. "I understand now. My task is clear." Xiaoyuan responded, "You must reduce the male lead Yun Qiu's darkening value to 0 and raise his favorability to 50, altering the original protagonist's tragic fate." After a moment of contemplation, Shijing Yan deemed this task manageable. "What stage is the plot at now?" he inquired. "The male lead will not arrive at Tianxian for another 2 years. The current timeline is still quite early. Given his disposition, there might still be an opportunity to influence him positively. At this point, he is merely a child and is unlikely to become corrupted. We must simply ensure that his darkening value does not increase." With this thought, Shijing Yan felt a sense of relief. In the realm of time and space, Shijing Yan found himself enveloped in a sticky discomfort, rendering the use of his spiritual powers futile. Consequently, he indulged in a refreshing bath, and upon emerging, he succumbed to fatigue the moment he touched his bed. The following day, Shijing Yan resolved to pay a visit to his second senior brother, Mu Xiaoyi, who had always shown him the utmost affection. Being the youngest at merely 120 years of age, he possessed a temperament that was neither competitive nor aggressive, often appearing somewhat reclusive. However, he was indeed a person of warmth concealed beneath an exterior of coldness, earning the fondness of his fellow disciples, which in turn garnered him exceptional care and affection from their elders. Shijing Yan mused to himself, "To put it plainly, I am akin to the beloved supporting character, or rather, a mere pawn destined for a tragic end." With a light smile playing on his lips, he thought, surviving this ordeal does not seem overly challenging. He decided to visit his second senior brother, hoping he wouldn't resemble the character Zhu Beiji. With this thought in mind, he summoned the wind beneath his feet, called forth his spiritual sword, and soared towards Mu Xiaoyi's residence atop the ethereal Luyan mountain. The mountain, shrouded in mist and soaring into the heavens, presented clouds that made Shijing Yan yearn to take a bite, resembling fluffy cotton candy. As he gazed at the resplendent golden hall, he sighed inwardly at the wealth it represented, reaching out to touch it before he knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Mu Xiaoyi's deep voice beckoned him to enter. "Senior brother," Shijing Yan greeted with a smile as he stepped inside. "Xiaoyan, what brings you here?" Mu Xiaoyi inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity, as his younger disciple was known for his preference for solitude. This behavior had raised concerns among his senior brothers and sisters regarding his mental well-being, fearing he might suffer from isolation. "Senior brother," Mu Xiaoyi chuckled softly, "speak freely." "Xiaoyan, you rarely come to me unless there is something on your mind. I knew I could not hide anything from you." "Senior brother," Shijing Yan replied earnestly, "I wish to descend the mountain." "Descend the mountain?" Mu Xiaoyi regarded him with confusion, for his younger disciple had not ventured beyond their sacred grounds since his arrival. It was not due to any particular reason. Rather, he simply preferred the solitude of Qingfeng Peak, dismissing any invitations to explore the world below as boring, opting instead to devote himself to cultivation. Shijing Yan nodded. I have been observing celestial phenomena and detected signs of demonic activity in the southeast. I intend to investigate further. Ah, I see, Mu Shaoyi acknowledged, understanding that his disciple's interests lay in exterminating demons and enhancing his cultivation. Given Shijing Yan's exceptional talent and formidable spiritual powers, he felt assured of his safety in descending the mountain. Xiaoyuan, you must exercise utmost caution. If you find yourself in a precarious situation, signal me immediately. Do not attempt to endure it alone. I understand, senior brother. When you plan to set off? Right now. With a resigned sigh, Mu Shaoyi chuckled softly. Very well. Just remember to send word if you encounter anything you cannot handle. At this, Shijing Yan interjected, I understand, senior brother. I shall take my leave now. After Shijing Yan concluded his words and took his leave, Mu Shao gazed at the closed door, his heart steeped in curiosity. How could he be unaware that his junior disciple was now capable of observing celestial phenomena? Had he perhaps mastered some new array or secret technique? A subtle smile graced Shijing Yan's lips. He certainly did not possess such skills, but rather had foreseen the unfolding of events. Tonight marked the moment when the male protagonist, Yin Xiao, would face the destruction of his family and a perilous fate. Shijing Yan swiftly tidied his belongings and soared eastward on his sword. Several disciples, witnessing his elegant figure clad in white, couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle Master is so handsome. If only I could marry him, my life would be complete. Indeed, but what could possibly compel Uncle Master to descend the mountain? Xiaoyuan, are you certain this is the right place? Indeed, the male protagonist should be near the edge of a small village ahead. Shige, with your abilities, saving their family should be effortless. What about the others? Shige, given your physical capacity, you cannot rescue so many people. Our primary mission is to survive. I do not wish to see you in pain. Xiaoyuan, do not worry about me. It is merely a momentary discomfort. Moreover, saving so many might alter the male protagonist's perspective, demonstrating that we cultivators do not turn a blind eye to suffering. What do you think, Xiaoyuan? Xiaoyuan sighed, all right, Shige. Just be cautious and do not put yourself at risk. Shijing Yan smiled softly. Rest assured, I never undertake uncertain endeavors. With a gesture of his right hand, Shijing Yan erected a barrier around the periphery of the village. While he could not guarantee the salvation of all, he endeavored to reinforce the barrier, at least providing the villagers a place to seek refuge before the demonic creatures breached it. As the barrier solidified, he felt a lightness beneath his feet and a sheen of sweat beaded on his forehead, the expenditure of spiritual energy weighing heavily upon him, even causing a dull ache in his chest. He lifted his gaze towards the protagonist's home. Time was still on his side. Steadying himself, he approached a street corner, where the dilapidated surroundings housed a few homeless urchins. Upon noticing his arrival, one boy's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. Shijing Yan stood nearby and waved. And after a brief hesitation, the boy approached. With a gentle smile, Shijing Yan inquired, could you assist me with a task? As he spoke, he produced a silver ingot from his waist and extended it towards the boy. The lad nodded and accepted it. Leaning in, Shijing Yan whispered a few instructions. And after conveying his message, he turned to leave. The boy, clutching the silver, felt his resolve strengthen. Shijing Yan lingered near the protagonist's home, seamlessly hiding among the tallest trees nearby. Shige, will you not go inside to take a look? What purpose would that serve? My role is to protect them, and soon they will encounter me. That is true. As night fell, a voice chanted softly, shattering the peaceful tranquility of the village with cries of alarm. At this moment, a young man clad as a Taoist fervently recited, this humble priest has come here tonight to discover a swirling black mist shrouded in demonic energy. Most of the villagers, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, were roused by his voice and emerged from their homes to ascertain the matter. Observing the villagers gathering, the Taoist continued, tonight, demons shall besiege the village. For your safety, I advise you to seek refuge in your cellars or at least in a secure location. A burly middle-aged man, visibly impatient, retorted, "If they are truly coming, what makes you so certain? Perhaps you are a charlatan." Another chimed in, "What if you intend to steal from us while we hide?" The villagers erupted into a cacophony of doubts and accusations. The Taoist swallowed hard and waved his hands. "Please, everyone remain calm. No ulterior motivas. My sole desire is to assist you through this perilous moment. Lacking the power to confront these demons myself, I can only implore you to take shelter." Some timid villagers appeared to believe him, yet the majority remained skeptical, clamoring to return to their rest, dismissing his warning. Observing this, Shijing Yan shook his head. "I shall lend him a hand." With a graceful leap, Shijing Yan descended from the heavens like a deity, landing beside the Taoist with an icy tone. "Do you believe now?" The villagers stood frozen, rendered speechless by his presence. Shijing Yan, with an air of resignation, urged, "Quickly return home and find a safe place to hide. Lower-tier demons cannot perceive you. As long as you remain silent, they will not discover your whereabouts." At this, the villagers, now fully convinced, expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, immortal master. We shall return home at once." With a slight nod, Shijing Yan watched as they hurried back to their abodes. Chapter 53. The cunning and clingy little demon lord is attached to the serene and elegant junior master. Part 3. Now, only the Taoist and the elegantly dressed Shijing Yan remained in the clearing. The former spoke, "I feared I might fail, immortal master." "Do not say that. You have done remarkably well." "Thank you." Upon washing the grime from his face, the Taoist revealed himself to be a strikingly handsome youth. A smile graced the boy's fair visage, and a hint of pink tinged his ears. "By the way, what is your name?" Upon hearing this, the boy scratched his head and replied, "Shun Siren." "A lovely name. Now, you should hasten home and find a place to conceal yourself." Shun Siren bit his lip, hesitating before stating, "I have no home, nor anywhere to go. Xiaoyuan, perhaps I should take him with me. It would be too perilous for him to be alone." Xiaoyuan responded, "As long as you are happy, Shige." As time passed, Shun Siren assumed that the immortal master would likely dismiss his presence, preparing to depart. "Then you shall accompany me, for now. Here, take this, carry it with you, and the demons shall not approach." Shun Siren stared in astonishment at the elegantly long and slender hand offering him a jade folding fan. The immortal master's hands are truly beautiful. He gazed at it for a while, before finally grasping the fan tightly. "Take care, as I fear I may become preoccupied during the ensuing chaos. Ensure your safety." Shun Siren gazed at the invaluable jade folding fan, and only then did he realize that his initial thought had been that the craftsmanship was simply exquisite. "Calm yourself. He's a celestial master. What am I even contemplating? Celestial master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. If I offer it to you, then take it without further ado." The fan bore his name. "When the time comes, simply call upon it, and it shall provide you with protection." Upon hearing this, Shun Siren ceased to refuse and replied directly, "Very well." At that moment, Shun Siren glanced down at the fan's handle, folding fire. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan sensed the barrier being assailed and furrowed his brow, saying, "They arrive with alacrity. Come here." Shun Siren, perplexed, approached him, and in the next instant, Shijing Yan embraced his waist, soaring to a branch above. Shijing Yan produced several talismans, casting them in various directions, and in an instant, they embedded themselves into the ground. A vast golden magic array materialized beneath them. Shun Siren gently tugged at Shijing Yan's garment with one hand. Impressive. Yet, in the next moment, Shijing Yan appeared unsteady. He rested his right hand against the tree trunk, and Shun Siren, quick of reflex, supported him. "Celestial Master, are you well?" "No waities." Shijing Yan looked up at the air beyond the barrier, which had begun to grow chaotic. "They are coming." Instantly, a fierce wind arose, filling the air with the mournful wails of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. A throng of limbless, humanoid yet not human shadows surged from all directions, crashing repeatedly against the barrier. Before long, the barrier displayed apparent cracks, and Shijing Yan, holding Shun Siren close, soared to the doorstep of the male protagonist, Yin Chio. His residence was the closest to the barrier, Thus, safeguarding this location was imperative to ensnare the demonic creatures and protect the entire village. Shijing Yan pushed Shun Siren beside a large empty basket, urging him to take cover. Celestial Master, no time for idle chatter. With a flick of his right hand, a blade of ancient elegance, entirely white, materialized in Shijing Yan's grasp. Standing resolute with the sword, his garments fluttered, embodying the essence of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The cracks in the barrier widened until a gap several meters long appeared, at which point the demonic creatures surged forth and the barrier shattered in that instant. As the demons attempted to breach the barrier, they were swiftly annihilated by Shijing Yan's blade. His gaze turned icy as he commanded, "Return whence you came." Another flash of sword light caused the demons to vanish instantaneously. Shijing Yan continued to wield the glistening sword, dispersing the majority of the demonic entities, with only a few managing to infiltrate. However, it was not long before they triggered the formation Shijing Yan had set, and with a flash of golden light, all the demons were obliterated by the array. At last, tranquility returned to the village. Shijing Yan planted the sword into the ground to support himself. Celestial Master, Shun Siren rushed over, steadying his wavering form. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Please check on that family for me." He feared that there might be stragglers. Shun Siren nodded and said, "All right, but Master Xian, are you truly all right?" Shijing Yan smiled faintly, assuring him, "I am perfectly fine." Shun Siren had no choice but to obediently enter and assess the situation of the family. At that moment, a boy of about 12 or 13 emerged from the house. They brushed past each other, yet Shun Siren decided to take a look inside. The boy hurried to Shijing Yan's side, asking, "Are you okay, brother?" Upon raising his gaze, Shijing Yan beheld a remarkably handsome youth, with elongated phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and soft, pink lips. He would undoubtedly grow into an exceptionally attractive man. "My goodness, he is truly stunning. So beautiful," Shijing Yan thought. "Xiaoyuan, did you see that? Can I claim this male lead? With a face like that and such a slender waist, even I as a man find him irresistible." Xiaoyuan replied, "You're in so much pain, yet you still have the mind to admire beauty?" "Ah, how considerate of you," Shijing Yan remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "If you give me a hug, I want to feel as bad." To Shijing Yan's surprise, Yanqio's face flushed, and he actually nodded in agreement, extending his arms to embrace the half-squatting Shijing Yan. Caught off guard, Shijing Yan inadvertently plunged his sword into the ground for support. The sensation of weightlessness struck him as he tilted, cradling the boy. Fortunately, his instinct to protect the youth allowed him to cushion the fall. It was only when he felt a warm touch on his face that he realized the boy had accidentally kissed him. Ding, affection level increased by 10, now at 10. "How soft," was the boy's impression before he blushed and apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. Fine. Did you hurt anywhere?" "No, brother. That's good." After confirming that the family was unharmed, Shun Siren sought out Shijing Yan. Upon exiting, he found the youth seated upon Shijing Yan. The two engaged in light conversation. "Master, what's going on here?" Shun Siren inquired, prompting the boy to hastily rise from Shijing Yan's lap and explain, "I accidentally knocked my brother down, so ended up like this." Shijing Yan stood gracefully, brushing off the dust from his garments. "Well, the matter is resolved, and I must take my leave now." The sword on the ground flew back into his hand, and with a bit of exertion, Shijing Yan managed to stand upright. "Brother, are you leaving?" "Yes. The issue has been settled, and I must return." "Master, will you be all right on your own?" "If you wish, I can escort you back," Shun Siren offered. But Shijing Yan waved his hand in refusal. "No need. We shall part ways here." At that moment, the boy spoke up. "Brother, my name is Yanqio. What is yours?" Shijing Yan glanced back, responding nonchalantly, "Shijing Yan." "Xiaoyuan," he softly called, as he stepped onto the sword and soared away. Yanqio watched the receding figure, murmuring the name, Shijing Yan. Seeing Shijing Yan depart, Shun Siren sighed and also made his exit. Chapter 54. The cunning and clingy little demon lord sets his sights on the serene and elegant little master uncle. Part 4. At that moment, Xiaoyuan emitted a series of buzzing sounds. "Xiaoyuan, Do not worry, I am unharmed. In a serendipitous encounter, Shijing Yan obtained a divine sword known as Xiaoyuan, which had long since been imbued with a sword spirit. Suddenly, a flash of blue light emanated from the blade, and a striking young man clad in black appeared, promptly wrapping his arms around Shijing Yan's waist. Master, do not overexert yourself. Your body cannot endure the consumption of such spiritual energy. Before Shijing Yan could fully express his protest, he was effortlessly lifted into the air by Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? Put me down. Master, wielding the sword will also deplete your spiritual energy. Allow me to carry you, for as the sword spirit, I do not draw upon your strength. Please, rest well during our journey. As a proud man, Shijing Yan felt a flush of embarrassment at being cradled like a princess. This is utterly improper. You must set me down at once. I shall take a detour to ensure we are not seen. Ultimately, Shijing Yan acquiesced, as his body was indeed at its limit, and he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiaoyuan gazed down at Shijing Yan's pale visage, his lips devoid of color. They had been companions for 110 years. Ever since Shijing Yan discovered him at the tender age of 10, it was love at first sight for Xiaoyuan. His master possessed extraordinary talent and unwavering diligence. Yet, due to his physical condition, he had faced considerable hardships in his pursuit of strength. As the years progressed, the toll on his body only intensified. Xiaoyuan had witnessed this suffering all too often. He wished to counsel his master to abandon the path of cultivation. Yet Shijing Yan insisted that his dream was to become a celestial being so that he might protect the lives of the world. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xiaoyuan would only dare to caress Shijing Yan's cheek while he slept, whispering, "What about you? Are you willing to sacrifice everything, even me?" No one could respond to his unvoiced inquiries. Such questions only escaped his lips in the presence of Shijing Yan's slumber. Xiaoyuan carried Shijing Yan back along a secluded path, unseen by anyone but Xiaoyuan. A mischievous smile danced upon Xiaoyuan's lips as he observed the pair for a moment before departing silently. What has transpired? Upon awakening, Shijing Yan found himself safely returned to his abode. Remarkably, the agonizing pain that had once torn at him had subsided, as if his spiritual veins had been thoroughly cleansed. Xiaoyuan, Master, I am here. Xiaoyuan knelt beside him on one knee. Did you transfer your spiritual energy to me? Indeed. With a weary sigh, Shijing Yan placed a hand on his forehead. Do not do that again. Why not? Xiaoyuan queried, confusion etched across his features. Shijing Yan replied with resignation. Just listen to me. Yes, master. Shijing Yan pondered, for he was not Xiaoyuan's original master. Continuing down this path would only deepen his feelings of guilt. Such a pitiful child. Xiaoyuan interjected. Shige, it seems you're the more pitiable one. Be silent, Shijing Yan retorted. Choosing not to further engage in argument with Xiaoyuan, Shijing Yan resolved that he must urgently seek a remedy for his ailment. For nearly a month, he sequestered himself within the library. After relentless searching, he finally discovered a method capable of alleviating his condition, though it could not cure him entirely. It promised to fundamentally alter his physical constitution. In the northern land of the demon clan, there thrives a rare herb known as the Ningshu grass, which possesses the extraordinary ability to alter one's constitution. Once obtained, it would liberate one from the torment of the inferior vessel physique. Shijing Yan planned to seize the opportunity to acquire it after the arrival of the male protagonist. 2 years later, Shijing Yan was diligently practicing his swordsmanship when Mu Xiaoyi, with a mere formality, rapped at the door before entering unceremoniously. Xiaoyuan, I have something to discuss with you. Shijing Yan sheathed his sword and glanced at the already ajar door, casting a cold look at him. Speak, Mu Xixiao. In a few days, our Tianxian sect will hold a disciple recruitment event. Will you participate this year? I shall not. Junior brother, it is time for you to take on a disciple. Having someone to practice swordplay with you would also alleviate your daily burdens, wouldn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Shijing Yan replied, I may attend to observe tomorrow. We shall see then. Mu Xiaoyi sighed, knowing well that his junior brother was reluctant to take on a disciple unless he found someone worthy. Yet he was at least relieved to have obtained a semblance of agreement. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Indeed, take care, Xiaoyuan. Suddenly, Xiaoyuan appeared and suggested, why not directly take the male protagonist as your disciple? Shijing Yan dismissed the idea. No. The entanglements of love and hatred between master and disciple are far too complicated. It would be a bother. I shall simply observe the spectacle tomorrow. A faint smile graced Shijing Yan's lips as he turned and returned to his quarters. On the following morning, Shijing Yan arrived early at the viewing platform of the Tianxian sect's recruitment event, selecting an optimal vantage point. Countless aspirants flocked to the sect. Among them was Yunqiu, who was determined to learn skills to protect his family. Additionally, he sought to find the handsome elder brother, Shijing Yan, who had once rescued his family. The first trial for entry was typically straightforward, a trek up Tianxian Mountain, devoid of any means of transportation. The mountain path consisted of precisely 6,666 steps, a design chosen for auspiciousness by the master craftsman during its construction. Much to the dismay of the novice disciples, Yunqiu, having just reached the 1,000th step, was already breathless, yet he persevered, for he spotted the young man, Shun Siren, who had appeared alongside Shijing Yan previously. It was evident to him that Shun Siren harbored deep admiration for Shijing Yan, yet he sensed it was more than mere respect. He feared that Shun Siren might entertain ulterior motives toward Shijing Yan. In any case, he was determined to become Shijing Yan's sole disciple. An hour passed, and still no one had reached the summit of Tianxian Mountain. Shijing Yan rested his chin on his hand and yawned. How dull this is, Mu Xiao. Mu Xiaoyi poured him a cup of tea, smiling. Sip your tea, and let us wait a while longer. Very well. Shijing Yan accepted the tea, and, in a bout of ennui, sipped languidly until the 13th cup was drained. At last, he beheld a figure emerging. Indeed, it was the male protagonist, Yunqiu, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He was the first to arrive, soon followed by Shun Siren. Gradually, several other individuals, whose names escaped Shijing Yan, began to appear. Indeed, it comes as no surprise to see the protagonist, Li Rongyin. Although she ultimately prevented a catastrophic conflict, her character is far from flawless. After all, no one would impersonate another without reason, inadvertently becoming the savior of the male lead. Moreover, at a pivotal moment, Li Rongyin chose to betray the Tianxian sect, which was valiantly resisting the demonic forces, vowing to protect all living beings. Yet, she left without a backward glance, following the male lead. The cessation of the war later on was merely due to her pregnancy, as she wished to avoid further bloodshed. Countless individuals fought to the death, and it was simply her words that brought the war to a halt. Why did she not voice her intentions sooner? Why wait until the members of the Tianxian sect were on the brink of annihilation? Has she truly honored the years of nurturing and cultivation provided by the sect? A callous ingrate. At this moment, Shijing Yan felt a surge of frustration, even abandoning the tea in his hand. What's wrong, junior brother Xiaoyuan? Have you had enough of this tea? Yes, I no longer wish to drink green tea. This is the exquisite Yunjianyu. Mu Xiaoyi shook his head with a smile. Next time, I shall treat you to Bilyukan. What variety of tea is that? I have never heard of it. At that moment, the top 10 of the first round of trials appeared on the leaderboard. The second round was about to commence, featuring a draw for combat. It was straightforward. Those who drew the same number would become opponents in a tournament-style match. Coincidentally, Shun Siren and Yunqiu were the first to ascend the stage. As they approached, they caught sight of the individuals they had been thinking about. In Chapter 55, the cunning and clingy little demon Lord clings to the elegant and serene junior uncle. Shijing Yan donned a new outfit of azure, propping his chin lazily as he basked in the sunlight, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, suddenly pausing on Yunqiu's handsome visage. The most exquisite view here was indeed the youthful beauty of the boy. As Yunqiu looked up, he was startled to find Shijing Yan staring at him, causing his face to flush with warmth as he nervously fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. Ding, favorability level 5, now 15. With the signal of the match commencing, Yunqiu snapped back to reality just in time to avoid a punch from Shun Siren aimed at his chin. He was determined not to embarrass himself in front of the attractive elder. Shun Siren shared a similar mindset. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. neither yielding to the other. Yet, they seemed to adhere to a principle: strike the body, not the face. Despite numerous bruises, their faces remained unblemished. After nearly half an hour of combat, it was Yun Chio who remained standing on the stage, while Shun Siren, battered and bruised, lay sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise, Yun Chio's starry eyes turned towards the figure on the stage, where he caught Shijing Yan's fleeting smile before his gaze shifted away. Instantly, Yun Chio felt his heart race. Ding! Favorability level 5, now 20. He hurriedly descended the stage, and soon the matches became rather unpleasing to the eye, as there were no more charming young contestants. Next, it was the turn of the protagonist, Li Rongyin, to battle against another youth. Before the young man could make a move, Li Rongyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of palpable distress. The boy was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to strike or to console her. Just then, Li Rongyin approached him, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. "Dear brother, would you concede this time? My parents have worked so hard to raise me, hoping I might achieve something great. I realize I cannot best you. Might you allow me this opportunity?" The boy scratched his head and replied softly, "All right." In that instant, Li Rongyin unexpectedly shoved him off the competition stage with considerable force. Despite his stature, he was no match for her strength and stumbled, landing painfully. Caught off guard by the sudden betrayal from the charming girl before him, he gasped in surprise. With the boy eliminated, it was clear that Li Rongyin emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan was privy to a live commentary from Xiaoyuan echoing in his mind, the details vivid and clear. "Ah, so the female lead's duplicity is innate?" He mused, a smirk forming on his lips. He understood how to navigate his dealings with Li Rongyin moving forward. The 5 defeated challengers would face off in a round robin, with only one advancing to the finals. Shijing Yan, sensing a foreboding, lost interest and excused himself, returning to his serene abode. Mu Xiao, with a resigned smile, allowed him to depart. Undoubtedly, the last victor among the group would be Shun Siren, as he had come solely for one person and could not afford to lose. As the competitors completed their trials, it was time to proceed with the apprenticeship ceremony. Yun Chio, having secured the top position, was also the first to exercise his choice. Mu Xiao, a faint smile gracing his lips, inquired, "Yun Chio, whom do you wish to take as your master?" Yun Chio surveyed the surroundings but failed to spot the familiar azure figure. His curiosity piqued. "Master, may I ask if there's a handsome elder named Shijing Yan?" Mu Xiao's smile faltered. Had he known this, he would have prevented Shijing Yan from leaving. It seemed the child was eager to be his disciple. However, his junior was absent, leaving Mu Xiao unable to make decisions on his behalf. Nevertheless, the ceremony must continue. "Junior brother Xiao, Yin is not accepting disciples this year." Yun Chio blinked, then asked, "Will he accept disciples next year?" How desperately he wished to be mentored by him. Mu Xiao sighed, squashing the boy's hopes. "That seems highly unlikely. You might want to choose another master. I doubt my junior would consider taking on a disciple, even if you were buried." Yun Chio responded with a crestfallen expression. Mu Xiao cleared his throat, realizing his previous words had struck a nerve. "Perhaps you would consider me as your master instead? I have a good relationship with my junior. Should the opportunity arise, I could frequently bring you to visit." Yun Chio lowered his gaze, long lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks. After a moment, he spoke, "Very well, Master, please accept my bow of respect." Although Mu Xiaoyi discerned the reluctance in the tone, he felt a profound joy within and gently brushed his sleeves to beckon him to rise. However, with numerous disciples beneath him, he decided to leave this newly accepted apprentice in the care of his junior brother, Xiaoyuan, during his secluded training, thus providing companionship for both. It was a win-win situation. Naturally, Shun Siren witnessed this scene, prompting his decision to join Mu Xiaoyi's ranks. As for Li Rongyin, it goes without saying that wherever there was a handsome youth, that was where she desired to apprentice. Li Rongyin also succeeded in becoming a disciple of Mu Xiaoyi. At this moment, Shijing Yan, watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but chuckle, thankful for his swift escape. Xiaoyuan, Xi. I can't shake the feeling that I am inexorably bound. What could it be that Brother Mu shamelessly intends to pass his apprentice on to me? Perhaps. Shijing Yan smiled as he manually ended the chat once more. He returned to his room, picked up a brush, and began to draw talismans. Although Shijing Yan practiced swordsmanship, the energy expenditure in combat was considerable. Thus, talismans were preferable. Each time he drew a talisman, it consumed minimal spiritual energy, and those intricate, forbidden symbols possessed considerable power. Truly, they are essential tools for the leisurely homebody. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shijing Yan stretched lazily and set down his brush. Such peaceful and tranquil days were undeniably delightful. He tapped his sword and called out, "Xiaoyuan, why not come out for a breath of fresh air? Aren't you tired of being cooped up inside the sword?" Xiaoyuan replied, "Certainly, master." A blue light emanated from the sword, and Xiaoyuan appeared before Shijing Yan. "Master, feel free to wander about. If you're bored, you may visit the Tianxian sect. Do not confine yourself within the sword." Xiaoyuan respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, master." Yet, the figure in black merely strolled around the serene peak, making no effort to venture outside. Shijing Yan sighed, utterly perplexed as to how the original owner had managed to endure the company of this taciturn sword spirit. A headache ensued. As night fell, Shijing Yan succumbed to drowsiness and lay down to sleep. Before long, Xiaoyuan entered and gazed at Shijing Yan's face for a while. He sensed something amiss with his master, though he could not articulate it, nor did he exhibit any signs of possession. After observing for a moment, Xiaoyuan turned and re-entered the sword. Shijing Yan idly passed a month, during which Xiaoyuan informed him that Yin Qiu was practicing under Mu Xiaoyi's guidance. Li Rongyin was also getting along reasonably well with them, albeit limited to her interactions with the previous senior brothers and sisters. Each time Li Rongyin eagerly approached, she would be frightened away by the palpable tension between Yin Qiu and Shun Siren. Blades are merciless, and she feared that her delicate visage might inadvertently suffer harm from their skirmishes. Through Xiaoyuan's live broadcast, Shijing Yan also glimpsed the youth named Shun Siren, whom he had saved. He recalled that the original apprenticeship narrative did not include him. Alas, it must be the butterfly effect of his actions. Chapter 56. The cunning and clingy little demon lord has taken a liking to the calm and elegant little master uncle. Part 6. Xiaoyuan. Shige, do you not perceive that those two seem to be vying for your affection, consumed by jealousy? With a dismissive expression, Shijing Yan remarked, "What nonsense. We've only met twice. Just two boys around 15 or 16, and they're already vying for superiority. Do they think this is a palace intrigue?" Xiaoyuan replied, "It's just a feeling." "Well," Shijing Yan continued, "now that we have embarked on this path of cultivation, it seems their youthful competitive spirit is at play, compelling them to outdo one another. I merely need to patiently await a suitable moment to seek the Ningshu grass and further observe the male protagonist, ensuring he does not succumb to darkness." Xiaoyuan interjected, "Remember the favorability score. We still need 30 more points." Yes, I am aware," Shijing Yan reassured her. While he was still chatting with Xiaoyuan, there was a sudden knock at the door, and before he could utter a word, it swung open. It was evident who it was, his esteemed senior brother. Shijing Yan rose slowly and opened the door to find Mu Xiaoyi standing in the courtyard, accompanied by his two small disciples, all wearing cheerful smiles. "Mu brother, do you require something from me? I shall be in seclusion for a while." Mu Xiaoyi replied, "These two are my newly accepted disciples, so you, Xiaoyan, are not free." He then pulled Shijing Yan aside to whisper, "Xiaoyan, consider it a favor for your senior brother. Teach them a bit. I will be in seclusion for at least a year and a half. If I do not instruct these newcomers, it will reflect poorly on the reputation of our Tianxian sect." Shijing Yan could not help but chuckle. "Then why did you take them in? As a master, you have the right to refuse." With a look of feigned grievance, Mu Xiaoyi explained, "These two children are here for you. I couldn't bear to turn them away, especially since they possess remarkable talent. They originally wished to be your disciples, and I promised them that by being my disciples, they could frequently seek you out. However, this situation arises from you. You must take responsibility." Shijing Yan sighed, knowing he could not evade this. He hoped no peculiar scenarios would unfold. "Very well, Mu brother. I agree. By the way, didn't you also accept a girl as a disciple? She refused to come, seemingly afraid of getting hurt during their sparring." I had my eldest disciple take her instead. It appeared that Li Rongyin had indeed suffered an unintentional injury. Humph. How disappointing that Xiaoyuan did not let me see it, he thought. Xiaoyuan clarified, Brother Sure, Li Rongyin merely stumbled due to a sword chi. There was nothing noteworthy to show you. I see. Then I shall take these 2 children under my wing. Mu brother, do remember to emerge from seclusion soon. Mu Xiaoyi cheerfully responded, No problem, Xiaoyan. I'm off now. Oh, by the way, they haven't begun their fasting yet. So remember to prepare some food for them. Do I appear foolish? Shijing Yan retorted. Well, a bit, Mu Xiaoyi replied as he turned to leave. As he reached the threshold, he added, They tend to get into fights easily, so keep an eye on them. Get lost. Shijing Yan exclaimed, feeling exasperated as he looked at the 2 boys, both merely 15 or 16. With a stern expression, he commanded, You 2 are not allowed to fight. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out. Do you understand? Both boys nodded in unison, assuring him, understood. Now, let us proceed to your living quarters. In the serene abode of Qingfeng Peak, only Shijing Yan resided, leaving many empty rooms. To prevent any clandestine altercations between his 2 companions during his absence, arrangements were made for one to dwell in the east and the other in the west, with merely 2 chambers separating them from his own. Once their accommodations were established, Shijing Yan permitted them to practice freely. However, the matter of lunch posed a dilemma, given his aloof persona. It was inconceivable for him to venture to the dining hall of Tianxian sect to procure a meal. Yet, his companions were incapable of wielding a sword at present, which proved to be quite a nuisance. Perhaps he could ask Xiaoyuan to procure some ingredients, as he had adeptly mastered the culinary skills from his previous task. But what exactly was that task? Never mind. He decided to let Xiaoyuan gather the necessary supplies. Xiaoyuan, I have a task for you. Xiaoyuan stood respectfully, awaiting his master's instructions. Please go down a mountain and gather some ingredients. There is silver and spirit stones in the room. You may use the money to purchase them or exchange spirit stones. In any case, bring back the ingredients, and I shall cook for you personally. Understood. Xiaoyuan had accompanied Shijing Yan for a century. During the original owner's youth, before he had learned to fast, he often saved silver to buy delicious foods. Xiaoyuan had seen and tasted those ingredients. Thus, Shijing Yan felt utterly confident in trusting the task to him. A flicker of curiosity crossed Xiaoyuan's eyes. When had his master learned to cook? He was unaware. Nevertheless, his doubts aside, he proceeded to fulfill his master's request. Shijing Yan sat at a table in the courtyard, focused on drawing talismans, while Yin Qiu, losing interest in sword practice, curiously inched closer to him and softly inquired, Little master uncle, what are you drawing? Talismans. Shijing Yan looked up at the boy's eager expression. Perfect timing. I shall teach you. Wonderful. Beside them, Shun Siren, feeling dejected, could hardly muster the energy to lift his sword. You should join us too. At this invitation, Shun Siren scampered over eagerly. Shijing Yan had no intention of showing favoritism. When teaching children, equality was paramount. Seated beside Shijing Yan were 2 young boys, intently observing each stroke of the talismans as he meticulously instructed them, his soft pink lips moving gently with care. A glance at Shijing Yan's lips made Yin Qiu suddenly feel parched. After approximately an hour of instruction, Xiaoyuan returned bearing 2 bags of goods. The 2 children eyed the unfamiliar figure in black with caution, as they had never encountered Xiaoyuan's spirit form and instinctively reached for their swords. At that moment, Shijing Yan set down his brush and rose to greet Xiaoyuan. Have you procured everything? Master, all is ready. Master? The boys were still puzzled. Could he be the servant of their little master uncle? Shijing Yan then directed his gaze toward them and gestured to Xiaoyuan. This is my sword spirit. You may refer to him as Brother Xiaoyuan. Both boys nodded obediently, finally understanding that this was indeed the sword spirit that accompanied a divine sword, a phenomenon entirely absent in ordinary swords. Xiaoyuan, please take the items to the kitchen and tidy up. I shall prepare a meal for you shortly. Of course, master. Yin Qiu raised his head to gaze at the towering Shijing Yan, tugging at his garment. Just as Shijing Yan was about to express his irritation, the sight of Yin Qiu's enchanting visage extinguished his ire in an instant. His tones softened involuntarily. What is it, Qiu? Master uncle, You can actually cook. How impressive. Well, it's not that remarkable, Shijing Yan replied, feeling a tinge of bashfulness at the compliment. Yunchio's deep gaze lingered on Shijing Yan's face, resolute in his belief that one day he would be the sole focus in his master uncle's eyes. From a young age, he had been aware that he was adopted, yet he had always regarded his adoptive parents as his own. Recently, they had confided in him that he was indeed found by them and encouraged him to venture out into the world. As long as he wished, he would forever be their child. Yunchio was, of course, willing. He aspired not only to cultivate his skills and uphold justice, but also to bring his master uncle home to meet his parents. Chapter 57. The cunning and clingy little demon lord attached to the elegant and serene master uncle. Part 7. By noon, Shijing Yan began to prepare for a grand culinary endeavor in the kitchen. At that moment, Shun's siren timidly approached. Master uncle, may I assist you? Of course, Shijing Yan replied. Yunchio, not one to shy away, chimed in, Master uncle, I wish to help as well. The soft, endearing voice of a young lad stirred something within Shijing Yan's heart. Then come along with me. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Shun's siren shook his head. Yunchio hesitated before finally speaking. Master uncle, I do not eat fish. Rest assured, Brother Xiaoyuan did not purchase any fish. It seemed that fish in this world was quite expensive, and Xiaoyuan hadn't brought enough money, hence no purchase was made. This was fortuitous. They would no longer need to buy fish, saving the money. Shijing Yan instructed them to wash the vegetables and meat thoroughly. Planning to prepare sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised chicken, and a cucumber salad. He prepared enough for 4, even as a 9-tailed fox. He could not resist the pleasures of the palate. At the dining table, there was a palpable sense of familial warmth, with Shijing Yan as the head of the household, diligently serving dishes and refilling bowls for the 2 young ones, concerned they might not be satiated. After the meal, Xiaoyuan followed Shijing Yan's advice and took a stroll near the entrance, while Shin Siren returned indoors to practice drawing talismans. Shijing Yan reclined on a lounge chair in the yard, a piece crafted for him in his first year here. Lying there basking in the sunlight was exceptionally comfortable. Meanwhile, Yunchio sat on a stool, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at Shijing Yan's face. With his eyes closed, Shijing Yan casually remarked, Aren't you going to take a nap? May I lie down with Master Uncle and enjoy the sun together? Upon hearing this, Shijing Yan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with amusement as he looked at the youth. You certainly possess a fair amount of courage. Recognizing Shijing Yan's warm heart beneath his cool demeanor, Yunchio tugged at his sleeve and playfully pleaded, Master Uncle, I am afraid to be alone. I beg of you. Shijing Yan, unable to resist the soft, porcelain-like beauty of the boy's voice, relented with a wave of his hand. Come here then. Thank you, Master Uncle. Little Yuan. Ding. Favorability increased to 10. Now at 30. Yunchio gracefully nestled beside him, his petite frame and slender build affording them ample space. Shijing Yan closed his eyes to feign slumber, while Yunchio's heart raced fervently, his cheeks flushed with a soft crimson hue. He could faintly discern the pleasant fragrance emanating from his little master. As he slightly turned his head, he caught sight of his master's long eyelashes. Fortunately, Shijing Yan's eyes were shut, else he would not have dared to gaze so freely. In a moment of mutual silence, the tranquility of time enveloped them, interrupted only by a gentle autumn breeze that carried a hint of chill. Suddenly, Yunchio sneezed, prompting Shijing Yan to lift his eyelids and observe him. Tomorrow, I shall take you to procure some warm clothing. Thank you, little master, Yunchio replied. Shijing Yan extended his arm, pulling Yunchio into his embrace, the ample sleeves of his robe enveloping the boy completely. Are you still cold? The tips of Yunchio's ears flushed a deeper shade of red as he cautiously nestled closer. I am no longer cold, little master. Hearing this, Shijing Yan closed his eyes once more, softly uttering, Then let us rest for a while. Nestled within Shijing Yan's arms, Yunchio felt warmth enveloping him, both physically and emotionally. Shijing Yan slumbered for an entire hour. Upon awakening, he found the 2 youths already bent over the desk he had prepared, diligently sketching talismans. Such industriousness, he mused, it is indeed easier to guide well-behaved and perceptive children. Inwardly, Xiaoyuan silently grumbled. Little brother, can't you see their hidden ambitions? Especially the male protagonist. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing they would only be silenced. Over the past few days, Shijing Yan had imparted the fundamental techniques of talisman drawing, and he deemed it time to teach them the art of sword flight. The incantation for flying on a sword was relatively straightforward, primarily involving the manipulation of spiritual energy, yet the two continually tumbled from midair. This predicament left Shijing Yan with little time to spare, as he had to attend to them one after another. Shinsiren's reactions were relatively normal upon landing. He promptly dismounted from Shijing Yan's embrace. Conversely, Yin Xiao clung to him reluctantly, prompting Shijing Yan to maintain his composure, his brow slightly furrowed as he coolly inquired, "Are you getting down?" "My apologies, little master. It was unintentional. It's all my fault for being so clumsy." Once again, he donned a pitiful expression, and the reprimand that had formed on Shijing Yan's lips transformed into a simple, "It's all right." Sighing, Shijing Yan reflected on his inability to resist the charms of his young charge, particularly with how well-behaved the male protagonist was at present. "Little master, could you please teach me once more?" Shijing Yan glanced down at the enchanting visage of the boy, pursing his lips for a moment before conceding, "Very well. I shall teach you again. Should you fail to grasp it this time, you may return home." "Yes, yes." Yin Xiao nodded eagerly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Shijing Yan demonstrated each movement meticulously. However, when Yin Xiao took the sword in hand, his execution remained somewhat unrefined. Frustrated, Shijing Yan grasped his shoulders and adjusted his posture. In a moment when Shijing Yan's gaze was averted, Yin Xiao couldn't help but smirk slightly. After a month of instruction, the aloof facade of Shijing Yan had undoubtedly crumbled before them. His occasional expletives had become a familiar occurrence to the boys. They often danced perilously close to the limits of Shijing Yan's patience, particularly Yin Xiao. Perhaps it is due to their quick learning abilities that Shijing Yan demands they delve into more advanced techniques. Undoubtedly, this poses a significant challenge for them, which leads Shijing Yan to express frustration at their lack of progress. Xiaoyuan, perplexed, inquires, "Brother Sure, why do you teach so rapidly? Even introducing techniques meant for those who have established their foundation?" Shijing Yan replies, "Is it truly fast?" The original host had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment at 15, attained golden core by 17, and achieved nascent soul by 20. By 30, he was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, but has yet to break through. I am merely preparing them in advance. As the protagonist and companions of the protagonist, they ought to be somewhat formidable. Don't you agree, Xiaoyuan? Xiaoyuan nods, acknowledging the reasoning. Shijing Yan's gaze sweeps over the two practicing swordplay, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Qiyu, wield the sword with more assertiveness. Do not appear so feeble. It's not as if I have neglected your sustenance. Yin Qiyu nods and subsequently executes a fluid display of sword techniques. Shijing Yan nods in approval and heads to the kitchen, deciding on an extra meal for the evening. He relishes the attention of his young master uncle, who focuses solely on him, even if it involves reprimanding him, ensuring he never diverts his gaze towards others. Shinsiren feels a subtle disquiet, sensing something amiss. Despite Yin Qiyu's superior talent, he consistently manages to perfectly align with Shijing Yan's reprimands. It feels intentional. There is an underlying sense that Yin Qiyu is deliberately acting this way. As early winter settles in, a peculiar feeling envelopes Shinsiren, noticing today that Yin Qiyu seems somewhat listless, lacking the liveliness of previous days. In a moment of silence, Shijing Yan unexpectedly raises his hand to touch Yin Qiyu's forehead, the heat emanating capable of frying an egg. Yin Qiyu gazes up at his young master uncle with moist eyes, internally marveling at the coolness of his hand, which brings immense comfort. The youth affectionately nudges his forehead against Shijing Yan's palm, eyes brimming with tenderness. "Qiyu, are you feeling feverish?" "Huh? Oh, if my young master uncle says so, then it must be true." The boy, seemingly dazed from his fever, fails to realize his own state. Chapter 58. The cunning and affectionate little demon lord clings to the serene and elegant young master uncle. Part 8. Shijing Yan disregards the boy's nonsensical words, expertly lifting him into his arms and carrying him back to Yun Shiyu's room. Before departing, he leaves behind a directive: "Siren, take the day off. You two should return to your room. Perhaps the cold weather has caused a cold and fever. Being ill is unacceptable." Shun Siren glances at Shijing Yan's retreating figure, feeling that his young master uncle's affection towards Yun Shiyu borders on excessive. Unquestionably, a tinge of jealousy stirs within him as he sighs and turns back to his room. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan gently lays the feverish boy on the bed and fetches a basin of warm water. He dampens a towel and places it on Yun Shiyu's forehead, who intermittently whines, "Young master uncle, I feel terrible. It's as if I'm on fire. Please save me." Observing the boy's flushed face and parched lips, Shijing Yan, in a rare display of tender words, reassures him, "Do not fear. Your young master uncle will rescue you." "Shiyu, do you still have any strength left?" Yun Shiyu's eyes, tinged with a faint blush, shake his head, murmuring, "Young master uncle, I'm so sorry. I feel so helpless." The air was thick with unspoken words as Shijing Yan let out a sigh, his ears tinged with embarrassment. "Shiyu, I must assist you in removing your garments and cleansing your body, if you are unwilling." Yun Shiyu, with frantic blinks, subtly hinted, "I am willing, little master uncle." With a soft chime, the affection meter rose to 10, now at 40. "Very well." Shijing Yan's slender fingers trembled slightly as he deftly unfastened the boy's belt. With a gentle tug, an expanse of smooth, fair skin revealed itself, complemented by firm abdominal muscles. Shijing Yan, caught off guard, swiftly diverted his gaze, replacing the towel with a fresh white one, wrung from the water, as he half closed his eyes to begin the task of drying him. "Calm down. It is merely a man. Who isn't one?" Shijing Yan chanted a silent mantra to himself, reassuring that it was nothing extraordinary. Yet, as he opened his eyes once more, his demeanor was slightly awkward as he continued to dry the youth. Yun Shiyu, however, was filled with delight, the coolness of the towel providing immense comfort. Once Shijing Yan finished drying him, he dressed him in his clothing again. "Shiyu, rest well. I have sent Xiaoyuan to fetch medicine from the third master of Baichao Hall. Just wait a moment. I shall remain here with you. Do not fear." "Yes, little master uncle, you are truly kind." Yun Shiyu slowly closed his eyes, and Shijing Yan placed the back of his hand against his forehead, finding that the fever had lessened. Observing the gentle features of the sleeping youth, Shijing Yan mused that he was indeed more docile in slumber, less likely to provoke his ire. Before long, Xiaoyuan returned, presenting a small white porcelain bottle to Shijing Yan. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the others, indicating that his presence was sufficient. Shijing Yan extracted a golden elixir, gently parting Yun Shiyu's lower lip with his thumb and with his other hand. He delivered the medicine inside. Suddenly, he felt a warm, moist sensation at his fingertips. Startled, he withdrew his hand, glancing nervously at the now peacefully slumbering boy. Convinced it must have been an accident, taking up a nearby cup of warm water, he offered some to the boy before settling beside the table. Turning his back to him, his emotions swirling inexpressibly. Meanwhile, the youth lying in bed wore a smile, the corners of his lips curving upwards. An hour passed, and Shijing Yan, unable to quell his worry, approached the bedside to once again check the boy's forehead, which felt cool as water, indicating the fever had subsided. A yawn escaped Shijing Yan, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Perched on the stool, leaning against the bed's railing, fatigue finally caught up with him after such exertion. "I shall just rest for a moment," he thought, as his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. Yun Shiyu slowly opened his eyes, clarity shining in their depths. He looked at the figure beside the bed, a deeper smile gracing his lips. The boy glanced at the sleeping features of his little master uncle and lowered his gaze to press a gentle kiss upon the prominent knuckles of his hand. "Little master uncle, when I grow up, I promise to protect you and become the person you can rely on for a lifetime. Yet, regrettably, The slumbering Shijing Yan did not hear these words. The boy draped a soft cloak over Shijing Yan's slumbering form, then lay back on the bed, gazing at him, unable to tear his eyes away. As the lashes of the individual before him fluttered gently, Yanqiu quickly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Shijing Yan rubbed his sore neck and noticed, to his surprise, that a cloak had been draped over him. A faint smile crept upon his lips. It was good to see him awake. Casting a glance at the youth on the bed, he rose and exited the room. Yanqiu, observing the door's movement, cautiously opened his eyes and discovered that his little master uncle had departed. Did the little master uncle realize he was pretending to sleep and leave in anger? Feeling somewhat dejected, he tucked the blanket over his head. Yet, his fever was genuine. He was not deceiving anyone. Half an hour later, the door swung open once more. Hiding under the covers, Yanqiu pondered whether it would be better to remain awake or to continue feigning slumber. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to deceive his little master uncle any longer. "Is that you, little master uncle?" A hoarse voice escaped the youth's lips. Shijing Yan's heart softened as he placed a bowl of porridge on the bedside table. "Come, rise and have some porridge." With a glimmer of starlight in his eyes, Yanqiu nodded obediently. Shijing Yan supported the frail form of the youth against his chest, his eyes brimming with concern. "How could you be so thin? Open your mouth and eat more." Flushed with surprise, Yanqiu opened his mouth, readily accepting the offering. He never anticipated such treatment while unwell, and the absence of reproach from his little master uncle moved him deeply. He vowed to protect his little master uncle throughout his life. "Why are you crying?" Shijing Yan clumsily wiped away the tears from Yanqiu's eyes. "You are a man. Tears should not fall lightly. Do you understand?" "Pouting, Yanqiu apologized. "I'm sorry. Little master uncle, I promise I won't pretend to sleep and deceive you again. It's nothing. Just focus on your cultivation from now on and safeguard our Tianxian sect. That is your responsibility. Do you understand?" "Yes." After finishing one bowl of porridge, Shijing Yan filled another and handed it directly to him. "Seeing how fervently you cried earlier, you should have the strength to finish this bowl as well." Yanqiu dared not protest, accepting it obediently, aware that any sign of disobedience might provoke a reprimand. Indeed, the saying held true: the deeper the cultivation, the more peculiar the temperament. It seemed that his little master uncle, having spent years in solitude, presented a cold exterior and a hard demeanor. Yet beneath lay a tender heart, especially towards him. Once Yanqiu finished, Shijing Yan prepared to leave, but not before imparting a final admonition. "Cover yourself well with a blanket tonight. Do not fall ill again, and do not worry your master uncle." "Understood, little master uncle." Shijing Yan found his position in the hierarchy somewhat irksome. As the youngest among his peers, he was often addressed as little master uncle. If only his rank were higher, they could refer to him as grandmaster instead. "Xiaoyuan, Shige, calm down. Look how adorable the male lead is. Just take a glance." By some strange compulsion, Shijing Yan cast a fleeting glance and noted the youth's well-defined features, delicate countenance, pale lips tinged with a sickly hue. Gulping, Shijing Yan swallowed hard and, without a backward glance, strode away. "Do not tempt me. Should I lose control one day and succumb to my primal instincts, it would not bode well." Chapter 59. The devious and clingy little demon lord clings to the cold and elegant little master uncle. Time swiftly passes, and Mu Xiao has finally emerged from seclusion. After knocking a few times on the door of Qingfeng Peak and receiving no response, he boldly pushes the door open. "Xiaoyuan Shidi, it has been quite a while." He greets. Shijing Yan casts a cold glance in his direction and replies curtly, "Indeed, it has been a year. It is high time you took your disciples away. Having them here is not ideal. Moreover, as their master, you ought to settle the dining expenses." Suppressing a chuckle, Mu Xiao retrieves a heavy bag of spirit stones from his sleeve and presents it. "Here you go, spirit stones." Shijing Yan weighs the bag in his hand. Realizing he has struck a good deal, a single spirit stone can be exchanged for 5 taels of silver. However, he muses that he does not have much use for them, yet saving money is crucial. Perhaps he could even marry one day. "Thank you, Mu Xiao. Honestly, keeping them here for another year or so wouldn't be an issue." "Enough. I don't have that many spirit stones left, so Xiaoyuan, please be lenient. I shall take my 2 disciples back now. Ah, yes, they're inside drawing talismans. Mushawi raisis anayibro. You taught them? Who else could it be besides me? To his surprise, Xiaoyuan has actually imparted his signature skills to them. Go on, stop teasing me. I only taught them out of consideration for you, Mushi Xiao. Rest assured, with my true teachings, should they encounter danger in the future, the talismans will safeguard their lives as long as they are not faced with deities of the transformation stage. The talismans they draw will suffice against other creatures. Then I shall extend my gratitude to you, Xiaoyuan Shidi. The 2 enter the main hall side by side, and Mu Xiao smiles. Let us depart for Luyan Mountain. The 2 youths display reluctance on their faces, but cannot voice their sentiments. However, Yin Qiyu boldly stands up and hugs Shijing Yan around the waist. Little master uncle, I shall miss you. Mu Xiao observes them with amusement, sensing an unusual atmosphere between the pair. Meanwhile, Shun Si Ran clenches his fists in silence. Shijing Yan, feeling helpless, tells Qiyu, you should return with your master. You have now learned the art of sword control, so feel free to visit whenever you wish and do not put your master in a difficult position. Little master uncle, you must not deceive me. I will come to visit you whenever I have the time. Very well, go now. Yin Qiyu finally releases him. Shijing Yan looks up at Mu Xiao, who is idly fiddling with his fingers. Mu Xiao, stop playing with your hands. Take them back. Oh, right. The 2 youths mount their swords mid-air and wave goodbye. Little master uncle, we are leaving. Indeed. With that, Shijing Yan steps into the house and closes the door, leaving the 3 outside in a bewildered state. Yin Qiyu and Shun Si Ran have grown accustomed to such occurrences, while Mu Xiao is unfazed. In a moment, he takes to the skies on a sword back to Luyan Mountain. Shijing Yan, expecting to enjoy some peace after the boy's departure, is instead surprised when, merely 3 days later, Yin Qiyu stands at his doorstep, politely knocking. Upon learning from Xiaoyuan who has arrived, he hesitates for a moment but ultimately decides to open the door. Little master uncle, the youth exclaims, his joy evident as he holds out an exquisite food box. Shijing Yan cast a fleeting glance at the food box before pushing open the door. Gomein, he led the visitor inside, while the youth following closely behind appeared somewhat hesitant. In just 3 days, Yin Qiyu found himself missing him. Please have a seat, Qiyu. All right. Yin Qiyu set down the food box he was carrying, presenting it to Shijing Yan with a sense of pride. Little master uncle, I made these peach blossom pastries myself. Please give them a try. You made these? Are they edible? The latter part of the question remained unspoken, as Shijing Yan harbored a mix of skepticism and curiosity. He boldly took a piece of the pastry, its appearance rather appealing, though he was uncertain of its flavor. After taking a cautious bite, he discovered the sweetness was just right, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms. With a larger bite, the flavor intensified, and he found himself exclaiming, how could this be so delicious? Yin Qiyu observed Shijing Yan's cheeks puffing out adorably, reminiscent of a little hamster. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shijing Yan. Little master uncle, take your time eating. Have some tea so you don't choke. Initially, Shijing Yan felt fine, but upon hearing those words, he suddenly found himself unable to swallow. The food lodged in his throat. Reluctantly, he accepted the cup of tea and drank it all in one go. Cough, cough. Qiyu, you should eat as well. The youth shook his head, intending to decline. But unexpectedly, Shijing Yan took a piece of pastry and stuffed it into Yin Qiyu's mouth. This effectively silenced his earlier protests. Yin Qiyu froze for a moment before breaking into a smile as he savored the pastry, knowing it was fed to him by his beloved little master uncle. After quietly enjoying several more pieces, Shijing Yan wiped the corners of his mouth and remarked, not bad. Yin Qiyu beamed, if you like it, little master uncle. I can bring them every day. There's no need for that. It could be a bit overwhelming. Focus on your cultivation. Do not neglect your training. That's reasonable. Take your time teaching, brother sure. Yin Qiyu pouted slightly, then nodded, yes, little master uncle. However, he soon became excited again upon hearing another comment. You can come, but don't come every day. Perhaps vary the flavors when you do. It must be said that the male lead's culinary skills were indeed commendable, allowing him to indulge his cravings. Yin Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grasped Shijing Yan's slender, fair hand. "Thank you, little master uncle." Shijing Yan cleared his throat, remaining unresponsive, but a slight gesture from his eyes prompted Yin Qiu to continue smiling like a fool, unable to bear it any longer. Shijing Yan withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Only then did Yin Qiu release his grip, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing. "I apologize, little master uncle. I was just too happy. All right, you should head back now. Next time you come, I will assess your progress in cultivation. If there is none, then there is no need for another visit." Yin Qiu nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will heed little master uncle's guidance. Go on." As he was leaving, Yin Qiu lingered for a moment, reluctantly bidding farewell to Shijing Yan, his gaze so fervent that it made Shijing Yan's cheeks flush. Suddenly, he turned and re-entered the room, slamming the door behind him. Yin Qiu awkwardly rubbed his nose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed for a while before departing on his sword. Hidden within the room, Shijing Yan suppressed the flutter of emotions within, for it was difficult for anyone to remain unaffected by the concern of a handsome youth. The intensity of that gaze made him feel as though he were unclothed. He hoped that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. During these days, Yin Qiu visited every now and then, each time bringing a different delicacy. Naturally, after savoring the dishes, Shijing Yan diligently assessed his swordsmanship and various techniques, including the talismans he personally taught. Shijing Yan observed Yin Qiu's flawless swordplay and even more profound techniques. Moreover, the youth had voluntarily sketched the talismans taught by his little master uncle, and Shijing Yan noted his skillful hand movements, suggesting he had practiced extensively in private. Satisfied, Shijing Yan nodded, acknowledging the quality of the drawings. Yin Qiu flashed him a radiant smile, crediting his little master uncle for the excellent teaching. Chapter 60. The cunning and clingy little demon lord becomes attached to the cold and elegant little master uncle. Shijing Yan retrieved a talisman from his pocket and placed it into Yin Qiu's hand. With a puzzled look, Yin Qiu inquired, "Little master uncle, what is this?" "It is a safety talisman. Should you encounter danger, it will protect you at once, and I will sense your precise location. No matter where you are, I shall appear." "Thank you, little master uncle. I will treasure it well," Yin Qiu replied, carefully folding the talisman and placing it close to himself. Clearing his throat, Shijing Yan, appearing somewhat awkward, added, "I heard that you all are descending the mountain for training next month. Is that correct? Will you be coming, little master uncle?" Yin Qiu asked, looking at him with radiant eyes. Shijing Yan briefly met that dazzling gaze before averting his eyes and shaking his head. "The training should be led by your master. I likely will not attend." Although Yin Qiu felt a tinge of disappointment, he quickly donned a cheerful expression. "It's all right if you don't come. I will take good care of myself." The duration of their training could range from 3 months to half a year, thus there was little to worry about. Shijing Yan merely responded with a non-committal his expression betraying no discernible joy or sorrow. Yin Qiu obediently resumed drawing talismans, falling into silence. A month later, Yin Qiu and several newly initiated disciples accompanied Mu Xiao down the mountain for training. Shijing Yan stood at the entrance, watching from a distance, merely waving goodbye as they departed. He could discern the glaring characters written by Yin Qiu, which read wrong. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Shijing Yan was disinclined to descend the mountain, especially since they had yet to encounter any danger. The protagonist must forge his own path. His only concern was to complete his mission and preserve his own life. Their descent was not merely to slay monsters, but also to visit Kwei Mountain, where numerous spiritual swords and treasures resided, awaiting those destined to receive their acknowledgement. Some artifacts could transform into corresponding spirits. Yet most weapons possessed only a higher level of spirituality without forming true sword spirits or tool spirits. On this occasion, Yin Qiu discovered a divine sword, the Yuan Yi, at Kwei Mountain. However, at present, they were still at the inn at the foot of the mountain. Time lingered lazily as Shijing Yan watched Xiaoyuan's live stream, finding it quite amusing. Yin Qiu and Shun Siren surprisingly shared a room. Their interactions oscillated between silence and the explosive sound of firecrackers. Meanwhile, Li Rongyin was taking a bath, the screen obscured by an abundance of pixelation, which was rather unsettling. However, Shijing Yan had no desire to continue watching and quickly switched channels. Xiaoyuan, please refrain from broadcasting this woman next time. I prefer aesthetically pleasing faces. Xiaoyuan replied, my apologies. I switched by mistake, but the female lead isn't half bad, is she? I fail to see it. I rather admire Yunqiu's charm. Alas, he is the male lead, and he may still fall in love with Li Rongyin in the future. Xiaoyuan countered, not necessarily. Perhaps the male lead might not be interested in Li Rongyin at all. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan was engrossed in a spirited debate with Xiaoyuan. On the other side, the two who had just quarreled suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream emanating from Li Rongyin's room. Mu Xiaoyi had already burst through the door, only to find the room empty, with a window ajar. Upon entering the inn, the proprietor had warned that the area was unsettled. 15 individuals had gone missing in the past month, encompassing all ages and genders, with no leads from the authorities, leaving no trace or remains. The case remained unresolved, suggesting that some malevolent force was at play. Following the trail of water stains on the floor, Mu Xiaoyi leapt out of the window. Meanwhile, the two boys opened their door, intending to knock on the neighboring door, only to discover it wide open. Li Shimi was nowhere to be found. Yunqiu remarked, I saw it. No need for you to point it out. I will seek the master. Did you not notice the footprints on the floor? It is evident that the master has already pursued her. Shun Siren bit his lip, gazing at the floor for a while. What shall we do? We shall pursue the master. Very well. They reached a consensus and jumped out of the window. However, after a while of chasing, they realized they had lost the trail. The water had left footprints on the floor, but the path had been straightforward until they reached a fork where the water stains had long since dried, rendering the footprints invisible. They exchanged glances and decided to split up, one to the left, the other to the right. Upon reaching a dead end, Yunqiu found himself with no path forward. Just as he contemplated turning back, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently, and the earth began to sink. Unable to summon his sword in time, he plunged into a dark abyss. In the dim and damp environment, Yunqiu's head spun as he regained consciousness, greeted by utter darkness. He snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame at his fingertips, illuminating the cavern's interior. Before him, as well as beneath his feet, lay a grim tableau of bleached bones, some skulls housing writhing serpents within their eye sockets. This was dire. He had fallen into a snake pit. He summoned his spirit sword, intending to ascend. But then he heard a faint cry for help, fragile, trembling, yet he was certain the person was still alive. His instinct screamed that he could not abandon them. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to investigate further. Perhaps he could save a life. He strode forth, wielding his sword while slashing at the serpents. The moment the snakes caught sight of him, they lunged to bite, leaving him no choice but to vanquish them. The multitude of bones scattered across the ground undoubtedly bore witness to the deeds of these serpents. At that moment, Shijing Yan, who was engrossed in drawing talismans, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and promptly inquired of Xiaoyuan, quickly check on Yunqiu. I feel an unsettling dread. Xiaoyuan replied, the male protagonist has fallen into a serpent's den. It was evident that the Serpent King, who had previously abducted Yunqiu, resided here. This time, however, it was Yunqiu who had unwittingly plunged into danger. The omen left him uncertain whether it heralded good or ill. In haste, Shijing Yan penned a letter to his master before mounting his sword and descending the mountain. Within the cavern, Yunqiu approached a narrow passage where the cries for help grew increasingly distinct. At this moment, he extinguished the flame at his fingertips, grasped his spirit sword, and stealthily advanced. There, a half-human, half-serpent creature was draining the life force from a young man, who was visibly fading before his eyes. In an instant, a sword emanating a chilling light shot forth from the shadows, piercing towards the serpent demon's neck. The demon attempted to evade, but was still grazed on the cheek by the sword's aura. In the blink of an eye, the young man had vanished. Yunqiu hoisted the young man upon his shoulders and ran with all his might, murmuring softly to himself, fortunately, I brought a teleportation talisman. Otherwise, I would be a loss on how to rescue him. Just as he neared the exit of the pit, he felt a sudden constriction around his ankle. A serpent's tail had ensnared him. Yin Qiu swiftly cast a teleportation talisman onto the man, a flash of golden light whisking him away to the Tianxian sect. Yin Qiu found himself ensnared by the serpent's tail, tightening around him, causing his face to redden and his breath to falter. The serpent demon leaned closer, sniffing him, and grinned. To think you are a cultivator, that mere mortal has escaped, but if I consume you, my powers will surely amplify. Gritting his teeth, Yin Qiu retorted, I haven't bathed. Consuming me would lead to your distress. The demon scoffed, why would I care? Wait, I have one more question. Is it true that creatures like you possess a counterpart? The serpent demon disdainfully scoffed. Does that wretch even dare to be mentioned alongside me? Merely a little serpent demon of a mere century, relying on that pretty face to entice numerous virtuous maidens. Recently, in a bid to compete for the title of Serpent King, he has resorted to abducting individuals just as I do. A mere scholar. Yin Qiu mused. It appears that Li Rongyin was captured by another serpent demon. With his left hand still mobile, he pressed his index and middle fingers together, channeling his spiritual energy. A talisman that had been affixed to the serpent's tail suddenly erupted, causing excruciating pain that compelled the serpent demon to release him. Yin Qiu turned to flee, but the serpent demon was enraged, revealing its elongated, venomous fangs. In a serpentine lunge, it aimed to bite his neck. Suddenly, a sword glowing with blue light swiftly positioned itself beside the serpent demon's mouth, producing a resounding clang that numbed its jaw. Shijing Yan swiftly lifted the weakened boy, his right hand wielding Xiaoyuan, and with a fierce stroke, he sliced open a gash across the serpent demon's abdomen. Yin Qiu drew warmth from the embrace, stealing glances at the man's flawless jawline and taut lips. It was his young master who had come to rescue him. The serpent demon glared at him with blood dripping from the corner of its mouth, seething with resentment. We have no enmity, yet you seek to engage in a life-and-death struggle. For the sake of your slaughter of the innocent and your attempt to persecute the disciples of the Tianxian sect, you deserve to die. The serpent demon spat blood. Our cultivation levels are comparable. In a fight, you may not emerge victorious. Is that so? Then let's test that. Shijing Yan placed Yin Qiu in a corner, drew his sword, and engaged the serpent demon in battle. As the fight progressed, the serpent demon gradually found itself at a disadvantage, and with a final strike, Shijing Yan pierced the demon's heart. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at the man before it, who appeared as enchanting as a celestial being yet fought like a devil. In that moment, it recognized the man's extraordinary constitution. A furnace? You possess such a constitution? Before the demon could finish its words, Shijing Yan drove his sword deeper, causing the demon to take its last breath, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Shijing Yan coldly uttered, villains perish from excessive words. Yet, Yin Qiu had heard the serpent demon's words clearly. A furnace? Such individuals are often regarded as tools for enhancing spiritual power and cultivation. Could it be that his young master was in danger? No, he must protect him. Shijing Yan extended his hand towards Yin Qiu. How is it? Can you still walk? Do you need me to carry you? Yin Qiu immediately shook his head, but then placed his hand upon Shijing Yan's shoulder. Shijing Yan silently turned, squatting down to lift him onto his back. Damn, I was careless. Yin Qiu's small frame is quite sturdy. Shijing Yan strained to position Yin Qiu's legs over his own. Then, stepping onto his sword, soared into the air. Yin Qiu cautiously wrapped his arms around Shijing Yan's neck, greedily inhaling the faint, refreshing scent unique to his young master. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through Shijing Yan's chest, causing him to falter. He caught sight of a cave on the mountainside. Let us stop there for a moment. Xiaoyuan, is that cave safe? Rest assured, Shige, it's perfectly safe, devoid of any demons. All right, my body cannot hold out much longer. I need to rest for a while. Shige, don't worry, I'll keep watch for you. Shijing Yan carried Yin Qiu to the cave. As soon as he set him down, he collapsed to the ground. Young master, what is wrong? Yin Qiu cradled him in his arms, his pale complexion betraying Shijing Yan's suffering. It's nothing, just an old ailment. I'll be fine after a short rest. Shijing Yan leaned weakly against Yin Qiu, his body drenched in cold sweat. Young master, Tell me the truth. Is this because of your furnace constitution? You heard that? Yes. Shijing Yan lifted his gaze, noting the young man's eyes glistening with unshed tears. It seems my teachings were not in vain. You know to express concern for me. My constitution was never meant for longevity. My master used celestial herbs to extend my life, but the herbs clash with my constitution. Thus, every time I overexert my spiritual power, it results in this. Do not worry too much. I have grown accustomed to it. A wet, sticky tear fell onto his face. Yun Xiao unexpectedly shed tears. He had not cried from pain yet. Xiao, nearly 17, how could he still weep? My heart aches for my little master uncle. Worry not. I shall keep your secret, and I will surely find a way to heal you. Shijing Yan managed a faint smile. The little rascal was quite adept at comforting others. In agony, Shijing Yan buried his head against Yun Xiao's chest, biting his lip tightly as he stifled his pained gasps and muffled groans. Each sound piercing Yun Xiao's heart like a dagger. He embraced the person in his arms, meticulously recalling knowledge related to the furnace body constitution. As if cleansing the meridians with spiritual energy could alleviate the pain caused by the clash of the medicine and his constitution. Yun Xiao grasped Shijing Yan's hand tightly, beginning to channel his spiritual energy. It flowed abundantly, washing through every meridian in Shijing Yan's body, gradually easing his furrowed brow. As his body relaxed, he fell into a deep slumber. Yun Xiao gazed down at Shijing Yan's sweat-drenched face, gently tucking the strands of hair that clung to his forehead, whispering softly, "Little master uncle, in a year I will be 18. Before that, I will find a way to heal you, and then I shall express my feelings. Even if you do not accept me, it matters not. I will wait until you do. Little master uncle, as long as you do not ignore me in anger, I will do anything for you." Yun Xiao employed a cleansing technique on Shijing Yan, placing clean garments nearby. He would not dare change his master uncle's clothes without permission. That night, he slept soundly, feeling no discomfort beneath him, only softness and comfort. Suddenly, Shijing Yan awoke with a start, inadvertently touching something beneath him, grass. As he realized he had brushed against an unmentionable area. In a flurry, he scrambled off Yun Xiao and turned his back. Yun Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Things are looking up. He slowly opened his eyes, greeting Shijing Yan with a smile. "Good morning, little master uncle." Good morning, Shijing Yan replied, suddenly catching sight of the clean clothes beside him. "Were these prepared for me?" "Yes, little master uncle. Please change. I will wait for you outside the cave." "All right." Shijing Yan watched as Yun Xiao exited the cave before changing into the fresh disciple's attire. Sunlight poured over Shijing Yan, and despite wearing the disciple's robe, his countenance remained strikingly elegant and refined. "Little master uncle, you look truly handsome." Shijing Yan suppressed a smile. "Thank you for last night. Let us descend the mountain to find your master." "Of course, little master uncle." Upon arriving at the inn, they spotted Mu Xiao standing at the entrance, waiting. "Xiaoyuan, what brings you here? If I hadn't come last night, your disciple would have been devoured by a snake demon." "Mu Xiao, what kind of master are you?" "My sincerest apologies, Xiaoyuan Shitty. Thankfully, you were there. Otherwise, how would I have dealt with losing my disciple?" Yun Xiao and Shijing Yan exchanged glances. If given the choice, Shijing Yan would have gladly followed his little master uncle. Yet, as anticipated, Shijing Yan promptly declined. "There is no need. I am perfectly content on my own. As for my nephew, I will certainly keep him in my thoughts. There is no need for you to become my disciple. I must humbly decline." Chapter 62. The sly and clingy little demon lord is attached to the elegant and serene junior master. Part 12. Yun Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. His brows and eyes filled with melancholy, yet he still made an effort to maintain a smile. Shun Siren and Li Rongyin silently observed from side. Shun Siren remarked, "Why does the junior master only have eyes for Yun Xiao?" Li Rongyin replied, "I can't shake the feeling that I'm rather superfluous." Mushao yi chaklet lightly, Litulian. "You're just being obstinate." "All right. Mushi Xiao, are your disciples unharmed?" "None at all. We shall set off for Kwei Mountain today." "Little Yan, would you care to accompany us?" Shijing Yan instinctively glanced at Yun Xiao, noticing the young man with his head bowed, wearing an unhappy expression. "How about joining us? After all, I could discreetly protect them. Xiaoyuan, are you sure it's not concern for the male lead? Shijing Yan, let us go. Don't speak nonsense. Since Mu Shixiang has invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Onward. Mu Xiaoyi's gaze shifted away from Yunqiu. He could discern the yearning and joy in the young man's eyes when Shijing Yan mentioned joining them. Moreover, the way little Yin instinctively looked at Yunqiu revealed his concern for the boy's feelings. Indeed, as the ancients say, love is never deceitful. There must be something amiss between these two. Thus, the group commenced their journey. Upon reaching the foot of Kwei Mountain, they could no longer utilize their spiritual energy, for sincerity was essential in seeking the sword. Shijing Yan accompanied them, of course, ready to intervene should danger arise. After nearly a month of walking, they finally reached the mountainside. The path upwards was rugged and steep. The higher they ascended, the colder the wind became. At a cave halfway up the mountain, they made a fire. Shijing Yan curled up in a corner against the wall. Shen Siren took out a winter garment from his bag and handed it to Shijing Yan. Junior Master, please put this on. Siren, aren't you cold? Shijing Yan trembled slightly, suddenly shivering. I'm not cold. This garment is for you. Shen Siren draped the clothing directly over Shijing Yan, who had no choice but to accept it, smiling. Thank you, Siren. Yunqiu, who was adding firewood, instinctively gritted his teeth. Pretty boy, always taking advantage of others. After finishing with the firewood, Yunqiu, unwilling to be outdone, sat beside Shijing Yan with a sweet smile. Junior Master, I'm feeling a bit cold too. He feigned a sneeze for effect. Shijing Yan moved closer to Yunqiu, pulling both of them under the garment. Is this better? Shen Siren, shameless. The two bodies pressed closely together, their warmth steadily rising through the thin fabric. Yunqiu nervously curled into a ball, subtly shifting closer to Shijing Yan. Meanwhile, the others leaned against the wall to rest, oblivious to Shijing Yan's slight discomfort. Internally vexed, Shijing Yan thought, this child can't seem to settle down and sleep properly. His irritation culminated in a firm embrace around Yunqiu's waist. Whispering softly in the boy's ear, stay still and sleep well. Yunqiu's small face flushed slightly as he nodded, refraining from further movement. Being embraced by his junior master was an unexpected delight. In the depths of his slumber, Shijing Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling an immense force attempting to separate them, pulling them apart to different realms. Glancing around, he noticed Mu Xiao and the others had already vanished from their original spot. Instinctively, he stole a glance at the boy in his arms, who remained there. Yet, in the next moment, they were both drawn into an unfamiliar space, disappearing from sight. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and Shijing Yan retrieved a fire starter from his sleeve, blowing gently to illuminate the area. A blue, shimmering light flickered on the walls. Just as Shijing Yan sought to locate Yunqiu, he felt a sudden tightening around his waist. The boy had wrapped his arms around him, gazing up with clear, water-like eyes. Junior Master, I'm here. I see, now let go. Oh. Yunqiu awkwardly released his grip. Had he not secretly embraced his junior master while asleep, they might have been separated. Junior Master, where is this place? It should be the secret realm of Kwei Mountain. The sword tomb should be located here as well. Let's venture deeper. All right. As they delved further, Xiaoyuan trembled increasingly. Shijing Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiaoyuan, what do you sense within? Xiaoyuan replied, numerous sword spirits and an overwhelming aura of hostility. Hostility? It seems the sword spirits within are not to be trifled with. No matter, in times of crisis, I can still wield spiritual power. Master, please exercise caution. Xiaoyuan's voice was laced with urgency. Understood. Yunqiu grasped Shijing Yan's sleeve, attentively observing their surroundings. It was chilling and eerie, penetrating to the bone. Upon reaching the end of the path, countless cold, gleaming swords were interspersed on either side, with one sword radiating a red light, standing prominently at the center of the sword tomb. That sword must be Yuenya. Junior Master, is this the sword tomb? Yes. This should be the main sword tomb. Go ahead and retrieve a sword. Take whichever one you desire. Yunqiu nodded, his gaze drawn to the sword emanating red light. for his junior master had fixated on it since their entrance. A sword that could captivate the admiration of his junior master must surely be extraordinary. Yunqiu confidently approached the sword at the center. With each step, the sword spirits unleashed their sword aura, attacking him and tearing at his robes. The closer he got, the more severe the injuries became. His arms, thighs, and neck were lacerated. Even his cheek bore a deep cut. Shijing Yan watched with growing concern, fearing that if this continued, Yunqiu might not survive to claim the sword. With only one step remaining, Yunqiu gritted his teeth, unwilling to retreat. Now drenched in blood, he persevered, yet Shijing Yan hesitated to approach, fearing it might jeopardize the boy's chance. Yunqiu took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain, and with his bloodied right hand, grasped the sword. Blood dripped onto the blade, and instantly, a brilliant red light enveloped him. From now on, you shall be the master of Yuanya. Yunqiu managed a weak smile, tugging at the corners of his lips. Hello, Yuanya. My name is Yunqiu. In an instant, Yunqiu grasped the falling kite from the sky. With a swift motion, Shijing Yan stepped forward and caught Yunqiu. Little uncle, please consume this pill, Shijing Yan urged, gently placing a blood-stained elixir to Yunqiu's lips. Do not speak for now. Let me take you home, shall we? No sooner had he uttered these words than Yunqiu fainted, compelling Shijing Yan to carry him back to the heavenly profound sect. Upon arriving at the sect, Shijing Yan had just settled Yunqiu when he brushed past Xiaoyuan. Although Shijing Yan paid little heed, he felt an unsettling gaze linger. It was only when he returned to Qingfeng Peak that he learned his master had sought him out. Without hesitation, Shijing Yan made his way to the residence of his master, Xiao Tianqi. Master, you called for me? Shijing Yan inquired. Xiao Tianqi waved his sleeve, his melodious voice resonating through the air. Xiaoyuan, come here. I have matters to discuss with you. Yes, master, Shijing Yan replied, taking a seat beside him with utmost respect. Chapter 63. The cunning and clinging little demon lord sets his sights on the cool and elegant little uncle. Part 13. Xiaoyuan, my time is limited. I may have only 2 more years to live. I wish to pass the position of sect leader to you. What are your thoughts? Shijing Yan's pupils constricted in shock as he hastily declined. Master, that cannot be. What will become of your son? Xiaoyuan. Xiao Tianqi chuckled lightly. He is not my biological son, but rather a charge entrusted to me by a dear friend on his deathbed. This child is mischievous and reluctant to cultivate diligently. I lack the skills to guide him, and given a multitude of sect affairs, Xiaoyuan does not possess the capacity or temperament for such a significant responsibility. Stunned, Shijing Yan was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated such a profound secret. Ah, how unexpected. Xiaoyuan, you are my most cherished and valued disciple. I am at ease in trusting the heavenly profound sect to you. Master, this is utterly unacceptable. Xiaoyuan, this is my sole dying wish. Would you not assist me in fulfilling it? Master, Shijing Yan understood that Xiao Tianqi was playing the emotional card. Xiaoyuan, you have grown up without parents. By my side, in pursuit of a cure for your ailment, I have searched far and wide for rare herbs, but to no avail. I feel such shame. I believe in your ability. Apart from me, you're the only one in the God transformation realm in the heavenly profound sect. Thus, entrusting the sect to you is a way for me to find peace. With a deep sigh, Shijing Yan relented. Very well, master. I agree. Is that not sufficient? Xiao Tianqi erupted in hearty laughter, delight evident as the lines of his forehead creased. Good disciple, let us choose a day to officially pass the leadership to you. Master, I have one condition. Feel free to speak. Master, I can serve as the acting sect leader, but I believe senior brother Mu is more suitable than I. You are aware of my health. It is possible that shortly after you depart, I may follow you. It would be unwise to place the heavenly profound sect in my hands. Xiao Tianqi sighed. Very well, let us keep this matter discreet for now. You and your senior brother can discuss the leadership position amongst yourselves. For the time being, I shall not involve myself. Understood, master. Rest assured. Shijing Yan placed a stack of newly researched talismans by Xiao Tianqi's side. Master, these are the talismans I have recently developed, capable of summoning heavenly thunder. along with a few that allow for instantaneous teleportation. You'll put in great effort, Xiaoyuan. Master, please take a good rest. I shall take my leave. With a graceful bow, Shijing Yan withdrew. It became evident that Mu Xiao had indeed inherited the position of sect leader, a role willingly relinquished by the original owner, who, with a singular focus on cultivation, held no interest in such authority. Alas, I have finally grasped why, in the original narrative, Xiaoyuan did not ascend to the leader's throne. He was not of the bloodline. Furthermore, from the words of sect leader Xiao, it was clear that Xiaoyuan was no benign character. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, he may very well seek to eradicate me. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Yin Qiu began scouring the world for his junior uncle, even carelessly leaving Yuan Yi in his room. Yuan Yi exclaimed. The moment he stepped out of the gates of Luyan Mountain, he collided with someone. Haste indeed. Are you rushing to banquet? Upon lifting his gaze, Yin Qiu beheld the visage he had longed for. Junior uncle? Shijing Yan raised an eyebrow. What? After a day apart, you failed to recognize me? How could that be? Junior uncle, I simply wish to see you. Yin Qiu could hardly tear his eyes away from Shijing Yan. Enough of the banter. Are you feeling better now? Yin Qiu twirled around, full of vigor, the embodiment of youthful exuberance. Junior uncle, I am completely well. That is splendid. Shijing Yan surveyed the surroundings and gently patted Yin Qiu's shoulder. By the way, Qiu, where is your master? I need to speak with him. Master should be practicing swordplay in the back mountain. Very well, I shall seek him out. Ah, junior uncle. Yin Qiu opened his mouth, but refrained from uttering any words of entreaty, retracting his outstretched hand. He felt unworthy at this moment. Senior brother Mu, I must discuss an important matter with you. Mu Xiao executed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Let's converse inside, Xiaoyuan. Within the chamber, Shijing Yan recounted the circumstances regarding his master's intention to pass the mantle of sect leader to one of them, naturally omitting certain details. Xiaoyuan, are you suggesting that master wishes for one of us to become the heir to the leadership? Indeed. Moreover, considering my lack of acquaintance with the other disciples, your prestige as sect leader undoubtedly surpasses mine. I plan to venture to the North Underworld in 2 days to inspect the seal of the demon clan's forbidden zone. His junior brother's reluctance was palpable. Should his junior brother truly ascend to the role of sect leader, he might well despair. Very well, Xiaoyuan. Do you require assistance for your journey to the North Underworld? No need, senior brother Mu. I can manage on my own. Currently, the seal in the North Underworld was only slightly loosened. Seizing this opportunity, he could reinforce the seal while searching for the Ningzhu herb, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. Very well then, Xiaoyuan. Should you encounter any danger, be sure to send word. I will hasten to your aid. Understood, senior brother Mu. I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Mu Xiao, Shijing Yan found himself drawn to the door of Yin Qiu's room. As if by an unseen force, he stealthily peered through the window at Yin Qiu, who was sitting inside the room, so obedient, just right to bid farewell. Shijing Yan, may I come in, little master uncle? Yin Qiu suddenly flung open the door and embraced Shijing Yan tightly. Hey, why are you so clingy? You're already grown up. Let go, will you? Little master uncle, I just want to hug you for a moment. Is that so wrong? With a downcast expression, his eyes tinged with crimson, and a hint of a sob in his voice, Shijing Yan felt his heart soften immediately. He reached out and ruffled the boy's hair, exclaiming, All right, Qiu, let us go inside and hug, shall we? Without waiting for a response, Shijing Yan stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him. Little master uncle, I. All right, Qiu, please listen to me. 2 days from now, I must go to a place and may not return for quite some time. During this period, you must heed your master's words and take good care of yourself. Do you understand? Little master uncle, where are you going? Can I come with you? I have important matters to attend to. Moreover, as a disciple of the Tianxian sect, you must diligently cultivate under your master's guidance. Only when your cultivation reaches the golden core stage can I take you out for practical experience. Well then, little master uncle, you must return safely. I will. Now, may I let go? I'll stay with you a little longer. Okay. Shijing Yan carefully observed the boy's delicate features. sensing an indescribable fervor in his gaze that was not unwelcome. The longer he was stared at, the more he felt his heart flutter like a startled deer. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, Shijing Yan finally departed. Chapter 64. The cunning and clingy little demon, Lord S' affection for the elegant little master uncle. Part 14. 2 days later, Shijing Yan prepared his belongings and soared through the skies on his sword early in the morning. He wished to avoid overly sentimental farewells. After all, he would be returning. He wondered if Yin Xiao would be able to break through his cultivation and form a golden core before his return. Xiaoyuan, could you help me investigate the location of the sealing barrier in the Biming region and guide me there? Thank you, Xiaoyuan. Just keep heading north, then turn left. And continue straight. You will arrive. All right. Amidst the dense demonic energy, several audacious little demonic creatures attempted to assault Shijing Yan. However, most were swiftly vanquished by his sword, and they soon abandoned their intentions to attack. At last, Shijing Yan reached the sealed location, where a grand barrier was arranged, with a sword planted at the center of the formation. Upon inspecting with his spiritual power, he discovered that the barrier had developed cracks, and the sword at the core bore faint fractures. The breaking of the seal was merely a matter of time. For now, he could only mend the cracks to prolong the barrier's efficacy, with his left hand forming seals and incantations whispered under his breath. Streams of golden light flowed from his fingertips, coalescing into intricate symbols that merged into the barrier. In an instant, the cracks vanished, and the barrier was restored to its former state. Satisfied with the repairs, Shijing Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he were grappling with a heart condition. Xiaoyuan, do you know where the Ningxu grass is? Xiaoyuan, this plot has not been mentioned before. It is you, Shige, who discovered it in the book, so I am unaware of the specific location, and even its authenticity requires your verification. Shijing Yan, all right, I shall search for it myself. Thus, Shijing Yan embarked on a quest that spanned an entire year, turning the realm of Biming upside down. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit, as he unearthed the Ningxu herb, which bore an 80% resemblance to what was described in the book. The text suggested that it could be boiled and consumed, so he decided to bring it back for preparation. At Tianxin Gate, a tall, handsome youth with a face like jade stood before the mountain gate, his brow furrowed in worry. This marked the 365th day of his visit, and he pondered when his little master uncle would return. As Shijing Yan soared above Tianxin Gate on his sword, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, he directed his sword towards the youth, landing within 3 meters of him. The boy's face lit up with joy as he called out, "Little master uncle." His voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, delightful to the ear. It was none other than Yin Xiao. Shijing Yan smiled and approached him slowly, while the boy, overflowing with affection, rushed to embrace him. After a year apart, the youth had grown taller, resting his chin on Shijing Yan's shoulder. For a moment, Shijing Yan stood frozen, his hands hovering uncertainly in the air, but soon he reciprocated the embrace, holding the boy close. "Little master uncle, why have you been gone for so long? I missed you so much. I thought you might abandon me," Yin Xiao exclaimed. Shijing Yan could only pat Yin Xiao's back in comfort. "How could I? I could never bear to." He paused, coughing slightly. "I feel a bit dizzy. Please take me back to Qingfeng Peak." Yin Xiao blinked his innocent eyes, sparkling with emotion. All right. He mounted his sword, half embracing Shijing Yan's waist, and they soared back to Qingfeng Peak. Shijing Yan had hoped that once they arrived home, the awkwardness would dissipate, but to his surprise, Yin Xiao unabashedly squeezed into his room. Now, they stood facing each other, a palpable silence enveloping them, the atmosphere undeniably awkward. Shijing Yan broke the silence. Chio, aren't you going back? How could I bear to leave? After waiting so long for you to return. Each day you were gone, I thought about how wonderful it would have been to follow you secretly, so I wouldn't have to endure this longing. The calm expression on Shijing Yan's face shattered completely as he exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Yin Xiao swallowed hard, seemingly resolute. "Little master uncle, what I mean is that I have feelings for you. I have been tormented by longing since the first time I met you. I knew you were the one for me in this lifetime. It has been 3 years, and I am now 18. I am no longer a child. I am serious. I truly like you. Faced with Yun Chio's heartfelt confession, Shijing Yan's mind went blank, unsure of how to respond, his heart in turmoil. Yet, Yun Chio pressed on. Little Master Uncle, what about you? Do you like me? Have you ever felt anything for me? Little Master Uncle? You, allow me a moment to think. Xiaoyuan, promise him. Silence. Em utterly exasperated. He doesn't harbor any disdain for the boy's declarations before him, nor for the previous clinginess. In fact, he finds a prospect of even greater intimacy in the future quite agreeable. It seems he is rather enjoying himself. Little Master Uncle, I have become a golden core cultivator. I have not disappointed you. I shall grow even stronger. Little Master Uncle, will you not consider me? Shijing Yan gazed at Yun Chio, who was sprawled on his lap with a pitiful look of grievance, and the stirrings of his heart intensified, urging him to draw closer. Chio, are you speaking earnestly? Could it be any more sincere? If not, Little Master Uncle will have to dig out my heart to see, for it holds only you. Shijing Yan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as he helped the youth sit beside him. I can agree to your request, but you must secure first place in next month's SEC competition. Otherwise, we shall part ways. Yun Chio smiled shyly, his eyes sparkling. I will definitely win. Then, he paused, blurted out, Little Master Uncle, what does part ways mean? It signifies that our relationship will remain strictly that of uncle and nephew, devoid of any potential for becoming Tao partners. Little Master Uncle, do you mean that as long as I win, we can become Tao partners? Shijing Yan gave a faint nod, and Yun Chio's joy soared to great heights. He understood that as the male protagonist, Yun Chio was destined to triumph, and thus, the condition was merely a means for Shijing Yan to extricate himself gracefully. He had indeed developed feelings for Yun Chio. Little Master Uncle, may I have a hug? In response to the youth's earnest plea, Shijing Yan acquiesced. They embraced, and although Yun Chio had grown taller than him, his fluffy head nestled comfortably in Shijing Yan's embrace. The prospect of sharing a bed with the male protagonist was now merely a matter of time. At that moment, the boy nestled against Shijing Yan's chest, the corners of his mouth curled upward, subtly licking his lips. He must not frighten Little Master Uncle. Had he not been restraining himself, he would have lunged forward to shower him with affection. He needed to take things step by step. Meanwhile, the Ningxu herb had been consumed by Shijing Yan, yet no changes occurred. He even conducted an experiment on himself, depleting much of his spiritual energy. Yet the pain in his body persisted. Ultimately, it was Yun Chio who sought him out once more, using his spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians, providing much-needed relief. The inefficacy of the Ningxu herb was evident, but with a boyfriend by his side, his discomfort was considerably alleviated. After all, Yun Chio visited him every day, showering him with sweet words and requests for hugs. Shijing Yan once again yielded, allowing Yun Chio to audaciously encircle him in an embrace. Your audacity has grown considerably. Yun Chio's breath quickened as he gazed at Shijing Yan's delicate lips, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Little Master Uncle, may I kiss you? Shijing Yan blinked, unsure of how to respond, his flushed ears betraying his nervousness. Yun Chio cradled his face, his breath fiery, his voice raspy. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. As the youth's face inched closer, Shijing Yan found himself breathless, yet Yun Chio mischievously chose to tease him. Little Master Uncle, feeling nervous? At this, Shijing Yan involuntarily shifted his Adam's apple. When their lips brushed, he was at a loss where to place his hands. How had he transformed such a well-behaved boy into this? Mischief danced in Yun Chio's eyes as he took Shijing Yan's hand and draped it around his neck. Shijing Yan became entirely passive, his breath stolen away, while the youth would not allow him to escape, entangled in a fervent yet tender pursuit. A soft whimper escaped him, intensifying his desire to flee from this confined embrace. However, his body betrayed him, responding in ways it should not. After a long moment, Yun Chio released him, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Little Master Uncle, you bumped into me. Shijing Yan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he hastily pushed him away, turning to leave. Unexpectedly, Yun Xiao encircled his waist from behind, imprisoning him, tugging down his collar and lightly pecking at the nape of his neck, leaving a mark. Shijing Yan let out a muffled groan, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice laced with tears. "What are you doing?" "Now, little master uncle, with my mark upon you. You belong to me." Immediately, Yun Xiao's gaze darkened as he began to plant more marks upon his neck. "Enough, enough, Xiao." Shijing Yan's legs weakened, leaning against the youth, tears spilling from his eyes, his gaze resembling that of a distressed rabbit. Yun Xiao gently turned him around, reaching out to wipe away the tears clinging to his lashes. "I won't bully you anymore, little master uncle. Please don't cry, all right? I've only kissed you a few times, and I haven't done anything else." Shijing Yan felt wronged. He didn't wish to cry, but his delicate constitution made him sensitive to touch, causing him to blush easily, prone to tears. Moreover, since his arrival, no one had dared to treat him in such a manner. Yun Xiao's voice softened, his gaze fixed on Shijing Yan with fervent warmth as he soothed him. "All right, little master uncle, it's my fault. Please don't cry anymore. If you do, I might not be able to control myself." Yun Xiao struggled against the desires stirring within him, a flicker of longing evident in his eyes as he gently rested his chin atop Shijing Yan's head, enveloping him in his embrace. Shijing Yan playfully punched him, but the feeble strength felt more like flirtation. "Would you like to lie down and rest for a while?" Yun Xiao effortlessly lifted Shijing Yan, placing him on the bed, removing his shoes before joining him atop the covers. "Move away." Upon saying this, Yun Xiao nestled into Shijing Yan's embrace. "Don't be angry, little master uncle. I've rolled around as you instructed. Please forgive me, I beg you." This boy knew how to soften him up. Thus, Shijing Yan, not truly upset, pulled the blanket over and nestled against the youth, burying each time passes swiftly, and before long, the day of the sex grand competition has arrived. Shijing Yan, with great care, tidied up his robes and gently reminded him, "During the contest, prioritize your safety. Do not be reckless, understand?" Yun Xiao smiled slightly, appreciating his little master's concern. "Rest assured, I will emerge victorious. Only then can I protect you properly." "Go forth," Shijing Yan said, seated on the high platform, observing the other competitors with a wandering gaze, his interest seemingly absent. However, when Yun Xiao's name was called, a unique brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Mu Xiaoyi leaned closer and whispered, "Xiaoyuan, I can't shake the feeling that your relationship with my disciple is quite extraordinary." Shijing Yan's gaze wandered, and even his response was vague. "What nonsense, brother Mu. Some matters should not be hastily concluded." Mu Xiaoyi cast a knowing glance at Shijing Yan, smiling silently. He realized that the two must have secretly grown closer behind his back, the one who plays both master and elder brother. It seemed time to prepare a wedding gift for this pair. Undeniably, it was Yun Xiao who triumphed in the sect competition, claiming first place. Shijing Yan could not suppress a smile, his radiant grin suggesting that he was the true master. Yet his actual master understood that Yun Xiao was the beloved of another. How could he not feel joy? Meanwhile, Shen Siren noticed Shijing Yan's unusual attention and enthusiasm towards Yun Xiao. Was this truly the gaze a master should bestow upon a disciple? Why had he never shown such emotion towards him? Shen Siren felt a pang of jealousy. Yet he was helpless. If Shijing Yan had genuinely fallen for Yun Xiao, he could not intervene. Who was he to disrupt a mutual affection? Yun Xiao, elated by his victory, was aware that they would hold a celebration banquet for him at Luyun Mountain that evening. Thus, Shijing Yan had to wait at Qingfeng Peak for the young man he cherished. Yun Xiao, preoccupied with thoughts of returning to his little master, was suddenly handed a wine cup. Upon looking up, he saw it was Li Rongyin. With a radiant smile, she said, "Brother Yun, you are magnificent today. As your junior sister, I raise a toast to you." Yun Xiao lifted his cup, and Li Rongyin merely clinked her cup against his. Though puzzled, he took a symbolic sip from his drink, for he would not accept gifts from others, knowing that his little master disapproved. Little did he realize, as he drank, a triumphant smile crept onto Li Rongyin's face. As the wine flowed, Yun Xiao, having consumed only a modest amount, began to feel a warmth enveloping him, his head spinning and his steps unsteady. After bidding farewell to his brothers, he intended to leave, but Li Rongyin followed closely, suddenly wrapping her arms around his. She sought to cling to the leg of the exceptionally gifted youth within the sect, believing that only in this way could she one day rise above the rest. Yin Qiu finally discerned Li Rongyin's appearance and forcefully pushed her away, his tone frigid. "Do not touch me." Li Rongyin, in disbelief, pondered the efficacy of her drug. Known for inducing a state of intoxication where a man's desires would be magnified manifold. How could she, one of the most beautiful in Tianxian sect, be so easily resisted? Was it a case of feigned indifference? "Senior brother Yun, allow me to assist you to your chamber," she offered. Yin Qiu recoiled in disgust. "No, keep your distance. I have matters to attend to." With that, he summoned his sword, Qinye, and soared into the sky. Li Rongyin ground her teeth in frustration, muttering to herself before departing. Yin Qiu, swaying slightly as he navigated his sword, found himself yearning for his junior master. Despite his foggy mind, he surmised he had fallen victim to a scheme, with Li Rongyin being the prime suspect. Merely clinking a wine glass had led to such treachery. It was clear he needed to maintain a greater distance from her in the future. Chapter 66. The cunning and clingy little demon lord fixates on the serene and elegant junior master. Part 16. At the entrance. Shijing Yan had been waiting for quite some time when he finally spotted the swaying figure of the young man in white. How much had he consumed? Was his tolerance really that low? Shijing Yan alighted from his sword, embracing Yin Qiu as they gently descended to the ground. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. While flushed cheeks and a muddled consciousness indicated inebriation, the boy's bloodshot eyes and labored breathing, particularly his subconscious inclination to draw closer, suggested something more sinister. A thought crossed Shijing Yan's mind. "Xiaoyuan," he whispered, "what has happened to him?" "Brother, sure, he has been drugged, and it was Li Rongyin who did this," she replied quietly. "How audacious of her! Tomorrow, I shall inform Senior Brother Mu to discipline this audacious young woman. By the way, Xiaoyuan, is there any way to assist Yin Qiu?" "Brother, sure, you are his antidote. Do not jest. Speak seriously." Xiaoyuan's tone turned grave. "Brother, sure, I am quite earnest." Shijing Yan gazed at the boy, whose eyes were fervently fixed upon him, murmuring, "Junior master, save me." With a sigh, Shijing Yan asked, "Can you walk?" Yin Qiu nodded slightly. "Let's go to my chamber." "Very well." The frail boy nodded, delicate and beautiful, prompting Shijing Yan to involuntarily lick his lips. Must he be so overtly seductive? It was truly beyond his capacity to withstand. He positioned Yin Qiu against the railing by the bed, maintaining a safe distance. "Qiu, how do you feel now?" Yin Qiu's alluring eyes shimmered with a hint of red as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, shaking his head. "Junior master, I feel unwell." After a moment of contemplation, Shijing Yan spoke. "Qiu, it seems you may have ingested a certain type of drug, specifically one that affects desires. We might need to share a bed to remedy this. Are you prepared, or do you have other plans?" Upon hearing this, Yin Qiu felt his dizziness dissipate. "Junior master, I am ready. Then let us begin." In a fleeting moment of restraint, Shijing Yan yearned to take action. Just as his hand rested upon Yin Qiu's belt, preparing to remove the bothersome garment in pursuit of a momentous endeavor, he was abruptly silenced by a fervent kiss, and his entire being was pressed onto the bed. Dazed by the unexpected affection, Shijing Yan pushed against the youth's smooth chest, inhaling a breath of fresh air, his gaze momentarily clouded in confusion. "Wait, have I made a mistake? I am your little master uncle. Why am I in this position? Little master uncle, I can't contain myself any longer. Perhaps next time. Let us switch roles, shall we?" As Shijing Yan beheld Yin Qiu's flushed face, he was reminded that it was he who had been drugged, not the other way around. Perhaps it was permissible to let this happen just once. "Fine, if you insist, then so be it, but do take it gently. Rest assured, little master uncle, I could never bear to cause you discomfort." Yin Qiu's breath brushed against Shijing Yan's ear, a tantalizing sensation that sent shivers through his heart. Despite being certain that this was their first time, their bodies intertwined seamlessly when they truly united. "Little master uncle, you belong to me. I shall not allow anyone to take you away." A scene of springtime bliss enveloped them, leaving Gu Yuan and Yuan Yi to ponder their missteps in another room. Embracing the person in his arms, Yin Xiao felt an increasing sense of fulfillment. He could not resist tracing Shijing Yan's delicate features with his long fingers, eliciting a low hum from a man. Enough, my waist feels numb. Yin Xiao gently patted Shijing Yan's back, realizing that through this encounter, their spiritual energies had fully merged. He finally comprehended the essence of the furnace body, feeling the surging power within him, his cultivation having advanced significantly. Upon examining Shijing Yan's body, he discovered that the reversed energy within his little master uncle's meridians was gradually improving, confirming that their dual cultivation could indeed heal him. Henceforth, he resolved to engage in more dual cultivation with his little master uncle. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Shijing Yan, the young wolf cub was reveling in newfound pleasures. As dawn broke, he was awakened by Yin Xiao's gentle kisses, and upon being caught in the act, his eyes squinted in a silly grin. Sorry. Little master uncle, did I wake you? It's all right, come here, let me have a bite. Obediently, Yin Xiao moved closer, presenting his neck. Shijing Yan, feeling bold, obliged and bit down, leaving a ring of teeth marks tinged with crimson. Ouch, little master uncle, that hurts. Shijing Yan suddenly realized he had been a bit too forceful. Yin Xiao blinked his moist eyes, gazing intently at him, his voice hoarse and laced with a hint of grievance. Little master uncle, kiss me, and I won't feel any pain. Seeing this display of innocence, Shijing Yan nonetheless leaned in to kiss the beautiful yet pitiful youth, their lips intertwining in a deepening atmosphere of intimacy. Eventually, he pushed Yin Xiao away with a smile. No more of that. It's time to sleep peacefully. Yin Xiao pouted slightly, resignedly replying, All right, I shall heed my little master uncle's wishes. The two remained in slumber until the sun climbed high in the sky. Fortunately, the sect's grand competition had concluded, and there were no pressing matters for Luyun Mountain that required Yin Xiao's attention. With both hands wrapped around Shijing Yan's waist, he gently massaged him. Little master uncle, when will you give me a title? I fear others may take you away from me, especially that Shen Siren. The mention of a title almost slipped his mind. Now, Yin Xiao was undoubtedly his. It was time to formalize their bond. His sole task was to ensure that Yin Xiao did not descend into darkness. After all, he had Yin Xiao to protect him. Later, you shall accompany me to Luyun Mountain, where I intend to discuss matters with Brother Mu. The greatest obstacle would likely be the master of Shijing Yan, who had raised him since childhood and regarded him as a prodigy, undoubtedly desiring a remarkable partner for him. Little master uncle is the best. Yin Xiao playfully nestled against Shijing Yan's face. Oh no, my energy is depleted. Soon enough, Shijing Yan led Yin Xiao to meet Mu Xiaoyi. When they arrived, Mu Xiaoyi greeted them with a gentle smile. Guomin, something felt amiss. Once inside, Shijing Yan hesitated before speaking. Brother Mu, I have something to discuss with you. Mu Xiaoyi vor a mysterious simile. There is no need for many words. I'm already aware of your relationship. Shijing Yan was taken aback. How did you know? Mu Xiaoyi chuckled. It's evident to any discerning eye. My disciple visits you daily, and the moment your eyes meet, there's a spark of affection. I'm not blind. After all, is it that obvious? Shijing Yan scratched his head sheepishly. Brother Mu, we have come today regarding this matter. You're concerned that Master might disapprove. Am I right? Indeed. Mu Xiaoyi glanced at the perfectly matched pair before subtly leaning closer to Shijing Yan. Little Yin, I've already spoken with Master about this. He asked me to tell you not to bully little Yin too much. Shijing Yan looked at Yin Xiao, who was half a head taller than him. Today, he had just been thoroughly taken advantage of by this rascal, and his frustration boiled over. He was determined to make a habit of teasing Yin Xiao. Brother Mu, that might disappoint Master, as I fully intend to continue bullying your disciple, Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Shijing Yan's lingering gaze made him instinctively tighten his legs. Chapter 67. The cunning and clingy little demon lord who has taken a liking to the elegant and cool little master uncle. Part 17. Little Yin, don't take Master's words too seriously. He merely means for you two to be well together. Once a favorable date is found, you shall become partners. Shijing Yan huffed in discontent. It's fine, There's no rush. It'll save me from bullying him. Yun Qiao felt a sense of urgency and quickly declared, "Little master uncle, I swear by heaven, in this life and the next, I shall love only you, treating you with utmost devotion. Should I waver in my heart, may I be struck by lightning." Shijing Yan immediately covered his mouth. Pa. Don't make such reckless oaths. I don't wish to live in loneliness. A smile spread across Yun Qiao's eyes, knowing that his little master uncle still cared for him. Mu Xiaoyuan's gaze shifted between the two, pondering if little Yin wasn't he the one above. Yet, it was true that his disciple often indulged in playful antics with a junior brother. Had he perhaps misunderstood? Regardless, the reputation of the Tianxin sect must be preserved. After all, in the eyes of the world, my junior brother is the leader. Indeed, the leader. Mu Xiaoyi cleared his throat, and an opportune sound breaking the silence. Well then, junior brother Xiaoyuan, your issues have all been resolved. Let us choose an auspicious day to invite our senior brothers for a drink. Do ensure that you procure ample wine. Shijing Yan nodded, aware that his senior brother was undoubtedly thinking of the jar of plums buried beneath the plum tree by the original host a decade ago. Well, wine is meant to be consumed eventually, and surely the original host would be willing to share it with Mu Xiaoyi. Understood, senior brother Mu. I shall take my leave now. Qiyu, focus on your cultivation, and come find me when you have the time. Yun Qiyu discerned the intent behind Shijing Yan's request for him to remain, as he needed to endure the various inquiries from their master without implicating the younger uncle. Thus he acquiesced. As expected, no sooner had Shijing Yan departed than Mu Xiaoyi's formidable aura as master descended upon Yun Qiyu. Yun Qiyu, you possess great audacity to secretly pursue my junior brother. Do you recognize your transgression? Unable to withstand the pressure, Yun Qiyu knelt, ready to admit his fault. Disciple acknowledges his error, yet my feelings for the younger uncle are mutual. There exists no improper relationship. Mu Xiaoyi's expression softened slightly. I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. Disciple will comply with the master's command. Mu Xiaoyi cast a glance at the bite mark on Yun Qiyu's neck, curiosity piqued. Have you and junior brother Xiaoyuan shared a bed? Who was the dominant partner? A blush crept upon Yun Qiyu's cheeks as he smiled. Just last night, the younger uncle was concerned for me and yielded. Mu Xiaoyi lamented, alas, to think that such an icy figure as junior brother Xiaoyuan has been melted by you, going so far as to accommodate you. It is evident he truly harbors feelings for you. Yun Qiyu was well aware of the younger uncle's genuine affection. Deep down, he felt elated to have received the master's approval. During their conversation, Yun Qiyu did not neglect to mention the incident concerning Li Rongyin's attempt to intoxicate him. He could see that the younger uncle was quite perturbed by this matter. In the heat of their discussion, the younger uncle had momentarily overlooked it. The gravity of this situation was undeniable. Although he and Li Rongyin were of the same sect, her actions had breached moral boundaries and the sect's regulations. Mu Xiaoyi expressed his understanding and assured that the matter would be dealt with according to sect rules, especially since Li Rongyin had targeted none other than junior brother Xiaoyuan's beloved. As a senior brother, he must defend his junior. Oh, and I almost forgot. It is my own disciple who was drugged. As master, I shall seek justice on behalf of us both. Thus, the seemingly flawless Li Rongyin was summoned by Mu Xiaoyi. He spared the 18-year-old girl some dignity, finding a pretext to reprimand her for defying her master, relegating her to the ranks of outer disciples. Li Rongyin, feeling guilty and with evidence against her, resigned herself to her fate. Once she arrived at the outer sect, her living conditions paled in comparison to those at Lian Mountain. Even if she regretted her actions, it was too late. The relationship between Shijing Yan and Yun Qiu has rapidly intensified, while Li Rongyin has quietly vanished without trace. However, the disappearance of an outer sect disciple has gone unnoticed. Naturally, no one has reported Li Rongyin's absence to the Tianxin sect. Just 2 days later, Xiao Tianqi summoned both Shijing Yan and Yun Qiu to his presence. Master, ancestor, Xiao Tianqi remarked while observing the well-matched pair, his tone earnest. Xiaoyuan, have you truly decided to be with him? Are you certain, without any regret? Instinctively, Shijing Yan tightened his grip on Yun Qiu's wrist, his expression grave. Yes, master. I have made my decision. I wish to bind my life to Yin Qiu's as companions, never to part. Xiao Tianqi sighed. Very well, if this is your genuine affection, then treat him well. You have resolved a significant matter in your life. As your master, I find solace in fulfilling this wish. Thank you, master. Thank you, ancestor. The two knelt in reverence, performing the customary bow. To Shijing Yan, this man was both a teacher and a father. Having nurtured him from a tender age to the present, to claim there were no feelings would be disingenuous. He sincerely hoped that Xiao Tianqi could live a little longer. Such a wonderful person deserved longevity. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A faint golden light emanated from Xiao Tianqi's body, prompting Shijing Yan to exclaim, "Master, this is a sign of ascension to immortality." Xiao Tianqi had comprehended the true meaning of life, and, after achieving enlightenment, broke through the final barrier. With his most cherished disciple, now having someone to love and protect him, he found little left to cling to. As he prepared for ascension, he left behind a parting message. "Xiaoyuan, take care of yourself. I will visit you when I have the time. Master, do not worry. Your disciple will honor your ascension to immortality." Shijing Yan replied as Xiao Tianqi transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the celestial realm. The ascension of a cultivator is no small feat, and it also serves as a source of pride for the sect, thereby granting Tianqian's sect an invisible ally in the higher realms. "Junior uncle, let us return," Yin Qiu suggested. Indeed, the extraordinary phenomenon caught the attention of various sects within the Tianqian sect and the broader realm of cultivation, provoking both admiration and envy, while simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation regarding the formidable power behind Tianqian sect. Shijing Yan recounted the entire incident to Mu Xiaoyi, repeatedly cautioning, "Brother Mu, do not forget. You are to become the sect leader. Do not shift this burden onto me." Mu Xiaoyi sighed, "Understood. Master has always favored you. How could I allow you to suffer? He would certainly return to chastise me." Shijing Yan grinned mischievously. "Then I shall leave it to Brother Mu. Hurry and prepare. Rest assured, I shall act with swift decisiveness." Within 10 days, Mu Xiaoyi successfully assumed the role of sect leader, becoming the next head of Tianqian sect. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan unexpectedly noticed that Xiao Ran had also disappeared, and he had long learned of Li Rongyin's absence from Xiaoyuan. Was there an inevitable connection between the disappearances of these two individuals, or was it merely a plot device? As Shijing Yan pondered these matters with concern, Yin Qiu once again approached him, asking, "What is troubling you, junior uncle?" "I am a bit worried," he replied. Yin Qiu gazed at Shijing Yan's profile with a perplexed expression. Shijing Yan let out a sigh, the calm before the storm inducing a sense of unease. Yin Qiu thought, although he did not fully comprehend the situation, his sole responsibility was to ensure that his little master uncle felt happy and at ease. With a vague look in his eyes, he lowered his gaze and placed a tender, heated kiss at the corner of Shijing Yan's mouth. "Little master uncle, let's think about it later. For now, just look at me." Shijing Yan, somewhat helpless yet pleasantly surprised by the kiss, obediently reclined on the bed, wrapping his arms around Yin Qiu's neck. This child was becoming increasingly clingy and adept at being endearing. He wondered when he would be able to turn the tables and sing songs of freedom. Chapter 68. The cunning and clingy little demon lord clings to the cool and elegant little master uncle. 18. During these days, Shijing Yan found his life turned upside down, constantly being dragged into dual cultivation. Who could endure such a fate? Fortunately, in this world of cultivation, a normal mortal's body would have long since succumbed. That night, Shijing Yan successfully barred Yin Qiu from entering, refusing to let him come near even a fraction. Yin Qiu gently knocked on the door, his voice filled with sorrow as he lamented, "Little master uncle, I was wrong. I should not have disregarded your feelings, causing you distress every day. I promised to control myself. Please, let me in." The cold wind outside was biting. "Little master uncle, I miss you so much." With a dark expression, Shijing Yan opened the door, his heart aching at the sight of the tall youth, looking like a delicate flower on the verge of tears. He sternly commanded, "Get in here." "Yes, little master uncle." The youth rushed in, tightly embracing Shijing Yan's slender waist, burying his head in the embrace. "Little master uncle, I was wrong. Enough. You are not to touch me tonight. Otherwise, you shall not think of it again. Yin Qiu pouted, understood, little master uncle. The obedient Yin Qiu wrapped his arms around Shijing Yan from behind, whispering in his ear, little master uncle, it seems that there are demons causing trouble down the mountain, resulting in the tragic deaths of many innocent people. Should we venture down to exterminate them? Indeed, the malevolent demons must be eradicated, but we cannot annihilate those with benevolent intentions among them. Do you understand? All beings are equal, while there are those with malicious hearts. There are also demons who save without expecting anything in return. Yin Qiu nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly with his little master uncle. He would heed his words. Unbeknownst to him, he would one day become the revered demon lord, feared by all. Shijing Yan merely aimed to instill this concept of equality within him to prevent any dramatic misunderstandings in the future regarding his feelings. The following morning, Shijing Yan informed Mu Xiaoyi of the situation down the mountain. Mu Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed. With the demons in turmoil, the seal may be about to break, and the demon race will soon arrive. What strategies does our sect leader propose? For now, the only course of action is to join forces with other sects to reinforce the seal and confine the demon race to the northern underworld. Very well. Then I shall descend the mountain with your disciple to exterminate the demons. Mu Xiaoyi helplessly rubbed his forehead. Go, but be cautious. With the approval of his sect leader, Shijing Yan hastily gathered Yin Qiu and descended the mountain. Little master uncle, your waist is so slender, I can grasp it with just one hand. Yin Qiu leaned close, his warm breath grazing his neck, stirring a tingling sensation within Shijing Yan, who promptly smacked the hand tightly wrapped around his waist. This rascal insisted on sharing a sword ride with him, while seizing the opportunity to tease him during their flight. If it didn't tea like it, why hold on to me? How could that be true? Little master uncle, it is precisely because I am so fond of you that I cannot help but marvel. Shijing Yan raised an eyebrow and retorted, your physique is quite impressive as well. Perhaps I shall take the time to admire it properly tomorrow and indulge myself a little. If that would please you? A warning bell rang in Yin Qiu's mind, and he chuckled, well, little master uncle, admiration is acceptable, a little touch wouldn't hurt. And indulging is also permissible, but let us refrain from going that far. Shijing Yan deliberately ignored him, adopting a cool demeanor as if he were oblivious. Yin Qiu settled down obediently. The two found a small inn in a nearby village where an incident had occurred and temporarily settled in. Shijing Yan set up numerous intricate formations around them, each one nested within the other. Should any demons intrude, they would be immediately recognized and captured. Shijing Yan intended to leave them alive for questioning. Xiaoyuan remarked, Shirgu, Xiaoran is in the North Sea territory. Shijing Yan frowned. What business does he have there? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he wondered if he had inadvertently disrupted the seal of the North Sea territory. Xiaoyuan replied, it's possible. The plot does not specify, only that the male lead, Yin Qiu, was accidentally drawn to the North Sea territory, causing the seal of the demon clan within him to weaken. If it truly is him, I shall eliminate him. If my dear child falls into a melodramatic storyline, I shall hang him in the North Sea territory to feed the demons. Yin Qiu squeezed Shijing Yan's fingers with concern, asking, little master uncle, what troubles you? You seem so troubled. Is there something bothering you? Do share with me. Shijing Yan gazed into the boy's dark eyes and asked, Qiu, if I were to become a demon, would you despise me? Would you even go so far as to slay me, the demon that I would have become, in the name of righteousness? How could that be? Little master uncle, no matter what you become, you will always be my loving little master uncle, and my heart will forever stand by your side, irrespective of your form or identity. I feel the same way, Qiu, do you understand? Yin Qiu pressed Shijing Yan's head against his chest and solemnly declared, I understand. Nothing can separate us. We shall always be together. He believed that his little master uncle was merely feeling insecure, prompting such questions, but later he would realize that all of this was to consider his feelings, ensuring he did not overthink things by openly discussing them. Suddenly, the formation was triggered. Shijing Yan opened his eyes wide, enveloping Yin Qiu in a blanket. They've been captured. I'll go take a look. Stay here and wait for me. Be good. Yuan Qiu intended to say something, but he was completely charmed by Shijing Yan's gentle gaze and tone. Shijing Yan kissed the corner of his mouth again. Be good and wait for me. Dazed, Yuan Qiu nodded, and by the time he regained his senses, Shijing Yan had already left. He resolved to obediently wait for his little master uncle to return. On the way, Xiaoyuan began to chatter incessantly. Sure, go. Why don't you let your man follow along? I fear that these malevolent creatures may resort to treachery. What if they lure Yuan Qiu to the northern abyss, causing the seal within him to weaken? All I desire is for him to lead a joyous life. The inn is the safest haven for him, Xiaoyuan remarked. The nauseating scent of love is insufferable. Shijing Yan captured a demon that had transformed into human form, casting a truth talisman upon its head. What is your purpose for being here? Under the pressure of the talisman's power, the demon spoke. I seek my master, the demon lord, and intend to bring him back to the northern abyss. Indeed, the pursuit was directed at his wife. How infuriating. How many lives have you taken? Countless. It replied. With that, Shijing Yan swiftly ended its existence with a single stroke of his sword. Murder is abhorrent, especially when it concerns those who covet what is mine. A troubling thought flickered through my mind. What if this was a ruse to draw me away? Without hesitation, Shijing Yan dashed back to the inn. Meanwhile, at the inn, Yuan Qiu had indeed been lured away by a demon, leaving markers along the way for his little master uncle to follow. Shijing Yan scanned the empty room, fists clenched, realizing he had arrived too late. A glimpse of ash gray caught his eye by the window. It was the mark left by Yuan Qiu, the remnants of a burnt talisman. Following the trail of marks, Shijing Yan made his way to the insidious northern abyss. He arrived at the site of a seal, which was on the verge of collapse, riddled with fissures. Alone, he had no means to reinforce the seal, and most of the demon cultivators within had already fled into the human realm. He searched tirelessly, yet still found no trace of Yuan Qiu. Qiu, where are you? He called out for what felt like an eternity, but silence answered him. Xiaoyuan, can you assist me in locating Yuan Qiu? Is he in danger? Xiaoyuan responded, Do not fret, Shige. He is the protagonist. His life is not in peril. Then where is he? I see. Yuan Qiu has been taken by a group of demon subordinates to the demon realm. How could this happen? The story had veered completely off course. There was no choice. For the sake of rescuing his beloved, he must act decisively. It was the doing of Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan revealed. Shijing Yan gritted his teeth. I will not let him escape unscathed. I must venture into the demon realm to save him. Are you certain, Shige? The demon realm is fraught with powerful demons. The journey may be perilous. I cannot afford to hesitate. I will send a signal to my master, urging him to come to our aid. Qiu is someone I brought out personally. I must return him whole. Besides, he is merely experiencing a loosening of the seal. What if those demons take advantage of him? Only I am permitted to bully my wife. Very well, Shige, do exercise caution. Have no fear, no one can harm me. Shijing Yan inscribed the events that transpired into a communication talisman, mentioning only that Yuan Qiu had been abducted by the demons. He then infused the talisman with spiritual energy, sending it to Tianxian sect to summon assistance. Demon realm. Yuan Qiu gazed in bewilderment at the fallen demonic cultivators kneeling before him. Moments ago, he had seemingly been ambushed. A pulsating headache overwhelming him, his consciousness fading. Yet, what was this unexpected scenario? An elderly demon cultivator, bowing deeply, spoke with deference. Respected master, you have finally awakened. Why have you brought me here? What is your true intention? Yuan Qiu demanded, gripping his sword. Yuan Yi pointed at the assembly of demons. Master, we are aware that the seals within you have not yet fully dissipated. However, as the sole heir of the former master, you must lead our demon clan to reclaim our former glory and secure our rightful place in this world. You may not know, but although we have previously harmed the human race, it was out of desperation. We are born as demons. Our appearance has been scorned since ancient times. Those few among us with pleasing features are often ridiculed. The righteous cultivators have stripped us of our right to exist under the sun, banishing us to this barren land of Biming. We wish to cultivate earnestly and elevate our powers, yet the lack of spiritual energy here makes it nearly impossible. Consequently, Some demons have strayed onto the wrong path. However, the majority of us are sincere in our cultivation. Only a handful of rogue demons, lacking proper affiliation, resort to killing mortal cultivators without our consent. As he spoke, the old demon wiped away non-existent tears and continued, "If you do not believe us, you may use the bloodstone to test our hands, to ascertain whether we have taken lives." Yun Xiao couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The demons were far more earnest than he had anticipated, speaking with a sincerity that almost seemed genuine, except for their act of binding him. There appeared to be little fault in their plea, and he found a twinge of sympathy for their plight. However, he still refused to accept his identity as the descendant of the demon sovereign, believing them to have mistaken him for someone else. "You must have mistaken me for another. I have heard of the bloodstone, which indeed possesses the ability to verify if one has committed murder. If possible, might I witness its power?" The elderly demon stroked his white beard and commanded, "Bring forth the bloodstone as the master requests, and line up for examination." Yun Xiao blinked. His casual suggestion had ignited a sense of foreboding within him. What if he truly was the son of the previous demon sovereign? How would he explain this to his little master uncle upon returning? As Yun Xiao pondered deeply, the bloodstone was brought forth, embedded within a massive copper mirror. Should a murderer be present, the bloodstone would emanate a strong aura of blood, and the mirror would reveal scenes of murder. Otherwise, it would merely reflect the current faces before it. The old demon placed his hand on the bloodstone. Seconds turned into moments, and after what felt like an eternity, nothing stirred. They then proceeded to the next demon. Of course, among them were those driven by greed, seeking shortcuts to enhance their powers through unscrupulous means. 16 demons who had committed murder were promptly apprehended. "Master, how shall you dispose of them?" Yun Xiao shook his head, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to behold the bloodthirsty demon stone. "However," he asserted, "I am not your lord. How you choose to handle this matter is your concern. I must return to seek my little master uncle." Suddenly, the old demon cultivator collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Lord, if you abandon us, we face only death. It would be better for us to perish before you now." With a sword poised at his throat, the old demon gritted his teeth, preparing to take his own life. Yun Xiao waved his hand, unleashing a surge of sword energy that sent the blade flying from the old man's grasp. "Do not act thus. Even if I were your lord, I would not desire to incite conflict. My only wish is to protect my little master uncle and safeguard the Tianxin sect. Yet, why did he bear the blood of demonic lineage? He was born of them, yet not nurtured by them, left to clean up the mess they created. Why was he destined to be a demon? How could he face his little master uncle? How should he treat these demons who had never taken a life? Who could guide him on what to do?" Yun Xiao closed his eyes, clenching his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan had incapacitated the guards and, having assumed a new guise, infiltrated the demon realm, where he overheard such troubling news. He knew Yun Xiao would undoubtedly be affected. Although his parents were alive, he had always been aware that he was adopted. The demons would surely reveal his true identity and force him into making choices. In the battle between righteousness and evil, only one could emerge triumphant. Perhaps it was best to first investigate the demon realm, then extract Yun Xiao. After all, he was one of his own, following a group of patrolling demon cultivators. Shijing Yan arrived at the main hall. He stood at the entrance and peered inside. Yun Xiao wore a frown, his entire being enveloped in demonic energy, evidently agitated to the point of near collapse of his seals. Time was of the essence. With a teleportation talisman, he could safely extract him. In the blink of an eye, Shijing Yan vanished from his location, reappearing beside Yun Xiao. The latter opened his eyes, staring in bewilderment at the unfamiliar demon cultivator, confusion evident in his gaze. In the next moment, a cool touch gripped his wrist, and the figure offered him a reassuring smile, murmuring the word "move." The demon cultivators failed to comprehend the swift turn of events, and in an instant, the two vanished. The old demon cultivator was the first to react, shouting, "Quick! Pursue them! Someone has kidnapped the Lord." A female demon cultivator nearby muttered, "Aren't we the ones who brought the Lord here?" The old demon retorted, "I'm not deaf. Thank you. Please refrain from speaking. Outside the demon realm, Shijing Yan had led Yunqiu far beyond the borders of Baiming. Suddenly, Yunqiu broke free from his grasp, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. Little Master Uncle, is it truly you? Shijing Yan snapped his fingers, causing the demon cultivator's attire and disguise to vanish. Yunqiu gazed upon the familiar face, uncertain of how to respond. Qiu, if you do not wish to speak, do not. I believe in you. Come back with me. Yunqiu's expression shifted, tears welling in his eyes as he slowly nodded. Even if his little master uncle intended to deceive him, to strip him of his essence, for this one statement, he would willingly embrace death. Chapter 70. The affectionate and clingy little demon lord seeks the elegant and serene junior master. Part 20. As Shijing Yan beheld the resolute and desperate expression on his face, he could not help but gently tap his forehead with his fingers. What are you imagining? I have stated that we are companions on the path. Though we have yet to hold the ceremonial rites, we have vowed to share life and death, to advance and retreat together. Yunqiu embraced Shijing Yan tightly, tears streaming silently down his cheeks as he choked back a sob. Thank you, Junior Master. I truly fear that you might abandon me. Thank you, Junior Master, for not questioning me when I was ensnared, but for showing concern instead. Thank you, Junior Master, for standing by my side unconditionally, trusting me at all times and in all places. As Yunqiu's tears lingered on his face, Shijing Yan wiped them away. Enough of the tears, my little crybaby. If we don't leave soon, they will catch up to us. Standing upon his sword, Shijing Yan extended his hand to Yunqiu. Come aboard. Yunqiu wrapped his arms tightly around Shijing Yan's waist from behind, wishing time would freeze at that moment. Yet, Shijing Yan felt as if he had forgotten something important. Oh no, I forgot to exorcise the demons. Thus, the straight trajectory of his sword veered unexpectedly. He arrived at a nearby village and set up a formation. Any demon intending to kill in this place would be ensnared by this array, activated solely by murderous intent. As Yunqiu observed the formation crafted by Shijing Yan, he wondered if the junior master intended to demonstrate that not all demon cultivators were malevolent. This was the junior master he adored, cold on the outside, yet warm within, kind-hearted and just, with a clear sense of right and wrong. How he longed to kiss him, with a smile illuminating his features. Yunqiu tightened his embrace around Shijing Yan. Having accomplished the primary task, Shijing Yan led Yunqiu back to his residence. After much inner turmoil, Yunqiu tugged at Shijing Yan's sleeve and revealed his true lineage. Junior Master, I believe I am the next demon lord. Shijing Yan nodded, praising him. I knew your identity would be extraordinary, talented and resilient, truly deserving of being my partner. Did that sound like praise to him? Was there something amiss with his comprehension? Junior Master, do you not hold any resentment towards me? Shijing Yan's eyes brimmed with sincerity. Should I blame you for not foreseeing the future or for choosing to study here? You embarked on the path of cultivation to protect your family. You have committed no wrongdoing. The chaotic matters surrounding you should not be placed upon your shoulders. Yunqiu sniffled, striving to hold back his tears. Yes, Junior Master treats me the best. But what about others? If the members of Tianxian sect were to discover his identity, would they cast him aside or even seek to eliminate him? Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped his own. Shijing Yan held him gently, whispering, do not be afraid. I will always protect you, and so will Tianxian sect. I will speak with senior brother, and no one shall force you. Yunqiu smiled, intertwining his fingers with Shijing Yan's, resolutely declaring, yes, as long as I have you, Junior Master, I fear nothing. He has done nothing wrong, nor has he harmed a single soul. He is merely an 18-year-old youth, and none of this is his fault, simply due to the lineage that flows within him. What? Qiu is the demon lord? Indeed, but he is innocent. He was even kidnapped by that group of demons. I went to great lengths to rescue him. Mu Xiao stroked his chin in contemplation, not particularly caring about Yunqiu's identity, as long as he remained kind-hearted and just, refraining from any heinous acts. However, in this current age, every sect harbors a deep-seated hatred for the demon race, a sentiment that has persisted since the elder generations. He could not alter such prejudices. For the time being, The only course of action was to conceal Yu's identity while seeking artifacts to strengthen the seal within him. Xiaoyuan, come closer. He beckoned. Shijing Yan leaned in, nodding in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Mu Xiaoyi's words. But there was one thing Xiaoyuan must remember. Master, please speak. Should the day come when his identity is unveiled, and he faces a united onslaught from other sects, I will expel him from the sect. But we will protect him in secret, including you. You must not engage in overtly close interactions with him. Do you understand? Shijing Yan lowered his eyes and sighed. I understand, Master. Such matters cannot be dealt with lightly. The animosity between humans and demons has lingered for far too long, not resolvable by mere words. It would be best for both sides to sign a peace agreement, restoring tranquility to the world. Alas, for now, we can only proceed step by step. He cannot act recklessly, lest he implicate the Tianxian sect, nor betray Yu's trust. Exhausted, Shijing Yan returned to his quarters and adorned Yu with the artifacts he had brought, before collapsing onto his bed. Yu, do not worry. I have resolved the matter. These artifacts will suppress your seal. Yu did not respond, but instead shifted the conversation. Little uncle, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Shijing Yan simply closed his eyes, lazily murmuring an acknowledgement. To be frank, Yu's massage technique was quite impressive, lulling him into a drowsy state. Before long, steady breaths filled the air. Yu watched as Shijing Yan fell asleep, gently repositioning him to lie on his back and covering him with a blanket. His gaze lingered on Shijing Yan's face for a considerable time, ultimately planting a tender kiss upon his lips, reluctantly retreating from the room. Yu was acutely aware that the seal within him was on the verge of breaking. The artifacts could not sufficiently suppress it, and the pure demonic energy coursing through his veins was about to erupt. He must leave this place. Little uncle, once I have gained sufficient strength, I will take you away from here, and we shall be ordinary companions. Wait for me. Before his departure, Yu made a trip to Luyuan Mountain to express his gratitude to his master, acknowledging the immense favor bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, a monumental upheaval unfolded within the demon realm. With the escape of Yu, the prospective demon lord, a multitude of demons were left bewildered, leading some discontented demon cultivators to pledge allegiance to another ambitious and powerful demon. Mingli is the newly ascended demon sovereign, supported by a multitude of demonic cultivators. Although his bloodline is tainted, he is decisive in his actions and possesses profound cultivation, having claimed countless souls with his blade. Ambitious demons flock to him, and even the missing Li Rongyin has caught the attention of this new sovereign, being appointed as the demon empress. Mingli treats his woman exceptionally well, for she has revealed certain secrets regarding the heavenly profound sect. Initially, Xiaoran chose to align himself with the faction of Yunqiu, but when that individual vanished, he too shifted his allegiance to Mingli. As the son of the former leader of the heavenly profound sect, Xiaoran is privy to even more confidential matters. In the northern underworld, the seal has been broken, instilling fear in all. Upon hearing this news, various sects convened to discuss countermeasures. Even the heavenly profound sect was engulfed in panic and entered a state of lockdown. Shijing Yan had slept for an entire day before lazily awakening, only to find Yu missing. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and after searching the entire Qingfeng Peak, he completely lost his composure. In a trance, Shijing Yan murmured to himself, questioning where Yu had gone. I have professed my faith in him. Why would he leave? How could he abandon me? Xiaoyuan interjected. Shiga, calm down. Yu has merely gone into seclusion to enhance his cultivation as the seal is about to break. Slowly, Shijing Yan's dazed eyes began to focus, and he swayed unsteadily. Suddenly, Xiaoyuan shouted, Shiga, beware behind you. In an instant, a sharp pain pierced the nape of Shijing Yan's neck, and he lost consciousness. At that moment, Gu Yuan was about to reveal his true form from within the sword, but a talisman was hastily inscribed upon the sheath, sealing him within with a barrier of spiritual energy. Xiaoran scoffed at the sword lying on the ground, cradling the unconscious Shijing Yan in his arms. a smug smile gracing his face. Having stealthily entered, he knew that even if someone spotted him, they would still respectfully address him as Third Master. With his plan succeeding amidst the chaos plaguing the sects, he seized the opportunity to take Shijing Yan away. Currently, the demon palace within the demon realm has been overtaken by Ming Li and his followers, casting out the elderly, women, and children, as well as those unwilling to join. They are left to fend for themselves, yearning for their true sovereign to rescue them, yet none come. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao, having just broken through his seal in a cave, found the demonic energy in disarray. He must swiftly harmonize both the demonic and spiritual energies, for failure would lead to certain death. He also desires to become a Tao partner with his esteemed master and cannot afford to perish here. Shijing Yan was awakened by Xiaoyuan's call. Shi Yi, you are finally awake. As Shijing Yan attempted to rub his eyes, he heard the clinking of chains, realizing that his wrists were bound by iron chains, the locking immortal chains. As the name implies, once ensnared, one's spiritual energy becomes stagnant, rendering them incapable of functioning. Xiaoyuan, was it Xiaoran's doing? Xiaoyuan replied, indeed. And it seems he had long been aware of your constitution, intending to exploit you to enhance his own cultivation. However, he has yet to find the right opportunity. If it were not for the matters concerning the male protagonist, how could Shige have been so careless as to fall prey to such a despicable scoundrel? It matters not. Knowing that Xiyu is unharmed brings me some solace, albeit I must admit I failed to regulate my emotions. However, this turn of events presents an opportunity. I shall observe the tricks Xiaoran intends to employ. It also provides a chance for Shijing Yan to contemplate what manner of demise would befit Xiaoran. A wicked grin tugged at the corners of Shijing Yan's mouth, for he harbored a long memory of grievances. Xiaoran brought Shijing Yan back to the demon palace, a fact known to Ming Li, although his heart was now wholly devoted to Li Rongyin. Thus, this exceptional vessel for enhancing cultivation was bestowed upon Xiaoran. In the dim, damp dungeon, a handsome and refined young man clad in blue was bound upon an iron frame, his limbs ensnared by chains of immortality, his attire slightly disheveled. Yet, his gaze remained as sharp as ever, and his posture was resolutely upright. This appearance, seemingly inviting bullying, became most alluring when one of high status was dragged into the mire. Xiaoran's greedy eyes fixated upon Shijing Yan. Such a rare vessel must be utilized to its fullest potential. Shijing Yan felt a chill run down his spine under Xiaoran's scrutiny. That repulsive gaze. I must first vent my frustrations with a good beating. Nevertheless, he still remembered to maintain the facade, for in his heart, Xiaoran had always been his senior brother. Third senior brother, why do you bound me? Shijing Yan inquired. Xiaoran erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, of course, it is because you possess a rare vessel constitution. If supplemented with the Yuan-Yang method, my cultivation will surely increase significantly. Fear not, I am under the protection of the Demon Lord. Stay with me, and I shall ensure your safety. Internally, Shijing Yan scoffed, yet his face displayed an expression of incredulity. You have allied yourself with the demon clan? Xiaoyuan silently commended Shige for his exceptional acting skills. Oh, so the junior disciple has just realized? Not to worry, soon you shall belong to me. Xiaoran, not wishing to elaborate further, grinned wickedly and reached for Shijing Yan's belt, intent on lavishing him with attention. Suddenly, with a clang, the person before him revealed a look of disdain, astonishingly breaking free from the chains of immortality with sheer force. Shijing Yan caressed his left wrist with his right hand, offering a harmless smile as he enunciated, "What did you say?" Xiaoran was taken aback, cold sweat cascading down his body, as if the very question posed was asking if he had contemplated his impending demise. How is this possible? It is terrifying. Is this still a mere mortal? Moreover, without the chains of immortality restraining him, I stand no chance. In an instant, he turned to flee, but a sudden, excruciating pain in his knee caused him to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Shijing Yan placed a foot upon Xiaoran's back, his laughter echoing like the wails of malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Third senior brother, how can one who has erred think only of escape? Mistakes must be rectified. Those who repeatedly transgress shall face punishment. Please, for the sake of our brotherhood, spare me. I was momentarily bewitched. I implore you, grant me mercy. Xiaoyuan pleaded, his dignity stripped away in his desperation. Shijing Yan disregarded his supplications, wrapping the chains of immortality around Xiaoyuan's neck. Third senior brother, I shall take you to a most delightful place. The chains binding Xiaoyuan were exceptionally tight, causing his complexion to flush and his breath to become shallow. At that moment, Shijing Yan activated a teleportation talisman, and the two found themselves at the periphery of the demon realm, surrounded by swirling demonic energy and a nauseating stench of blood. Frowning, Shijing Yan lifted Xiaoyuan and bound him to a large tree, leaving him with only his facial features able to move. Junior brother, what are you planning to do? Xiaoyuan inquired, his anxiety palpable. Shijing Yan smiled faintly, placing a talisman at Xiaoyuan's waist. This will help attract some demon cultivators. You can enjoy yourself here while I seek my nephew. Fear overtook Xiaoyuan's visage as he realized Shijing Yan intended for him to become prey for the demon cultivators. I was wrong. I should not have betrayed the Tianxian sect. Junior brother, please spare me. The sound of anguished cries filled the air, yet Shijing Yan remained unperturbed. A cultivator unable to wield spiritual power was akin to a piece of meat dangling in a wolf pack. The outcome was all too predictable. He wondered where Qiyu might currently be. With a sigh, Shijing Yan began to search the vicinity. After several days scouring the area around the demon realm without a trace of anyone, he had instead dealt with numerous unruly demons. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he sat on a relatively clean stone. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps, as if the newcomer were wary of disturbing him. Shijing Yan frowned slightly, contemplating how to react, when Xiaoyuan's voice broke the silence. Don't attack, it's Yin Qiyu. Shijing Yan withdrew his hand, which had been poised to release a talisman, and silently tucked it back into his sleeve. Moments later, a pair of large hands covered his eyes, and a familiar voice emerged from behind. Uncle Master, guess who I am? Shijing Yan thought to himself how he had never realized before that Yin Qiyu's intellect might be somewhat lacking. A reluctant smile graced Shijing Yan's lips, his tone betraying an uncontainable joy. Qiyu, is that you? Yes, I'm sorry, Uncle Master. I left without saying goodbye, and I've caused you so much worry. I apologize. Shijing Yan reached for the hands, obscuring his vision. Qiyu, don't say that. Let me see you. Are you hurt? Yin Qiyu stubbornly refused to let go, his voice trembling subtly. Uncle Master, don't look. I'm not presentable right now. I fear I might frighten you. That is not possible. Even if you appear unsightly, my affection for you remains unchanged. So, do not fear from now on. We shall face each other honestly every day. Do you wish to live a life of concealment? Shijing Yan's gentle voice resonated with consideration for Qiyu's feelings, leaving no room for further hesitation. Chapter 72. The devious and clingy little demon lord takes a liking to the cool and elegant Uncle Master. Part 21. Yin Qiyu hesitated but ultimately withdrew his hands. As Shijing Yan stood and turned, he beheld the youth before him. The boy's crimson eyes blinked in confusion, avoiding direct eye contact, and a fiery mark now adorned his forehead. Yet, he had not become less attractive. Rather, it was as if he wore enchanting red contact lenses, giving him an alluring and beautiful appearance. The prospect of transformation seemed imminent. In a tender moment, Shijing Yan found himself touched by the careful demeanor of Yin Qiyu, who cradled his face and bestowed upon him a gentle kiss, initiating an intimate connection. Yin Qiyu, unable to withstand the fervent kiss of the one he cherished, felt a primal desire swell within him, a longing so intense that he wished to envelop Shijing Yan entirely. Suppressing that wild urge, he parted their lips and pressed Shijing Yan against his chest, his voice low and melodious. Little Shu, do you truly find me unattractive? Shijing Yan, panting slightly, retorted with playful annoyance. You possess a countenance that would incite ire among gods and men alike, yet you dare utter such words. Yin Qiyu chuckled softly. So, little Shu means to imply that I am not displeasing to the eye, correct? Indeed, with such striking features, I would gladly trade my own visage for yours, as long as little Shu is content. Shijing Yan cleared his throat. Chio, would you consider returning to Tianxian sect with me? But now I am a demon. What identity can I assume that would not endanger you, little Shu? A mysterious smile graced Shijing Yan's lips. Why? You shall return as my partner. Yin Chio, taken aback, inquired, partner? Shijing Yan then guided Yin Chio into the demon realm, where they promptly gathered a motley crew of frail and elderly demon cultivators. Since the demon palace had already fallen under the dominion of Ming Li, they had no choice but to find a temporary refuge elsewhere. Once arrangements were made, Shijing Yan led Yin Chio back to Tianxian sect. Upon their arrival, Shijing Yan noted that everyone was in a state of preparedness, bracing for an impending conflict with the demonic race. Indeed, they shared the same intent. Within a main hall, Mu Xiaoyi was engaged in discussions with the leaders of various sects regarding strategies to confront the demon clan. With chaos reigning and innocent suffering, they were compelled to unite against the threat. However, it was imperative to devise a comprehensive strategy to minimize casualties. Just as everyone was at a loss for a viable plan, Shijing Yan and Yin Chio arrived at the entrance of the hall. Master brother, I have a proposal that I hope you will find intriguing, Shijing Yan announced. Mu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up with delight. Little Yin, splendid. You are safe. Please come in. Shijing Yan offered him a reassuring glance before entering with Yin Chio. The assembly was astonished, witnessing a cultivator at the transformation stage, accompanying a young demon cultivator at the gold course stage. Suddenly, someone drew their sword, exclaiming, "This person is a demon. Seize him." Shijing Yan rolled his eyes and declared, "That is precisely the matter I wish to address. This individual was once my master brother's disciple at Tianxian sect and is my future partner. He has never harmed his fellow disciples nor taken innocent lives." Yin Chio gazed intently at Shijing Yan's profile. Yet, his lineage is undeniable. Can you truly bear to harm such a kind and innocent soul? At this moment, the assailant was reprimanded by his master brother. "Sheathe your sword. Our blades should not be drawn against friends." "Yes, master brother," came the reply. Shijing Yan smiled with satisfaction and proceeded to articulate a comprehensive plan. As a legitimate descendant of the demon lord, Yin Chio's lineage was the most authentic. Thus, they would have the rightful demon lord sign a peace treaty with the various sects and unite against the impostor. Yin Chio and Shijing Yan took the lead, carving a bloody path ahead, while the various sects merely needed to clean up the aftermath of the battle. After all, Yin Chio's lineage could exert pressure and even control over demons weaker than himself. This strategy represented the optimal solution with minimal sacrifice. What do you all think? If there are objections, I shall promptly take my disciple and depart, never to return. The leader of the Qianin sect hurriedly interjected, No, I believe this approach is quite sound." Members from the sect nodded in agreement, expressing their belief in the plan's feasibility. Ultimately, the proposal was unanimously approved, though a few dissenters were reluctantly compelled to acquiesce, as the Tianxian sect held the prestigious position of the foremost sect among those who cultivate immortality. Shijing Yan produced a stack of meticulously inscribed papers, declaring, "I invite you all to review this peace agreement. If there are no objections, please sign, and it shall take immediate effect. We can set out the day after tomorrow." So soon? Their thoughts were transparent to Shijing Yan. They wished to wait for a victorious return before evading responsibility, shedding burdens like a millstone. He would not allow them such satisfaction. A transaction should be equitable. Refusing to sign would merely plant a ticking time bomb for Yin Chio's future, endangering his life at any moment. He must ensure Yin Chio's well-being. With a slight smile, Shijing Yan inquired, "Will you sign or not?" From his smile, they sensed a chilling aura, one that penetrated to the bone. Should they refuse, they could all find themselves utterly annihilated in this battle. This onslaught of demonic cultivators was far more vicious and bloodthirsty than those preceding the seal. No one dared to gamble their lives out of spite. "I'll sign first as a show of respect." With this initiation, the rest, despite their grumblings, obediently signed the agreement. Yin Chio's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Mu Xiaoyi, too, witnessed how love could inspire profound transformation in a person. The ethereal and aloof junior brother, now adept at eloquently shielding his beloved. Once everyone had signed and stamped their seals, Mu Xiaoyu waved his sleeve. The decisive battle was set for the day after tomorrow. Everyone should prepare and strategize. You may all return now. When all had departed, only Mu Xiaoyu, Shijing Yan, and Yun Qiu remained in the main hall. I am relieved that you are both safe. Mu Xiaoyu was aware of Yun Qiu's departure, but had never anticipated that Shijing Yan would also vanish without a word. After days of searching, at last, they had returned unscathed, alleviating their master's concerns. Shijing Yan pulled out a stack of high-grade talisman paper as an apology for his brother. Mu Xiaoyu smiled indulgently and accepted it without hesitation, for they were family. After this great battle, July 9th is an auspicious date. You shall hold a magnificent wedding then. Yes, indeed. Yun Qiu secretly grasped Shijing Yan's hand, nodding in agreement. Yun Qiu followed Shijing Yan back to his abode at Qingfeng Summit, entering his room and climbing into his bed, moving with a familiarity that suggested he was the true master of the space. Little uncle, I missed you so much. Yun Qiu suddenly leaped into Shijing Yan's embrace, his form overwhelmed by the towering figure of the youth, a wave of pressure washing over him. This position felt rather precarious. Qiu, I miss you dearly and long for you. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Shijing Yan's eyes as he swiftly assumed an overwhelming position. Little Shu, be good. Qiu, your little Shu will surely satisfy you. Yun Qiu blinked his crimson eyes, emotions swirling within. He slit his throat a couple of times and directly tore off Shijing Yan's belt. A frenzied kiss, mingled with fervent breaths, fell upon Shijing Yan's lips. The two of them, having spent the better part of the night in turmoil, left Shijing Yan with no desire to utter a word, for he found himself outmatched. Despite his considerable strength, when Yun Qiu grasped his wrist with a single hand, he was rendered utterly powerless to break free. He silently attributed this to the protagonist's halo. When would he ever succeed in overpowering him? Why must Yun Qiu be the sort who, even after being toppled, could repeatedly dominate him? Ah, how discontent. Chapter 73. The cunning and clingy little demon lord clings to the cold and elegant little Shu. Part 23. Shijing Yan covertly raised his gaze to admire the elegant line of Yun Qiu's jaw. This person always left him restless in such matters. Initially, his resistance was genuine, and so too was his later compliance. Well, as long as he belongs to me, that is sufficient. Perhaps I shall try again when the opportunity arises. Little Shu, are you not yet asleep? I am preparing to sleep. I will be drifting off shortly. Yun Qiu gently patted Shijing Yan's back through the quilt, murmuring like one would to a child, sweet dreams, little Shu. You as well. Before long, Shijing Yan succumbed to slumber. Yun Qiu leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Shijing Yan's forehead. Little Shu, I shall protect you with all my might. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and war loomed on the horizon. Shijing Yan adorned Yun Qiu in a robe of magic, which would withstand all but the most powerful celestial artifacts, making it an essential garment for battle. It fit quite well. Little Shu, the battlefield is ever-changing. You must stay behind me. I will shield you from any danger. Fool, do you not know my capabilities? Fear not. I shall remain unscathed. Very well, let us depart. Yun Qiu took Shijing Yan's hand, and they swiftly soared to the demon realm atop a sword. The two exchanged knowing glances and commenced their mission. Yun Qiu wielded his sword, launching a fierce strike that swept the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. The surrounding demonic energy ravaged the area, consuming the lesser demon cultivators whole. Shijing Yan, following closely behind, could only pick off a few small demon cultivators. As the larger forces posed no opportunity for engagement, they fought their way to the demon palace. Yun Qiu's fierce gaze swept across the entrance, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the palace's plaque in two. Let that impostor come forth. Shijing Yan peeked out from behind Yun Qiu. Witnessing such a commanding display for the first time, it was utterly awe-inspiring. The demon cultivators, feeling the pressure of bloodline authority, hurriedly sent one of their own to report within. Meanwhile, In the grand hall of the demon palace, Ming Li, lost in sweet exchanges with Li Rongyin, was interrupted by the announcement. "Speak quickly. Do not disturb this lord and the demon empress." The little demon cultivator trembled as he reported, "Respected lord, there is someone outside the demon palace. A being, no, a demon, who claims to be the legitimate heir of the demon sovereign, demanding that you, an impostor, leave." As his voice dwindled to a whisper, he feared inciting the wrath of the demon sovereign. Naturally, the esteemed demon sovereign, Ming Li, was furious. He shattered the wine cup in his hand and forcefully pushed aside Li Rongyin, who was seated upon his lap, exclaiming, "Humph! How dare he speak to me in such a manner? I shall ensure he searches the ground for his teeth and flays him alive." With a flick of his sleeve, he prepared to depart, but Li Rongyin grasped his sleeve tightly, pleading, "Ali, please don't go. I have an ominous premonition. Let us leave this place. Just the two of us, shall we?" Ming Li frowned. Having finally attained the title of demon sovereign, he could not bear to relinquish such immense power and unparalleled glory. He gently patted the back of Li Rongyin's hand with a smile, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Ying, wait for me obediently. Upon my triumphant return, after unifying the human realm, we shall have a child." Yet Li Rongyin tightened her grip on his hand, shaking her head with tears welling in her eyes. "Please don't go, Ali. I fear for you." Ming Li forcibly withdrew his hand, striding away without looking back, leaving behind a resolute statement. "Rest assured, Ying, I shall not be defeated. Await my victory." A tear fell from Li Rongyin's eye. Her instincts had always been accurate, and she sensed that this battle might lead to their utter defeat. Outside the demon palace, Yun Xiao stood resolutely in front of Shijing Yan, shielding him completely from view. A smile played at the corners of Shijing Yan's mouth as he hid behind him, clearly enjoying the moment. Ming Li observed the two nestled in each other's embrace above, surrounded by a throng of dark-clad cultivators. "Who dares to insult me as an impostor?" Yun Xiao's lips curled in disdain as he quietly released his pressure, charging toward him with sword in hand, not uttering a single word. Ming Li instantly recognized him as the descendant of the demon's sovereign, attacking with ruthless precision, devoid of compassion. "You are still of my demon kin, rather than aiding us. You collude with the cultivators, conspiring against us." Ming Li gritted his teeth, blocking a powerful surge of spiritual energy. "I'm not like you. I possess flesh and blood. Whoever treats me sincerely shall receive my utmost loyalty in return. The members of the demon race are merely of the same origin to me. What relationship do we share? You, who instigate discord, are unworthy of this position. You seek only your own power and status, neglecting the welfare of the demon race. Today, I shall rid the world of your menace." Ming Li swung his blade, asserting, "Let us see if you possess the capability." Yet, he was merely a youth of a mere decade, daring to challenge him. Yun Xiao swiftly turned his wrist, parrying the blow with his sword, delivering strikes that compelled Ming Li to retreat several steps. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated beneath Ming Li's feet, ensnaring him within a binding formation. "You dare to betray me from the shadows?" Shijing Yan remarked, pocketing the remaining talismans. "This is the art of war." Trapped, Ming Li could only endure Yun Xiao's relentless onslaught. The outcome of the battle was evident at a glance. Yun Xiao, having lost his patience, realized that this individual, no, this demon, remained unrepentant. Thus, he had no choice but to end his life, having committed numerous atrocities and bearing profound sins. It was best to send him to the underworld to atone. The mingling of demonic energy and spiritual power coalesced in the blade, which pierced through Ming Li's heart. Only the remnants of Ming Li's unwillingness to accept his fate lingered as he took his last breath, his eyes wide open in defiance, refusing to close. With the death of the demon lord, and under the command of Yun Xiao, the true demon lord, chaos ensued. Most of the demonic cultivators within the demon palace surrendered. Continuing the fight would only lead to further needless casualties. The remaining attendants either fled or capitulated. Only Li Rongyin remained, collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. She drew a dagger, murmuring to herself, "Ali, if I had never harbored ulterior motives from the beginning, would the outcome be different? You would have died, would you? Listening to the clamor and chaotic footsteps outside, she felt the weight of her life's mistakes, yet found solace in the fact that Ming Li had truly loved her. However, love ultimately could not rival the allure of power. With the dagger, she drew it across her neck, blood gushing forth like a resplendent rose in full bloom at its most exquisite moment. At least their love remained preserved in that initial moment. Later, Yun Qiu and the others discovered Li Rongyin's lifeless body, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Such a promising hand had been played to ruin. Shijing Yan insisted on bringing Li Rongyin's body back. Find her family and ensure she is laid to rest. As you command, junior uncle. Yun Qiu pressed his lips together, suddenly aware of a realization. The title junior uncle was one that all his contemporaries would use. Junior uncle, may I call you by a name in private? I wish to be closer to you. Yun Qiu wrapped his arm around Shijing Yan as they soared back to their mountain on their swords. Of course. Call me whatever you wish. Yin, is that all right? Shijing Yan nodded. Yes. You're the best, junior uncle. Shijing Yan sighed, feeling helpless against Yun Qiu's playful affections. Chapter 74. The cunning and clingy little demon lord who became attached to the cool and elegant junior uncle. Part 24. End. Before returning to the Tianxin Gate. Yun Qiu had already arranged for a demon of his choosing to succeed as the next demon lord and handed over the signed peace treaty as well. The new demon lord looked at Yun Qiu. Demon lord, are you truly entrusting this to me? Yes. You may now go anywhere without fear of scorn or exclusion. You can dedicate yourselves to your cultivation and live the life you desire. The new demon lord nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will ensure that everyone enjoys this stable life and will not disappoint you. Do not call me demon lord anymore. I am merely a disciple of Tianxin Gate. Very well, I shall take my leave now. When I marry, I hope you will come to celebrate. The new demon lord waved his hand reluctantly. I will definitely attend. On the 9th day of the 7th month, Tianxin Gate was adorned with lanterns and red silk. Today was the wedding day of Shijing Yan and Yun Qiu. In a wedding gown, Shijing Yan found himself ensnared in a peculiar circumstance, compelled to don the attire to satisfy the whims of Yun Qiu, though his heart bore no tenderness for the lad. This gown, tailored specifically for him, diverged from the traditional bridal dress worn by women. For after all, Shijing Yan was indeed a man. His inky tresses were merely gathered with a jade hairpin, and his visage remained untouched by cosmetics, as he feared that a kiss from Yun Qiu would leave him with a mouthful of powder. As the crimson veil cascaded down, Shijing Yan's heart thundered within his chest, his hands tightly gripping the voluminous sleeves. In the enveloping darkness, a sense of unease washed over him until the procession arrived. When Yun Qiu swept him up in his arms, the reality of the situation struck him. This was no mere dream. Due to their proximity, they eschewed the custom of riding in a sedan chair, opting instead for Yun Qiu to carry Shijing Yan as they soared back to Luoyuan Mountain on a sword. Shijing Yan had anticipated that Yun Qiu would soon tire, yet he was met with an inquiry regarding Shijing Yan's comfort and whether he wished for any adjustments. The question elicited a laugh from Shijing Yan. Upon their arrival at Luoyuan Mountain, congratulations poured forth from the gathered crowd, and even Xiao Tianqi sent a celestial envoy bearing gifts, as the esteemed beings of the celestial realm were not permitted to visit the mortal world at will. The couple expressed their gratitude for this thoughtful gesture before they bowed to the heavens and earth. Nervous and apprehensive, Shijing Yan was led to Yun Qiu's residence. Since Mu Xiaoyi had become the head of the Tianxin sect, he had gifted the grand hall he once inhabited to his disciple as a nuptial chamber. Seated at the edge of the bed, anxiety once again invaded Shijing Yan's mind. The night was still young, compelling him to summon Xiaoyuan for some conversation. Xiaoyuan, I'm exceedingly nervous. Please, come out and keep me company. Xiaoyuan, I'm here, Shige. What would you like to discuss? The darkening value of Qiu. What is it? Xiaoyuan, his darkening value is at 1. Can you also check Qiu's affection level? I wish to know. Xiaoyuan, Xi. His affection for you has already reached 100. Upon hearing this, Shijing Yan couldn't help but smile. When did it reach 100? Xiaoyuan, it was right after your first kiss. It was already at 90 when he confessed. What a fool he is, lost in love, utterly foolish. Xiaoyuan, would you like to look in the mirror at that lewd smile on your face? Shijing Yan was unsure how long he had waited. Long enough that he no longer wished to converse with Xiaoyuan. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Startled, Shijing Yan straightened his posture, sitting up with his back erect. Yunqiu hurriedly approached, unable to contain his eagerness as he sat beside Shijing Yan. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Yan, are you nervous?" "A little." Yunqiu's gaze fell to Shijing Yan's fingers, which were nervously twisting the corner of his attire. Adorable. Unable to wait any longer, he lifted the red veil. The sight before him revealed Shijing Yan, his eyes cast downward, long lashes casting shadows upon his delicate features, an ethereal beauty that momentarily stole Yunqiu's breath away. "Yan, you are truly exquisite." At last, Shijing Yan lifted his gaze to meet Yunqiu's eyes. The youth's crimson pupils glimmered with a subtle glow, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lifted a nearby wine cup and presented it to Yunqiu. "Ahem, let us partake in the wedding wine." Yunqiu accepted, and the two intertwined their right arms, draining the contents of the cup in one swift motion. Shijing Yan's capacity for alcohol was not particularly robust, and by this moment, a rosy hue had begun to bloom on his face. "Chio, would you care to try it down below? It's quite delightful." Yunqiu leaned in, placing a gentle kiss upon Shijing Yan's ear. "Yan, if you call me husband, I might just consider it." Under the influence of the wine, Shijing Yan called out, "Husband." In an instant, the world spun, and he found himself ensnared by Yunqiu, their lips meeting in an intoxicating kiss. Shijing Yan gazed dazedly at the one who had ensnared him, thinking to himself, what a cunning deceiver. With blood-red, profound eyes, a prominent nose, and soft lips, he was indeed a striking trickster. Lost in thought, the belt around his waist was undone, and fervent kisses cascaded over every inch of his body. Though Shijing Yan wished to resist, it seemed that on their wedding night, Yunqiu had other intentions. His wrists were bound by a crimson sash, and a layer of red satin was blindfolding his eyes under Yunqiu's seduction. Suppressing his own desires, Yunqiu gazed at the unclothed Shijing Yan, exclaiming, "Yan, you are truly beautiful. Release me, Yunqiu, you little wolf cub." Shijing Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet he found himself powerless to do anything but voice his discontent. "Do not fear, Yan, I shall be gentle." Once more, Shijing Yan's lips were captured, the sensation of near suffocation causing tears to well in his eyes. The red satin blindfold becoming damp with his sorrow. Yunqiu's breath grew heavier as he bit down on the delicate neck before him. Uncertain of how long the night would endure, Shijing Yan eventually awoke, fatigued to the point where even sitting up felt like a monumental effort. Meanwhile, Yunqiu was already prepared for reprimand, kneeling at Shijing Yan's feet. "I apologize, Yan. I was too impulsive last night." "You scoundrel." Shijing Yan coughed. Yunqiu hastily poured a glass of water and presented it to him before once again kneeling on the ground. After drinking, Shijing Yan's ire had not yet subsided. This person had insisted that he call him husband last night, and only after countless repetitions did he relent. It dawned on him that Yunqiu had been intentionally coercing him. "I'm sorry, little master uncle, it's all my fault." Adopting a guise of vulnerability and pity while addressing him as master uncle, Shijing Yan sighed. Realizing there was no escaping the fact that he was indeed his man, he took Yunqiu's hand, saying, "All right, just know that if you dare to do this again, do not expect to share my bed." "Understood, my lady." Shijing Yan huffed, choosing to ignore him, though the flushed tips of his ears betrayed his true feelings. A triumphant smile adorned Yunqiu's face as he diligently massaged Shijing Yan. Thus, the celestial couple from the Tianxian sect became renowned far and wide. For merely a month after their nuptials, they descended the mountain, embarking on a quest to vanquish evil and uphold justice. The demons and monsters they confronted called upon them to be their masters, eager to learn their formidable skills. In this world, the majority of individuals come to the heavenly mysterious gate to seek apprenticeship, drawn by the illustrious reputation of Shijing Yan and Yunqiu. Many arrive solely for this esteemed recognition. Mu Xiao, gazing at the throngs of aspirants, 3 to 4 times more than previous years, could not help but feel a headache. It appeared that the heavenly mysterious gate was in dire need of expansion. Atop the snow-capped mountain, 2 figures stood side by side, with Yin Xiao embracing Shijing Yan's waist. "Yin, look how beautifully the snow falls," he remarked. Shijing Yan turned to him and replied, "Indeed, the landscapes of this world are breathtaking, as beautiful as you." A notification chimed, blackening value at 0, all tasks completed. After standing there for a while, snowflakes gently settled upon their hair, and the thought of growing old together seemed a splendid conclusion. In this realm of cultivation, Shijing Yan restrained himself from breaking through the divine transformation stage. Yet he remained by Yun Xiao's side for 3 centuries. The last image he beheld was of Yun Xiao, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Yin, wait for me. I will find you." Could he truly find him? With each task he completed, he would forget. What immense suffering must he endure to locate him and recognize him again? Chapter 75. Shun Siren, Epilogue. Shun Siren was abandoned by his parents at a young age, left among a crowd of beggars. He could not fathom why his parents had forsaken him, nor did he wish to know. He was, after all, cast into this life by them. Had it not been for an old beggar who took pity on him and shared his meager meals, he would have perished from hunger long ago. Unfortunately, this respite was short-lived. When Shun Siren was 5, the old beggar passed away. He dug a small grave for him and marked it with a piece of broken wood inscribed with the beggar's name. From that moment, he was left to fend for himself, reliant on begging for survival. Yet, each time he sought alms, he would be bullied by other beggars. Either they would steal his meager earnings or drive him away, preventing him from begging in the city. Thus, Shun Siren was forced to beg in distant villages, but these were mostly impoverished households with little spare change to spare for a beggar. Consequently, he often endured hunger, sometimes going 2 or 3 days without a meal, surviving solely on water. Later, he attempted to earn his keep through labor, but upon seeing his tattered clothing, employers would dismiss him. Once, he cleaned himself up and stood in line at a workplace, only to be deceived by a seemingly kind woman. She looked at him with a friendly smile. "Little brother, are you here for work?" Shun Siren, naive, nodded. "I have a good job here, would you like it? 80 coins a month." His eyes brightened at this prospect. "Is that true?" Of course. The innocent boy would never realize that this was a trap meticulously laid, waiting for the unsuspecting lamb to willingly step into its clutches. Following the beautiful woman to a desolate courtyard, he sensed something was amiss upon entering. "Sister, is there really work here?" He hesitated. "Of course, little brother. We only hire good-looking children here." Shun Siren's expression suddenly morphed into one of terror. As a pair of hands clasped his shoulders and a towel was pressed to his mouth and nose, a peculiar scent invading his nostrils. Struggling proved futile. His consciousness began to blur, and his limbs gradually lost their strength. It dawned on him that this was no legitimate employment opportunity, but rather a den of abduction for children, the infamous Qin Lu Chuguan. Upon regaining consciousness, Shun Siren endured a brutal beating for resisting this sordid affair. In time, he feigned compliance, believing that only by appearing submissive could he hope to escape. He awaited an opportunity to leave the confines of that room. When that sister reappeared to escort him to meet a powerful official, he learned that the official favored children of his age. A chill ran down Shun Siren's spine. Though his exterior remained unruffled, he obediently followed, while the sister assumed the child had been cowed into submission. Yet, seizing a moment of opportunity while ascending the stairs to the hall, Shun Siren leapt from the 2nd floor, disappearing before they could react. Having fled the city, he collapsed into a dense thicket of reeds, the sharp pain in his ankle a stark reminder of his narrow escape from death. Trust would no longer come easily to him. Shun Siren reverted to his former existence as a young beggar. Gradually, he understood that one must not exhibit weakness, lest they become perpetual victims. He began to resist fiercely, and as the years passed, the now older boy carved out a place for himself among the other beggars through sheer tenacity. This transformation culminated when he turned 14 and encountered a celestial being. whose refined and handsome visage appeared aloof. When he sought assistance, Xiaoyuan boldly took on the task himself, initially believing he was merely helping a stranger. To his surprise, the Celestial offered him a reward, driven solely by a desire to save others. When a Celestial gifted him a fan named Xiaoyuan, his heart trembled with emotion. The Celestial saved an entire village, and Xiaoyuan began to inquire about the whereabouts of the Tianxian sect. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sect was 1,000 miles from his village. Thus, he embarked on a journey of begging and travel to reach the Tianxian sect. After a year, he learned that the initiation trial for disciples would not commence for another year, allowing him to settle nearby. On the day of the trials, he donned new attire, only to encounter a formidable rival. Due to the sudden departure of Shijing Yan, Xiaoyuan found himself apprenticed under Mu Xiaoyuan, who indeed cast them into the care of Shijing Yan. When he finally saw the person he longed to meet, he approached with utmost caution. However, he could not have anticipated that Xiaoyuan would shamelessly play the coquette with their junior master. It was a sight he could hardly bear. Yet their junior master seemed entirely taken by it. His own cowardice and timidity cost him the chance to confess his feelings to the junior master. Or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to voice his heart's desire. Throughout, he remained a timid soul, gritting his teeth as he watched the junior master and Xiaoyuan laugh and frolic, forever an outsider. The young master was concerned for him, yet it was merely the affection of a mentor for a disciple. Particularly during the grand tournament, the young master's gaze was almost glued to Xiaoyuan, and it was evident that the look he wore was one only seen when one harbors romantic feelings for another. Xiaoyuan realized in the flow of time that his young master was indeed enamored with Xiaoyuan. They shared a mutual affection, while he remained a clandestine admirer. For the first time, Xiaoyuan experienced a sense of defeat more profound than losing a fight to Xiaoyuan. From that moment on, he gradually devoted himself to cultivation. Yet, a part of his heart still held a place for the young master. Not long after, Xiaoyuan learned that Xiaoyuan was a descendant of the demon lord. He foolishly pondered whether there might still be a chance for him and the young master to be together. Even if he had to wait indefinitely, he would do so willingly. However, fate always played cruel tricks on him. To protect Xiaoyuan, his young master even went so far as to openly confront those sects, seeking a chance for harmony between the realms of humans and demons. He failed. He succumbed to the young master's feelings for Xiaoyuan, which could not be swayed by his own unrequited yearning. He could even foresee that if those sects refused to acquiesce and threatened to execute Xiaoyuan on the spot, his young master would cause a great uproar. If Xiaoyuan were to perish, the young master would surely avenge him and then follow him into the void. At last, he ceased to long for what was never meant for him. On the day of Shijing Yan's wedding to Xiaoyuan, he drank himself into a stupor, attempting to forget. He simply could not bear to witness the newlyweds' affection unfold right before his eyes. His heart remained unable to forget the man who had saved him and transformed his life. Now on the verge of marrying another. A night passed like a dream, and life felt like a dream as well. Xiaoyuan finally awaited the day when the two would descend from the mountain, releasing him from the necessity of seeing that figure. He could only immerse himself in his cultivation in the days to come, using time to forget the extraordinary person who had captivated his life. Fortunately, his senior brothers, sisters, and master treated him as family, ensuring that his future would not be as despairing as his youth. At the very least, the warmth of family companionship would be sufficient to heal him for a lifetime. Chapter 76, Xiaoyuan, Epilogue. When did he begin to sense something amiss? It must have been when Shijing Yan consistently spoke to him in a gentle tone, sometimes even unsure of how to interact with him, suggesting he take a stroll. Nonetheless, it must be said that Shijing Yan treated him exceedingly well. During one occasion, when Shijing Yan was ambushed, Xiaoyuan intended to rush to his aid, only to find his powers shackled and unable to assist. Fortunately, Shijing Yan returned unscathed later on. In that moment, Xiaoyuan chose to voice the doubts that lingered in his heart. Shijing Yan sighed and opted to answer truthfully. Your original master has long since passed away. I came to this world to fulfill his wishes. We can restart the world, but those souls burdened with resentment, regret, or guilt cannot be resurrected in this new existence. In other words, those who have died cannot be reborn. They can only enter the cycle of reincarnation. Rest assured, I have long sent him to the underworld for reincarnation. He should now be a 5-year-old child. Gu Yuan murmured to himself, Master has been reincarnated. Can you tell me how the Master met his demise in his past life? He perished in battle for the heavenly Xian sect, yet did not receive the peace he deserved. Ultimately, it was a woman who thwarted this war. The Master was always kind-hearted, and it is likely that he harbored regrets for not being able to protect the heavenly Xian sect adequately. Indeed, otherwise, why would there be a task to safeguard one's own life? This body is under the control of Time Realm Yan, meaning he entrusted Time Realm Yan with the duty of preserving his life, so as not to make the same futile sacrifice as he did. Do you wish to seek him out? I can assist you. A flicker of darkness ignited in Gu Yuan's eyes. Is it possible? Indeed, I shall aid you. Xiaoyuan. Pinpoint the original host location. Xiaoyuan, in Qingsheng. Time Realm Yan grasped his sword and said, Gu Yuan, you enter first. I will lead you to your master. Gu Yuan nodded and transformed into a blue light, diving into the sword. Time Realm Yan brought him to Qingsheng, where he found the reincarnated original host, a 5-year-old child, playing by the pond, feeding the fish. After much hesitation, Time Realm Yan deemed it best to simply toss the sword over, as this was a reunion for the two. With a gesture of his right hand, he silently transferred Gu Yuan to the child's side. The child was drawn by the commotion. It was a sword, its hilt inscribed with the characters Gu Yuan. The child's heart quivered. This name felt so familiar. He picked up the sword and looked around, finding no one. Who left this sword here? Is someone throwing swords? Time Realm Yan concealed his presence, quietly observing the scene. The child, weary from calling out, reluctantly carried the sword back inside. Time Realm Yan departed with a smile, curious whether Gu Yuan would choose to silently protect or take a proactive stance this time. Inside the room, as soon as the child placed the sword down, Gu Yuan emerged. The child was visibly startled, but the man in black knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing him as master. I am not your master. You. Please go home and find your master, the child stammered. Seeing that the man remained unfazed, the child continued, Then, I shall leave. Master, Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered with tears. The child, unable to bear the sight, halted and squatted before him. Who are you? What do you want? If you do not speak the truth, I shall call my father. I am a sword spirit, belonging solely to you, master. My duty is to protect you. Will you leave? Surely, you cannot follow me for a lifetime. Gu Yuan raised his head. If the master does not wish to see me, I shall hide within the sword. I will emerge only when you are in danger. With that, Gu Yuan retreated into the sword. The child, pouting in silence, ultimately decided to keep the sword hidden in his room. His name was Wen, and from that day forth, Wen gained a talking friend who not only shared his name, but also countless delightful stories. Wen hails from a family of merchants, but due to his lineage, he finds himself unable to pursue the prestigious path of scholarly achievement. However, with the companionship of the wooden sword spirit, life is far from the dreary existence he once envisioned. At the age of 15, Wen assists his family in distributing grain for disaster relief. As conflict erupts at the border, many common folk are displaced, becoming refugees. Wen's father, lacking in skills yet abundant in wealth, purchases grain to alleviate their suffering. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan occasionally emerges from the shadows, silently aiding Wen. When Wen bids farewell to the 10th girl with a smile, he pulls Gu Yuan into the Wen residence. Pray tell, how is it that your visage attracts so much attention? Perhaps you should don a mask, he jested. Gu Yuan blinked, acquiescing to his master's words. Thus, when Gu Yuan reappeared beside the grain sacks, he had adorned himself with a resplendent silver mask, which, to Wen astonishment, drew even more young maidens. Wen sighed, perhaps due to the family's wealth being too conspicuous. That very night, dark-clad figures invaded the Wen household. Startled from his slumber, Wen grasped his sword and quietly crouched by the door. Gu Yuan swiftly joined him in this dance. As the door was gently pushed open from the outside, Wen delivered a swift kick to one of the intruders, with Gu Yuan following suit. deftly dispatching the assailants with his agile maneuvers. The following day, the dark-clad assailants were all handed over to the authorities, and when An received commendation from the counter-magistrate. Indeed, when An found Xiaoyuan increasingly agreeable. At the age of 18, when An introduced Xiaoyuan to his beloved father. "Father, this is Xiaoyuan, my friend. His parents perished at the border, and he has no one to rely on, so he will stay with us for a while. Greetings, uncle. I have often heard mastermen speak of you. You are a paragon of virtue," Xiaoyuan added. When S' father chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Good lad. What would you like to eat at noon? I shall have the kitchen prepare it." "Thank you, uncle," Xiaoyuan replied. Xiaoyuan remained for a year, during which Wen's father discerned the subtle dynamics between the two. One day, he summoned his son, "Min, what is truly going on between you and Xiaoyuan? You both seem quite close. Speak honestly, for I am not a man of antiquated views." When An, rarely blushing, replied, I have a bit of affection for him, but he seems indifferent to my feelings." Wen's father shook his head in dismay. "I lament your hesitance. Come, son, let me teach you how to pursue someone." When An's eyes brightened, "Very well, father." Under his father's guidance, when An presented a magnificent bouquet of crimson roses to Xiaoyuan. He stammered, "Xiaoyuan, I like you." Xiaoyuan smiled warmly and embraced Wen An, responding, "Master, I feel the same, but I've been too timid to express it." Joy filled Wen An's heart. "From now on, call me by my name." "Certainly, Min. May I kiss you?" "Yes." Wen An closed his eyes and rose on tiptoe to meet his lips with Xiaoyuan's, who delicately held his lips, careful not to overstep any boundaries. It was only when An parted his lips that Xiaoyuan's remaining restraint crumbled. Subsequently, Shijing Yan and Yun Qiu attended the wedding banquet of Xiaoyuan and Wen An, celebrating their union. Moreover, the guests were unexpectedly numerous. Due to the benevolent deeds of the Wen family, the blessings bestowed upon them by the guests were heartfelt and sincere. That evening, when An lay in bed, her resplendent red wedding gown gradually shedding its layers, warmth enveloping her. Xiaoyuan's gaze was shadowed as he pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of Wen An's lips. "Min, if it hurts, do let me know." Wen An bit her lip in restraint, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. As the red candles flickered out, the two engaged in intimate embraces beneath the bed curtains. Subsequently, Xiaoyuan transferred half of the true essence of his life sword spirit to Wen An, wishing for them to share the same grave in death and to never be separated across lifetimes. Chapter 77, An Omega in Disguise, Part 1. Shijing Yan gasped for breath like one drowning, a tear unexpectedly streaming down his left cheek. It was yet another wretched after-effect. He had an instinctual feeling that in his previous mission, he must have fallen in love with someone. No, it was certain, yet he could not recall the person's appearance or name. Perhaps fate had its own design, and they would surely meet again. "Shige, are you well?" "Yes, I'm fine. I'll rest for a day before embarking on my next mission." "All right." Shijing Yan promptly turned over to sleep, lacking the inclination to ascertain whether his cultivation had improved. Xiaoyuan silently shook her head, wondering when this would come to an end. A day later, Shijing Yan plunged into the mission world. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself slumped over his desk, having fallen asleep. He glanced at the watch on his left wrist. It was a self-study period, and he had dozed off after completing the assigned homework. Noticing that others were still diligently working, Xiaoyuan's voice resonated in his consciousness. "Shige, are you ready to receive the storyline? Proceed." This was an interstellar era, a world governed by the ABO dynamics. Although Shijing Yan found it somewhat perplexing, the original character was an ordinary and unremarkable Omega. However, following the sacrifice of his brother during a heroic act, the original intended to take his brother's place in a military academy, fulfilling the dream of defending their homeland. Yet, the original's physical and mental attributes were both classified as a rather commonplace constitution. Being twins, he managed to infiltrate the academy with relative ease, having also prepared a considerable supply of suppressants and inhibitors. Now that he was 18, he was acutely aware that his heat could strike at any moment. The original lived cautiously in this environment, as Omegas were scarce in the campus, with the majority being alphas and betas. Thus, He could not reveal his identity. Otherwise, it would be akin to a lamb appearing amidst a pack of wolves, with dire consequences. However, unforeseen changes quietly unfolded for the original, as he developed feelings for an alpha, the male lead of this tale. During a mission, he forgot to bring his suppressants, and his heat soon followed. Consequently, he sought refuge in an uninhabited cave, only to discover that the male lead had stealthily followed him. Upon realizing this, the male lead, drawn by his pheromones, proceeded to mark him temporarily. The original protagonist, weakened and unable to resist, fell victim to the allure of the male lead. Captivated by the former's enchanting visage and the intoxicating scent of pheromones, violated him. Under the male lead's coaxing, the original protagonist accepted his confession, and they became entwined. However, the original protagonist was merely a supporting character, one of many to the true male lead. Upon discovering this, the genuine male lead, after shedding tears, callously discarded the original protagonist. The male lead's true partner, also an Omega and his childhood friend, had been betrothed to him long ago. Yet the naive original protagonist continued to believe the male lead's deceitful words, that he loved him but was constrained by family expectations, all mere fabrications to seduce him. Following their separation, the original protagonist, heartbroken for a time, resolved to excel independently, aiming to achieve greatness and eradicate the malevolent insect race, thus safeguarding his homeland. Meanwhile, the true male lead, upon learning of the original protagonist's brief involvement with his fiancée, succumbed to jealousy, his heart intolerant of any rivalry. Not only did he extinguish the original protagonist's dreams of love, but he also sought to eliminate him entirely. During an assignment to eradicate the insect menace on a desolate planet, the true male lead tampered with the original protagonist's mech, resulting in catastrophic failure and the protagonist's demise. This incident initially stirred unrest, but was quickly suppressed. Subsequently, revelations about the original protagonist's Omega identity emerged, alleging that he had usurped the rightful place of Xiaoyuan, oblivious to the fact that Xiaoyuan was the original protagonist's elder brother. The original protagonist's tragic death, marred by false accusations, became a mere jest, with no one delving into the past of a deceased soul, disregarding the numerous accolades he had earned. Ultimately, the male lead and his partner married as planned, yet no one bothered to grant the original protagonist a proper funeral. As Shijing Yan contemplated this, his heart ached profoundly. The tragedy was unbearable. The original protagonist had resolved to let go, no longer intruding upon their lives, but the true male lead remained relentless, unwilling to release him from his grasp, even desiring his complete obliteration to find solace. This infuriated him. Xiaoyuan. What was the original protagonist's wish? Xiaoyuan. He hoped to distance himself from scoundrels, carrying forth his brother's dream of obliterating the insect race and restoring peace to their homeland. Please ask the original protagonist if he would mind me teaching those who provoke me a lesson. Xiaoyuan. Very well, I shall inquire. Xiaoyuan gazed at the tiny soul and relayed the message faithfully. After a moment, the soul responded, expressing no objection, grateful for the assistance, and wishing for the original protagonist to find someone who genuinely cherished him. Xiaoyuan shook his head, asserting it was no trouble at all. He would escort him to the underworld. Souls meeting an untimely demise cannot locate the path to the underworld, akin to those who succumb to suicide, full of resentment, regret, and unfulfilled desires. The underworld is crowded with spirits, and by the time the judge arrives, those souls have often dissipated, lost amidst the realm of the living. Listening to Xiaoyuan's reply, Shijing Yan sighed deeply. Having been violated, deceived, and ultimately meeting a tragic end, leaving no trace behind, the original protagonist still harbored hopes for love and remained devoted to fulfilling his brother's dream, yearning for a sincere companion. What a little celestial being. He would gladly summon a dozen for him. Jing Yan glanced at his watch once more. The class had ended. During their time at school, they had primarily focused on theoretical courses and some combat techniques, with practical mecha training commencing in their second year. A slight smile played on his lips. If he were to expose his true identity, he might as well do so in front of the principal. In the principal's office, the principal widened his eyes in disbelief. You claim to have enrolled in our military academy on behalf of your brother, Xiaoyuan? Yes, Jing Yan replied. Therefore, I request the school to assess my physical and mental capabilities. I wish to remain here based on my own merits. His previous assessments, both physical and mental, had been rated A, the results of his brother's prior tests, which were indeed the data of the original body. However, they did not belong to him. His soul was far more resilient and capable of enhancing the original body's physicality. As for his mental prowess, he was uncertain. After all, he was a nine-tailed fox demon, so it was surely substantial. The principal nodded, recognizing the integrity of such a person. Should he possess absolute strength, retaining him would not pose any difficulty. Come, let me take you for the assessment. Thank you, principal. In the assessment room, Jing Yan's physical capability was rated S, while his mental strength, already reaching 3S, continued to ascend, causing the testing equipment to emit a low hum, teetering on the brink of malfunction. The principal was astonished. Such extraordinary mental prowess was beyond belief, and they had acquired a remarkable student. Observing the machine's near collapse, Jing Yan promptly reined in his mental strength, pondering the consequences of damaging the equipment. Principal, how did I fare? Do I meet the admission criteria? The principal beamed broadly. You fit the criteria perfectly. Given your family's circumstances, the school will provide you with some financial assistance. With a smile, Jing Yan accepted his admission notice. Thank you, principal. I have one more request. May I skip a grade? Chapter 78. An affected Omega, Part 2. That is possible, but you will need to take a grade-skipping examination. No problem. Just give me a week to prepare. The principal replied earnestly. The exam will cover 3 foundational theoretical subjects, in addition to 3 extracurricular topics. As long as you can assure me of achieving at least 80 points in each, you will be fine. Rest assured, principal. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep my identity confidential. The principal understood. After all, a rare Omega like him, if known to others, could attract the attention of powerful families seeking alliances through marriage. A person devoted to their country should not be overlooked and ought to seek companionship with someone equally committed, perhaps another military student or a military doctor. Fortunately, this was merely the first day of university for Jing Yan, and there were no elaborate introductions. No one would remember his name. Thus, he moved into the resting room prepared by the principal that very night, planning to dedicate the next 7 days to concentrated study. This resting room, however, was merely a temporary accommodation, as he would need to shift to the sophomore dormitory after advancing a grade. Jing Yan began his diligent study, burning the midnight oil. Thankfully, he possessed an exceptional memory. After finishing the books, he completed numerous practice sets. He dedicated 6 full days to his preparation and decided that on the final day, he would treat himself to a meal before returning to get a good night's sleep. Having hardly closed his eyes in the past few days, in a moment of tranquility, Shijing Yan ventured to the cafeteria, indulging in a rather sumptuous lunch consisting of 2 dishes and a soup, featuring his favorite chicken leg. He felt the need to be frugal, for he was a solitary student reliant on future financial aid from the school, for which he expressed gratitude towards the institution and national policies. Upon taking a seat, he sensed an unmistakable gaze upon him. Instead of turning around, he inquired within his mind, "Who is observing me?" To which Xiaoyuan replied, "It's that scoundrel, Jing Zoe." Ah, it appears that lust has ignited his interest. Had it not been for the revelation of the original owner's Omega status, that cat would likely have left without even a confession, simply walking away. Shijing Yan, filled with resentment, bit into the chicken leg with fervor, as if the meat embodied the contempt he felt for that rogue. Jing Zoe watched with keen interest. After all, who could resist the allure of a handsome man, especially one of exceptional beauty? Yet, suddenly, a figure obstructed his view, taking a seat directly across from Shijing Yan. Shijing Yan stared in astonishment at the individual now before him, with striking brows and slightly narrowed phoenix eyes. Even his thin lips curled into a hint of disdain. What is going on? The youth's demeanor was eccentric, exuding a rebellious air. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Taken aback by the sharpness of his words, Shijing Yan lowered his gaze, continuing to nibble on his remaining chicken leg. It was not the time for him to be ostentatious. The audacious youth had intentionally chosen to sit there, aware that Jingzi's attention was fixated upon him. He found Jingzi's polished demeanor insufferable, masking a more frivolous character beneath. After finishing his meal, Shijing Yan could not resist asking, "Who exactly are you?" With a raised brow and a smirk, the youth replied, "What is it to you? Are you smitten by this handsome face? I'm not gay, but it's fine to share my name. I am Yanqio. And you?" Despite his annoyance, Shijing Yan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon hearing the name, a sensation that slipped away before he could grasp it. Without offering a reply, he disposed of his trash and departed, leaving Yanqio calling after him, "Hey, you haven't told me your name. I was just joking, don't leave." But alas, he had already vanished. Jingzi recognized this troublesome individual. Ever since he had become the student council president in his freshman year and had kicked an omega, this person had made it his mission to oppose him at every turn. Whenever he attempted to flirt with an omega, regardless of gender, Yanqio would mock him from the sidelines. Perhaps their destinies were simply incompatible. However, Yanqio was all talk, lacking any real intention behind his words. After all, whom he chose to date was his own prerogative. With a disdainful roll of his eyes, he brushed past Jingzi and exited. Ignoring the gesture, Jingzi turned his thoughts towards the possibility of encountering that enigmatic youth again the next day. The figure had an appealing physique and fair skin. He wondered what it would be like to touch him, to experience the thrill of their connection, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed to gaze longingly at anyone. Captivating all, even though the individual is merely fixated on the food upon their plate. Nevertheless, this person is resolute in their aspirations. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Jingzi's eyes. Shijing Yan hurriedly bathed upon arriving in the lounge, collapsing into slumber from the afternoon until 11 at night. Awakened by hunger, he consumed a bowl of instant noodles, rinsed his mouth, and returned to sleep. The following day, had it not been for the alarm clock he had set in advance, Shijing Yan might have slept through the morning entirely. Rising to prepare himself, he gathered the essentials for his examination, skipping breakfast and heading straight to the designated advanced placement examination room. The vast examination hall appeared desolate, with only himself, 2 invigilators, and the principal who occasionally wandered about. Shijing Yan thought, "I merely wish to quietly focus on my exam, all right?" Despite his irritation, he endured and diligently worked through the questions. However, as frustration mounted, he found himself at an impasse, ultimately scoring a solid 80 on the last 2 papers. After the exam, the principal patted Shijing Yan's shoulder reassuringly, stating, "My boy, your answers appear flawless. You will undoubtedly advance to the second-year A class. Do you have any specific requests regarding your roommate?" "No particular demands. As long as they don't snore or grind their teeth while sleeping, I can tolerate anything else." "All right, leave it to me," the principal replied. "No trouble at all. Go rest now." Watching Shijing Yan's departing figure, the principal sighed inwardly, reflecting on how considerate the young man was, fearing to burden others even when it came to his roommate preferences, truly touching. As expected, Shijing Yan passed the examination. However, when the principal was inquiring about a roommate for him and mentioned Yanqio, Yanqio's eyes widened in disbelief. "Principal, are you saying a freshman is advancing to our second-year A class?" "Indeed, that child is quite bright, and of course you are as well." With a hint of interest, Yanqio blinked. "Let's share a room. I happen to need a roommate. I don't play games at night, flirt, smoke, or drink." The principal mused. Has Yanqio taken a turn for the overly friendly? Typically, he is either arguing with someone or on the verge of confrontation, and now he is unexpectedly agreeable. Can he meet the request of not snoring or grinding his teeth? Yanqio paused for a moment, surprised that the requirements were so minimal. "Of course. How could I snore or grind my teeth while sleeping? My upbringing does not permit such behavior." "Very well. I shall inform him to move in tomorrow." "Principal, what is this person's name? As his roommate, I should at least know his name in advance to prepare a warm welcome." The principal smiled gently. "His name is Shijing Yan." "Got it, principal." Chapter 79, An Affected Omega, Part 3. Once the principal departed, A smile gradually emerged on Yunqiu's face. So your name is Shijing Yan, a freshman advancing to the second year, particularly to the prestigious A class, compelled him to acknowledge the individual-S capabilities. Yet, what could his true intentions be? An alpha could not possibly have developed feelings for me, could he? Yunqiu was startled by his own thoughts. Yet, judging by the attitude displayed yesterday, it seemed rather unlikely. In fact, he appeared somewhat disdainful. How dare he look down upon me? After all, I saved him from a troublesome infatuation. Yunqiu's mind was a chaotic tangle, for this individual operated entirely outside the expected norms. Meanwhile, after finishing his exam, Shijing Yan felt an overwhelming hunger. He licked his parched lips, contemplating whether to purchase a couple of steamed buns. They were inexpensive and would quell his hunger. In his thoughts, he blurted out, "Sister, 2 steamed buns, please." "Certainly, young man. You look quite lean. I shall gift you a chicken leg, no charge." Shijing Yan's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he hurriedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, sister. A person as kind as you is destined for longevity." The cheerful vendor smiled as she handed him the buns and chicken leg. "Next time you visit, I shall offer you another chicken leg. You, aspiring military students, will face perilous battles against the insectoid species. I must ensure you have enough nourishment to grow strong and capable of protecting yourselves." "Thank you, sister. I will surely safeguard our homeland." Shijing Yan waved goodbye to the kind lady, feeling a sense of duty as a future soldier to protect such lovely individuals. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly collided with someone, instinctively cradling the chicken leg to his chest. He was enveloped in an embrace, and only once steadied did he manage to utter a soft thank you. As he attempted to leave, he was called back by a familiar voice. "Hey, wait a moment." Turning around, he was met with the unappealing visage of Jing Zoe. Frowning, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I apologize, classmate. I hope you are unhurt. I failed to watch where I was going." "I'm fine," Shijing Yan replied, eager to depart, but was halted by a firm grip on his arm. "Could we exchange WeChat contacts?" Shijing Yan raised an eyebrow. "I am an alpha." For a fleeting moment, Jing Zi's expression crumbled. Yet he quickly retrieved his phone with an awkward demeanor. "Let us be friends. Since we're both alphas, there is no need for concern." Shijing Yan let out a cold laugh, forcing a smile. "Very well." Jing Zi added him on WeChat, and after a few polite exchanges, Shijing Yan returned to his meal. Observing the slender figure before him, Jing Zi recalled the sensation of their earlier encounter, noting that the waist was even slimmer than he had imagined. As Shijing Yan savored the buns and chicken leg, he found them utterly delectable. It seemed Jing Zi had taken an interest in him, which would make things easier. He was determined to make these 2 troublesome individuals pay for their actions. He remembered that the plot had mentioned Jing Zi had previously been involved with several others, including alphas, but his assertive advances had met with failure, causing one to withdraw from school in fright. Deception is an art, one that I shall master. Particularly against such sinister characters, my skills will only sharpen. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. The following day, Shijing Yan received a notification from the principal, informing him of his successful examination. He was instructed to bring his belongings to Building 1, Dormitory 223, dragging his suitcase to the building. He was met with a throng of onlookers as he stepped inside. Is this person a new transfer student? Goodness, he is remarkably fair-skinned. Could he possibly be an Omega? Nonsense. An Omega would never be admitted into Class A. To enter Class A, one must possess a mental strength of at least S rank. True, one cannot judge solely by appearance. Perhaps his mental strength is even 3S. However, it is quite rare for anyone in the entire school to possess such strength. Only a handful of individuals do. Our class boasts 2, Yunqiu and Jing Zoe. The entirety of Building 1 is occupied by Class A students, and their dormitories are also organized by class, which is further categorized by mental strength and physical attributes. Shijing Yan opened the door to room 223 and stepped inside, effectively shutting out all the surrounding noise. It was simply too overwhelming. "Welcome, my new roommate." Upon hearing these words, he finally lifted his gaze to meet the playful, arm-crossed demeanor of the youth before him. "It's you? How surprising. I was personally recommended by the principal to become your roommate. Shouldn't you be thanking me? If not for me, you might have ended up in a den of wolves, little rabbit. As their dormitory was a double room, he had no roommate other than the scoundrel Jingzui. Shijing Yan frowned slightly, finding the situation childish. He ignored the boy and began to unpack his belongings. There weren't many items, just the essentials, albeit lacking in funds. A sigh escaped Shijing Yan's lips. Observing the meager possessions, Yin Xiao felt an inexplicable discomfort and remarked, "Hey, if anyone bothers you, just mention my name. After all, we are roommates." Shijing Yan glanced at him, his captivating peach blossom eyes curving into a beautiful arc, causing Yin Xiao's heart to skip a beat. Alas, this person was indeed interested in him, attempting to flirt. He was the young master of the Yun family and could not afford to waver. Absolutely not. Had Shijing Yan known his thoughts, he would have rolled his eyes in exasperation, for his expression was one of utter disbelief. Once settled, Shijing Yan concealed his suppressants within the hidden compartment of his suitcase. "By the way, how old are you? You could call me brother and I'll look out for you." 18. My birthday is in June. Yin Xiao's previously bright smile immediately faltered. "You're 6 months older than me? I don't care. You must call me brother, or else." Shijing Yan found him childish, yet acquiesced to appease the immature boy. After all, having another ally against the male lead was advantageous. "Brother, is that satisfactory?" Yin Xiao's smile blossomed like a flower, pleased that his new little brother was so obedient. Shijing Yan then took his clothes to the bathroom, intending to take a shower and rest well. Today was Saturday, with Sunday reserved for supplementary classes. Yin Xiao resolved to protect his little brother from being ensnared by that scoundrel. Moreover, his little brother was exceedingly handsome, making him a magnet for attention. After his shower, Yin Xiao's gaze fell upon Shijing Yan's long, slender legs. Not only did he lack leg hair, but he also sported six-pack abs. Thankfully, Yin Xiao had 8. As Shijing Yan ran his fingers through his damp hair, his bare upper body exposed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yin Xiao's evasive gaze and casually remarked, "I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Is he all right?" Xiaoyuan mused. Perhaps he feared the embarrassment of a nosebleed. Once dressed in his sleepwear, Shijing Yan nestled into bed and soon fell asleep. It was around 6 in the evening when Yin Xiao returned. Upon entering, he found the room enveloped in darkness. "Why are the lights off?" With a snap, the lights illuminated the space, revealing the figure buried beneath the blankets. He let out a soft groan before burying his face deeper into the covers. Curiosity piqued, Yin Xiao approached, realizing the other was asleep. "Dinner is ready. I brought you some food." What?" The languid, sticky voice, almost resembling a pout, struck a chord in Yin Xiao's heart. Chapter 80. An Omega Pretending to be an Alpha, Part 4. The youth's dazed eyes barely opened a slit before closing again. TSK, such long eyelashes, truly exquisite, resembling those of an Omega, if not for his towering height of 185 meters and his aloof demeanor. He might indeed appear quite similar. Yin Xiao gently patted the soft face, appreciating the pleasant texture, before giving it a playful squeeze. "Dinner is ready, Ian." Upon hearing this name, Shijing Yan's eyes shot open. "Goodness, you startle me." He found the sight of the still sleepy figure endearing. What did you call me?" "Ian. Do you not like it? I can change it to little brother." Shijing Yan replied, "Never mind. You may continue to call me that, but I am not your little brother. Yet you refer to me as brother." Yin Xiao pouted slightly, a hint of reluctance in his expression, considering the kindness shown in bringing him food. Shijing Yan, maintaining his stoic facade, conceded, "Very well, I shall call you Chiga. This should suffice." "Yes, that's acceptable. Now please eat." "Thank you." A smile creased the corners of Yin Xiao's eyes. He was indeed charming, managing to win over his new roommate on the very first day. As Shijing Yan savored his chicken leg rice, a wave of comfort washed over him. He had even bought his favorite dish. Well, I should be kinder to him moving forward. A favor must not go unreciprocated. The chicken leg was simply delectable, and with tears of joy in his eyes, Shijing Yan took a generous bite. After finishing his meal and rinsing his mouth, Shijing Yan burrowed back under the covers. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao was engrossed in a game. "Yin Ge, Help me. They are ambushing me in the grass. Wait a moment. I shall eliminate them all. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, Yanqiu skillfully maneuvered by Li Xuanzi, swiftly claiming 5 kills. The sound of a team wipe resonating through the air. Emerging from his cocoon of blankets, Shijing Yan cast a pitiful look at Yanqiu, who remained blissfully unaware. Thus, Yanqiu found himself on the receiving end of some choice words. Yanqiu, it's the middle of the night. Can you keep it down and consider your roommate's feelings? Apologies, apologies. I shall refrain from speaking. I will be quiet. Yanqiu, engaged in the fiercest of battles, spoke the meekest of words. From the other end of his headset came a curious voice. Yangu, is that your roommate? Yes, I shall remain silent. He wishes to sleep. How come I never noticed this timid side of you before? That is my newly acquired little brother. His temperament is a bit volatile, so I must accommodate him. Oh, the incomprehensible sounds went unnoticed by Yanqiu, who was embroiled in a quarrel above. Eventually, he silenced his phone and ceased speaking, only putting it down around 11 o'clock. After a refreshing shower, he refrained from drying his hair, waiting for it to dry on its own. Bored, he sat on his bed, observing the tranquil visage of Shijing Yan, who appeared far more docile in slumber than when awake. Suddenly, a glimpse of a fair waist caught his eye, slender and delicate. Feeling a sudden thirst, he hastily covered Shijing Yan with a blanket, preferring to avert his gaze. Had Shijing Yan been awake, Yanqiu might have foolishly imagined that he was deliberately attempting to seduce him. The following day, Shijing Yan was once again roused by the blaring alarm. Dully, he silenced it and turned to find an additional person in the room. All right. He had moved to dormitory 223. By the time he finished tidying up, it was already 7 o'clock. He intended to fetch breakfast, but upon turning around, he discovered Yanqiu was still asleep. Perhaps he should wake him. Yanqiu, it's time to rise. Quiet, Yanqiu mumbled, rolling over to continue his slumber. Shijing Yan crouched before him and persisted. Chiga, it's time to get up. We'll be late. At that moment, Yanqiu opened one eye, recognizing him. Oh, let me take a moment. I'll get up shortly. Shijing Yan nodded and returned to rummaging in the kitchen. With ingredients and utensils at hand, he decided to prepare breakfast, saving some money while also cooking for someone else. Yanqiu, may I use the items in the refrigerator to cook? This fully roused Yanqiu. You can cook? Indeed. And I'll include your share as a form of remuneration for using your ingredients, if that is acceptable. How embarrassing. I'd like 2 fried eggs, please. If you don't get up soon, I'll eat all the eggs after I fry them. All right, I'm getting up. Yanqiu scrambled out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. With a slight smile, Shijing Yan began preparing breakfast. In less than 20 minutes, it was ready. Yanqiu, munching on a sandwich while stuffing his mouth with fried eggs, found it utterly delightful. Having someone cook for him made him feel immensely cared for. Oh, how wonderful it would be if Shijing Yan were an omega. Why are you looking at me? Is it not delicious? Shijing Yan felt a shiver run down his spine under Yanqiu's gaze. No, I was just admiring how handsome Ian looks. Shijing Yan cleared his throat and diverted his gaze from Yanqiu's penetrating stare. After finishing their meal, they headed to the classroom together. Shijing Yan did not seem averse to the arrangement, while Yanqiu appeared quite pleased. The teacher provided a brief introduction for the new students who had skipped grades, and Shijing Yan promptly seated himself in the only vacant chair. Yanqiu raised an eyebrow. New deskmate, welcome once again. Shijing Yan offered a perfunctory smile. Thank you. Just call me brother. Shijing Yan. Today's lesson pertains to the knowledge of the insectoid species, emphasizing the adage that knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. During the class, Shijing Yan noticed that Jingzui was consistently casting glances in his direction. In his mind, Shijing Yan had already envisioned 108 ways for Jingzui to meet his demise. As Yanqiu sat beside him, he could clearly discern the fluctuations of emotions on Shijing Yan's face. Why such a sinister smile? His gaze is chilling, sending a shiver down Yanqiu's spine. How frightening. The class swiftly passed, leading to the next session, combat training. This course had been available since the first year of college, but Shijing Yan had skipped that year, leaving him rather unfamiliar with combat techniques. Yet, fighting was merely about winning, wasn't it? In the changing room, Everyone donned their combat training attire, but only two individuals cast their eyes upon Shijing Yan as he changed. One was Jing Zi, who harbored ulterior motives, and the other was Yin Xiao, intent on safeguarding his junior. After all, Yin Xiao was merely looking out for his little brother and subtly obstructed Jing Zi's lecherous gaze. "This is my little brother, scoundrel. Keep your distance." Jing Zi, facing Yin Xiao, regarded him with disdainful provocation. "Yin Xiao, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." "Oomph. Who are you to dictate my actions? If it weren't for my cousin's intervention, I would have dealt with you long ago for how you treated him. Besides, this person is my roommate, my little brother." The disbelief was evident on Jing Zi's face. Yin Xiao smirked, directly pulling Shijing Yan, now dressed, over to him. "Yan, are you not my roommate?" Though Shijing Yan was perplexed, upon seeing Jing Zi, he understood how to respond. "Yes. Do you call me brother?" Reluctantly, Shijing Yan replied. Kayu ye. Yin Xiao wore a triumphant expression, while Jing Zi, infuriated, scoffed, and turned to leave. "Let us go. Yan to the training room." Okay. Chapter 81. An Omega Pretending to be an Alpha, Part 5, in the training room. The instructor explained some techniques regarding the application of strength in combat before calling students up for pair matches. Jing Zi faced off against Qi Shi. With superior physique and mental fortitude, Jing Zi triumphed over Qi Shi in mere moments. No surprise, he emerged victorious. Next up was Yin Xiao against Shijing Yan. As his little brother, Yin Xiao felt a sense of responsibility to ease up a bit. However, once the match began, Shijing Yan's entire aura shifted. A cold, lethal energy enveloped him as he smiled. "Xiao, please take this seriously. There's no need to hold back." Given that Yin Xiao possessed extraordinary 3S physical attributes, he lacked confidence in defeating him, merely wishing to gauge the disparity in their strengths. "Oh, you're serious? Very well, I shall indulge you in a match." Instantly, the two were entwined in a fierce struggle, their fists colliding with relentless force. Shijing Yan retaliated, but to little effect, as he was thoroughly overpowered by Yin Xiao, who still refrained from utilizing his full strength. Yin Xiao mounted Shijing Yan, restraining the younger one's wrists. The youth's attempts to break free, his striking crimson eyes and feeble demeanor, stirred something primal within Yin Xiao, as though he were witnessing a delicate flower being trampled. Yet indeed, Shijing Yan was currently at his mercy. With a quiet curse, Yin Xiao muttered under his breath, then grasped his wrist with one hand while covering his eyes with the other. He needed to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan was filled with confusion. It was only when the instructor announced that they could part ways that the two separated. After the morning class concluded, Yin Xiao slipped away early. Shijing Yan had intended to invite him to lunch, feeling it was only fair not to always take advantage of someone else's hospitality. However, with Yin Xiao gone, he found himself at a loss. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, a voice called out to him. "Shijing Yan, let me treat you to lunch." Shijing Yan paused, rooted in place. Jing Zi casually draped an arm around Shijing Yan's shoulder, as if they were the best of friends. Yet in truth, Shijing Yan was currently short on funds, and a meal with this so-called scoundrel was hardly a loss. With a smile, Shijing Yan replied, "Sure, classmate Jing. Just call me Zoe, and I'll call you Xiaoyuan," Jing Zoe said. Shijing Yan nodded, discreetly removing the arm that rested on his shoulder. Jing Zi chuckled awkwardly before walking side by side with Shijing Yan to the cafeteria. "Xiaoyuan, what do you want to eat?" Jing Zi inquired. "I do like a chicken leg," Shijing Yan responded, observing the sparkle in Shijing Yan's eyes as he gazed longingly at the chicken leg. Jing Zi finally understood the charm of their contrasting personalities. It was truly endearing. After Jing Zi purchased their meals, they sat across from each other. During the meal, Shijing Yan remained quiet, while Jing Zi attempted to engage him in conversation, receiving only brief replies. Before long, Jing Zi ran out of topics and resorted to silently enjoying his meal, taking the opportunity to admire Shijing Yan's striking features. Meanwhile, Shijing Yan was engaged in a mental dialogue with his companion, Xiaoyuan. "Xiaoyuan, what is Jing Zi's level of affection for me?" "Xiaoyuan, Jing Zi's affection level is 40. It seemed that merely relying on his appearance could effortlessly garner affection. He needed to ensure that Jingzui fell for him in earnest. The strategy of winning hearts was indeed effective. Xiaoyuan silently observes. Yet, before they could finish their meal, someone took a seat beside Shijing Yan. Jingzi glared at Yin Qiu, irritated. What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm having lunch with Xiaoyuan? Shijing Yan remained silent, continuing to savor his complimentary chicken leg, prioritizing his hunger. Yin Qiu positioned himself protectively close to Shijing Yan and coldly warned, I am his superior. I cannot allow my subordinate to associate with someone like you. Xiaoyuan, have you had enough to eat? Shijing Yan swallowed the last bite of his chicken leg, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and replied, Yes, thank you for the meal. Next time. Before he could finish, Yin Qiu abruptly pulled him away. Jingzi clenched his teeth in anger, muttering, Yin Qiu, just wait. Shijing Yan was nearly dragged away by Yin Qiu. As soon as they reached the dormitory, Shijing Yan could no longer contain himself and shrugged off Yin Qiu's grip, frowning as he rubbed his reddened wrist. You hurt me. Only then did Yin Qiu realize how uncharacteristically he had acted. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive and didn't consider your feelings. I promise it won't happen again. Yin Qiu lowered his head, stealing a glance at Shijing Yan, who seemed to be in relatively good spirits, and leaned in closer. I must tell you, he is not a good person. He is quite the philanderer. Suddenly, Shijing Yan interrupted. You two wouldn't have a fling, would you? Yin Qiu's expression instantly soured, as if he had just swallowed a fly. How could that be? Is my cousin who was deceived by him. I don't want you to fall prey to his sweet words as well. Shijing Yan burst into laughter. All right, I was just teasing you. Your reaction is so intense. It's clear you are innocent. Of course. I still have my first kiss intact. Ha ha ha. You cracked me up, Yin Qiu. I didn't expect you to still be a virgin. Realizing the implication, Yin Qiu quickly covered his mouth with his hand, resembling a frantic cat. Keep it down. He couldn't help but scrutinize Shijing Yan from head to toe. Could it be that you're also a playboy? No way, I'm here to study. I aspire to dedicate myself to the nation. Please, let's not be so superficial. All right. Shijing Yan chuckled as he reclined on the bed, mumbling, little virgin. What are you saying? Call me bro. Oomph. Yin Qiu laid down on the bed in frustration for a brief rest. The afternoon classes left Shijing Yan dizzy. As piloting mechas was a completely foreign domain to him, it felt like starting school anew. Fortunately, Yin Qiu, being his senior, would guide him on how to operate the mechas and utilize his mental energy effectively. When the instructor instructed Shijing Yan to control the mecha with his mental energy, he had already mastered it, thanks to the thorough teaching from someone. Meanwhile, the other students noticed that Shijing Yan, who had just jumped to Class A, could completely manipulate the mecha with his mental energy without even using the control stick, performing simple maneuvers effortlessly. Wow, is this newcomer really that impressive? Indeed, he can control the mecha solely with his mental energy without even moving the joystick. From now on, Shijing Yan is my role model. Chatter and excitement filled the air. Yin Qiu watched the mecha control room, feeling gratified as he observed his little brother shining like a little sun. Given time, he would surely grow more skilled. And with his evident mental prowess, it was clear to everyone that he was undoubtedly above an S rank. After the afternoon classes concluded, Yin Qiu chose not to run off immediately, but instead draped his arm around Shijing Yan's shoulders. His smile briefly captivated Shijing Yan, revealing a hint of foolishness in his dark eyes. Yin, let us go. I'll take you out for a meal. Surprisingly, Shijing Yan did not mind Yin Qiu's touch. The camaraderie of brothers seemed to be just like that. He completely forgot about the moment at noon when he had disdainfully brushed aside Jingzui's arm. All right. Chapter 82. An Omega Pretending to be Cool, Part 6. After their meal, Shijing Yan went to take a shower. Today, Yin Qiu was far from the timid self he had displayed the previous day. Instead, he boldly examined Shijing Yan from head to toe. Apart from the areas concealed by the bath towel, his little brother had quite a commendable physique. Wait a moment. Why is there a bruise on your back? Yan, hold on. You have a bruise right here on your back. As he spoke, Yin Qiu reached out and touched, causing Shijing Yan to grimace in pain. Ouch. That was from our sparring this morning. The floor was quite hard, and it bruised me. It's nothing serious. Upon hearing this, a wave of guilt surged within Yun Qiu, and his gaze transformed into one of pitiful longing, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. His big, watery eyes evoking a sense of tenderness. I'm so sorry. I intended to hold back, yet I still ended up hurting you. I have some ointment. Let me apply it for you. Oh, it's not necessary. Yun Qiu, however, would not listen and rummaged through drawers until he unearthed the medicine for injuries, instructing Shijing Yan, lie down, I'll tend to your wounds. With the medicine finally in hand, Shijing Yan could hardly refuse and lay down on the bed. All right, thank you, Brother Qiu. It's my fault. Yun Qiu tenderly warmed the ointment in his palm before gently applying it to the bruised area on Shijing Yan's back, massaging it slowly. The pressure was so soothing that Shijing Yan nearly drifted off to sleep, while Yun Qiu's hands only withdrew when they began to tingle. With a slight swallow, Yun Qiu reined in his unbridled gaze. He admonished himself, one must not harbor inappropriate thoughts toward the younger brother. It's simply one do. I must remain rational. After applying the ointment, Yun Qiu's mind was in disarray. He didn't even play games, opting instead for a shower before retiring to bed. Suddenly, a voice filled with mirth floated through the air like a feather. Brother Qiu, going to bed so early tonight? Yes, I'm a bit tired. Sleep well, Ian. All right. Good night, Brother Qiu. Good night, Ian. A few days prior, Yun Qiu had been sleeping soundly, but one day, everything changed. That night, he experienced a blend of pain and pleasure. In his dream, he found himself with Shijing Yan, witnessing him being deceived by Jingzui, and then coming to him in tears. In the end, they found themselves kissing, lost in the warmth of each other. All he could see was the delicate and tender Shijing Yan. He paid no heed to anything else. Entranced by the smooth lines of his back and the softness of his waist, his long legs trembling incessantly, driving him to the brink of madness. The passionate entanglement in his dream left Yun Qiu both enchanted and resistant. Suddenly, the jarring sound of a ringing alarm startled him awake, drenched in sweat. His gaze fixated on the opulent wallpaper. The alarm had been silenced by Shijing Yan, and it took Yun Qiu some time to gather himself before glancing at the figure beneath the covers beside him. Thank goodness it was just a dream. It nearly frightened me to death. Yet, the younger brother in the dream was too adorable, if he were truly like that. One could not guarantee that he wouldn't act upon such inclinations. Calm down. One must not entertain such thoughts about a brother. 5 minutes later, Shijing Yan sluggishly climbed out of bed, and, upon seeing Yun Qiu sitting up, his expression was one of astonishment. Why are you awake so early? It's nothing. I was just awakened by the alarm. I'm sorry, should I turn it off? No need. Let's stay on, lest we both end up late. You should take a shower. You're all sweaty on your forehead. All right. Yun Qiu swept his damp hair from his forehead, and without the stray locks obscuring his features. His visage appeared more sculpted and assertive than usual. TSK, truly deserving of being the male lead in this narrative. The secondary male lead harbored feelings for the protagonist, yet the protagonist was bound by an engagement to Jingzui. Otherwise, how could that worthless individual ever compare to Yun Qiu? No, he was utterly unworthy of being measured against Yun Qiu. Nevertheless, such an exceptional man as Yun Qiu was far too good for the protagonist. It is truly uncertain what kind of partner Yun Qiu will eventually choose. Shijing Yan rose from his bed, considering that Yun Qiu was currently bathing, and decided to prepare some breakfast first, intending to freshen up later. Half an hour later, as Shijing Yan had almost completed the breakfast preparations, he pondered when Yun Qiu would emerge so he could attend to his own grooming. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Before him stood a youth with damp hair, droplets of water cascading down his neck, gliding over his well-defined abdominal muscles, meandering downwards and disappearing into his waist. As he turned, the graceful lines of his butterfly bones created a breathtaking sight that struck Shijing Yan's mind like a bolt. In a flurry, Shijing Yan diverted his gaze and rushed into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yun Qiu, who had already been awakened by the cold water, was perplexed as he towel-dried his hair. Wasn't it still early? Why was Shijing Yan in such a hurry? Shijing Yan hastily splashed cold water onto his flushed face, attempting to cool down. This lad, Yin Chio, truly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, exceedingly handsome with an impressive physique. No, he was here on a mission. A little distraction could be permissible. Ahem. Remain composed. As he finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, he discovered Yun Chio patiently seated, clearly eager to devour the entire table of food. Amused, Shijing Yan thought, "Brother Chio, why don't you eat? You seem quite famished. No matter how hungry I am, I must wait for you. After all, you are the chef. The little brother and my roommate. One must not lack loyalty." With a slight smile, Shijing Yan took a seat beside the table and poured 2 cups of warm milk, offering one to Yun Chio, suggesting, "Have some milk to nourish your mind." "Thank you," replied Yun Chio, feeling somewhat insulted. Yet, Shijing Yan's culinary skills provided Yun Chio with the most comforting meals, warming his stomach. Over the past 2 months, Jing Zi's favorability had steadily risen. However, Shijing Yan had indeed been pestered by Jing Zi on numerous occasions, only for Yun Chio to intervene and disrupt each time. The more Jing Zi sought to leave a good impression and spend time with Shijing Yan, the more Yun Chio would be there to cause mischief, inseparable from him. One evening, Shijing Yan received a WeChat message from Jing Zi. "Xiaoyuan, would you like to go for a walk tonight?" Shijing Yan typed a quick response. "Sure. I'll wait for you downstairs." "All right, I'll be waiting." There was no avoiding it. Jing Zi's favorability had plateaued at 50, and he needed to increase it independently. Although Yun Chio occasionally provoked the scoundrel during the day, the favorability remained stagnant thereafter. He had to seize an opportunity when Yun Chio was not around. Taking advantage of the moment while Yun Chio was bathing, Shijing Yan slipped out. Of course, on this brisk autumn night, he remembered to bring along a couple of jackets. Downstairs, Jing Zi gazed at the tall, familiar silhouette and couldn't help but wave, calling out, "Xiaoyuan, over here." The two exited the dormitory building, the cool evening breeze causing them to shiver slightly as they settled onto a bench by the woods. Shijing Yan directly handed his coat to Jing Zi, saying, "Here. It's chilly at night, put this on." Jing Zi felt a warmth in his heart and countered, "What about you?" Shijing Yan draped another coat over himself, responding, "It's fine. I brought 2. Xiaoyuan remarked, "Sure go." The affection level has reached 60. Seizing the moment while Shijing Yan was gazing at the stars, Jing Zi boldly grasped his hand. Shijing Yan furrowed his brow and tugged back, but instead found himself enveloped in Jing Zi's embrace. "What are you doing, Jing Zi? Xiaoyuan, you must have feelings for me. Otherwise, why would you bring an extra coat? How about we date?" Shijing Yan let out a cold laugh, leaning closer to Jing Zi's ear. "I am an alpha." The sudden proximity made Jing Zi's heart race. He relished this thrilling sensation. "That is all right. I am one too. We can get a try. Dating a scoundrel like you? I might end up losing my dignity, my heart, and ultimately my life. No, I mean if we were to date, I must be the dominant one." Chapter 83. An Omega Pretending to be an Alpha, Part 7. Now, it was Jing Zi's turn to be taken aback. No one had ever dared to put him in such a position. This person certainly had audacity. Just as he was about to speak, Shijing Yan pushed him away and stood up. "If you can't manage that, then don't force it. We'll just remain good classmates. I'm leaving now, Zi." Jing Zi watched Shijing Yan's retreating figure, bringing a hand to touch his flushed ear. He had genuinely been stirred. It felt entirely different from his experiences with others before. This person was assertive, powerful, and undeniably appealing to him. Jing Zi adjusted the coat draped over his shoulders. "This is becoming increasingly interesting." On the way back, Xiaoyuan excitedly reported the rising affection levels. Sure go. The affection has skyrocketed to 70. That's splendid. The day of my revenge is drawing near. None of those who harmed the original will escape. Sure go. You startled him. Shijing Yan immediately composed himself, suppressing his smile. "My apologies." As he pushed open the dormitory door, a chilly gust swept past him. He then noticed Yun Chio's sorrowful gaze and accusatory tone. "Where have you been at this late hour? You didn't even think to inform me. Didn't he reply on WeChat, nor answer my calls?" "What do you mean by that?" It was only then that Shijing Yan fished his phone from his pocket, discovering a barrage of WeChat messages and missed calls. Oh no! He had inadvertently pressed the mute button. Chiga, I'm sorry. I had it on silent and didn't TC. Yunqiu was clearly still upset. All right, but why didn't you tell me you were going out? I was worried about you, did you know? Just a simple message to let me know you had to step out would suffice. Shijing Yan stealthily crouched beside Yunqiu, whispering, I sincerely apologize, Chiga. In my haste. I forgot. Please do not be angry, all right? Yunqiu maintained a stern expression, exuding an icy demeanor akin to a formidable glacier, cold and unyielding. After 2 months of acquaintance, Shijing Yan discerned that this fellow was as stubborn as a mule. With no other recourse, he humbly admitted his fault. Chiga, as long as you refrain from anger, I shall grant you one wish, if you please. Yunqiu's expression softened slightly, taking a moment before responding. Really? Indeed, truly, provided it lies within my capabilities. Well, since tomorrow is Saturday, you must accompany me to watch a horror film tonight. Shijing Yan stared at him in disbelief. Is it truly that simple? Yes, what? Are you unwilling? Very well. It seems no one cares about my feelings, alas. My little brother has grown up and no longer pays attention to his elder brother. Resolutely, Shijing Yan gritted his teeth and promised, all right, it shall be done. Shortly after, Yunqiu excitedly went to gather the projection equipment. Once everything was set up, Shijing Yan sat dazedly on the sofa, while Yunqiu nestled closely beside him, seemingly torn between fear and a desire to watch. Ah, how he missed his soft, comfortable bed. All right, it's time to begin. Yes, play it. In contrast to Yunqiu's excitement and anxiety, Shijing Yan remained considerably more composed. The table was laden with an assortment of snacks and beverages. As the chilling music accompanied the gruesome imagery of a severed head rolling on the ground, Shijing Yan calmly munched on a potato chip. Meanwhile, Yunqiu clutched his left arm, trembling. Feeling bored, Shijing Yan was suddenly startled by Yunqiu's piercing scream. Goodness, Yunqiu, calm down. Horror films aren't frightening. You're about to give me a heart attack. Yunqiu suppressed his fear, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver. I'm sorry, Yan. I was startled by that sudden face reveal. Fear not. I am here, Shijing Yan reassured, brushing the chip crumbs from his hands before gently patting Yunqiu's fluffy head. MHM. Yunqiu shifted closer to Shijing Yan, their thighs pressed together. Were it not for the arrival of autumn, Shijing Yan would have certainly pushed him away in annoyance. By the film's conclusion, Yunqiu was on the verge of leaping into Shijing Yan's embrace, having witnessed a harrowing finale where none survived. With a plethora of gruesome deaths portrayed in full, Shijing Yan turned off the projector, gently patting Yunqiu's back as if soothing a child. Do not fear. It is all fiction, but the film claims it is based on true events. Rest assured, our country is quite secure. Yunqiu nodded, looking somewhat aggrieved, evidently still shaken. Noting the lateness of the hour, Shijing Yan remarked, It's rather late now. We should tidy up and retire for the night. All right. Shijing Yan first cleared the table, then retreated to the bathroom. Yan, please don't close the door just yet. I wish to see you, or I will be too frightened. Shijing Yan smiled helplessly, leaving the door ajar. Very well. After finishing his oral hygiene, Shijing Yan prepared to take a shower. Just as he closed the bathroom stall door, Yunqiu darted to the wash basin. Yan, you shower inside while I freshen up here, all right? Sure, no problem. The sound of rushing water dulled Yunqiu's inner trepidation. He washed quickly, but, overwhelmed by fear, did not venture out. Instead, he frequently glanced at Shijing Yan, who was showering inside. The transparent glass door was fogged up, allowing only a vague silhouette to be discerned. In his heart, Yunqiu silently urged, Yan, hurry up. I'm scared. Before long, Shijing Yan finished his shower. However, the towel hung on the hook beside the stall door, and as he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Yunqiu. At that moment, Shijing Yan stood completely exposed to Yunqiu's gaze. Surprisingly, Shijing Yan remained unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Chigo, have you not finished yet? Or are you just too frightened? He casually picked up the towel to wrap around his lower body. Yunqiu's face flushed a deep crimson as he awkwardly stammered. I'm a bit scared. Yet he felt incredibly embarrassed, his mind flooded with the image of Shijing Yan in his undraped state, which he found rather alluring. Even if Shijing Yan were somewhat slow on the uptake, he could discern Yunqiu's bashfulness, prompting a smirk to grace his lips. I'm going to change. You should hurry and take a shower before it gets too late. All right. At that moment, Yin Xiao's fear dissipated, overshadowed by the presence of the person who filled his mind completely. Shijing Yan cast a quick glance at the flustered Yin Xiao, his amusement growing. After drying his hair, he nestled into his cozy bed, relishing the comfort. By the time Yin Xiao emerged from his shower, it was already 1:30. He glanced at Shijing Yan, who lay quietly with closed eyes. Forget it, no need to blow dry. However, Shijing Yan had not fallen asleep. He opened his eyes and saw Yin Xiao naturally air-drying his hair. "Chigo, hurry and blow-dry your hair. It's time for bed. Otherwise, when will you ever sleep?" "It's fine. My hair is short and dries quickly." Shijing Yan understood that he wanted to ensure a peaceful night's sleep. But he didn't want Yin Xiao to stay up late just to accommodate him. With efficiency, Shijing Yan got out of bed, grabbed the hairdryer, and plugged it into the socket by Yin Xiao's bedside. "I'll dry your hair." Chapter 84. An Omega Pretending to be an Alpha. 8. A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Xiao's eyes, yet he obediently moved closer to Shijing Yan. The warm air blew through Yin Xiao's dark strands, and he could feel Shijing Yan's gentle hands carefully styling his hair, cautious not to leave it damp or burn him. It was incredibly tender. In less than 5 minutes, his hair was thoroughly dry. "All right, now let us hurry and sleep." Just as Shijing Yan set the hairdryer down to return to his own bed, Yin Xiao grasped his wrist firmly. Shijing Yan wore a puzzled expression as Yin Xiao slowly spoke, his voice trembling. "We're good brothers, right?" "Yes. I'm a bit scared. How about we sleep together tonight? After all, we're both alphas." Shijing Yan nodded. "That's fine." Time never presented itself as a conscious Omega to Shijing Yan, who found himself perplexed by the so-called ABO world. However, with no mating season in sight, there was little to worry about. After all, he was a grown man. What was there to fear? Yin Xiao felt a flutter of excitement within, having presumed that his seemingly aloof younger brother would not acquiesce. Taking the initiative, Yin Xiao climbed onto the bed, his anxious demeanor reminiscent of an ancient concubine awaiting the emperor's arrival. Shijing Yan switched off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow, and, clutching his pillow, joined Yin Xiao on the bed. As for the blanket, he deemed it unnecessary at this juncture, feeling too languid to bother with it. When Shijing Yan lay down beside Yin Xiao, the latter grew even more tense. His heart raced violently, the soothing scent of shower gel mingling with a hint of milk wafting into Yin Xiao's nostrils. Could it be that Shijing Yan's pheromone bore a milky fragrance? Despite sharing the same alpha pheromones, he felt no aversion, perhaps due to the fact that this individual was his younger brother. Yin Xiao did not ponder deeply on this, thereby missing a chance to unveil Shijing Yan's secret. As Shijing Yan extinguished the bedside lamp and closed his eyes, a soft voice reached Yin Xiao's ears. "Good night, Ayan." "Good night, Chiga." In the realm of dreams, Yin Xiao discovered a cool body nestled in his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that Shijing Yan had rolled into his arms unbeknownst to him. He touched Shijing Yan's exposed arm, which felt icy. Without hesitation, Yin Xiao pulled back the blanket and enveloped Shijing Yan within, tightening his hold. He remained blissfully unaware of how inappropriate and intimate his actions were. He simply wished to keep Shijing Yan warm. Cradling the human-shaped pillow, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Due to Shijing Yan having turned off the alarm clock the previous night, the two remained in a state of slumber, oblivious to the passage of time, with no signs of awakening even as it approached 11 o'clock. At 11:01, Yin Xiao stirred awake, rising before Shijing Yan. He carefully withdrew his numb arm and placed his pillow beneath Shijing Yan's head. It wasn't until nearly 11:30 that Shijing Yan gradually awoke. Noticing that he was alone in bed, his mind sluggishly processing the situation. "Chiga?" Just then, the door creaked open, and Yin Xiao entered, carrying lunch for both. "Oh, you're awake. I brought chicken leg rice and sweet and sour pork, along with your favorite ice cola." Upon hearing this, Shijing Yan became more alert and dashed to the bathroom, exclaiming, "I love you so much, Chiga." Yin Xiao blushed at these words, slowly arranging the food on the table, his heart swelling with joy. The feelings of affection had long taken root within him, eagerly awaiting a moment for his master to notice. The two savored their meal, Shijing Yan guzzling down iced cola with sheer delight. Watching the smile on Shijing Yan's face caused a grin to unconsciously form on Yunqiu's lips. The delightful holiday soon came to an end, ushering in another round of academic endeavors. They are about to learn the usage of particle guns and the practice of laser swords. This prospect has ignited a palpable excitement among the students, as wielding a firearm is inherently a display of prowess and masculinity. Moreover, the ability to handle a weapon could prove advantageous in future confrontations. This training also serves as an opportunity for those with lesser mental fortitude, who struggle to adeptly pilot mechas, to find their place among their peers. Within the military, there exist specialized teams tasked with battlefield cleanup, where particle guns and laser swords are standard equipment, accompanied by other sophisticated instruments and weaponry. Everyone's training with these arms is fundamentally a means of ensuring their own survival in the face of danger or isolation, for one's life is their own to safeguard. Failing to learn diligently might lead to a fate unknowable on the battlefield. After the instructor elucidated the principles of the particle gun and flawlessly demonstrated a perfect shot, hitting the bullseye with a score of 10, the students were divided into training groups. Fortuitously, Shijing Yan, Yunqiu, and Yunqiu's other brother found themselves in the same group, though unfortunately, they were also accompanied by Jingzui. Jingzui, brandishing his particle gun with a flourish, taunted Shijing Yan, "Xiaoyuan, my aim is quite impeccable. Is that so? I shall await your demonstration," came the retort. Meanwhile, Yunqiu, who was busy polishing his gun, silently seethed at this flamboyant peacock. His close friend, Lu Yuchen, discerned Yunqiu's discontent and gently nudged him, whispering, "Shijing Yan is your roommate? The level of your concern seems rather atypical." "What do you mean?" Yunqiu shot him a glare before redirecting his gaze towards Shijing Yan. Noting that Yunqiu's attention remained fixed on the alpha, Lu Yuchen sighed, "Unaware of your own affections. That's you, isn't it? If you don't take the initiative, you might just lose him to that heartless playboy, Jingzui." Lu Yuchen recognized that while his friend possessed many admirable qualities, he was somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. Whenever someone confessed their feelings to him, he would bluntly respond with disinterest. Clearly, no one had ever elicited such emotions from Yunqiu, except for the alpha named Shijing Yan. Yunqiu felt a jolt in his heart at the thought of being unaware of one's feelings. Could it truly be? How could he possibly harbor feelings for an alpha? How could he entertain such notions regarding his junior? Yet, witnessing Shijing Yan converse with Jingzui filled him with a sense of dread. What if Shijing Yan were indeed charmed away? The mere thought caused a suffocating heaviness in his chest. On the other side, Shijing Yan observed Jingzui's flawless aim with a degree of admiration. He was indeed strikingly capable, consistently landing shots in the 10 ring, with only an occasional stray bullet in the 9 ring. Truly, the protagonist was commendable in this regard, albeit rather insufferable. Jingzui thrust the gun into Shijing Yan's hands, seizing the moment to graze him, then earnestly declared, "Xiaoyuan, why don't you give it a try? I can guide you if you need assistance." Shijing Yan smiled, but remained silent, inwardly lamenting the unwarranted advance. "Oh no, Xiaoyuan, I feel sullied," he thought. With his right hand grasping the gun, he steadied his arm, closed his left eye, and with a resounding bang, struck the target. The particle gun is far lighter than I had anticipated." Shijing Yan proceeded to fire several more rounds. Chapter 85. An Omega Pretending to be an Alpha, Part 9. His performance was commendable, with scores in every ring except the perfect 10. Admittedly, he acknowledged his lack of innate talent in firearms. The efficacy of hand-to-hand combat was far more tangible. However, he was fortunate to possess a lightsaber, having acquired some flair during his time in the cultivation realm. Jingzui patted Shijing Yan's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "Do not be disheartened, dear Yin. Your stance is quite commendable. Allow me to teach you." Despite his aversion, Shijing Yan suppressed his disdain for the sake of enhancing his rapport with Jingzui. After all, it was only when the affinity reached 80 that genuine love could blossom. paving the way for his anticipated retribution. Shijing Yan nodded in agreement. Observing the two practicing shoulder to shoulder, Yunqiu felt a surge of frustration. Could it be that his younger brother had genuinely developed feelings for Jingzui? The person in his arms remained rigid, and Jingzui was unfazed. Firmly grasping Shijing Yan's hand that was poised on the trigger, his breath cascading over the latter's ear. Aiming like this will ensure you hit the target. Bang! A perfect 10. As Shijing Yan became aware of the object pressing against his lower back, he disregarded all else, elbowing backward with icy disdain. Release me. Jingzui, with a smile, caught hold of his arm, his voice laced with suggestiveness as it drifted to Shijing Yan's ear. You will eventually be mine. Before releasing him, he playfully pinched Shijing Yan's waist. Shijing Yan cast a contemptuous glare at the retreating figure of Jingzui. His eyes filled with an intensity that could metaphorically dismember him. Yet, to Yunqiu, it appeared as if Shijing Yan was reluctant to part with Jingzui. No, he could not allow his younger brother to be taken by another. A voice within him clamored that Shijing Yan belonged to him. He could not permit that scoundrel to deceive or mistreat him. This simply cannot occur. But how could he articulate his feelings? Thus, Yunqiu spent the entire day enveloped in gloom, while Jingzi's favorability rating climbed to 75, tantalizingly close. Shijing Yan sighed, only then noticing Yunqiu's lackluster demeanor beside him. Concerned, he inquired, Chigo, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast. Yunqiu swiftly accepted the reality that he was on the brink of becoming gay. But what of Shijing Yan? Would he accept this truth? Would he find him repugnant? What if he came to loathe him? It's nothing, Yunqiu replied, shaking his head, evidently unwilling to elaborate. Shijing Yan chose not to press further, but remained deeply concerned for him. Upon returning to their dormitory, Yunqiu bit his lip, torn between speaking and remaining silent. Yet he still refrained from addressing Shijing Yan. This night was destined to be sleepless. He resolved to seek assistance from online acquaintances. Late into the night, Yunqiu posted a plea for advice. What should I do if I have feelings for an alpha, and I'm also an alpha? How can I confess without inciting aversion? Before long, responses began to arrive. One user, 666, suggested, I recommend a direct approach, overpower him, and then make him appreciate your physique. Yunqiu selectively bypassed this reply, continuing to scroll through the responses. Fairy CP. I believe you should first gauge his tolerance towards you. If it surpasses the boundaries of mere friendship, I suggest you contemplate confessing your feelings. Testing the waters? A thought suddenly flickered in Yunqiu's mind. The following morning, Yunqiu appeared before Shijing Yan with dark circles under his eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Those dark circles are quite pronounced. Yunqiu nodded, his head still a bit foggy. However, that plan should prove effective. My head feels a bit muddled. There's a special training today. If it becomes too much, I can help you take a leave. No. Yunqiu shook his head. Shijing Yan sighed. Well then, if you're feeling unwell, please take a leave or let me know. All right? You're the best, Dian. Shijing Yan watched as Yunqiu playfully leaned towards him, a smile betraying his amusement in the corners of his eyes. This person was not only handsome and adorable, but also genuinely caring, which deeply touched him. Moreover, he had an instinct that told him he could never let go of the individual before him. Perhaps he should consider confessing his feelings someday? Yet, he recalled Yunqiu had stated he was not gay and did not fancy men. Shijing Yan placed the breakfast he had prepared before Yunqiu and gently urged, Go wash up and then eat. Yunqiu secretly rejoiced. It seemed that when he acted coy, Ian's earlier expression was not displeased at all. During the special training, all students were required to run with a weight of 20 kilograms. In truth, Yunqiu was merely lacking in spirit. But for the sake of love, he pretended to be exhausted, tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground. The fall was painful, yet his robust physique only resulted in a scraped hand and a slight ache in his ankle. Amidst the commotion, only Shijing Yan paused, aware that stopping without cause would incur the coach's wrath. However, Shijing Yan communicated with the coach, who, noticing the severity of Yunqiu's fall, granted them a reprieve. Shijing Yan knelt beside Yunqiu, unfastening the weights from his body as well as his own. He turned to assist Yin Qiu, worry etched on his brow. Did you hurt yourself? Does it hurt? Yin Qiu shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Come, I'll carry you to the infirmary. Yin Qiu lowered his gaze, his hands trembling slightly. I don't think I can stand. Shijing Yan bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before lifting Yin Qiu entirely into his arms. I'll carry you. Yin Qiu nestled into Shijing Yan's embrace and nodded. In a perspective unseen by Shijing Yan, a smile crept onto Yin Qiu's lips. At the infirmary, the doctor examined Yin Qiu's foot and determined it was merely a sprain. There's nothing serious, just rest and it will heal. Shijing Yan, visibly anxious, spoke up. Doctor, perhaps you could prescribe some medication? He was in so much pain he couldn't even stand. The doctor glanced at him. You're not the doctor. I am. I said it's nothing serious. With that, Shijing Yan deflated, thanked the doctor, and lifted Yin Qiu from the bed. On the way back, Yin Qiu rested against Shijing Yan's back, pouting, I'm sorry, Ian, for causing you trouble. In a light-hearted tone, Shijing Yan responded, Do not say that. You are my Qi Gu. How could I possibly blame you? By the way, how severe is your foot injury? It's not serious, Xiaoyuan replied. I simply lost my balance for a moment. It was hard on Ian, who had to carry me back. Just a minor issue. By the way, do you still have that medicine for bruises? Yes, I do. I will apply some for you when we get back. Upon entering the dormitory, Shijing Yan carefully placed Xiaoyuan on the bed. Carrying him back had indeed been a test of strength, considering he was a tall figure at nearly 6 feet. Shijing Yan retrieved the medicine from the drawer, removed Xiaoyuan's shoes and socks, revealing a swollen area around his ankle. Seizing the opportunity while it was still within the 24-hour window, he took an ice cream from the refrigerator, wrapped it in a towel, and applied it to Xiaoyuan's ankle. With his head lowered, he focused intently on the ice pack. Had he looked up at that moment, he would have noticed the unspoken emotions swirling in Xiaoyuan's gaze. After completing the ice treatment, Shijing Yan discarded the melting ice cream into the trash. He poured some medicine into his palm, warming it just as he had done before, and gently covered Xiaoyuan's ankle with his hand. It must be said, Xiaoyuan's foot was quite aesthetically pleasing. The delicate veins were clearly visible against his fair skin. After applying the medicine, Shijing Yan washed his hands and sat down beside Xiaoyuan, inquiring with concern, Are you feeling better? Leaning slightly against Shijing Yan, Xiaoyuan replied, Much improved. Ian. About you and Jingzi, he hesitated, unable to voice the latter part of his question, fearing the nightmare might become a reality. A teasing thought crossed Shijing Yan's mind. He wanted to gauge whether Xiaoyuan's feelings for him were purely platonic. As you can see, I am contemplating whether to pursue a relationship with him. The string of rationality in Xiaoyuan's mind snapped. But you're both alphas. That does not concern me. Aside from you, he is the only one I am close to. Feeling aggrieved, Xiaoyuan said, What about me? Am I not a possibility? You? Shijing Yan responded, Aren't you attracted to omegas? Xiaoyuan grasped Shijing Yan's hand tightly, biting his lip in determination. No, I have developed feelings for you. Why don't we give it a try? Jingzi is rather fickle. I've never even been in a relationship before. Want you consider me? Upon hearing this, Shijing Yan's mind went blank. If what Xiaoyuan said was sincere, then his desires were indeed being fulfilled. He had harbored a fondness for Xiaoyuan. He had intended to confess his feelings, only to find himself preempted. This person seemed destined for him. His instincts could not be wrong. As he hesitated in thought, Xiaoyuan sensed an opportunity. He leaned in closer, resting his head on Shijing Yan's shoulder and inhaling the scent of milk emanating from him. Ian, you smell delightful. Shijing Yan realized it must have been the emotional turbulence that caused the release of pheromones. His ears flushed crimson as he gently pushed Xiaoyuan away, saying, You should back off. Yin Qiu did not release his grip. Instead, he gently caressed the nape of his neck. You have yet to answer my previous question. What about me? Are you certain you wish to pursue a relationship with me? An alpha? You must contemplate all the consequences. I have already considered it. My only fear is facing a future without you. The apprehension echoed in his words. Yin Qiu pressed a light kiss to the nape of his neck, causing Shijing Yan's body to tremble involuntarily. I long to mark you, to claim you wholly as mine, ensuring no one dares to take you away. His fingers continued to trace the delicate skin at Shijing Yan's nape, his tone imbued with an alpha's possessiveness. Yan, you have bent me to your will. Please, grant me a decisive answer. Shijing Yan nestled within his embrace, hesitating. Yin Qiu then grasped his chin, his gaze shadowed. Yan, I present you with a choice. Push me away, or allow me to kiss you. You can still push me away now, but once I kiss you, you shall become my boyfriend. As Shijing Yan beheld the handsome face drawing closer, he recognized the opportunity for choice, yet he had already succumbed, unable to extricate himself. He closed his eyes, his lips soft, mirroring the gentleness of this person's heart. The tender sensation mingled with a hint of sweetness as Yin Qiu fervently nibbled at his lips. Under his forceful advance, Shijing Yan capitulated, surrendering to the embrace. Yin Qiu cradled Shijing Yan's face, gazing into his glistening eyes, feeling a wave of tenderness. With a hoarse voice, he inquired, "How does it feel? Is it repulsive? Do you dislike my actions?" Shijing Yan gasped for breath, momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting confusion. He had never seen this side of Yin Qiu, dominant yet filled with deep affection. For a fleeting moment, he dared not meet his gaze, his cheeks flushed. He did not find it unpleasant. In fact, he thought the kiss rather delightful. As he looked at Yin Qiu's face, he felt enchanted once more. Shijing Yan shook his head, his eyes sparkling with flecks of light. "You truly do not mind if I'm an alpha or an omega?" Noticing the question, Yin Qiu, assumed his boyfriend, was overwhelmed with insecurity, tightening his embrace. "I have no qualms. What I cherish is simply you. Regardless of your identity, be it male or female, alpha or omega, I love you for who you are. Do you understand?" Guilt washed over Shijing Yan. He had yet to reveal his true identity as an omega. In this guise as a faux alpha, he had already captured Yin Qiu's affection. What if, upon discovering the truth, Yin Qiu felt anger for being deceived? A sigh escaped him. He needed to devise another way to soothe his partner. "Chiga, thank you. From this day forth, I shall be your boyfriend. I will not let you down, and you must not leave me, all right?" Yin Qiu planted another kiss at the corner of Shijing Yan's lips, responding with a smile. "All right, I will heed your wishes." Who could resist such a tender, handsome, and affluent boyfriend? Shijing Yan felt his face flush again. Kiga, if I were to deceive you in the future due to unavoidable circumstances, would you be upset? Yin Qiu was momentarily taken aback, pondering before responding. "Of course, I would be upset. However, anger aside, it does not diminish my love for you. As long as you do not deceive me about your feelings, feel free to trick me. My fragile heart cannot endure Ian's abandonment. This relationship is a decision I arrived at after careful consideration. Although I had liked you for some time, I had never summoned the courage to voice it." Yin Qiu's eyes suddenly brightened. "Really? Ian, I'm overjoyed. So, we are both in love with each other, secretly, right?" "Indeed," Shijing Yan chuckled softly, pulling Yin Qiu onto the bed with him. Yin Qiu felt a rush of joy, cuddling up to Shijing Yan and playfully teasing him. "Ian, may I have another kiss?" With a resigned smile, Shijing Yan planted a quick peck on Yin Qiu's pouting lips. "All right. No, I want more." Yin Qiu flipped over, pinning Shijing Yan beneath him, an innocent smile gracing his face. "Ian, can I kiss you a little deeper?" During their first kiss, he had merely nibbled on Shijing Yan's lips before licking them. Shijing Yan, blushing profusely, leaned in again, mumbling, "Open your mouth." Yin Qiu, utterly satisfied, indulged in what he had longed to do. By the time they finished kissing, Shijing Yan felt a tingling sensation at the base of his tongue. Shijing Yan pinched Yin Qiu's arm, and, wincing in discomfort, he reluctantly ended the passionate kiss. "Are you satisfied?" Hum. Then rest well. I shall head to the cafeteria to fetch some food." "Okay." Yin Qiu gazed at him with eager, affectionate eyes. Shijing Yan shot him a glare before heading out to buy food. Lying on the bed, Yin Qiu beamed with joy, finally having won over the stubborn yet tender-hearted Ian. The thought of having Shijing Yan by his side in the future sent his heart racing, and he rolled around on the bed in delight. Meanwhile, as Shijing Yan went to buy food, he unexpectedly encountered Jingzi. Just as Jingzi reached out to drape an arm around Shijing Yan's shoulder, he deftly evaded it. "Xiaoyuan, What is the matter with you? Nothing much. Since you cannot accept my request, let us remain friends. Just now, I have already gotten together with Yin Qiu. What? Jing Zi's expression was one of disbelief, and the sense of crisis within him had never felt so acute. He grasped Shijing Yan's shoulder firmly. Xiaoyuan, you clearly like me, don't you? Break up with him and be with me. Xiaoyuan, ding. Jing Zi's favorability level is 5, now at 80. Shijing Yan's lips curled into an enchanting smile. But he is willing to go to great lengths for me. Can you? Your feelings for me stem merely from my appearance, whereas Yin Qiu's affection is genuine. He shows concern for me daily, as you well know. Jing Zi stared at Shijing Yan in shock. He never imagined he would be outmatched by an inexperienced novice in love. As Shijing Yan went to buy food, Jing Zi was left feeling unwilling to concede defeat, unwilling to relinquish something he had not yet obtained. Even now, Jing Zi regards Shijing Yan merely as a cherished plaything, one that remains eternally out of reach. Chapter 87. An Affected Omega, Part 11. Upon returning to room 223, Shijing Yan was greeted by a wave of lemon fragrance as he opened the door. Covering his nose, he called out, Yin Qiu, have you been eating lemons? It's so sour. Yet, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. The tanginess was accompanied by a fresh citrus scent, which, after a moment, became bearable. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of unsteadiness. Yin Qiu, unable to contain himself, tilted his head back, revealing a delicate, pale neck. Ian, please, don't come any closer. I'm in my sensitive period, and, as alphas, I fear my pheromones might overwhelm you. Just step outside for a moment. I can manage on my own. Indeed, the pheromones had an effect on him. Shijing Yan, with trembling legs, placed the meal on the table and approached Yin Qiu. What nonsense are you talking? As your boyfriend, how could I possibly leave you to suffer alone? He wrapped his arms around Yin Qiu, who lay on the bed with red-rimmed eyes. And sob, it's so difficult. Do you think I'm repulsive now? Will you abandon me? Never, Shijing Yan replied, holding Yin Qiu tightly and occasionally releasing a hint of his own pheromones to soothe him. Ian, you smell so good. I want to take a bite. Yin Qiu's tear-streaked face only added to his sense of grievance. Shijing Yan gently wiped away his tears and brought his lips closer, speaking slowly. Go ahead, just be gentle. A tear fell from Yin Qiu's eye as he cautiously pulled down the fabric from Shijing Yan's shoulder. He nibbled at the smooth skin, akin to a puppy licking, and it sent shivers through Shijing Yan. He instinctively tightened his embrace around this perilous alpha. After the nibble, Yin Qiu pulled back slightly, noticing the reddened area, and began to cry anew. I'm sorry, Ian. I didn't mean to hurt you. Shijing Yan ruffled Yin Qiu's hair, tousling it into a mess. It doesn't hurt. Yin Qiu gazed at Shijing Yan with tentative eyes, tears still clinging to his lashes, swallowing hard. After a moment, he spoke, Ian, I want to kiss you again. After that, I want to nibble once more, is that all right? With those words, Shijing Yan leaned down to seal his lips against Yin Qiu's incessant chatter. Now that we've kissed, do you feel better? Yin Qiu nodded, dazed, and with Shijing Yan's pheromones enveloping him, the urge to cry diminished. Yet, he pondered why Ian's pheromones could soothe him during this sensitive phase. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Perhaps his Ian was an omega, or perhaps they were destined to be together, their pheromones perfectly in sync. Yin Qiu then turned and pressed down on Shijing Yan, asserting, not enough, Ian, I still want more kisses. As an omega, Shijing Yan was already susceptible to Yin Qiu's pheromones. Having just exerted himself to comfort him, he now felt utterly drained, as limp as a puddle of water. Time seemed to stand still as Shijing Yan offered little resistance, being kissed and nibbled upon. A look of despair etched upon his face. Ian, I feel uncomfortable. Yin Qiu pouted, clutching Shijing Yan's hand and guiding it toward a sensitive area. Ian, please help me, won't you? Shijing Yan smiled faintly, his right hand resting there, prompting, say something sweet to me, darling. Yin Yan, brother. A smile graced Shijing Yan's face. Good boy, your brother will help you. Eventually, Shijing Yan's strength waned, and Yin Qiu greedily nestled against him, inhaling the pleasant scent of his milk-like pheromones. Ian, are you tired? Call me brother again. Yin Qiu's expression darkened. Yet he reluctantly uttered, "Brother." Shijing Yan smacked his lips, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. No matter how exhausting it was, it felt worthwhile. He spread his arms, reclining on the bed, catching his breath while reveling in Yun Qiu's submissiveness. He couldn't help but entertain the thought that if he were truly an alpha, he might indeed be able to claim the delicate Yun Qiu. But perhaps, in the future, that might not be out of reach. What are you thinking? You seem so happy. Share it with me. Presently, Yun Qiu was bouncing with energy, soothed by Shijing Yan's pheromones. Noticing Shijing Yan's indifference, he resorted to his trump card. "Brother, I beg you." Shijing Yan's lips curled into a smile as he mused. "I was contemplating the day I might take you to bed." "Brother, are you serious?" "Indeed, I am." Yun Qiu immediately lay flat, declaring, "Then come on, I'm ready." Shijing Yan only entertained the thought momentarily. Wary of the potential repercussions in this so-called ABO world, he feared that his Omega self might inadvertently harm the Alpha Yun Qiu, causing irreversible damage to his body. "Well, as long as you have that intent, it suffices. I bought some food, though it may be cold by now. Wash your hands, and let us manage with what we have." Shijing Yan pulled Yun Qiu up, who then affectionately pecked Shijing Yan's lips, exclaiming, "You're the best, brother." At that moment, he felt that calling out to his brother in a coy manner was not such a grave matter after all. After their meal, Shijing Yan skipped his afternoon classes to keep Yun Qiu company. It was not until the following day that he attended class, having secured a 2-day leave for his boyfriend to rest well. The class was a combat session, and just as Shijing Yan finished changing, Jingzi cornered him against the wall. "Xiaoyuan, can we discuss this further? I truly like you." Shijing Yan frowned. To love someone is to show respect. What are you attempting to do in this manner? I am generally assertive, and I have already been quite gentle with you. Jingzi seized Shijing Yan's wrist with one hand while the other gripped his chin. "Let go of me." A fleeting glance from Jingzi caught sight of the kiss marks on Shijing Yan's neck, causing his hand to tremble with fury. "Did Yun Qiu do this? I've never dared to touch you. How could he? Release me." Shijing Yan abruptly kicked towards Jingzi's groin. The pain caused Jingzi to instantly loosen his grip, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Why you slept with Yun Qiu?" Shijing Yan rolled his eyes, exasperated at how such a person could only think of such sordid matters. "No, our affairs are of no concern to you. Yun Qiu merely nibbled at him during his sensitive period, so why spread such baseless rumors?" At this moment, Jingzi had also regained his composure. "Huh, let us wager." "What kind of wager?" "Let us spar shortly, and should you lose, you will break up with him and be with me. If I lose, I shall cease my pursuit of you." After more than 2 months of training, his physical prowess had indeed improved significantly, yet Jingzi's physique was also of the highest caliber. "What if I were to lose?" "No, I refuse to gamble." With that, Shijing Yan turned and strode out, ignoring him further. A flicker of a sinister smile crossed Jingzi's eyes. Since he was denied an opportunity, he would create one for himself. In the training room, the coach fortuitously called upon Shijing Yan and Jingzi. Shijing Yan stretched his limbs, his knuckles cracking audibly. Although it was not a bet, he was determined to defeat him with all his might. "Xiaoyuan, fear not. I shall not harm you. Let's talk. Shall we fight or not?" And thus, they engaged in a fierce exchange, each delivering blows in turn. While Shijing Yan had the advantage in technique, he lacked the brute strength Jingzi possessed. A punch whistled past Shijing Yan's face, striking the ground with tremendous force. "Xiaoyuan, my family background far exceeds that of Yun Qiu's, and you have witnessed my skill. So, shall you break up with him? What do you say?" "Good heavens!" Shijing Yan gritted his teeth and delivered a kick that sent Jingzi sprawling away from him. He turned and descended from the sparring platform. Jingzi lay there, panting heavily, astonished that he could not surpass a young master from an inconspicuous family. "Shijing Yan, I will have you by any means necessary."